The Lord's Empire Chapter 1972 to Chapter 2058. Zhao Fu gave a pleased smile, and as if he had forgotten to ask for the girl's name, he asked, "What's your name?" The girl smiled as she replied, "My name is Xianxia." "I got it." Zhao Fu smiled as he replied. At that moment, the three people on the ground slowly opened their eyes and immediately cried out in terror. Xianxia hurriedly went up to comfort her parents and little brother. Seeing the massive changes in Xianxia, her parents and little brother did not recognize her at first and asked who she was. Following this, Xianxia explained everything in detail, and only then did the three of them believe that Xianxia was their daughter and big sister. The three of them quickly put on their clothes and pulled Xianxia to kneel on the ground. Their eyes were filled with tears as they said to Zhao Fu in gratitude, "Thank you, sir, for saving our lives. In the future, we're willing to do anything to repay sir." If it wasn't for Zhao Fu, their entire family would have died, and they would have died very miserably. Their gratitude towards Zhao Fu could not be described with words. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and had them get up. Following this, Zhao Fu found out their names. Their father was Yi Long, their mother was Yi Xiaolin, and their little brother was Yi Jun. "What do you plan to do with these people?" "They're only under my control, and they still have their consciousnesses." Zhao Fu smiled as he pointed at the villagers and asked the Yi family's people. The Yi family's people all looked furious and hateful. They could still remember how these people had tortured them, and that intense pain was still fresh in their minds. If it was a normal situation, they might have given up. However, they definitely would not forgive such immense hatred, and they wanted these people to die. At that moment, Zhao Fu stopped using his demonic energy and stopped controlling the villagers, allowing them to regain their consciousnesses. After the villagers regained their consciousnesses, they looked at the Yi family's people in terror and hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Please have mercy and let us go this time. We won't dare to do it again, please. Yi family's people, I treated you well in the past and even gave you meat to eat. Please don't kill us. They did this and it has nothing to do with us. You can take revenge on them, but don't look for us, we're innocent. Yeah. Please, don't kill us. You're all good people, and we're just a bunch of beasts. Please give us a chance to turn over a new leaf. From now on, we'll definitely be good people and make up for what we did before. You've killed so many of our people. Please let us off this time. You've already taken your revenge. Besides, you're not dead yet, so you can't kill us." The Yi family looked at the villagers angrily. They were not moved at all by what they had said. However, they were not as cruel as the villagers and could not kill these people. Yellow respectfully said to Zhao Fu, "Sir, please handle this." Zhao Fu lightly nodded, and the villagers immediately begged for mercy from Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu no longer cared and waved his hand, sending out a formless energy. Bang bang bang, the heads of the villagers standing there exploded, causing their brains and blood to fly everywhere. Headless corpses fell to the ground, and the smell of blood spread out. Seeing that these people had died, the Yi family members all smiled. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and had his parents and little brother go to the carriage. There were too many corpses here, and they could easily attract powerful beasts. It was not suitable for them to stay here, so he had them go to the carriage. Zhao Fu took Xianxia to the darkness region. Zhao Fu was quite interested in the darkness power because from the current situation, it seemed that the darkness region was not simple at all. The fact that Xianxia had devoured the God Tree's power was most likely related to the darkness region, so Zhao Fu took her with him. After coming close to the darkness region, it seemed to be a different world. The sky was dark, the ground was blood red, and the plants growing here were all black, giving off a terrifying aura. Xianxia frowned and looked a bit afraid as she said, "Sir, I can sense the sealing power here. I can feel the power of the seal here, and it makes me very uncomfortable. I have a feeling that I won't be able to come out after I enter." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had not felt this before, and after thinking about it, it was most likely related to Xianxia's power. Since Xianxia felt this way, it would be best not to let her in for now. After all, Zhao Fu had seen the sealing power here, and if Xianxia went in and was sealed as well, it would not be good. "Stay here and wait for me." Zhao Fu turned and said to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded seriously. Following this, Zhao Fu gave off a powerful aura and flew in. Soon, Zhao Fu saw large groups of darkness beasts. These darkness beasts looked exactly the same as the darkness beasts that had attacked Zhao Fu. The holes in the god trees most likely led here, and the darkness beasts that had been summoned came from the darkness region. The darkness beasts could not compare to Zhao Fu, and they did not have the ability to fly. Zhao Fu hid his body and flew in the air, making it impossible for them to detect Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu easily flew towards the depths of the darkness region. However, soon, a group of eagle-like darkness beasts blocked Zhao Fu's path. These darkness beasts looked like eagles and had a single blood-red eye. They were covered with black feathers and had 2 sharp teeth next to their beaks. When they spread their wings, they had a wingspan of 5 meters. The countless darkness beasts sensed Zhao Fu and immediately started to ferociously attack Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu could only explode out with immense power and start a massacre with the Emperor-killing sword. Massive sword lights containing shocking power slashed out, killing darkness beasts after darkness beasts. Countless darkness beasts' corpses fell like rain, and cries of pain sounded out throughout the sky. In the end, Zhao Fu killed countless darkness beasts and came to a large crater. There were many traces of terrifying battles here, and even after so many years, the aura they gave off was still quite terrifying. Zhao Fu's expression became serious. This was the depths of the darkness region, and he prepared to go in and take a look. Bang! The space within the crater slightly trembled and a strange light flashed as a massive wave of power flowed out and blasted against Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu was not prepared at all and was sent flying far away by that massive wave of power. He crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His chest was blood-red, and his face was somewhat pale. Zhao Fu had been quite injured. After receiving this attack, Zhao Fu looked at the large crater in front of him and his expression became quite unsightly. The large crater was where the seal was, and with his strength, he would not be able to step in. Now, they could only leave. Zhao Fu returned to the forbidden area of darkness with his injuries, and Xianxia stood there waiting for Zhao Fu to come out. Luckily, Zhao Fu did not let Xianxia go in because he could not resist the power within. If Xianxia went in and caused any changes, Zhao Fu would not be able to do anything. Now, Xianxia's jet black hair, a pair of bone horns, and a strange eye between her eyebrows gave off a dark and oppressive aura. Zhao Fu did not know how much potential she had. The feeling that she gave Zhao Fu was that her potential was only slightly greater than that of the moon god Sprout, which had the Tenin immortal body and the ability to become a celestial. Even if Xianxia was only slightly greater than her, it was still quite terrifying. Moreover, the aura that Xianxia gave off was not that of the god race, but that of the demon race. The moon god Sprout gave off a powerful god race aura. All of this was most likely related to what was sealed within the forbidden area of darkness. Zhao Fu did not have the ability to go in and investigate, so he could only put this matter aside for now. "Sir, are you all right?" Xianxia's pale eyes looked at Zhao Fu as she asked with concern. Seeing that Zhao Fu was quite heavily injured, it seemed that something big had happened inside. Zhao Fu replied, "The restrictions inside are too powerful, so I can't carry them in. Let's go back." Xianxia lightly nodded. After returning to the carriage was already quite crowded and could no longer hold the Yi family's 4 people. However, this was quite easy to deal with because the spatial ring was quite big and there was a carriage inside, so Zhao Fu could just take it out. He also caught a few wild cows to move the carriage. In actuality, Zhao Fu just wanted to keep Xianxia and find a place for her family to settle down. However, their family had just experienced such a terrifying thing, so they did not want to be separated. In the end, Zhao Fu could only agree to let them stay. Anyway, he already had a lot of people with him, and 3 more wouldn't affect anything. Now that Zhao Fu had collected the 10 types of Yin energies and Xianxia's dark Yin energy, he was still missing 3 types. As the carriage continued forward, Zhao Fu sat on the side to recover from his injuries. About 3 days later, everyone once again came to a faction. It was unknown what kind of festival was going on, but the streets were quite lively. All of the residents looked delighted as they gathered. Xianxia happily took the moon god Sprout and got down from the carriage. She brought Wu Yi and Yi Qing and followed the commoners to a certain place. By now, Zhao Fu had recovered from his injuries and was quite curious about what festival it was, so he got off the carriage. The others felt the same way. After sitting in the carriages for a few days, they felt a little depressed. Looking at the festive and lively scene around them, they could not help but get off the carriages to relieve the depression in their hearts. Soon, they were infected by the atmosphere around them and smiled. "My lord. This is for you." Xianxia happily bought a pair of pretty crystal necklaces and shyly handed them to Zhao Fu. Right now, Xianxia was wearing a mask. Her appearance was quite strange and would attract many people's attention, so she wore a mask. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and did not pay it much mind. Even though Xianxia had obtained great power and her appearance had greatly changed, she was still the same young girl. Seeing Zhao Fu accept the bracelet, she gave a beautiful smile and wore the other bracelet on her wrist as she followed beside Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was quite interested in what was ahead of him. There were massive structures that looked like colosseums ahead. Each of them was 50 meters tall and 1,000 meters wide. They looked quite ancient and gave off powerful auras. Zhao Fu asked the people around him and understood what was going on. It turned out that this festival was the Battle God Festival, which was a festival where godly spirits fought against each other. It had lasted for more than 2,000 years and was the oldest festival in this place, with hundreds of godly spirits participating. The godly spirit who won would receive some corresponding rewards, and the most exciting thing was that the godly spirit who won would be called the Battle God. After becoming the Battle God, they would receive recognition from all sides and would have a position similar to that of an Alliance Master. This event was held every other year, so the Battle God could only be the Battle God for 1 year. Zhao Fu thought of something and asked the person next to him, "Can any godly spirit participate in the Battle God Festival?" The person next to him smiled and nodded. "The Battle God Festival is a festival where godly spirits fight and encourages godly spirits to fight against each other. As such, there are no restrictions on any godly spirit participating. Godly spirits who won the Battle God title last year can also participate." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and had everyone play by themselves. He had some matters to attend to. Following this, massive colosseums were filled with residents, all of them looking quite excited as they waited for the godly spirits to appear. Xianxia and her family found a seat at the back and sat down. Her family also looked quite excited. They had never seen a battle between godly spirits before, and they were spectators, so they did not have to worry at all. Xianxia sat by the side, absent-mindedly wondering where Zhao Fu had gone. At that moment, a chubby young man came to a stage with a smile on his face and said, "The competition will now begin, let's welcome our Boulder God." A 3-meter-tall young man who looked like a rock gave off a powerful aura as he walked out from one of the colosseums. "Boulder God! Boulder God! Boulder God!" Countless cheers and applause sounded out, and the scene became quite lively. The sound was quite loud and spread in all directions, and this was the case in every colosseum. In actuality, even though countless people were cheering, traces of weak faith power were quietly fusing into the young man's body. The Battle God Festival had many benefits, as it had become a form of faith. The participating godly spirits would receive the faith of the residents, and this included all of the residents, not just any faction. Even the commoners who weren't part of their own faction would be able to obtain the power of faith because of the festival. Otherwise, without all sorts of benefits, why would the high and mighty godly spirits participate in this event? The chubby young man introduced the Boulder God and smiled as he pointed to the side, saying, "The godly spirit competing with the Boulder God is a godly spirit participating in the Battle God Festival for the first time, and he's called Emperor God." Everyone present went into an uproar. The name Emperor God was quite domineering, but no godly spirit dared to call him that. After all, the title was equivalent to one's strength and status, and if one dared to call him that without strength and status, it would be a joke. It was the first time that someone had dared to call himself an Emperor God, which was why they were so shocked. As the young man's voice sounded out, a person wearing a black cloak and giving off a mysterious aura walked out from another door. The scene fell silent as everyone's gazes fell on Zhao Fu's body. Because it was the first time they had seen Zhao Fu, and he looked so mysterious, no one cheered or clapped. The chubby young man looked quite awkward, but this was understandable. After all, this was the first time a godly spirit had appeared. Xianxia looked quite confused as she looked at Zhao Fu, not understanding why Zhao Fu was participating in this battle god festival. Following this, the chubby young man announced the start of the battle between the two godly spirits. The boulder god looked at Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu did not give off any aura, making him seem like a powerless ordinary person. It was as if the boulder god could turn him into minced meat with a single punch. However, the boulder god did not agree. He did not want to lose due to carelessness, or else he would be ridiculed by others. As such, he used his full strength from the start. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a yellow aura flame burst forth from the boulder god's body. A massive aura spread out, forming gusts of wind that blew dust and rocks into the air. The scene was quite powerful. Everyone looked quite excited, and seeing the boulder god give off such terrifying power, they could not help but shout out. Boulder god, you're the best. I believe that you can win. Boulder god, I support you. With your strength, you can easily defeat him. I think you should give him some face later. Ah, the boulder god will definitely win. He's so powerful. Boulder god, I support you as well. Show us all your power in this battle and shock us. Hearing the cheers, the boulder god gave a confident smile and looked at Zhao Fu. Boom, the boulder god gave off a terrifying aura as he charged at Zhao Fu, causing the air to explode. He was incredibly fast, and he arrived in front of Zhao Fu in the blink of an eye. Looking at this short and powerless person standing in front of him, the boulder god couldn't help but look down on him. He raised his fist and punched towards Zhao Fu with great power. Zhao Fu took a step to the side and easily dodged the punch. The boulder god was taken aback, but in the next moment, he felt a strong sense of danger, and his hair stood on end. Bang! Zhao Fu twisted to the side and kicked out with his left foot, giving off a terrifying destructive power. He landed on the boulder god's abdomen, resulting in a massive explosion. The boulder god's body flew back and crashed hundreds of meters away, where it lay motionless. Everything had happened too quickly. Everyone was stunned and could not react at all. After a while, countless people excitedly called out to Emperor God, Emperor God, Emperor God. No one present had expected that the seemingly powerful giant rock god would be kicked so far away. From the looks of it, the giant rock god might have fainted. That man called Emperor God was quite terrifying, no wonder he dared to call himself Emperor God. Xianxia smiled, she knew that it was impossible for Zhao Fu to lose. As the host, the chubby young man also smiled. Zhao Fu's shocking performance had exceeded his expectations. Now that Zhao Fu had defeated the boulder god so easily, he had gained some of his popularity, and the embarrassing scene from before would not happen again. The chubby young man smiled as he walked onto the stage and loudly announced, "Congratulations to this godly spirit for winning. Let's welcome the powerful halberd godly spirit for the next match." Everyone stopped and cheered, looking quite delighted as they looked at the door. A decent-looking woman wearing armor and holding a halberd walked out from the side, and she gave off an intense metallic aura. The crowd immediately started to cheer. This halberd god was most likely a godly spirit here, which was why he was so popular. After all, they knew him and understood his power. Zhao Fu stood there and calmly looked at the halberd god walking over. The halberd god looked at Zhao Fu seriously and said, "I saw the battle just then. You're indeed powerful, but I won't lose to you so easily." Zhao Fu condescendingly laughed as he asked, "Is that so?" Seeing Zhao Fu's attitude, the halberd god felt quite furious, and a massive aura spread out as he turned into a ray of light and shot towards Zhao Fu. Seeing how terrifying Zhao Fu was, the halberd god directly used his most powerful attack. The halberd god sent a massive amount of power into the halberd, causing it to give off an intense green light. A green deer appeared, and this green deer seemed to be made of metal. It was different from the normally gentle and nimble deer. This green deer looked quite ferocious. It gave off a powerful aura, which was a metallic aura. It gave off a sharp feeling as if it could cut through people's skin. The halberd god brought the green deer and rushed at Zhao Fu. Everyone fell silent as they watched the halberd god use his most powerful attack towards Zhao Fu. How was Zhao Fu going to block this? It would most likely not be as easy as before. Looking at the incoming halberd god, Zhao Fu smirked and sent a massive wave of power into his right hand. Black scales appeared on Zhao Fu's right hand, and his fingers became sharp before turning into a black dragon claw. The halberd god quickly arrived in front of Zhao Fu, and he was only 10 meters away from Zhao Fu. Roar! The halberd god sent another wave of power into his halberd, causing it to give off an intense green light. The ferocious green deer gave off an even more powerful aura as it smashed towards Zhao Fu, bringing with it an intense gale. At that moment, Zhao Fu slowly raised his hand and vigorously waved. Roar! A massive dragon's roar sounded out as a massive black dragon claw gave off destructive power as it attacked towards the halberd god. Bang! The green deer was torn into pieces by the massive dragon claw, and a formless energy hit the halberd god's chest. The halberd god flew back and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and she did not even have the strength to crawl back up. Now, the halberd god lay on the ground, her face pale. She had never thought that she would be defeated by Zhao Fu so easily. Everyone else was also shocked. They had personally seen how terrifying the halberd god's attack had been, but she had still been defeated by Zhao Fu in one move. It was not that the halberd god was too weak, but that Zhao Fu was simply too powerful. Xianxia smiled as she quietly sat by the side, and her gaze fell on Zhao Fu's body. She naturally did not feel too surprised. However, her parents and little brother beside her were completely filled with excitement and joy. Even though they knew that Zhao Fu was very powerful, they had not personally seen it, so they were not sure how powerful Zhao Fu was. The first time, it was still within the range that they could endure, but this time, such a terrifying attack had been shattered by the dragon claw. The halberd godly spirit had not been able to resist at all, and it had been heavily injured. Now, they understood how terrifying Zhao Fu was, and they knew how lucky it was to be able to follow by Zhao Fu's side. Xianxia's little brother pulled on Xianxia's clothes and said excitedly, "Big sis, this sir is so powerful. This lord is so powerful. Can you let me have this kind of power as well? I also want to become very powerful so that I can protect you and father and mother." Hearing this, Xianxia smiled as she said, "I'll tell sir later that not only you but dad and mom should also cultivate. Not only will they obtain great power, but they will also have a more miserable lifespan." Xianxia's power was not suitable for her family, and she had not cultivated for very long, so she did not understand much. If she encountered something that she did not understand, she would directly ask Zhao Fu, and she was very reliant on Zhao Fu. As such, when they got off the carriage, Xianxia followed closely by Zhao Fu's side, while everyone else was separated from Zhao Fu. Hearing his big sister's words, Yijun happily nodded and looked at Zhao Fu with admiration. Seeing the audience's excitement, the chubby young man's smile became even wider. He admitted that he had somewhat underestimated Zhao Fu. The halberd godly spirit was so powerful, but it had been defeated by Zhao Fu in a single attack. Just how powerful was Zhao Fu? Perhaps he could become this year's battle god. After calling for the injured halberd godly spirit to be treated, the chubby young man once again announced Zhao Fu's godly power and began the next match. Under normal circumstances, both godly spirits would need to rest and recover their godly power, but Zhao Fu had defeated a godly spirit in a single attack, so he did not need to rest at all. Now, let's welcome the beetle god. As the chubby young man welcomed him, an elderly man wearing thick red armor and with insect horns on his head walked out, giving off a powerful aura. This old man was the beetle god. Now, the beetle god was a bit nervous. He had seen Zhao Fu fight with the two gods and knew how terrifying Zhao Fu was. Moreover, his attack power was not strong. If he rushed over, he would probably be defeated by Zhao Fu, just like the two deities above. Therefore, the beetle god did not intend to attack. If he did, he would have no chance, so he chose to defend. He half-squatted on the ground and pressed his hand against the ground. A massive aura exploded out, forming wild gales that continuously poured into the ground. Red energy barriers appeared one after another. There were a total of 5 layers, and each layer was wrapped around the other, giving off a sturdy aura. This was not the end. The beetle god pressed hard on the ground again, and an even greater force was injected into the ground. A massive red beetle slowly appeared from the ground, giving off a powerful aura as it blocked in front of the beetle god. Finally, the beetle god stood up from the ground and took out a red shield. Seeing this, everyone was quite shocked. It looked like the beetle god did not want to attack and only wanted to defend. However, after thinking about it, everyone could understand. The beetle god's power was originally for defense and not for offense. Moreover, choosing to defend was definitely better than charging forward. Perhaps he could block one of Zhao Fu's attacks and not lose so embarrassedly. Now, facing the beetle god with its multiple layers of defense, how would Zhao Fu deal with it? Everyone's gazes were focused on Zhao Fu. Boom, a massive aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, forming powerful gales that blew out. Black aura continuously flowed out, forming a ferocious and domineering black dragon that was dozens of meters long in the sky. The black dragon gave off a faint black light as it swam in the sky. Its massive dragon chi stirred the wind and clouds, and a massive dragon's might spread out, causing the surroundings to sink. Everyone's faces became pale. It was the first time they had felt Zhao Fu's aura, and it was indeed terrifying. Since he dared to become an emperor, he definitely had strength. Sensing that powerful dragon's might, the beetle god's expression became even more serious, and a massive wave of power spread out. The 5 layers of energy barriers around it, the massive beetle, and the shield in its hand all gave off even more powerful auras. Zhao Fu looked at the beetle god with a terrifying gaze, and his mouth curled into a cold smile. Roar! The black dragon in the sky gave a massive dragon's roar, and it gave off a ferocious aura and terrifying power as it charged towards the beetle god. The ground could not withstand that might and started to crack. Boom, the black dragon ferociously smashed into the beetle at the very front, causing it to explode. The black dragon gave off shocking power as it continued to charge towards the barrier. Bang! 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 5 consecutive sounds rang out as the black dragon smashed through the 5 layers of energy barriers like a hot knife through butter. The beetle god's expression became quite unsightly, and it sent all of its power into the shield in its hand. The red shield gave off an intense light and gave off shocking power, as if it could block everything. Bang! The black dragon slammed into the shield with a massive aura, causing a massive sound to ring out. The beetle god was sent flying by the black dragon before crashing into a wall, causing cracks to appear on the wall and causing rubble to fly everywhere. The beetle god's body was embedded in a large crater, covered with blood, and there were many cracks on its armor. It had already fainted. Everyone looked incredibly shocked, and they could not help but gulp. So terrifying. At first, they had thought that the beetle god would be able to block a few attacks from Zhao Fu, but they had never thought that the beetle god would be in the worst state. Its injuries were quite severe, and it would take at least a week of treatment for it to recover. They were both godly spirits, so why was the difference in power between them so great? The chubby young man hurriedly ordered people to save the beetle god, who was embedded in the wall, and then ordered people to quickly treat its injuries. Even though it had lost, it was still a high and mighty godly spirit, and nothing could be allowed to happen to it. At the same time, the chubby young man hurriedly reported this matter to the higher-ups. Things had exceeded his expectations, and he was unable to deal with these problems. Zhao Fu stood there calmly, waiting for his next opponent to appear. The reason Zhao Fu had participated in the War God Festival was naturally for the title of War God, and he mainly wanted to obtain the divine power of a few hundred godly spirits. Obtaining the divine power of a few hundred godly spirits was incredibly difficult, so Zhao Fu was very interested in the War God Festival. If he fused with the divine power of a few hundred godly spirits, Zhao Fu's 10,000 god power would go through a transformation and become a higher level 10,000 god power. When that time came, Zhao Fu's 10,000 god power would become even more powerful. The chubby young man once again went up and said, "Congratulations on your victory, godly spirit. Now, let's welcome Lord Dog God." A person with a dog's head and a human body, wearing leather armor and holding a mace, gave off a powerful aura. He was the dog god. The crowd once again cheered, but this time, they were not cheering for the dog god but for Zhao Fu. Now that they had seen how powerful Zhao Fu was, they stood on Zhao Fu's side and worshipped Zhao Fu. "Ah, Lord Emperor, I love you. I believe that you'll definitely become this year's war god. Lord Emperor, you're the person I worship the most, I'll always support you. Lord Emperor, you're so powerful. You'll definitely win easily this time. I knew that Lord Emperor wasn't simple, or else he wouldn't have such a domineering title. Lord Emperor is the strongest. Lord Emperor, I support you as well, I'm willing to worship you. Hearing the cheers around him, the dog god did not care at all and looked straight at Zhao Fu. He had personally seen Zhao Fu fight with other godly spirits, and he felt incredibly nervous and fearful because he knew that he might not be a match for Zhao Fu. However, if he admitted defeat without even fighting, wouldn't it be too shameful? It was better to test Zhao Fu's power and personally feel how powerful Zhao Fu was. Even if he was defeated, it would be better than admitting defeat. Ah! Dog God held his mace and roared, exploding out with a powerful aura and shocking power as he quickly rushed at Zhao Fu, looking incredibly ferocious. Zhao Fu didn't move from his spot. He just stretched out a hand. At that moment, Dog God was extremely fast. He was only 10 meters away from Zhao Fu and was about to unleash a powerful attack. Boom! Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and pressed down, causing a massive wave of power to rush out. Before the dog god could react, he was hit by that massive wave of power, and the dog god felt as if he had been smashed by a terrifying beast. Bang! An explosion sounded out as dog god's body flew back and crashed hundreds of meters away. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and lay on the ground, unable to get up. So strong. Now that he had personally taken a blow from Zhao Fu, Dog God truly understood how terrifying Zhao Fu was. He could feel what the other 3 godly spirits had felt. So painful. Dog God felt quite regretful. That attack had injured him quite badly, and if he had known that this would happen, he would have just admitted defeat and not suffered such intense pain. Emperor God! Emperor God! Emperor God! Emperor God! Seeing that Zhao Fu had defeated another godly spirit in one move, countless people could not help but feel excited and joyful. It was a pity that Zhao Fu could not absorb faith power, or else he would have been able to absorb a lot of faith power. The chubby young man was not too surprised and ordered people to carry Dog God away for treatment before going up with a smile and announcing Zhao Fu's victory. He then invited the next godly spirit to come up. The person who came out was a young man wearing light green clothes. He held a magic staff that looked like roots, and his body gave off a powerful divine spirit aura. He was a root god. Everyone quietened down and looked at the godly spirit, wanting to see how the next battle would play out. More accurately speaking, they wanted to see how Zhao Fu would defeat his opponent in one move. The root god's gaze was serious and he looked at Zhao Fu with a trace of fear. He did not immediately attack. Zhao Fu waited for a while and seeing that the young man was not attacking, he wanted to attack first. Wait. I admit defeat. The young man hurriedly said when he saw that Zhao Fu was about to attack. He knew that he was not a match for Zhao Fu and had only been hesitating. He had only made up his mind now. The reason he chose to surrender was mainly because he did not want to be heavily injured by Zhao Fu. He had seen the miserable state of those godly spirits with his own eyes. He had never thought that the root god would choose to surrender without even fighting. Everyone felt disappointed. They had wanted to see how Zhao Fu would display his terrifying power and defeat the root god in one move, but that was not possible now. Some people felt that the root god was too weak and that he was already so afraid before the battle had even started. He felt that it was quite embarrassing and that he did not even have the courage to fight. Even though others had lost, at least they had the courage to fight. Some people understood because the person he was facing was not an ordinary person but a terrifying figure who called himself an emperor god. The godly spirits continuously went up and were all heavily injured. They did not have the power to resist, so it was best for them to admit defeat. Otherwise, those godly spirits would have ended up like them. After saying that, the root god felt a little embarrassed to continue leading the way, so she turned around and returned to the door. The chubby young man smiled and continued to announce Zhao Fu's victory, and he invited the next godly spirit to come up. Following this, the godly spirits went up one by one. They were either defeated by Zhao Fu in one move or directly admitted defeat, not wanting to fight with someone as terrifying as Zhao Fu. Everyone present had gone mad, and they excitedly cheered and yelled. The cheers were incredibly loud and echoed in all directions, and everyone nearby could sense the fervor. They could not help but feel curious as to what had happened to cause everyone to go so crazy. Within a beast arena nearby, Xianxia hugged Moon God Sprout's arm as she sat on a step, watching the battle between the two godly spirits. Fog 5 and Foggy stood guard by the side, not letting anyone come close. Otherwise, with Moon God Sprout's peerless beauty, who knew how many people would surround her and express their love. They did not dare to come close, but their gazes were all focused on her body. Their gazes were fiery and filled with infatuation and possessiveness, and they did not have the mood to watch the godly spirits battle. At that moment, they heard the cheers from the side. Xianxia curiously looked in that direction and grinned as she pulled the moon god sprout and walked towards the beast battle arena as she said, "The battles here are so boring. Big sis, let's go over there and see what's so interesting." On the way, Xianxia happily pulled the moon god sprout as she walked. She saw many people walking towards the battle god arena, and as they walked in, the crazed and excited voices became louder and louder. Everyone could sense the liveliness ahead. Xianxia called out to a woman and asked, "Just what's going on ahead? Why is it so lively?" The woman smiled as she replied, "I don't know what's going on either, but I heard that Lord Emperor God has appeared in this beast arena. He's incredibly powerful, and not a single godly spirit can block a single attack from him. He has already defeated 30 or so godly spirits. Moreover, I heard that Lord Emperor God is very domineering and has an aura that attracts women. I was called over by my sisters, and I want to see what kind of person Lord Emperor God is." Xianxia nodded and happily pulled the moon god sprout as she said, "Big sister, let's hurry." Xianxia pulled the moon god sprout and ran towards the beast arena. She also wanted to see what kind of person that domineering Lord Emperor God was. The moon god sprout smiled and allowed Xianxia to pull her. She did not care too much about Lord Emperor God because there was already someone in her heart who no one could compare to. Soon, they arrived at the beast arena. Roar, 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 dragons' roars sounded out as 9 domineering and savage black dragons gave off terrifying dragon's might as they ferociously charged forwards, seeming to be able to destroy everything. At the front stood a violet-haired young man holding a large saber. He sent all of his power into the large saber, causing it to give off an intense violet light. Seeing the black dragons reach him, the violet-haired young man slashed out with his saber, causing a terrifying saber light to flash out. It seemed to be able to tear apart space, causing some small cracks to appear. Boom, the powerful violet saber light slammed into the 9 black dragons, resulting in an intense explosion. A shockwave spread out, causing the ground to collapse and dust to fill the air. After the dust settled, the violet-haired young man was covered in blood as he lay in a large crater. Opposite him was a black-cloaked figure who was completely fine and was standing there. "Lord Emperor God! Lord Emperor God! Lord Emperor God! Lord Emperor God!" Countless people saw Zhao Fu defeat a godly spirit in one move, and this godly spirit was incredibly powerful. However, he was still defeated by Zhao Fu, and they once again cheered wildly for Zhao Fu. Moon God Sprout and the others looked quite confused. They had never thought that the Emperor God would be the Zhao Fu they were familiar with. Why would Zhao Fu participate in this competition and use the name of the Emperor God? They did not know much about this, but looking at how excited the people around them were, Moon God Sprout gave a beautiful smile. This was someone she approved of, and she was very happy that he had caused such a stir. Xianxia was a little shocked. This fellow is really popular. Not only those men, even countless women are shouting his name. Fog 5 and Foggy looked at Zhao Fu seriously. They knew from the start that Zhao Fu's power was terrifying, but they had not personally seen him fight and could not be sure just how powerful Zhao Fu was. Now that they had seen Zhao Fu's power, everything was as they had expected. They definitely could not offend such a person. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions sounded out as massive godly spirit auras descended. Figures appeared in the sky, they were all godly spirits. Before, they only knew that Zhao Fu was very powerful and had defeated a few godly spirits. Now that 30 or so godly spirits had been defeated by him and could not even withstand a single attack from Zhao Fu, they could not help but take him seriously. There were 20 or so godly spirits here, and they were undoubtedly some of the most powerful godly spirits here. They all came here to personally see just what kind of existence this Emperor God was. As the godly spirits descended, their massive divine might caused the lively scene to quieten down. The godly spirits all looked at Zhao Fu with serious expressions. A woman in a silver robe with a single horn on her head asked, "May I know who you are?" The chubby young man obediently stood to the side. Even though it was against the rules for so many godly spirits to descend, he did not have the ability to stop them. Zhao Fu calmly looked at the woman and said, I won't tell you that. Also, I'm here to participate in the War God Festival's competition. If you want to compete with me, then come up. If not, don't disturb my competition. The silver-robed woman said seriously, you've already defeated over 30 godly spirits, so you have the qualifications to participate in the final competition. I also want to see just how powerful you are. You'd best prepare yourself, I won't be defeated by you so easily. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, then you can give it a try. Everyone who loses to me says the same thing. The silver-robed woman coldly harumphed, I want to see if you're as powerful as they say. Following this, the silver-robed woman flew down from the sky. The other godly spirits did not stand in the sky and instead flew to the spectator stands, intending to watch the battle between Zhao Fu and the silver-robed woman. The commoners also quietened down, looking forward to the next battle. They wanted to see if Zhao Fu would be able to defeat his opponent so easily. Moreover, the silver-robed woman was a famous expert here, so would she be able to defeat Zhao Fu? None of this was certain, and the next battle would determine the answer. The silver-robed woman stood opposite Zhao Fu and looked at Zhao Fu. She did not underestimate Zhao Fu and used her full power right from the start. The silver-robed woman's body gave off an intense silver light, and the surroundings became extremely quiet. Traces of silver lightning flashed, and a formless danger spread out, causing people's hair to stand on end. Swish, the silver-robed woman instantly disappeared, leaving behind only a few traces of lightning in the air. Everyone felt quite shocked, so fast. In the next second, the silver-robed woman appeared in front of Zhao Fu, and her palm wrapped with countless silver lightning arcs, giving off sizzling sounds as she quickly slammed towards Zhao Fu. She seemed to be able to destroy everything, and the scene was quite shocking. Zhao Fu calmly looked at the silver-robed woman, and a black dragon inscription barrier giving off a powerful aura appeared around Zhao Fu's body. Boom, the silver-robed woman's palm slammed against the barrier, and the countless silver-white lightning bolts also slammed against the barrier, resulting in a massive explosion. Seeing that she had not been able to harm Zhao Fu at all, the silver-robed woman cried out and a terrifying wave of lightning energy exploded out. Countless silver lightning bolts that were as thick as a child's arm containing terrifying power blasted towards Zhao Fu. Crackle! Everyone looked at the silver-robed woman in shock. As a famous expert, the power that the silver-robed woman had displayed was quite terrifying, and she was the first person to make Zhao Fu defend against her instead of being instantly killed. Can she really defeat an emperor god? Seeing this terrifying power, everyone became even more confident, and some of the people who supported Zhao Fu were not as confident as before. The other godly spirits watched the battle seriously. There might be some conflicts between them, but they did not want an outsider godly spirit to become their battle god. This had never happened before. As such, they stood on the silver-robed woman's side and wanted her to teach this outsider godly spirit a lesson so that he could keep a low profile and not be so arrogant. The silver-robed woman saw that the bolts of lightning continuously landed on the defensive barrier and only caused some small cracks. Even though they could break through Zhao Fu's defense, it would take too long, so the silver-robed woman did not hesitate. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the godly divinity within her body gave off an intense silver light and exploded out with all of its power. Crackle, massive explosions sounded out as blinding lightning flashed. Countless terrifying bolts of lightning appeared, rampaging in the surroundings like lightning snakes. The ground continuously cracked and collapsed as a 100-meter-wide silver lightning lake was formed. Zhao Fu and the silver-robed woman stood at the center of the silver lightning lake. The silver-robed woman pressed down on the defensive barrier, causing the lightning to madly attack Zhao Fu from all directions. Massive sounds rang out, and the scene was quite terrifying. Crack! 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 The black dragon-patterned barrier was unable to withstand so many lightning attacks, and large cracks began to appear on it. It looked like the barrier was about to shatter. The godly spirits all smiled. They believed that the silver-robed woman would be able to defeat Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu's power was only so. It seemed that some people had exaggerated his power. He was quite powerful, but he was not unimaginably terrifying. However, he had fought against ordinary godly spirits before, and those ordinary godly spirits were naturally weaker, which was why he had won so easily. The silver-robed woman was no ordinary godly spirit, she was a thunder god, a very powerful thunder god. Among the many godly spirits, she was at least ranked fifth. Facing such a terrifying expert, that person's true strength was revealed. Judging from the current situation, no one would believe that the silver-robed woman had been defeated in a single move. The countless commoners did not say anything as they stared at Zhao Fu and Zhao Fu, feeling incredibly nervous. The defensive barrier was about to be broken. The silver-robed woman gave a trace of a smile. As long as she could break through the barrier, she would be able to attack Zhao Fu and teach Zhao Fu a lesson. But at that moment, the silver-robed woman noticed that Zhao Fu was looking at her calmly. There was no change in his expression, nor was there any sign of panic. What's going on? The silver-robed woman still didn't understand. Bang, the black dragon-patterned barrier was shattered by countless bolts of lightning, and countless bolts of lightning ferociously attacked Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said, "It's my turn now." Hearing these words, the silver-robed woman felt quite startled and felt an extreme sense of danger. She felt as if she had fallen into icy water. Boom, an incredibly terrifying power exploded out as massive blood-red lightning bolts blasted out with Zhao Fu at the center. The ground continuously crumbled, and the silver lightning bolts were easily destroyed. The originally terrifying silver pool of lightning turned blood-red in an instant, and it looked even more malevolent and frightening. By now, the silver-robed woman had already unleashed a defensive barrier, blocking the countless bolts of lightning. She looked at Zhao Fu in terror as she said, "As a godly spirit, how can you have god-killing power?" Zhao Fu did not reply to her and stretched out a hand. Countless blood-red lightning bolts gathered in his palm and crackled. Boom, Zhao Fu pushed out with his hand, and countless blood-red lightning bolts containing shocking power blasted towards the silver-robed woman with Zhao Fu in front of him, seeming to be able to destroy everything. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the silver-robed woman's defensive barrier shattered, and her body was sent flying hundreds of meters before stopping. She coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and blood-red lightning wrapped around her body. The residents looked incredibly shocked, things had happened too quickly, and no one had been able to react in time. Just then, the silver-robed woman had been about to shatter the defensive barrier and had the upper hand, so how had she been sent flying? The silver-robed woman's face was incredibly pale, and she looked like she could not fight anymore. This person had defeated yet another godly spirit in a single move. What's more, this person was not an ordinary godly spirit but a famous godly spirit. She was the fifth-ranked godly spirit here, and yet she had been defeated in a single move. The loss had been too sudden, and everyone was so shocked that they forgot to cheer and cheer. The other godly spirits were also incredibly shocked. The silver-robed woman they had believed in had lost, and she had lost so completely without being able to resist at all. This person is so powerful, I've underestimated him. Moreover, that person clearly had a divinity and gave off a godly spirit's aura, so how could he have such a terrifying god-killing power? That was a power that countered godly spirits, and it was incredibly difficult for ordinary people to obtain it. Moreover, they had personally seen the power of some god-killers before. Even though there were some powers that countered them, they were definitely not as powerful as this person was. If it wasn't for the massive god-killing power hitting the silver-robed woman, she would not have lost so easily, she would have been able to fight. Just who was this person? Not only was he so powerful, but he also had such terrifying god-killing power. With this god-killing power, he could counter all godly spirits, and he would have a massive advantage no matter what godly spirit he fought. On the viewing platforms, Xianxia, who had been happily laughing, became serious. She had not liked this person who had stolen her big sister, but now that she had personally witnessed Zhao Fu explode out with such terrifying god-killing power, and he was also a godly spirit, she understood that Zhao Fu was incredibly terrifying. This made Xianxia understand that Zhao Fu was incredibly terrifying and that he was not an ordinary person. Fog 5 and Foggy tightly stared at Zhao Fu, their expressions becoming quite serious. Zhao Fu's level of power had already surpassed anything they had expected. Moon God Bud also looked at Zhao Fu with a serious expression. Zhao Fu was simply hiding too many secrets. The Yi family members looked incredibly excited as they looked at Zhao Fu. Only now did they know just how lucky they were to have been able to meet Zhao Fu and follow by his side. Big sister. Sir is so powerful, Yi Jun said excitedly to Yi Lanxi. Yi Lanxi gave a beautiful smile and lightly nodded. A well-built big man angrily harumphed and flew down from the viewing platform as he said loudly, "I'll see just how strong you are." Xiaofu smirked and gave a condescending smile as he stretched out a hand and hooked it, saying, "Come at me then." The big man looked furious and a massive aura exploded out from his body. His body grew by 3 meters and his muscles bulged, giving off a terrifying power. This big man was called Strength God and had unimaginable power. The residents did not say anything and continued to watch, waiting for the battle between the two of them. They were not sure what would happen next. However, whether it was Strength God defeating Zhao Fu or Zhao Fu defeating Strength God, they all looked forward to it. The big man looked at Zhao Fu. He had seen how powerful Zhao Fu was, so he started to use his full strength. His body gave off a formless aura flame that seemed to be able to destroy everything, making him look like a humanoid beast. Bang! The big man made a running motion and stomped on the ground, causing it to crack. His body shot out and arrived before Zhao Fu in an instant. Arg! The big man roared as he gripped his fist and gave off terrifying power as he slammed it down towards Zhao Fu, causing the air to explode and creating an intense gale. Zhao Fu leapt backwards and avoided the big man's fist. Bang! The fist ferociously slammed into the ground, resulting in a massive explosion. A formless shockwave rippled out, causing the ground to crack and rocks to fly everywhere as a 10 or so meter wide crater appeared. Zhao Fu was completely fine and stood 20 meters away, giving a faint condescending smile as he looked at the big man. This made the big man feel incredibly furious, and he gave off a ferocious aura as he charged at Zhao Fu. After coming before Zhao Fu, the big man punched towards Zhao Fu, bringing with it a terrifying power that seemed to be able to shatter mountains. Zhao Fu dodged to the side and easily avoided this attack. The big man turned and kicked out, causing the air to explode as a formless energy kicked towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, which gave off an intense black light and formed a circular dragon inscription shield. Bang! The force smashed into the defensive barrier, causing a loud sound to ring out. A strong wind spread out, but the black dragon-patterned light shield was completely unharmed. The big man rushed up and roared as his fist contained terrifying power as it smashed against the black dragon inscription shield. The dragon inscription shield trembled, and it could be seen just how powerful that punch was. Bang! Bang! The big man continuously punched out, sending out wave after wave of terrifying power that continuously smashed against the black dragon inscription shield. Explosions sounded out and powerful gales continuously blew out. After withstanding such intense attacks, a few cracks appeared on the black dragon inscription shield, and more cracks appeared. Roar! The big man sent terrifying power into his hand and punched out, giving off a tiger's roar as a power that seemed to be able to destroy everything slammed against the black dragon inscription shield. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the black dragon inscription shield shattered, turning into countless motes of black light and dissipating. The ferocious punch continued towards Zhao Fu, seeming to want to turn the shield into minced meat. Everyone watched nervously. Zhao Fu had only been defending and had not attacked yet. Now that the shield had been broken, it was time for Zhao Fu to act. How would Zhao Fu act? Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as that terrifying punch was tightly grabbed by Zhao Fu's outstretched hand. By now, Zhao Fu's arm had become incredibly pale, and his fingernails had become incredibly sharp, making them look like ghostly claws and giving off powerful ghostly chi. Seeing his fist tightly grabbed, the big man felt quite startled. The cross-shaped pupil in Zhao Fu's right eye spun as he gave a condescending smile as he looked at the big man and said, "It's time for your show." Was he just putting on a show? The big man felt furious and roared as his other fist gave off terrifying power as he punched towards Zhao Fu, resulting in a massive explosion and a ferocious gale. Crackle! Countless blood-red arcs of lightning exploded out from Zhao Fu's other hand, and they were all as thick as a child's arm. They savagely ravaged the 10 or so meters behind Zhao Fu, creating a terrifying scene. Bang! Before the big man's fist could reach Zhao Fu's hand gave off blinding lightning as it slammed into the big man's abdomen. Zhao Fu's terrifying body pierced through the big man's body and sent him flying. The big man crashed 10 or so meters away, his chest a bloody mess. He could not help but bleed, and his face was pale as he looked at Zhao Fu in terror. he had also lost at Zhao Fu's hands. How could this god-killing power be so terrifying? From the viewing platforms, he knew that god-killing power was incredibly terrifying, as it had defeated the 5th-ranked Thunder God in a single move. However, he had still underestimated god-killing power, and only after personally experiencing it did he know how terrifying it was. The lightning formed by god-killing power pierced through his body, and he felt his soul, body, and divinity being filled with terror as if he was about to die. He was truly afraid, and as such, he looked at Zhao Fu in terror. The godly spirits on the viewing platform's expressions became quite unsightly. The strength god was the 3rd-ranked person, and yet he had still been defeated by that person in a single move. This person's power was simply too terrifying, and who could be a match for him now? Couldn't he give him some face? Couldn't he only defeat one person after 2 moves? Being defeated in a single move felt so embarrassing, and it made him seem so useless. Lord Emperor! Lord Emperor! Lord Emperor! Lord Emperor! This time, countless commoners could not hold it in anymore, and they excitedly and madly cheered for Zhao Fu. Their voices rang out in all directions, and the scene became incredibly lively. Xianxia's family also had happy smiles on their faces, and they also excitedly shouted, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty!" Xin Xiaoyi, Wu Wu, and Wui looked at Zhao Fu solemnly and did not say anything. They were all trying to guess who Zhao Fu was and just how powerful he was. Moon God Bud also gave a trace of a smile. Even though she felt that Zhao Fu was too mysterious and had too many secrets, she still stood on Zhao Fu's side. Seeing Zhao Fu win, she also gave a happy smile. News of what had happened quickly spread throughout the entire Beast Colosseum, and countless people heard about it and excitedly hurried over. More and more godly spirits and people rushed over, and the Beast Arena was filled to the brim. There was no way for it to hold any more people, but countless people still wanted to squeeze in, wanting to see the battle and to know who the Emperor God was. After a while, the crowd's excitement gradually calmed down, but they still looked at Zhao Fu with burning gazes. As for the Strength God, he had already been carried away to be treated. Zhao Fu once again turned around and looked at the godly spirits on the viewing platforms. His gaze was slightly condescending, and his voice became even more domineering as he said, "Who else? This person is too arrogant." The godly spirits looked slightly angry, but they understood that they were no match for Zhao Fu. As such, they could only look at a cold-looking, purple-clothed young man. He was the previous battle god, and he was ranked number 1 in terms of strength. Only he could stop that arrogant fellow, and the others had no hope at all. After all, even the 3rd-ranked person had been insta-killed, so how could they defeat him? Facing everyone's gazes, the cold-looking young man's expression did not change. He flew down from the viewing platforms and landed on the ground, looking at Zhao Fu coldly. The Beast Arena completely fell silent, and countless people looked at the arena expectantly. This time even the previous battle god had personally acted, and countless people felt even more excited. Just what kind of battle would erupt between the two of them? Zhao Fu's expression became slightly serious because he could sense that this cold-looking young man was not simple at all and was much more powerful than the other godly spirits. Clang, 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 a massive wave of power exploded out from the cold-looking young man's body, and he was not surprised as he directly used his full strength. Weapons appeared in the air, including sabers, swords, spears, axes, staffs, lances, dagger axes, and various other weapons. All of them gave off a faint violet light and gave off powerful auras. The cold-looking young man was the weapon god, and he could control countless weapons to fight. He was incredibly powerful, and he had defeated countless people in the previous Battle God tournament and obtained the title of Battle God. Crackle, Zhao Fu also used his powerful god-slaying power. Blood-red lightning spread out, turning the area within 100 meters into a pool of lightning. The lightning constantly twisted, flashed, collided, and struck the ground. The lightning arcs were blood-red and formed a blood-red lightning lake. Zhao Fu stood at the center of the lightning lake and gave off a terrifying aura. The cold-looking young man reached out a hand and pointed it at Zhao Fu. The weapons behind him were all aimed at Zhao Fu. The cold-looking young man, who was weapon god, reached out and pushed forward. Shoo shoo shoo. The weapons gave off powerful auras and left behind rays of light as they quickly shot towards Zhao Fu with shocking power. Bang bang bang, the weapons shot into the lightning lake, and the blood-red lightning within the lightning lake gave off ferocious power as they hit the weapons, causing them to shatter and shoot out in all directions. The cold-looking young man looked quite startled and grabbed out with his hand, causing a spear to appear in his hand. He gripped the spear with both hands and raised it with the spearhead pointing downwards. A massive wave of divine power entered it, causing the spear to ignite with a violet aura flame that formed a wild gale that blew out. Boom! Weapon God stabbed the spear into the ground with both hands, and a massive wave of power flowed into the ground, resulting in an explosion. Shing, 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 countless weapons stabbed out from the ground, forming a river of weapons. They gave off a ferocious power that seemed to be able to pierce through everything as they rushed towards Zhao Fu's blood-red lightning lake, seeming incredibly sharp. Crackle, countless bolts of lightning exploded out from the blood-red lightning pool, giving off crackling sounds as they started to gather. They gave off a power that seemed to be able to destroy all things as they shot forwards. Bang! Bang! Massive sounds rang out as the countless weapons and lightning collided, resulting in massive explosions. Countless weapon shards shot everywhere as lightning flew everywhere, and a massive wind swept out. However, in the end, the countless weapons were shattered by the blood-red lightning, and the ferocious blood-red lightning continued to shoot towards Weapon God. Weapon God was expressionless as he raised the spear that was stabbed into the ground with one hand and sent all of his power into the spear. The spear ignited with an aura flame and gave off an incredibly terrifying might. Boom! Weapon God vigorously threw out the spear, which gave off a power that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. It seemed to cause space itself to explode, and it gave off a massive sound. No one could stop it, and it was incredibly terrifying. Bang, bang, bang! The countless blood-red lightning bolts that shot towards Weapon God were pierced through by the spear's immense power, turning into countless motes of blood-red light and dissipating. The spear continued to give off shocking power as it flew incredibly quickly towards Zhao Fu, but it only passed through the air. Pooh! The spear pierced through Zhao Fu's chest, nailing Zhao Fu's body to the ground. The countless godly spirits gave delighted smiles. Their battle god was incredibly powerful, and he had killed Zhao Fu in a single attack. Zhao Fu deserved it. If he did not have the strength, he would not have been able to show off. Now, he had seen how powerful the battle god was. The commoners looked incredibly shocked. The emperor god they had supported had died just like that. They had never expected such a thing to happen. It was not just them. Xiaoyi, Wu Wu, and Wui also looked incredibly shocked. The person they had thought to be extraordinary had died just like that. The Yi family and moon god Bud were also incredibly shocked. Weapon God looked quite startled. He had never thought that this attack would be able to kill Zhao Fu, and he felt quite confused. Zhao Fu had given him the feeling that he would not be killed so easily. Roar! A massive dragon's roar sounded out in all directions, causing Weapon God to feel incredibly shocked. He felt as if he had fallen into an icy cavern, and his body started to tremble uncontrollably. Zhao Fu appeared behind him, and his glassy left eye gave off a strange light. His right hand formed a claw as countless blood-red lightning bolts shot out of his right hand, forming a terrifying lightning dragon that gave off god-killing power. Bang! Zhao Fu's claw slammed into Ice God's back, and the terrifying lightning dragon hit Ice God's back as well, sending him flying 1,000 meters away. Weapon God slammed into the wall of the Colosseum. The wall cracked and collapsed, and rocks flew everywhere. Several thick bolts of blood-red lightning struck the wall for a few seconds before finally dissipating. The wall caved in, and Weapon God was embedded in it, covered in blood. His breath was weak, and he had lost consciousness. He had passed out. Suddenly, everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Hadn't he just been pierced through the chest by the spear? Why had he suddenly appeared behind Ice God and killed a godly spirit with one attack? Moreover, this was not an ordinary godly spirit, nor was he a famous fighter. He was the previous battle god, the most powerful godly spirit in this place, and no one could compare to him. Thinking back to the lightning dragon formed from god-killing power, the terrifying power that it had exploded out made it seem as if it was really going to kill a god. After suffering such a terrifying attack, ordinary godly spirits would have long since died. Weapon God did not feel wrong that he had been defeated by this move. The godly spirit's expressions became unsightly. Now that the previous battle god had been defeated, no one could stop him. Xianxia lightly harumphed. She did not believe that Zhao Fu would die so easily, but the power that Zhao Fu had displayed was truly terrifying. Moon Godya and Yilanchi also let out sighs of relief. They had been given quite a fright. Lord Emperor! Lord Emperor! Lord Emperor! Lord Emperor! Now that Zhao Fu had defeated the previous battle god, with his strength, he was undoubtedly this year's battle god. No other godly spirit was a match for him, and countless people became even more excited and cheered. The scene was incredibly lively. Some people who could not enter the battle god arena heard the cheers and asked curiously what had happened. Then, they were shocked to find out that the previous war god was also defeated by the emperor god, and he was defeated in one move. So powerful. Even though they had not been able to enter to see, thinking about that scene made them feel quite excited. Zhao Fu once again turned and looked at the remaining 20 or so godly spirits on the viewing platform as he gave a trace of a condescending smile and said in an undisguised domineering voice, "Don't waste time, all of you come at me together." These words seemed to explode among the godly spirits, and many of them looked furious as they looked at Zhao Fu. Fudge! That boy is simply too arrogant, he wants all of us to come at him together. How infuriating! Bastard! Aren't you a little too arrogant? This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant person, he's looking down on us too much. Since he's seeking death, let's go together. I've long since disliked him and wanted to teach him a lesson. The godly spirits exploded out with powerful auras, forming a wild gale that spread out. That powerful aura caused the weather to change, and many commoners felt a wave of pressure. Boom, 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 boom. Giving off powerful auras, the 20 or so godly spirits surrounded Zhao Fu and glared at Zhao Fu, looking quite furious. The countless residents gulped. This was really going to be a one-on-one fight against a group of godly spirits. It was so terrifying. Everyone looked incredibly excited and felt as if they were going to go crazy. Xin Xiaoyi, Wu Yi, and Wu Wu looked at Zhao Fu in shock. A single person challenging a group of godly spirits was quite crazy. After all, these godly spirits were not weak, and they were all famous experts. It would be incredibly difficult for a single person to challenge them. Moon God Bud had a trace of a smile on her face. She believed in Zhao Fu's ability. With her understanding of Zhao Fu, he wouldn't say such a thing if he wasn't confident. The members of the Yi clan were rather worried. They were mainly worried that Zhao Fu would not be a match for a group of godly spirits, and they were worried that Zhao Fu would be heavily injured. They were all followers of Zhao Fu, and they did not want to see Zhao Fu injured. The godly spirits gave off massive auras as they surrounded Zhao Fu. One of the godly spirits with powerful auras said coldly, "Boy, it's not too late for you to apologize to us. It's not too late to apologize to us now. Otherwise, don't blame us later." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said domineeringly, "I told you to come at me together." Boom, boom. Boom! Hearing these words, the godly spirits looked furious and could no longer hold it in and started to attack Zhao Fu. Even though it was a group of godly spirits against a single person, which was quite embarrassing, Zhao Fu had brought this upon himself. Seeing the godly spirits charge at him, Zhao Fu smiled and lightly cried out, "Celestial mode. Activate." Boom! A terrifying aura ferociously spread out like a flood, and a rainbow-colored aura flame appeared around Zhao Fu's body as a rainbow-colored magic formation appeared on his forehead. His eyes gave off rainbow-colored light as a rainbow-colored rune circle appeared with him at the center. Powerful winds blew out with Zhao Fu at the center, and the godly spirits charging at Zhao Fu felt quite startled. They stopped and looked at Zhao Fu seriously. So this is his true power? It's a bit too terrifying. However, since this battle had begun, they did not plan on using numbers. Moreover, they had a great advantage. Arg! A tall young man roared as he gripped a large saber with both hands and gave off a powerful aura as he rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he stretched out a hand and pointed at the young man. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a rainbow-colored ray of light shot out from Zhao Fu's finger, giving off shocking power as it ferociously shot towards the young man incredibly quickly. The tall young man felt quite startled and sent a powerful wave of power into his large saber. He vigorously slashed out, and a powerful saber light containing sharp power slashed towards the rainbow-colored ray of light. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the saber light and rainbow-colored ray of light collided, resulting in a massive explosion. The tall young man was sent flying back and crashed to the ground as a trace of blood leaked out of his lips. So powerful. Seeing Zhao Fu unleash such a powerful attack with a point of his finger, sending a godly spirit flying, the godly spirit muttered in shock. Boom, boom. Boom, a few more explosions sounded out as the godly spirits sent large amounts of power into their weapons and vigorously swung out, sending out terrifying cold lights towards Zhao Fu. Bang, bang. Bang, Zhao Fu did not move at all, and the ring of rainbow-colored runes around him gave off an intense rainbow-colored light and gave off a massive formless power as it slowly spun. The cold lights were deflected by a formless energy and were sent elsewhere, resulting in explosions. A few large craters were blasted out, causing rocks to fly everywhere and dust to fill the air. Zhao Fu looked at the attacking godly spirits and a powerful wave of power gathered on his arm. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and countless traces of rainbow-colored light condensed into a massive arm. Boom, Zhao Fu vigorously swung out, and the massive rainbow-colored arm gave off terrifying power as it slammed towards the godly spirits. It gave off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything, and the sand and rocks on the ground were all blown away. The godly spirits' expressions fell as they hurriedly blocked with their weapons, and their bodies gave off intense light. Bang, bang. Bang, the godly spirits were hit by that terrifying power and were sent flying back, giving off muffled sounds. Swish, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as an arrow brought with it a ray of light as it shot towards Zhao Fu. It was an attack from a godly spirit holding a bow. Zhao Fu noticed that godly spirit and turned to look at her. His eyes widened as a formless energy quickly attacked that godly spirit. Bang, the godly spirit was unable to react in time and was instantly sent flying. She crashed to the ground and a trace of blood leaked out of her lips. By now, the other godly spirits had all rushed in front of Zhao Fu and sent massive amounts of power into their weapons, causing them to give off intense light and terrifying auras. The godly spirits prepared to attack Zhao Fu from all directions. Zhao Fu's expression did not change much as he stretched out a hand and sent massive amounts of power into the rainbow talisman ring. The rainbow talisman ring gave off intense light and quickly spun, giving off terrifying power. Boom, Zhao Fu pushed out with his hand, and the rainbow talisman ring gave off terrifying power and was incredibly fast as it blasted out in all directions. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the godly spirits who had rushed up were all sent flying and crashed to the ground, a trace of blood leaking out of their lips. After the rainbow talisman ring disappeared, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. It was now deathly silent as the godly spirits lay on the ground and looked at Zhao Fu with unsightly expressions. The residents also looked at Zhao Fu in shock and did not make any sound. They only had one thought: how could this person be so powerful? Even with so many people ganging up on him, they had no advantage at all. However, they would not admit defeat so easily. They had only suffered some minor injuries, so they still had the strength to fight. Arg! A big man holding a hammer leapt forwards into the air and exploded out with all of his power, causing a powerful aura to spread out in the sky. The big man sent all of his power into the hammer, causing it to give off a formless energy field. Borrowing the momentum of its descent, it was like a meteor falling from the sky, giving off enough power to shatter the ground as it smashed towards Zhao Fu. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu raised a hand to catch the descending hammer. A shocking shockwave spread out, and the ground beneath Zhao Fu instantly collapsed. It could be seen just how powerful this attack was. The burly man was stunned. He never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to block his desperate attack so easily. A cold glint appeared in Zhao Fu's eyes, and he gave off a formless energy as he grabbed the hammer and pulled, causing the big man's body to fall towards Zhao Fu. Bang, Zhao Fu twisted his body and kicked out with astonishing power, directly hitting the muscular man's abdomen. The muscular man's body flew out like a rubber ball and crashed to the ground. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and fainted. Boom, a skinny middle-aged man holding two sabers quickly appeared behind Zhao Fu and sent terrifying power into the two sabers. They gave off intense saber lights as they crisscrossed and slashed towards Zhao Fu. Bang, Zhao Fu spun around and gave a roundhouse kick, kicking the skinny middle-aged man in the chest. The immense force sent the skinny middle-aged man flying, crashing onto the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Several of his bones had been broken. Arg! A young man holding a sharp sword roared and gave off a powerful aura as he attacked Xiao Fu from the side. Xiao Fu vigorously swung the hammer that he had just grabbed, and the hammer gave off terrifying power as it quickly smashed towards the young man. The young man brandished his sword and slashed towards the hammer. However, the sharp light was shattered by the hammer and continued on towards him. Bang! The young man was unable to react in time and was hit by the hammer. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, heavily injured. The attacks of the three people all ended with heavy injuries. This terrifying scene caused some of the godly spirits, who had been about to rush up, to stop and look at Xiao Fu seriously. They stopped attacking, and Xiao Fu started to attack. Swish! Xiao Fu's body instantly disappeared, and the godly spirits were given a big fright. In the next second, Xiao Fu appeared in front of a rather chubby woman and punched her in the stomach. The woman's body flew back like a meatball and crashed into a wall before stopping. Blood leaked out of her mouth, and she felt as if her entire body had been battered. She leaned against the wall and did not have the strength to stand up. Seeing that Xiao Fu had taken the initiative to attack, the remaining godly spirits did not hesitate and continued to attack Xiao Fu. Boom, boom. Boom! The 8 or 9 godly spirits did their best to slash out 8 or 9 sharp lights that were 100 meters wide. They gave off terrifying power and intense gales as they flew towards Xiao Fu. Bang! 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 Xiao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive wave of power spread out. His palm gave off an intense rainbow-colored light and countless rainbow-colored runes spread out, forming a rainbow-colored barrier that blocked the attacks. Xiao Fu waved his hand and dispelled the barrier. His body gave off a powerful aura as he quickly rushed at them. The godly spirits felt quite panicked, but they still gritted their teeth and rushed up. Bang! 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 Facing the incoming godly spirits, Xiao Fu gathered a massive wave of celestial power in his fist and punched out. A massive rainbow-colored ray of light containing terrifying power and a massive gale blasted towards the godly spirits. The godly spirits had never thought that Xiao Fu would have such a move, and they were sent flying before they could react. They lay on the ground and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Suddenly, a well-built young man appeared next to Xiao Fu and raised his massive axe as he leapt up and hacked towards Xiao Fu. The axe gave off an intense light, and it contained a shocking amount of power. Boom! Xiao Fu dodged to the side and the massive axe slammed into the ground, opening up a dozens of meter-long gash and causing rocks to fly everywhere. At that moment, Xiao Fu looked at the well-built young man. The well-built young man's hair stood on end and he immediately felt an intense sense of danger. Before he could react, he was sent flying by a kick. Xiao Fu turned to look at the godly spirit closest to him. Seeing Xiao Fu kick the well-built young man half to death, the godly spirit looked quite afraid and immediately released an energy barrier around his body. Bang! Xiao Fu's body appeared in front of the godly spirit and he punched out with shocking power, directly shattering the barrier. Xiao Fu's fist brought with it a rainbow-colored light as it hit the godly spirit's chest, and the godly spirit was sent flying. The godly spirit coughed up a large mouthful of blood and could not even get up. Xiao Fu then looked at the other godly spirits. The other godly spirits looked slightly afraid. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds continuously sounded out as the godly spirits were sent flying back and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood before looking half dead. In the end, not a single godly spirit was left standing, and they all lay on the ground. Xiao Fu's gaze was cold and his voice was dignified as he said, "Now that I've become the war god, who else is unconvinced?" Seeing that the powerful godly spirits had all been defeated, the ordinary godly spirits who had hurried over naturally did not have any objections. After all, they were not as powerful as the defeated godly spirits and were not a match for Xiao Fu. Lord Emperor God! Lord Emperor God! Lord Emperor God! Lord Emperor God! Countless people saw that Xiao Fu had won the final victory and directly became the war god of this year. They shouted crazily, their faces full of excitement and agitation. Moon God Sprout and the Yi family also smiled happily. The people outside heard the livelier and crazier voices inside and became even more curious. What was happening inside? After that, they also learned of what had happened, and their faces were also filled with excitement. This year's war god was too strong. One person fought against so many strong deities alone and still won. Let me through, I want to see what Lord Emperor God looks like. Why are you squeezing? I want to go in too. But can't you see that the front is full of people? I can't even squeeze in. Why are there so many people? If I had known earlier, I would have come to this Colosseum. Not only can I see Lord Emperor God with my own eyes, but I can also see how he fights. Ah, I want to go in and take a look. There was already a sea of people outside. They wanted to go in and see the person who became the war god, but they couldn't squeeze in at all. The noise was also very noisy. In the Colosseum, Xiaofu had a smile on his face. Now that he had finally become the war god, he could use the name of the war god to make the deities hand over their divine power. Although the war god was the nominal leader, handing over a little divine power was a small matter, and no one would refuse. However, looking at the group of seriously injured deities lying on the ground, he felt that he still needed to stay here for a few more days. Then, Xiaofu left the Colosseum, and the Yi family and Xianxia also left. This year's War God Festival ended early. Originally, many deities needed to compete and then choose the strongest to fight, and finally choose one person to be the war god. However, because of the appearance of Xiaofu, everything was messed up. Xiaofu directly became the war god, and the others didn't need to compete at all, so this year's War God Festival ended early. Back at the original carriage, everyone was back. At this time, everyone was talking about this year's war god. What happened in the war god arena quickly spread. Everyone knew what had happened, and they were chatting excitedly. My lord! You're really strong. In the carriage, Yilanxi had a smile on her face as she looked at Zhao Fu with a hint of worship in her eyes. The other 3 Yi clan members were the same. At first, the others did not know what was going on. Some of them went to other colosseums, while others were playing on the streets. Only after the explanation from others did they understand. Zhao Fu went to participate in the war god competition. He single-handedly challenged a group of gods and finally became this year's war god. Now, the war god that countless people were talking about was Zhao Fu in front of him. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. It had only been a short time since they had last met, yet Zhao Fu had caused such a huge commotion. His power was so terrifying, and they had heard from others about how Zhao Fu had defeated so many powerful godly spirits by himself. In actuality, this group of godly spirits was very powerful to others, but to Zhao Fu, they were quite weak. One could not forget that Zhao Fu had fought with the Outlander Domain's 10 top geniuses. In the end, Zhao Fu had won and obtained the Outlander Domain's #1 position. The Outlander Domain's 10 top geniuses represented the Outlander Domain's most powerful people. For Zhao Fu to be able to defeat them meant that he was above them. As someone who stood at the peak of the world, it was naturally not a problem for Zhao Fu to defeat these godly spirits. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "It's not a big deal, we just lost a group of slightly stronger godly spirits." Everyone thought about Zhao Fu's terrifying identity as a holy son and did not feel too shocked. However, Xianxia and the other 2 did not know that they were now filled with curiosity towards Zhao Fu. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu seriously as she asked, "Just who are you? Why do you have such terrifying power, and most importantly, as a godly spirit, why do you have such terrifying god-killing power?" Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "Why should I tell you?" Xianxia angrily hugged the moon god Sprout as she said, "Big sis. She's bullying me, so help me teach her a lesson." Before, Xianxia had wanted to teach Zhao Fu a lesson herself. However, after personally witnessing how powerful Zhao Fu was, she understood that she was not a match for Zhao Fu. If Zhao Fu acted, she might be taught a lesson by Zhao Fu. The moon god Sprout apologetically smiled as she said, "I don't know about these things, and he did not tell me. However, his identity is far more terrifying than you can imagine, so don't ask any more." Xianxia looked at the moon god Sprout with her large eyes and felt quite shocked. She believed that the moon god Sprout would not lie to her. However, she had already told everyone that she was the god king's daughter, and her identity was even more noble than ordinary princes of kingdoms. For the moon god Sprout to say such a thing, it meant that Zhao Fu's identity was even more terrifying than his. Thinking about the emperor name that Zhao Fu had given himself in the beast arena, Could this fellow be the emperor's son? Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu. Even though she could sense that Zhao Fu was not ordinary, he did not have the aura or power that an emperor should have. Xianxia did not believe that he was the emperor's son. She did not know that Zhao Fu was no longer the emperor's son but a holy son with an initial stage divine bloodline. By the side, Wu Yi said, "Your Majesty, it's best that we leave as soon as possible. There's no need to trouble this lord." Now that Wu Yi and Wu Wu knew how powerful Zhao Fu was, they did not dare to let Xianxia stay by Zhao Fu's side. After all, if Zhao Fu acted against them, they would not be able to resist at all, which was too dangerous. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu and lightly harumphed, "I don't want to leave, I want to be with Big Sis. Also, we need to figure out this fellow's identity." Hearing this, Wu Yi and Wu Wu looked quite troubled and tried to persuade her. Xianxia immediately said, "Don't say any more, I know what I'm talking about and I have my own plans. You don't need to worry about my safety. If this fellow wanted to harm us, he would have acted long ago and would not have waited until now." Wu Yi and Wu Wu could only agree and did not say anything else. Zhao Fu looked quite startled as he looked at Xianxia. She seemed quite mature, and her goal for following the moon god Sprout did not seem simple. Could it be that she had discovered the moon god Sprout's 10 immortal body? Zhao Fu understood that this fellow was not simple. After all, she was the daughter of a king god. When the guards heard this, they were shocked. The person in front of them was the emperor god who had challenged all the gods. They did not dare to be negligent. They respectfully invited Zhao Fu and the others in and hurriedly reported to the gods. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and followed the guard to a guest hall. The main reason for coming here was to greet them first. Because Zhao Fu was just passing by and the others did not know Zhao Fu's identity, they informed the gods of this place so that they could accept the title of war god. As well as a little information about this place. Now that Zhao Fu was the war god and the nominal leader of this place, there might be a lot of benefits after knowing the information here. This favorable condition could not be wasted. Finally, it was to let them hand over a part of their divine power so that their power of 10,000 gods could be further improved. Originally, the War God Festival would take several days to end, but now because of the appearance of Zhao Fu, it ended on the first day. This was too fast. However, according to the past rules, even if it ended so quickly, there was still a need for a big celebration. In the end, many gods would gather together and recognize a person as the war god. Not long after Zhao Fu sat in the living room, a ruddy old man with a white beard quickly rushed over. When he heard that the person who had just become the war god came to his temple, he was shocked. He put down what he was doing and hurried over. He had seen how powerful this person was. Moreover, he was already the war god, the nominal leader. Naturally, he had to be polite and did not dare to have any thoughts of offending or neglecting him. When he came to the living room, the old man instinctively bowed and said, "Lord Emperor God, what can I do for you?" Zhao Fu said with a smile. "You don't have to be so polite. I'm here to tell you where I am and to understand the situation here. Tell me about it." The old man breathed a sigh of relief. "No problem. I'll tell you what you want to know right away." Then, the old man began to explain the information of this place. There were more than 450 gods here, divided into different forces of different sizes. The area had already covered 10 worlds. Although there were some conflicts between the two sides, and there were some wars, because of the War God Festival, there was an invisible force that united the gods and people of this force, so they unanimously rejected outsiders. With the strength of the many gods in this area, almost no forces dared to rashly invade. That was why the many forces in this area were stable, and the War God Festival could last for thousands of years. Unfortunately, as the war god of this place, he was only the nominal leader of the alliance and did not have any real control rights. Otherwise, he could control all the forces in this area, which was basically equivalent to the forces of a kingdom. Moreover, there were conditions to unify this area. The people and the gods of the various forces all recognized them as a group, and not people who were separated. As long as a powerful force appeared, they could start a war to unify the world and establish a kingdom-level force. Zhao Fu did not have any powerful faction here, and he was an outsider. Even though he had methods to control godly spirits, unifying this place was not a simple matter. In fact, Zhao Fu did not have any intention of controlling this place, because he was just passing by and would not stay here for too long. Otherwise, he could spend some time to complete the unification of this area. After understanding these things, Zhao Fu was not surprised. There were some benefits after becoming the war god, but Zhao Fu did not care about those benefits. The most attractive thing to Zhao Fu was the divine power of the 400 gods. A few days later, some of the injured gods had mostly recovered from their injuries and began the final celebration banquet. In the past few days, many people were enthusiastically celebrating this festival. It was very lively everywhere, and the faces of the people were filled with joy. Some were dancing in groups, while others were sitting at the table, drinking wine and eating meat. His gaze turned to a platform made of stone bricks that was dozens of meters tall and 10,000 meters wide. This was the Moon Observatory, the place where many gods celebrated. Every year, the War God Festival was celebrated here. It was now nighttime, and there was a big round moon in the deep blue sky, giving off a bright moonlight that seemed to cover the ground with a thin veil. There were tables on the platform, on which there was a dazzling array of delicacies, spirit fruits, and spirit wine. There were already many godly spirits here, chatting and laughing. The weapon god coldly stood to the side and did not say anything, while the strength god and thunder god did not look happy either. In actuality, many of the godly spirits had been waiting for a certain person. That person was today's main character, and this banquet was centered around him. After a while, Zhao Fu brought the elderly man, Moon God Sprout, Xianxia, and Xianxia to the platform. Zhao Fu did not want to bring them, but Xianxia and Moon God Sprout had wanted to come, so Zhao Fu had brought them. As soon as he arrived, Zhao Fu attracted everyone's gazes. It was not just because of Zhao Fu's power, but also because of Moon God Sprout's beauty, Xianxia's king god aura, and Xianxia's dark and strange aura. Seeing Zhao Fu appear with them, everyone felt quite shocked and felt that everyone around Zhao Fu was not simple at all. Zhao Fu came to the platform and did not stand on ceremony and sat at the highest position. The godly spirits all sat down. There were different levels here, and Zhao Fu sat at the very top. There was only one long table there, and it was the largest table. The more powerful people sat on both sides, and behind them sat ordinary godly spirits. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up. Sitting on either side of Zhao Fu were the godly spirits that Zhao Fu had defeated a few days ago. Their injuries had been healed over the past few days, and they had mostly recovered. However, when facing Zhao Fu, there was still some fear on their faces. Zhao Fu's power and the pain he had suffered had been deeply engraved into their minds, and they instinctively feared Zhao Fu. Now, even if Zhao Fu was just as arrogant and domineering as before and looked down on them, they could only endure it. After all, strength spoke in this world, and even if they had charged up and been defeated, the godly spirits were convinced of this. As the previous weapon god, they had already acknowledged Zhao Fu's position. Zhao Fu looked at the godly spirits and gave a trace of a smile as he raised a cup of wine and said, "Even though I'm not from here, I'm still very happy today. Everyone, let's celebrate." Many of the deities heaved a sigh of relief. If Zhao Fu was as domineering and disdainful as before, they would have been very embarrassed. Some of the deities who were fighting with Zhao Fu still had fearful expressions on their faces. Although Zhao Fu had become gentle, they were still in pain and could not communicate with Zhao Fu normally. The other ordinary deities did not have any misgivings. They had only been watching from afar, but now that Zhao Fu had become the battle god and the owner of this place, they naturally began to express goodwill towards Zhao Fu. "Come. Let me toast to Emperor God, congratulations on becoming the battle god. I am also extremely happy today that such a peerless expert has become the battle god. We are all convinced. Emperor God is obviously not an ordinary person. His status must be very high and we cannot reach him. Please take care of him in the future. Ha ha ha, I actually like this kind of character of the Emperor God. You are overbearing and powerful, and you also have such terrifying power. Emperor God, I also propose a toast to you. In order to celebrate the Emperor God becoming the war god, let's drink until we are drunk." "Good. I also support Emperor God, let me toast to Emperor God." Zhao Fu held a cup of wine in one hand and smiled, "Thank you everyone." He then drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. The other deities also smiled and drank the wine in their cups. The atmosphere became lively as many deities talked and laughed. The deities who had been beaten up by Xiao Fu before saw Xiao Fu's gentle smile, and the fear in their hearts faded a lot, and their expressions became less stiff. Sitting next to Xiao Fu were three women. The first was Moon God Sprout. As the daughter of a kingdom princess, she had a faint smile on her face and was not nervous about facing so many deities. She had seen this kind of scene many times. As for the second was Xianxia. As the daughter of a king god, she often spent time with many deities. She directly ignored the deities around her and happily ate the delicious food and spirit fruits on the table. She did not forget about Moon God Sprout. Whenever she ate something delicious, she would give it to Moon God Sprout. The last one was Xianxia. Even though she was very beautiful and had great potential, she was only a young girl from a small mountain village. It was her first time seeing so many godly beings. She had never seen such a scene before, so she appeared somewhat nervous. She quietly sat beside Xiao Fu and stealthily grabbed the corner of Xiao Fu's clothes. Xiao Fu also noticed her and smiled as he took a fruit from the table and handed it to her. She felt a surge of warmth in her heart and happily smiled sweetly as she received the fruit from Xiao Fu. However, Xianxia was currently wearing a white porcelain-like mask on her face. It was not tasty, but Xianxia did not take it off. She was worried that if her appearance was exposed, it would cause trouble for Xiao Fu. Although she didn't eat the fruit, she still sat there happily with the fruit in her hand. Moon God Sprout noticed the changes in Xianxia. To her, Xianxia posed a great threat to her because Xianxia's appearance was only slightly inferior to hers and seemed to have great potential. However, Moon God Sprout knew that she could not possess Xiao Fu by herself, so she could only accept this. However, she couldn't help but feel jealous and rolled her eyes at Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu lightly smiled as he also took out a fruit and handed it to her. Moon God Sprout gave a pleased smile and took the fruit, bringing it to her mouth and taking a small bite. Because of her beauty, many godly beings couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. At that moment, the previous battle god, the weapon god, looked at Xiao Fu and asked earnestly, "Now that you've become this place's battle god, can you tell us who you are?" Hearing this, everyone looked at Xiao Fu. This was undoubtedly what they cared about the most, as from Xiao Fu's performance, he was not simple at all. Xianxia immediately stopped eating, and her mouth bulged as she looked at Xiao Fu. It was evident that she cared about Xiao Fu's identity. Xianxia also looked at Xiao Fu curiously. Xiao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I'm sorry, but I'm unable to tell you who I am because it would cause unnecessary trouble. Also, I'm just passing by and won't be staying for too long. I'll leave in a few days and won't affect you at all." Hearing this, the godly beings felt quite happy. With how terrifying Xiao Fu's strength was, if he stayed here, he would definitely become a battle god every year. When that time came, he would develop into a terrifying faction and might even devour their region. Hearing that Xiao Fu would be leaving in a few days, they did not have to worry about this at all. However, even though the godly beings thought this, they still acted quite courteously and invited Xiao Fu to stay for a few days. They would properly receive Xiao Fu as a host. Xiao Fu smiled and said his final goal, "There's no need for that. Also, I have a small matter that I would like to trouble everyone with." Hearing that it was a small matter, the godly beings beside him immediately smiled and said, "What small matter? If we can do it, we will definitely do it." Xiao Fu smiled as he said, "It's nothing much, I just want to ask everyone to gather a portion of your divine power for me. It's quite simple, right?" The godly beings could not help but laugh. It was just using up some godly beings, which was incredibly simple for them. They would be able to make up for it with just some cultivation. Many of the godly beings were willing to use their divine power to befriend such a terrifying figure. However, some of the godly beings were quite curious, with Xiao Fu's terrifying power, what did he need their divine power for? Some of the godly beings asked. Xiao Fu smiled as he explained, "Everyone, don't worry, I'm just collecting this godly spirit's power and won't harm anyone. If you don't feel at ease, you can disconnect that portion of power from your main bodies. That way, you won't have to worry about anything." Hearing this, the godly beings felt at ease. Even if Xiao Fu had not said this, they would have done so anyway. Apart from the godly beings, there were also some female attendants on the stage. They took away the plates and flasks of wine and replaced them with new dishes, spirit fruits, and fine wine. The banquet lasted for a few hours before ending, and some godly beings really did faint from drinking. However, before that, Zhao Fu had obtained what he wanted, which was the 400 or so orbs made of divine power. During the banquet, Zhao Fu drank a lot of wine. However, with Zhao Fu's powerful constitution, the wine did not affect him at all. By now, it was late at night, and the bright moon in the sky gave off a clear and cold moonlight. The night was as calm as water without any ripples. Zhao Fu took the orbs and impatiently brought everyone back to the god palace. Zhao Fu sat cross-legged at the center of the temple, and the others had already retreated outside, waiting for Zhao Fu to absorb the godly spirit power. Zhao Fu did not tell them why he was devouring godly spirit power, so they did not know why Zhao Fu had devoured so much godly spirit power. Within the temple, fist-sized orbs of light flew out of Zhao Fu's spatial ring and floated around Zhao Fu's body, giving off faint light. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and a formless energy spread out as fist-sized orbs of light continuously fused into Zhao Fu's body. A powerful godly spirit aura spread out in all directions like a flood. Even the room was unable to stop it, and it continued to spread out. The people waiting outside sensed this massive godly spirit aura and their expressions became serious. They understood that Zhao Fu was doing something terrifying inside. Xianxia hugged the moon god Sprout's arm and asked, "Big sis, what's that fellow doing inside?" Everyone looked at the moon god Sprout because the moon god Sprout was the closest to Zhao Fu and should know what Zhao Fu was doing. Facing everyone's gazes, the moon god Sprout said awkwardly, "He didn't tell me about this, and I didn't ask him. I only knew that he was absorbing godly spirit power on the way, perhaps this is very important to him." Seeing that the moon god Sprout did not know, everyone could only look away and continue to look at the temple. Within the temple, Zhao Fu had fused with 400 or so godly spirit power, and a massive wave of godly spirit power filled his body. Zhao Fu immediately controlled the divinity in his mind and continuously absorbed that massive wave of godly spirit power. That wave of godly spirit power was continuously absorbed by Zhao Fu, and in the end, it was all absorbed by Zhao Fu's divinity. After absorbing so much power, the divinity gave off an intense black light and started to go through changes. It was said before that Zhao Fu was only a few hundred more godly spirit power away from the 10,000 godly power before it could become a higher grade 10,000 godly power. A while later, the divinity's transformation was complete. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the godhood gave off intense black light that seeped out of Zhao Fu's body and into the outside world. A terrifying wave of divine power spread out, causing everything to freeze. The people in the surroundings felt their bodies sink, and their expressions changed. Not only was this godly power terrifying, but it also contained a terrifying might, as if it was a godly power that was above all other godly spirits. This type of divine power was very likely to be King God's power, because King God's power was divine power that surpassed ordinary godly spirits, and it had an innate might towards ordinary godly spirits. However, this power was not King God's power but an even more powerful divine power that was much more terrifying than King God's power. It gave off an even more powerful might and seemed to contain the power of gods. Boom, a massive figure appeared in the sky. It was a figure wearing a cloak and gave off a mysterious and terrifying aura. It was 5,000 meters tall and gave off a massive aura that spread out like a flood. Sensing this terrifying aura, the countless sleeping people and godly spirits felt quite startled and turned to look in that direction. This was the god statue that Zhao Fu had condensed. It was originally only 1,000 meters tall, but now that it had become a higher level of divine power, it became even more powerful. The god statue became 5,000 meters tall and gave off an even more powerful might. The wind and clouds began to change, and the power of heaven and earth continued to gather like a tide, pouring into the huge deity statue. The god statue stood in the air and continuously devoured massive amounts of heaven and earth power, giving off powerful divine light that covered the heavens and earth. The massive ripples attracted godly spirits from all directions to quickly hurry over. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and started to familiarize himself with the more powerful 10,000 gods' power. Now that it had become a higher level of 10,000 gods' power, the god statue could use heaven and earth power and fuse with the heavens and earth, grasping massive amounts of power. The second was that the 10,000 gods' power countered other godly spirits, and it also gave off an innate might. The third was that Zhao Fu had obtained a method to summon godly spirits, which was to summon godly spirits that had fused with divine power. The summoned godly spirits were not true godly spirits and were condensed from godly spirits. They only had some simple abilities and were not as powerful as the main body. However, even though this was not the main body, the summoned godly spirits were not weak at all. If he summoned a group of them, they would have terrifying effects. Just thinking about the army of godly spirits, one could understand just how terrifying this ability was. The final ability was to use divine power to refine weapons, raising their grades and power and increasing their compatibility with the user. The effects were similar to Fate divine armaments. Zhao Fu thought of the swords that he had subdued in the past. As his cultivation continuously increased, the opponents he encountered became more and more powerful. Zhao Fu rarely used them now and only placed them in sword seals. He used the emperor-killing sword the most often, and he was not satisfied with the other swords. These swords had been by his side for so many years and had witnessed him grow step by step from being weak to becoming powerful. Zhao Fu definitely would not mistreat them. He could now refine them into Fate divine armaments, giving them even more power and greater freedom. By now, the experts had arrived near the Death God Palace. Looking at the massive figure in the sky, they naturally understood who had caused all of this. Sensing this even more powerful power, everyone's expressions became quite serious. Facing this power, they could not do anything about it at all. Moreover, what was that person saying? How could he cause such massive ripples? Xing. Before countless people could react, a massive sword hum sounded out as a black sword giving off demonic chi shot out from the Death God Palace. It flew into the air and pointed downwards in front of the massive god statue. Boom, the god statue gave off a massive aura, drawing on heaven and earth power in the surroundings and sending it into the demon sword. After receiving the massive amount of heaven and earth power, the demon sword continuously trembled and a massive wave of demonic chi ferociously swept out like a flood. It seemed to be able to inundate everything, and no one could stop it. Sensing this massive wave of demonic chi, everyone felt a chill throughout their bodies, as if they had fallen into an abyss. They could not help but feel afraid. Some godly spirits immediately ordered ordinary residents to temporarily evacuate. They would not be able to withstand such a massive wave of demonic chi. The godly spirits unleashed defensive barriers to defend against the demonic chi. However, things were not so simple and were starting to change. Xing, 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 the sky demon sword gave off a massive wave of sword chi that swept out like a wild gale. It became larger and larger until it was hundreds of meters long. It gave off a massive black sword light and a heaven-toppling demonic intent, making it seem like the most powerful demon sword in the world. Everyone looked at the terrifying demon sword and felt quite afraid. Its demonic energy was quite terrifying. Boom, the statue grabbed at the air, and a formless energy grabbed onto the terrifying demon sword. The statue moved its hand to the side, and the demon sword automatically moved to the side until it was 1,000 meters away from the statue. Xing, the demon sword froze there and gave off a massive demonic light that covered the heavens and earth, making it seem like a demonic world. A figure slowly appeared and stood on the sky demon sword's hilt. It slowly spread out its massive black wings, revealing its appearance. It was a female demon and had a tall and slim figure. She had jet black waist-length hair and a pair of argali horns on her head. Her face was incredibly beautiful, and it was a suffocating beauty. She also had a pair of fangs and a pair of blood-red eyes, and she gave off a proud aura. She was the sky demon sword's sword spirit. The sky demon gave a faint smile as it looked at the statue in front of it. Zhao Fu had finally remembered them. He had locked them up in the sword mark this entire time, so the sky demon had been quite resentful. However, after sensing its immense power, the sky demon did not mind because Zhao Fu had given her the power of the demon lord, the supreme power of the demon world. Xing, a massive sword hum once again sounded out as another sword flew out from the Death God Palace. It flew into the air and faced downwards in front of the statue. This sword was called the Slaughtering Ghost Sword, and it was the second sword that Zhao Fu had obtained. It had a ghost attribute, and Zhao Fu controlled the statue and started to use the Death Race's Supreme Emperor Star's power. Boom, a massive wave of Supreme Death Race power flowed into the Slaughtering Ghost Sword, causing it to continuously tremble and excitedly absorb that terrifying wave of supreme death race power. The slaughtering ghost sword became hundreds of meters larger and gave off a faint gray light. Countless traces of yin qi flowed out of the sword, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet, and everyone felt a chill. Countless ghostly howls came from the yin qi. They were very loud and resounded through the sky. It was as if thousands of ghosts were howling. The scene was extremely horrifying. Boom, the statue grabbed at the air, and a formless energy grabbed onto the terrifying demonic sword. The statue moved its hand to the side, and the slaughtering ghost sword automatically moved to the side until it was 1,000 meters away from the statue. Clang, the slaughtering ghost sword froze in place and gave off a massive wave of ghostly qi that covered the surroundings. There were faint ghostly figures within it, and the slaughtering ghost sword at the center looked like the king of ghosts. A terrifying figure slowly appeared, stepping on the sword. She was a woman with a slender figure. She wore a red and black armor and held a sharp sword in her hand. Her hair reached her waist and draped over her shoulders. Her face could be said to be perfect without a single flaw. However, her blood-red eyes were cold and emotionless. She was the slaughtering ghost sword spirit, slaughtering ghost. The slaughtering ghost sword appeared on the hilt of the sword, and even though its expression was still cold, when it looked at the statue, its gaze became much gentler. Even though Xiao Fu rarely used it, she did not mind. She greatly acknowledged Xiao Fu and knew how difficult it had been for Xiao Fu to get to where he was. Clang, a sword hum once again sounded out as a wooden sword flew out from the temple. It flew in front of the statue and pointed downwards. This sword was called the Royal Wood Sword, and it was Xiao Fu's third general. It had a wood attribute, but its sword spirit and materials were from the elf royal race. Boom, the statue stretched out a hand and a massive wave of Outlander Sovereign's power entered the Royal Wood Sword. The Royal Wood Sword gave off an intense green light, and it gave off a wave of life force that covered the surroundings. Under this powerful life force, not only did everyone feel comfortable, but the grass, trees, and flowers on the ground also quickly grew. The size of the Royal Wood Sword continued to increase, becoming a wooden sword that was hundreds of meters long. Boom, the statue grabbed at the air, and a formless energy grabbed onto the Royal Wood Sword. The statue's hand moved to the side, and the Royal Wood Sword automatically moved to the side until it was 1,000 meters away from the statue. Clang, the Royal Wood Sword froze there and gave off an intense green light. The image of a massive tree gradually appeared, dyeing the heavens and earth green and giving off a dense aura of life. A beautiful young woman slowly appeared on the hilt of the Royal Wood Sword. She had silver white hair, silver white eyes, pointy ears, and a pretty face. She wore a green dress, and she gave off a noble and gentle aura that could move anyone's heart. She was the Royal Wood Sword spirit. Clang, a massive sword hum once again sounded out as a green sword flew into the sky and stopped in front of the statue. It faced downwards and gave off a faint green light. This was Xiao Fu's fourth sword, and it was called the Sin Dragon Sword. It contained dragon's power, water's power, and disaster's power. It was one of the more powerful swords out of all of them, and Xiao Fu had obtained it during the disaster festival. Boom, the statue stretched out a hand towards the Sin Dragon Sword and started to send large amounts of Dragon Emperor's power into it. Xiao Fu had the Dragon Emperor bloodline, and he also had the Devil Race's Supreme Emperor star, the Violet Sky Dragon star. Now, Xiao Fu sent both of these powers into the sword. The Sin Dragon Sword continuously absorbed these two types of powers and gave off an intense light. A mass of dragon's might spread out and weighed down on everyone's bodies, causing the surroundings to fall into deathly silence. As the Sin Dragon Sword absorbed power, it continuously became larger and stronger. Its dragon's might became more and more terrifying, and it even caused cracks to appear on the buildings below. Boom, the statue once again grabbed at the air, and a formless energy grabbed onto the Sin Dragon Sword. The statue's hand moved to the side, and the Sin Dragon Sword automatically moved to the side until it was 1,000 meters away from the statue. Roar! The Sin Dragon Sword froze there and gave off an intense green light. A massive dragon's roar sounded throughout the sky as a massive green dragon appeared, giving off a terrifying dragon's might. A figure appeared on the hilt of the sword. It was a beautiful woman with a seductive figure and large breasts. She wore a simple green dress and did not wear anything underneath. She looked quite beautiful and had long, green hair and a pair of dragon horns on her forehead. She gave off a flirtatious aura. She was the Sin Dragon sword spirit, and she was the sword spirit that gave Xiao Fu the biggest headache. After the Sin Dragon appeared, she looked at the statue of Xiao Fu and licked her lips, looking incredibly thirsty. The four swords gave off terrifying power, and they were spread out in different directions, taking up different parts of the world. They gave off different lights, seeming to split the world into four directions. The weather changed as clouds swirled and powerful ripples spread out. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Even though they understood what Xiao Fu was going to do, which was to refine a fate armament, the ripples were simply too terrifying. It was a power that could destroy the heavens and earth, and the power that the statue had sent into the swords was incredibly terrifying. It was a power that they could not even come into contact with. Most importantly, it was not just one type of power but four different types of power. It was an extremely terrifying power, and ordinary people would not be able to have just one type of power. However, this person had four types of power. This was simply too terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying person in the world? Only those who had fought with Xiao Fu before could deeply understand how terrifying Xiao Fu was. He had not used his true strength when fighting with them before, and if he used his current power, he would be able to easily destroy them. This was a power that could cause others to despair. It was not just the godly spirits, even the people by Xiao Fu's side were incredibly shocked. Xiao Fu had not told them much, so they did not know anything about Xiao Fu. Even though they knew that Xiao Fu was a holy son, it seemed that Xiao Fu was not as simple as an ordinary holy son, he had many terrifying secrets. Xing, another sword hum sounded out, breaking everyone's thoughts. A white sword once again flew out from the God Palace and came before the statue. This was the fifth sword that Xiao Fu had obtained, and it was called the Seraph Sword. It was of the light attribute, and the Seraph race was from the God race. It had a powerful purifying power and was very destructive towards darkness creatures. Xiao Fu had not awakened the God race's Emperor Star, nor did he have any light attribute power. However, he now had 10,000 godly power. Boom, the statue stretched out a hand and a massive wave of 10,000 godly power flooded into the Seraph Sword. As a God race sword, 10,000 godly power was the most suitable for it. The Seraph Sword gave off an intense white light, making it seem as if it was daytime. The darkness retreated as a holy power covered the heavens and earth, making it seem as if there was no darkness at all. Boom, the statue grabbed at the air, and a formless energy grabbed the powerful angel sword. The statue moved its hand to the side, and the angel sword automatically moved to the side, 1,000 meters away from the statue. Clang, the Seraph Sword froze there and gave off an enormous light, illuminating the heavens and earth, and a holy aura filled the world. White feathers slowly floated down from the sky, like snowflakes filling the sky. A figure spread its wings and gave off a soft white light as it slowly appeared on the hilt of the Seraph Sword. She had 6 pairs of pure white wings and a graceful figure. She had long, golden hair, a beautiful face, and golden eyes. She wore a white robe and gave off a holy aura. She was the Seraph Angel Sword Spirit. Sword chimes resounded through the sky. Sword after sword flew out of the Divine Hall and hovered in front of the Divine Hall. Terrifying power was constantly injected into the Divine Hall, and each sword received a corresponding terrifying power. The Corpse Soul Sword gave off a massive amount of corpse chi, covering the heavens and earth. It gave off a formless baleful aura, causing countless creatures to feel fear and not dare to take a step forward. One of the sword spirits was dressed in pale white armor and had a saber at her waist. She had a seductive figure and a pair of blood-red eyes. She was peerlessly beautiful and had a mouth full of fangs, giving off a cold and cruel aura. The Death Disaster Sword gave off boundless deathly aura, turning the heavens and earth into a world of death. There was no life and only death, and the place became deathly silent, making it seem quite terrifying. The sword spirit was a woman with a mature figure and wore a gray-white palace dress. Her skin was pale and her face was beautiful. Her expression was quite stiff and she gave off a classical aura. The heaven-sealing sword floated in the air and gave off a massive sealing magic formation, seeming to seal the heavens and earth. That place seemed to be locked down and everything seemed to stop, giving off a powerful sealing power. The sword spirit was a little girl who was quite pretty and had tender skin. She wore a red dress and looked quite pure. The illusory sword gave off a formless energy that covered the heavens and earth, causing the heavens and earth to seem both real and illusory. It gave off a terrifying illusory power, and anyone who entered it would be unable to escape. The sword spirit was a beautiful woman with a pair of beautiful eyes and a slim figure. She wore a palace dress and gave off an illusory aura as she silently stood on the hilt of the sword. 9 terrifying swords floated in the air with the divine statue at the center. They gave off different lights and powers, splitting the world into 9 directions. Terrifying auras continuously spread out like floodwaters, and nothing could stop them. The world became icy cold and gave off an incredibly dangerous aura as if it was about to be destroyed. The godly spirits all retreated to the side in terror, not daring to stand close. The moon god Sprout's people were the same, as they could die at any moment. This terrifying thing was not over yet. Xing, a cold sword hum sounded out, seeming to tear through the sky and shatter the ground. Everyone's hearts trembled and they instinctively felt afraid. A black and blood-red sword flew out from the divine temple. This sword was evidently not ordinary, and the terrifying power it gave off far surpassed that of the other swords. It was definitely the most terrifying sword. The Emperor Killing Sword seemed to have all of Zhao Fu's powers. Zhao Fu did not need to fuse any power into it, and he could gather heaven and earth power to raise the Emperor Killing Sword's grade. Boom! The divine statue stretched out a hand towards the Emperor Killing Sword and a massive wave of heaven and earth power started to gather, continuously entering the Emperor Killing Sword. The Emperor Killing Sword gave off a black and blood-red light and a cold and murderous power spread out. Because of the appearance of that sword, the moon in the sky seemed to be dyed with blood, and the calm blood-red moon gave off a cold and chilling moonlight. The godly spirits all retreated in terror as they stared at that sword. This sword was incredibly terrifying and had the power to destroy everything. How could there be such a terrifying sword in the world? Heaven and earth power continuously flowed into the Emperor Killing Sword, causing it to continuously give off black and blood-red sword light. Terrifying sword chi formed wild gales that swept out, causing the surroundings to be filled with killing intent. Boom! Xing, a heaven-shaking sword hum once again sounded out as the Emperor Killing Sword froze there. A cold sword intent and killing intent spread out, causing the heavens and earth to become blood-red and cracks appeared in space. A figure slowly appeared on the hilt of the sword. It was a woman wearing a blood-red dress. She was tall and slim and had white skin. She had long black hair that reached her waist and was extremely beautiful. She had a pair of golden eyes and gave off a noble aura. She was the Emperor Killing Sword's sword spirit and had once been the princess of the Heaven Murder Empire. She had a pure imperial bloodline and was called Diyu. She was the little sister of the golden dragon Dishi. Even though Zhao Fu often used the Emperor Killing Sword, he did not have much contact with Diyu and did not say much to her. No matter how Zhao Fu used the Emperor Killing Sword, Diyu would fully cooperate without any hesitation. She often communicated with her big sister Dishi. There were 10 swords, and they covered the heavens and earth, giving off different lights. With the Zhao Fu statue at the center, terrifying auras continuously spread out, causing the heavens and earth to dim and clouds to swirl as the blood-red moon shone. There was a sword spirit standing on each of the 10 swords, and because they had been in the sword mark for a long time, they were quite familiar with each other. Zhao Fu controlled the statue to raise a hand, and the 10 sword spirits looked at each other and understood Zhao Fu's intentions. They closed their eyes and focused on controlling the swords below them. Xing, 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 the swords started to tremble and give off formless energy. The swords started to resonate and fuse into one. The statue raised its hand and grabbed at the sky. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the 10 swords gave off different sword lights, forming an enormous pillar of sword light that gave off world-destroying power as it slammed into the sky, causing a hole to appear in the sky. The surrounding heaven and earth power madly flowed in, and the destructive power that the pillar of sword light gave off seemed to cause the world to tremble. Cracks appeared in the sky, and the ground also trembled as cracks appeared. The heaven-toppling sword chi swept out, instantly inundating everything. In front of it, nothing could stop it, and everything was as small as an ant. The godly spirits all looked terrified as they continuously retreated. They could never have imagined that the power that Zhao Fu exploded out would be so terrifying. The heavens and earth seemed to collapse, and the world seemed to be unable to withstand that power. They had also underestimated Zhao Fu just now. They had refined their life-divine weapons, but it was impossible for them to create such a terrifying fluctuation. The residents nearby looked towards the horizon in terror. A massive pillar of light giving off all sorts of colors stood between the heavens and the earth, and a dense haze covered that place as a destructive aura continuously corroded their souls. The sky-toppling sword chi continued to spread out, quickly inundating worlds one after another. The air became cold and killing intent spread everywhere. All of the creatures here felt their hair stand on end, and their bodies trembled in fear. The insects did not dare to make a single sound, the birds did not dare to fly into the sky, and the people on the ground did not dare to walk around. The residents were so scared that they hid in their rooms, and it was as if the world had lost all sound. The divine powers in the vicinity also felt the terrifying aura, and their expressions changed drastically. A trace of fear emerged in his heart. They knew that today was the day that the area next to them was celebrating the Battle God Festival, but why had such terrifying fluctuations erupted? Could it be that something major had happened to the Battle God Festival? For there to be such terrifying fluctuations, it was definitely not something ordinary. Regardless of their intentions, everyone quickly flew towards the horizon to see what was going on. The power of the heavens and the earth continued to surge into the pillar of light, and the terrifying fluctuations that the pillar of light emitted became stronger and stronger. The sky kept tearing, and the ground kept collapsing. Some black lightning struck down, and the wind howled. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The 10 swords in the pillar of light absorbed the power of the heavens and the earth wantonly, and they began to truly transform. Before, Zhao Fu had only poured power into them, but now, he was making them truly fuse with power. That way, the power would be even stronger, and the 10 swords would be even more compatible with Zhao Fu. In the future, they would all be Zhao Fu's fate artifacts, and they would be closely connected to Zhao Fu. Even though Zhao Fu would become stronger, they would also be able to evolve. The other experts hurried over and looked at the sword pillar in shock. Now that they were so close, they could feel such terrifying fluctuations. The air became icy cold, and it felt as if it could cut through their skin. Their bodies continuously trembled. This power is simply too terrifying. At that moment, the various godly spirits noticed the godly spirits of the Battle God region retreating in terror and hurriedly asked, "Just what did you do? Why did you cause such a large fluctuation? Do you all want to die?" Another godly spirit said angrily, "This power is so terrifying, I'm sure you've done something that will pierce the heavens. You're courting death, but don't drag everyone else in." A godly spirit felt quite nervous and said, "That's right, just what happened? Why did such terrifying fluctuations erupt? We sensed it more than 10 worlds away. If there's any danger, we'll quickly evacuate." The godly spirits on the battle god's side looked quite innocent. They immediately opened their mouths to explain that this matter had nothing to do with them at all. They did not do anything terrible. Everything was caused by their war god this time. Moreover, they told the other godly spirits about what had happened. The other godly spirits did not believe them, and someone directly questioned them, "Don't lie to us. This is going to destroy the heavens and earth, and you're telling me that you're just tempering a fate artifact? Don't you think that's a bit fake?" The godly spirit on the battle god's side said with certainty, "Why would we lie to you? That person's identity and power are both extremely terrifying, and he's tempering a fate artifact to cause such terrifying fluctuations. If you really don't believe me, you can go and take a look for yourself. However, I'll warn you in advance that if you die there, don't blame us for not warning you. That place is no longer a place where humans can stay." Hearing this, the godly spirits started to believe them. However, just who was that person to cause such terrifying fluctuations? It was simply too terrifying. There was still some distance from the massive pillar of light, and they could already sense immense danger. They did not dare to go and take a look. If they were not careful and died there, they would not be able to take revenge against such a terrifying person, and they would even have to worry about him coming to find them. Everyone could only stay where they were and wait for things to end. The 10 swords floating in the sky started to slowly transform, and their power and grade rapidly increased. After a while, the transformation would be complete. Suddenly, this sword was the King of Kings' sword. Ever since Zhao Fu had obtained this sword, he had kept it in the sword mark because he did not know how to use it. Now that he had refined his fate weapon and established a connection with the King of Kings' sword, perhaps he would be able to use it. Right now, Zhao Fu had not even used the Emperor Killing Sword's full power, so it would be incredibly difficult for him to use the King of Kings' sword's power. As such, Zhao Fu had not been able to use the King of Kings' sword this entire time. If he did not try this time, the King of Kings' sword would just be sitting there, and he did not know when he would be able to use it again. The King of Kings' sword was Otherworld's most powerful supreme sword, and the power it contained was even more terrifying than the Emperor Killing Sword. If he used this sword at a crucial moment, it would have massive effects and could even reverse a situation. After making this decision, Zhao Fu waved his hand and a golden sword flew out from the sword mark on the back of his hand. Under Zhao Fu's control, it flew into the sky. The King of Kings' sword turned into a golden sword light and flew in front of the statue within the pillar of light, slightly trembling. Xing, a sword cry resounded in all directions, piercing through the clouds, shaking the 9 hells, and causing all living beings to submit to it. It was like a tangible sound wave that spread out, causing the world to tremble violently. The sun and moon lost their light, and the wind howled and thunder rumbled. Hearing this massive sword hum, the godly spirits in the distance felt quite startled and looked at the sword pillar in shock. It was not over yet? That person still held a sword. This sword was even more terrifying than the previous one. Everyone had been quite afraid of the previous one, and they felt that it was a peerlessly evil sword that could destroy the heavens and earth and slaughter all creatures. However, this sword gave off ripples that were even more powerful than the previous one. How was this possible? Just what kind of sword was this? Why did it have such terrifying power? It was definitely an extreme sword in the world. Moon Godya, Xianxia, and the others had already retreated far away. Seeing Zhao Fu take out the final sword, they fell into shock. At the same time, he was even more curious about Zhao Fu's identity. The power and things that Zhao Fu had displayed were definitely not that of an ordinary holy sun. It was very likely that he was even more terrifying than a holy sun, and he had many shocking secrets hidden on him. This was especially so for Xianxia. She had thought that her king god bloodline was incredibly powerful, but in front of this power, she felt like it was nothing, and her heart took a heavy blow. The King of Kings' sword faced downwards and gave off a faint golden light as it floated in front of the statue. This sword was the Outlander race's King of Kings' sword, and it most likely fused with the Outlander Supreme Emperor Star's power. The statue stretched out a hand towards the King of Kings' sword, and the Outlander Emperor Star in the formless void gave off intense green starlight. A massive wave of Outlander Emperor Star's power flowed out from the statue towards the King of Kings' sword. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the King of Kings' sword exploded out with boundless golden light, looking like a golden sun that shined in all directions. A world-destroying sword energy exploded out. Before the statue's Outlander Emperor Star's power could enter the sword, the statue's body started to crumble under the terrifying sword energy and turned into nothingness. The sky-reaching sword pillar was also greatly affected. From a distance, it looked like a golden sun had suddenly appeared at the center of the pillar of light, and the terrifying ripples that the sword pillar gave off started to weaken. Everyone looked quite surprised. They felt that something had happened when that person was tempering the final sword. However, this sword was quite terrifying. In the hands of that terrifying existence, it could not be controlled at all. Zhao Fu, who was sitting cross-legged within the God Palace, frowned. The statue he had condensed had been directly destroyed by that sword. The King of Kings' sword seemed to reject other powers. It did not reject the Outlander Emperor Star's power but the statue's divine power. Moreover, it seemed to reject being a fate god weapon, perhaps because it was the Outlander race's King of Kings armament and not the god race's god weapon. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu felt a headache. Facing this King of Kings sword, Zhao Fu felt quite helpless. However, the 10 swords were spread out and gave off massive sword energy, forming a shocking sword pillar that gathered boundless heaven and earth power. The statue had been destroyed by the King of Kings sword, but Zhao Fu could try to see if he could refine the King of Kings sword. Zhao Fu flew out from the God Palace and came to the center of the King of Kings sword. The King of Kings sword floated in the air and gave off a blinding golden light, making it look like a golden sun. Zhao Fu flew into the golden sun and stretched out a hand and gripped the hilt of the King of Kings sword. This time, the King of Kings sword did not reject Zhao Fu because it acknowledged him. However, for some reason, Zhao Fu could not use it. Now that Zhao Fu held this sword, he felt like he was holding a wooden sword without any power. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to stop the sword pillar's power for now. By now, the 10 swords had gone through changes and obtained great power. After receiving Zhao Fu's order, they stopped giving off power. After the 10 swords' power dissipated, the terrifying sword pillar gradually shrank. The abnormal signs disappeared and the surroundings became peaceful again. Is it over? Seeing the sword pillar disappear and the surroundings become peaceful again, everyone let out a sigh of relief, and their nervous and fearful expressions also eased. That power had been incredibly terrifying, and countless people felt as if everything was going to be destroyed. Now that the terrifying shockwaves had stopped, everyone hurried over. They wanted to know just who had caused such a massive shockwave. That person was most likely extremely noble and was not someone they could come into contact with. They just went over to take a look and did not dare to have any ill intentions. If they could interact with such an existence, they might receive unimaginable benefits. The godly spirits in the war godland felt quite regretful. If they had known that Zhao Fu was such a terrifying existence, they would have tried to curry favor with him and even made him the war god. Apart from them, the moon god Sprout's people also hurried over. It was evident that something had happened for the sword pillar to disappear, and they were worried that something had happened to Zhao Fu. The 10 swords that were hundreds of meters long silently floated in the air and gave off different colored lights. With Zhao Fu at the center, they formed a massive circle. Zhao Fu's expression was serious as he held the King of Kings sword at the center and slowly raised it. Now, only the Outlander Emperor stars could fuse into the King of Kings sword's power. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu's body gave off an intense green light and he turned into a ray of light as he shot into the sky, causing the sky to tremble as a formless energy spread out. Boom! Countless traces of green starlight shot out from the cracks and flashed past mountains, rivers, cities, grass, and trees, covering many worlds. An enormous green star giving off a boundless aura slowly descended from the sky. The heavens and earth seemed to sink as an unimaginable pressure descended. A powerful, chaotic, ferocious, and noble aura was incredibly dense, and it continuously flooded out, easily inundating everything. All of the immortals flying forward were astonished, and their bodies slowly came to a halt as they stared blankly at the massive azure star. This is an Outlander Supreme Emperor star. Massive waves crashed in everyone's hearts. They had never thought that a Supreme Emperor star would appear. Just what sort of existence was that person? Only a few people in every race had a Supreme Emperor star, and each person was an apex existence in the world. And yet, that person had one. His identity did not need to be explained. He was definitely one of the most prestigious people in the Outlander race. The moon god Sprout's people looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would have another Supreme Emperor star. Just what other terrifying things were Zhao Fu hiding? Boom! A massive explosion sounded out, breaking everyone's thoughts. That massive green star gave off boundless green starlight and turned into a green pillar of light that gave off a massive aura and landed on Zhao Fu's body. Boundless Outlander Emperor star power continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's King of Kings sword. After absorbing the Outlander Emperor star power, the King of Kings sword slightly trembled and gave off a faint golden light as if a dead sword was slowly awakening. Zhao Fu could not help but feel delighted. This method was indeed useful. As it absorbed more and more Outlander Emperor stars, the golden light that the King of Kings sword gave off became stronger and stronger, and the sword energy it gave off became stronger and stronger until it reached a peak. Boom! Zhao Fu grasped this opportunity and sent a massive wave of divine bloodline power into the King of Kings sword. The King of Kings sword exploded out with immense power and gave off blinding golden light. The 10 swords floating in the surroundings all gave off intense light and exploded out with a formless energy. They once again gathered the heaven and earth power and madly gathered here. Boom! The 10 swords gave off a sword light with the King of Kings sword at the center as the heaven and earth power madly flowed in, forming a massive golden sword light that gave off destructive power as it shot into the sky, giving off a shocking explosion. As the golden sword light slammed into the sky, a golden shockwave containing unimaginably terrifying power blasted out like a bolt of lightning, instantly sweeping through thousands of worlds. Nothing could stop it, and countless layers of clouds were turned into nothingness. The sky became golden, and a noble, powerful, and terrifying aura spread out. Countless creatures felt a powerful might. At that moment, the expressions of the countless experts at the center of the godly world fell as they looked in that direction. The King of Kings' sword? Someone couldn't help asking. Wasn't the King of Kings' sword sealed within Outlander 10 College after the first King of Kings died? How could it suddenly appear in the godly realm? The second King of Kings has appeared. How could you not know about such a big matter? This matter has caused a massive commotion in the Heaven-awakened world, and countless higher beings have participated. A world-destroying battle has almost erupted. Then why has the second King of Kings appeared in the godly realm? Could it be related to the god competition? Otherwise, I can't think of anything that could draw out the second King of Kings. If that's the case, I want to see just what kind of person the second King of Kings is. He has caused a massive commotion in the Heaven-awakened world, and I heard that he has 6 Emperor stars. If I didn't see it for myself, I wouldn't believe it. That's right. I also want to see what kind of existence the second King of Kings is for him to cause such a commotion and for the entire Heaven-awakened world to be searching for him. Boom. Boom, the many terrifying experts did not hesitate at all, and they gave off powerful auras as they quickly flew towards the horizon. Some wanted to see what Zhao Fu looked like, while others wanted to kill Zhao Fu because they understood the threat that Zhao Fu posed. Some wanted to steal the King of Kings' sword, which was a sovereign-grade sword and was many times more powerful than any immortal weapon. The countless Outlander race experts suddenly felt their blood boil and their blood quickly flowed through their bodies. Their hearts started to vigorously beat, and their expressions fell as they looked up at the sky. They could sense the King of Kings' sword's power descending from the sky. After so long, this was the first time there had been news of the King of Kings' sword. Back then, the second King of Kings had disappeared with the sword, and no one had been able to find him. They had never thought that he would appear in the godly realm. Thinking about the second King of Kings, the Outlander experts could not help but think back to when the 6 Emperor stars had descended, causing the heavens and earth to collapse, yin and yang to reverse, and gods, demons, and humans to retreat. Thinking about that, everyone felt quite shocked. The second King of Kings was definitely the most terrifying existence they had ever seen. Even the Sun Elf, who had the Supreme Emperor star, had fallen at his hands. Everyone could still remember that shocking battle, and he had used his own strength to win. In the end, he had defeated the Outlander race's holy son and obtained the King of Kings' sword. The second King of Kings could be called a legendary figure. It was just a pity that he had another race's Emperor star and bloodline, or else the entire Outlander race would have supported him at all costs and allowed him to lead the Outlander race to glory again. Now that the King of Kings' sword had exploded out with such terrifying ripples, it was possible that the second King of Kings was about to awaken the King of Kings' sword. Everyone felt quite complicated. Some people were incredibly excited because that person was the second King of Kings. In the future, with the King of Kings' sword, he would be able to kill gods and Buddhas, and he would be able to destroy all creatures. He would lead the Outlander race to the peak of the world. Some people were worried and afraid because that person was not truly from the Outlander race and might not bring any benefits to the Outlander race. It was possible that he could use the King of Kings' sword to turn the entire Outlander race upside down and never have peace again. Most people belonged to the second group because that person did not know what race he was from and the Outlander race had not given him anything. In fact, many people had wanted to kill him back then. The Outlander Emperor star had already disappeared into the sky, and the golden light formed a massive pillar of light that stood in the heavens and earth. It was many times larger than before, and terrifying ripples continuously spread out like floodwaters. Under these terrifying ripples, everyone's hands and feet felt icy cold as if they were in icy water, and their bodies could not help but tremble. The godly spirits who had rushed up hurriedly retreated in fear. In that moment, they felt the threat of death. How could there be such terrifying power in this world? Just who was that person? The 10 swords merged into one and continuously gathered heaven and earth power, sending it into the King of Kings' sword. The King of Kings' sword gave off an even more intense golden light, and its awakening state became more and more intense. Zhao Fu raised the sword with one hand and a wild gale blew on his cloak, causing it to flutter. Arg! Understanding that this was the final moment, Zhao Fu roared and sent all of his divine bloodline's power into the King of Kings' sword. Boom, the King of Kings sword gave off an even more intense sword light and exploded out with shocking power as it gave off a massive explosion. Xing, a massive sword hum sounded out as the King of Kings sword seemed to have awakened and gave off boundless sword light, devouring heaven and earth power. Boom, a deafening roar rang out, and the huge golden pillar of light that stood between the heavens and the earth became even larger than before. The heavens and earth continuously trembled as space and the ground continuously collapsed. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived, and a terrifying aura covered everything, causing countless people to fall into terror. Suddenly, at the center of the golden pillar of light, above the King of Kings sword, a figure giving off a powerful aura slowly appeared. It was a woman who was tall and slim and had well-toned muscles. Her skin was a faint blood-red color, and she had short, blood-red hair and a pair of golden pupils. She was only wearing beast skins, and she gave off a wild and ferocious aura. This woman was most likely the King of Kings sword spirit, and under Zhao Fu's immense power, she had awoken from her slumber. After the sword spirit appeared, she stared at Zhao Fu, most likely sizing up Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu held the King of Kings sword and did not feel any fear. He looked at the sword spirit and the two of them stared at each other. After a while, the sword spirit lightly laughed and said, "Even though you're not bad, you're far from my previous master. However, since you pulled out the 10,000 god sword and awakened me, you can become the second King of Kings." Zhao Fu did not mind and said, "I'm not interested in the second King of Kings, but you need to understand that I'm your master." The sword spirit said with a provocative smile, "That will depend on your performance in the future. If you don't have the ability, I will be the first to kill you. At that time, even if you beg me, it will be useless. If you are not the strongest expert in the world, you are not worthy of using me." Zhao Fu frowned and looked a little unhappy. The King of Kings sword's temper was quite great. Even though it had only acknowledged him temporarily, it could betray him in the future. This sword's power was incredibly terrifying, and thinking about that, a trace of coldness appeared in Zhao Fu's eyes. "You think I have no way to deal with you? I hate it when people dare to provoke me, even if you're the King of Kings sword spirit." The sword spirit stood above Zhao Fu and looked quite condescending as she said, "With your divine realm power? Or the Outlander race's supreme emperor star? I can ignore the former, but I'm not afraid of the latter." Zhao Fu did not say anything else and sent a massive wave of power into the sword in his hand. The sword spirit immediately felt a wave of power wanting to pull her into the King of Kings sword. The sword spirit disdainfully laughed and said, "Even though you're holding the King of Kings sword, don't forget that I'm the sword spirit. Looks like it's time to teach you a lesson and let you know what's wrong." Xing, 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 the sword spirit smiled and grabbed at Zhao Fu. The King of Kings sword in Zhao Fu's hand continuously trembled, trying to break free from Zhao Fu's grasp. However, in the next moment, the sword spirit's expression fell. 6 lychee-sized orbs of different colored light appeared around Zhao Fu, giving off different Emperor Star's power. The 6 orbs of light moved to the side and formed a circle around the sword. Boom, the 6 orbs of light gave off intense light and exploded out with a formless power, locking down the King of Kings sword. The sword spirit felt her body being locked down by this power. The sword spirit looked at Zhao Fu in shock and said, "How can you use the power of 6 Emperor Stars?" Zhao Fu lightly harumphed and said, "Why should I tell you? I already said that I don't have the power to deal with you. Even without the power of 6 Emperor Stars, I could use the King of Kings sword's legacy to control you. Now that you've awakened, I've obtained the final control over the King of Kings sword and obtained the first-generation King of Kings item's legacy power." Zhao Fu had just discovered this, and after sending his power into the King of Kings sword, he obtained all of its information. The sword spirit's expression was quite unsightly as she glared at Zhao Fu and said, "What do you want to do with me?" Zhao Fu smirked and gave a trace of a mocking smile as he said, "So you know fear? However, I'll properly teach you a lesson later and show you who your master is." The sword spirit said angrily, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? I want to see how you'll deal with me. Don't forget that as the King of Kings sword spirit, if I'm damaged in any way, the King of Kings sword will also be damaged." Zhao Fu did not reply and gave a trace of an evil smile, causing the sword spirit to feel quite panicked. Zhao Fu casually swung the King of Kings sword and sent the sword spirit into it. This sword spirit's background was not simple at all, and Zhao Fu planned to properly deal with it later. Now that the King of Kings' sword had successfully awakened, the sword pillar's power gradually dissipated, and the heavens and earth became peaceful again. The 10 swords' power dissipated, and the hundreds of meter-long swords started to return to their original appearances. Master! I missed you so much, why did you keep me locked up in the sword seal? The evil dragon leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and looked at Zhao Fu resentfully as its hands roamed all over Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu rolled his eyes and said, "Go back into the sword first, I'll take care of your matters later." Zhao Fu understood that the ripples he had caused here were quite great, so he had to immediately leave this place. He could not hesitate, or else if those truly terrifying figures arrived, he would not be able to leave. The evil dragon coquettishly laughed and kissed Zhao Fu as she said seductively, "All right. Master, I'll wait for you." Following this, the evil dragon returned to the sword, and the other sword spirits also returned. Zhao Fu waved his hand and sent all of the swords into the sword seal. He then used his senses to find where Moon God Bud and the others were. Boom! Boom! A few hours later, waves of terrifying auras descended, and some terrifying experts arrived. Even though they could not divine where Zhao Fu was, they could find him based on the direction of the abnormalities. Seeing the terrifying experts descend, the godly spirits felt quite nervous and understood how terrifying this matter was. The powerful experts did not discover Zhao Fu, so they turned their gazes to the godly spirits. Facing so many terrifying existences, the godly spirits naturally did not dare to hide anything and told the experts what had happened. Right now, staying alive was the most important thing. That person had caused terrifying ripples that had drawn over so many terrifying figures, it was quite shocking. After hearing that Zhao Fu had left a few hours ago, the experts could only sigh and dejectedly return. If they could not capture this sort of person immediately, it would be very difficult to capture him in the future. Moreover, they had left for a few hours, so it was almost impossible to capture that person. After they left, even more terrifying experts descended with terrifying auras. They could only return in disappointment like the experts from before. With their strength, they were unable to find Zhao Fu. The godly spirits here all felt quite terrified as they looked at the experts continuously descending. It seemed that the ripples caused by that person far surpassed what they had imagined. This was because they did not know what that terrifying sword was, nor did they know who the owner of that sword was. No matter if it was the King of Kings' sword or Zhao Fu himself, they were all world-shaking people, which was why they had attracted so many terrifying figures to descend. In the end, most of the experts returned. Only a small number of people did not give up and continued to search for Zhao Fu and the others. After traveling for a few hours, Zhao Fu and the others stopped. Because they were pressed for time, they did not even bring their carriages, and they had to fly to escape from that place. Now that they were quite far away from the Battle God faction, they could relax and not worry about those terrifying figures finding them. They stopped on a hill. The first thing Zhao Fu did was look at Xianxia and her 2 guards. Her 2 guards immediately sensed Zhao Fu's intentions and pulled Xianxia away. They had never thought that the amicable Zhao Fu would become so merciless. Clang, 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 Zhao Fu's golden pupils quickly spun as chains containing immense power shot out from the ground and quickly bound up the 3 people. Just as everyone stopped and had not even caught their breath, they saw Zhao Fu suddenly attack Xianxia and the others, and they could not react in time. Xianxia immediately cried out angrily, "You bastard, hurry and let me go." The 2 guards' expressions became quite unsightly. They understood why Zhao Fu had captured them, and they said, "Sir, what are you waiting for?" They said, "Sir, don't worry, we definitely won't reveal your identity." The reason Zhao Fu had captured them was to prevent their identities from being exposed. Before, Zhao Fu did not care, but because of the commotion he had caused in that region, his identity had been exposed. These 3 people were no longer under Zhao Fu's control, and it was possible that they could harm him, so Zhao Fu had acted against them. Seeing that Zhao Fu had suddenly captured Xianxia and the others, Moon God Sprout immediately said, "Don't harm them." This was because Moon God Sprout greatly liked Xianxia, and Xianxia greatly trusted her. She did not want Zhao Fu to harm the 3 of them, and she hoped that they could get along peacefully. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he looked at Xianxia and the others and said, "I won't harm them, you don't have to worry about that." Hearing this, Moon God Sprout felt at ease. Zhao Fu looked at Xianxia and the others and smiled as he said, right now, you only have one choice, which is to submit to me. Now, you all understand that my identity is not something that a mere king god can compare to. If you're willing to submit to me, I won't mistreat you. The two guards, Wu Wu and Wu Yi, looked at Xianxia. She was their master, and no matter what decision she made, they would abide by it. Moreover, apart from submitting to Zhao Fu, they had no other choice because they did not have the strength to resist Zhao Fu. Xianxia angrily glared at Zhao Fu and did not say anything. Looking at her, Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, you can choose not to submit, but don't blame me for using my god-killing power against you. Xianxia was only a few years old, and she had personally witnessed how terrifying Zhao Fu's god-killing power was, so she immediately looked quite afraid. At that moment, Moon God Sprout came up and said, Xiaoyi, it's best if you submit to him. With me here, he won't bully you in the future. Xianxia hesitated, and after thinking for a while, she angrily replied, all right. For Big Sis' sake, I'll submit to you. Also, if you don't treat Big Sis and me well, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Seeing that Xianxia had submitted to Zhao Fu, the two guards did not have any objections and were willing to submit to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile and waved his hand, causing 3 waves of power to flow into the 3 people's bodies and turn into restrictions. The man used the demonic power while the woman used the 6 desires demonic chi. This caused Fog 5 to be completely fine, while Xianxia and Wui's faces became red and their breathing sped up. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised that Xianxia, who was so young, had such a big reaction. Moon God Sprout turned and angrily glared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and waved his hand, sending out a wave of power that sealed the 3 waves of power within his body. Moreover, he removed the countless chains, and the 3 people regained their freedom. Xianxia and Wui's expressions also returned to normal. Xianxia leapt into Moon God Sprout's embrace and glared at Zhao Fu in embarrassment as she said coquettishly, scoundrel. Perverted thief. Moon God Sprout lightly laughed, she knew how powerful Zhao Fu's power was. At that moment, the Luo family's 3 brothers came up and respectfully bowed as they said, Sir, we're all your servants and will never betray you. Can you tell us your identity now? Everyone's gazes gathered on Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's identity was undoubtedly what everyone was most curious about, and if they could not figure it out, they would feel quite uncomfortable. This was because the shockwaves that Zhao Fu had caused were simply too great. If it was before, they could endure it, but now, even if the Luo family's 3 brothers did not go up and ask, they would have asked just what sort of terrifying existence Zhao Fu was. Hearing this, Zhao Fu looked around and smiled as he said, all right then. I'll tell you my identity. Everyone immediately looked delighted, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would agree so easily. They heard Zhao Fu continue to speak. Everyone looked quite confused and could not understand Zhao Fu's words. Zhao Fu saying that he had an early-stage divine bloodline caused everyone's hearts to tremble and look incredibly shocked. An early-stage divine bloodline was a bloodline that could only be obtained by establishing a holy kingdom. The person in front of them was not a holy son but the founder of a holy kingdom. This was simply too shocking, and hearing this, everyone could not help but want to kneel. However, hearing that he was the king of a small kingdom, everyone instinctively did not believe this. After all, how could an ordinary kingdom have a divine bloodline, let alone an early-stage divine bloodline? However, since Zhao Fu had already said that he had an early-stage divine bloodline, there was no need for him to say that he was from a small kingdom to deceive them. Everyone could not figure it out. However, hearing Zhao Fu's words, everyone was once again shocked. That golden sword was the Outlander race's supreme sword, God Moon Sprout asked in shock. That final sword was the King of Kings' sword? That's the most terrifying thing in the world. It said that anyone with this sword can rule the entire Outlander race and become the supreme existence of the Outlander race. No one will dare to disobey them. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, it's not that exaggerated. Back when I obtained the King of Kings sword, there were many Outlander experts who wanted to take it. They won't listen to you. These words meant that he admitted that the sword was the King of Kings sword. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock, that was the Outlander race's most noble and terrifying thing. And now, it was in Zhao Fu's hands. Xianxia lay within Moonsprout's embrace and said in shock, I don't believe that you're the king of a small kingdom. A king of a small kingdom can't have an early-stage divine bloodline or the Outlander race's supreme sword. That's right. It's impossible for you to have the Outlander race's supreme emperor star. How could a king of a small kingdom have such things? Just who are you? No matter what, we're all mentally prepared. Hearing Xianxia's words, everyone could not help but nod, agreeing with what she said. Zhaofu chuckled, perhaps I'm an exception. I'm really the leader of a faction that hasn't even reached the level of a kingdom. I didn't lie to you, this is my true identity. Now, you know it. Everyone still did not believe it. After all, how could the leader of a small faction have a supreme emperor star, early generation divine bloodline, and the king of king's sword? However, looking at Zhaofu's expression, he didn't seem to be lying to them. Now, they really didn't understand what was going on. The only thing that was clear was that Zhaofu was not an ordinary person. He had the supreme emperor star, divine bloodline, and king of king's sword. A person only needed to have one of those to become the most terrifying person in the world. At this time, Zhaofu had 3 items. His future was unimaginable. Thinking about that, everyone gave a trace of a smile. The more powerful the person they followed, the more benefits they would receive. Being able to follow Zhaofu was definitely the most fortunate thing in their lives. After hearing about Zhaofu's identity, everyone felt at ease. However, they felt that Zhaofu was hiding many secrets. Zhaofu did not finish speaking, so they could not continue asking. However, at that moment, everyone's gazes turned to the moon god Sprout because they heard from Zhaofu that his goal was not only to collect godly spirit power but also to collect the Tenine energies for the moon god Sprout to awaken the Tenine celestial body. Tenine celestial body. Hearing this, everyone felt quite startled. This was a celestial body, and the moon god Sprout in front of them could become a celestial who could control the fate of countless worlds in the future. He was not someone they could come into contact with. Now, everyone could accept this. No wonder the moon god Sprout was so beautiful, it was someone who could become a celestial in the future. The ones who were the most shocked were the 3 Luo brothers. They had only accepted money to kill people, and only now did they find out that the person they killed actually had the Tenine immortal physique. Now, they rejoiced that Zhaofu had stopped them. The moon god Sprout had such a terrifying constitution and would not be easy to kill. Perhaps it would use the Tenine immortal body's power when it encountered danger. At that time, they would definitely be the ones to die. At the same time, they also thought about the faction that issued the mission. They reckoned that they would be in trouble in the future. Even though it was a powerful kingdom-level faction, because the moon god Sprout was Zhaofu's woman, it had already offended a terrifying existence like Zhaofu and would definitely be destroyed in the future. Moreover, even without Zhaofu, just the moon god Sprout's power would be enough to easily destroy it. Xianxia giggled as she hugged the moon god Sprout. I knew big sister wasn't simple. There's a powerful power attracting me. So that's the power of the Tenine immortal body. Big sister, from now on, you'll be my big sister. Facing everyone's gazes, the moon god Sprout felt a bit embarrassed and lightly laughed as she said, all right. Little sister. By the side, Zhaofu felt quite surprised and asked, why is the Tenine immortal body attracting you? Only then did everyone realize why the Tenine immortal body attracted Xianxia. If there was no relationship, it would be impossible. Xianxia gave a pleased smile as she said, it's because I have divine Yin energy, one of the 10 great Yin energies. Within the countless Yin energies, divine Yin energy and physical body energy are the rarest. In the end, divine Yin energy is even rarer than physical body energy. Zhaofu felt quite delighted. He had never thought that such a rare Yin energy, which took so much time to find, would appear in front of him without paying any price at all. Fortunately, he had left Xianxia and the others behind, or else he would have missed out on a divine Yin energy and would have taken a long time to find it. Right now, within the 10 great Yin energies, there were only physical body and profound Yin energy. If he could gather both of them, he would be able to awaken the Tenine immortal body for the moon god Sprout. Zhaofu felt great anticipation towards this Tenine immortal body and wanted to see what changes there would be after the moon god Sprout truly awakened. Zhaofu walked in front of Xianxia and grabbed her little hand, sending a wave of energy into her body. Xianxia had said that she had divine Yin energy within her body, so Zhao Fu naturally wanted to see if she had it or if she fulfilled the requirements to awaken it. After checking, the results were that Xianxia's divine yin energy was much stronger than other yin energies, but it was still weaker than Yilanxi's darkness yin energy. Right now, Zhao Fu did not know what was going on with Yilanxi. Zhao Fu took out the King of Kings sword and waved his hand. Rays of light shot out from the sword mark and turned into figures. They were sword spirits. The evil dragon flirtatiously smiled and leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace as she called out, "Master." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before raising the King of Kings sword. The King of Kings sword gave off a golden light as a figure appeared in front of Zhao Fu. It was the King of Kings sword spirit. This sword spirit's background was not simple at all. Because the situation had been quite tense, he had not been able to deal with this matter in time. Now that he was out of danger, Zhao Fu wanted to deal with the King of Kings sword. First of all, this sword spirit was no ordinary sword spirit. Rather, it was someone from the origin race. The origin race was the most ancient race in the world. Not only did they know the mysteries of opening the heavens and earth, but they also had the power to reverse yin and yang and destroy the heavens and earth. Even true celestials feared their existence. It was just that the origin race had disappeared for many years, and they had not existed since the immemorial era. They were many times rarer than even celestials. The reason why Zhao Fu was able to have his current accomplishments was because of one person's help, which was Tuoba Qing. Back then, she had given Zhao Fu an important origin mark, allowing him to awaken the celestial emperor star and slowly awaken the other emperor stars. Tuoba Qing was from the origin race and had disappeared for many years. The sword in front of him was from the origin race, and the King of Kings sword had an origin race outlander's soul as its sword spirit. Just thinking about this made anyone feel terrified. Even if it was just an ordinary iron sword, as long as it fused with an origin race outlander's soul, it would instantly possess god-slaying, demon-slaying, world-destroying power. What's more, the King of Kings sword was not simple at all. It was forged from an origin race outlander's rare body and had fused with the source energy of countless worlds. Finally, it had an origin race outlander as its sword spirit. This power was already unimaginable, it was a type of terror that surpassed imagination. The King of Kings sword's power could be said to be in the top 3 in the heaven-awakened world, including the god world and underworld. Celestial weapons and world weapons were much weaker in front of it. Back then, the first King of Kings had held a sword and led the entire outlander race, forcing the other 7 races to retreat. They did not dare to face him head-on and could only avoid him. One could imagine how terrifying this sword was. However, the King of Kings was not simple. This terrifying King of Kings sword had been personally forged by him. Now that Zhao Fu had obtained the King of Kings legacy, he knew some information, but it was not complete. From the start, the King of Kings had just been an ordinary person and had not been born a king. He did not have any terrifying bloodline or a terrifying identity, and he seemed quite ordinary. But he was adopted by a mysterious person when he was young. Zhao Fu did not know if this mysterious person was male or female, but he treated the King of Kings very well. Not only did he raise the King of Kings, but he also taught him many things and told him that he had an important mission since he was young. The King of Kings sword had been forged with the mysterious person's help, or else the King of Kings would not have been able to do this. Back then, the King of Kings was still young and was not as powerful as he was now. He could not obtain those outlander peerless materials, nor could he obtain the origin race's soul. As such, he could not forge the King of Kings sword by himself. This King of Kings sword had accompanied him for his entire life from when he had first come out to go out and train until his death. The King of Kings had completed his mission and led the outlander race to unprecedented glory. It was an era that the outlander race was most proud of. After that mysterious person nurtured the King of Kings, he did not appear again. After becoming famous, the King of Kings had searched for him many times, but he had not been able to find any information. It was as if that person did not exist. From how Zhao Fu saw it, that person was definitely from the origin race, and he was definitely not an ordinary origin race. Otherwise, he would not have been able to nurture such a terrifying figure like the King of Kings. Moreover, that mysterious person had given the King of Kings origin mark, so the King of Kings bloodline was most likely from that origin bloodline. After all, only with an origin mark could one raise their bloodline to an origin bloodline, and the process was incredibly difficult. However, the King of Kings had been the most dazzling person of that era, so he had definitely raised his bloodline to an origin bloodline. Xiaofu understood how difficult this was because he had awakened 6 emperor stars and many spirit medicines to raise his bloodline to a divine bloodline. However, he was still some distance away from an origin bloodline. What was quite strange was that the King of Kings, who had such terrifying strength and had an origin mark, only had 1,500 years of lifespan. This was quite strange. Ordinary world realm experts had 1,000 years of lifespan, but the king of the Outlander race, someone who even Celestials had to avoid, only had 1,500 years of lifespan. This did not make sense. However, the King of Kings' sword did not have many records of this, so Xiaofu did not know what had happened and why the King of Kings only had such a short lifespan. From the perspective of the other races, this was an incredibly good thing. If the first King of Kings did not die, the other 7 races would not be able to rise up. If the King of Kings had lived a bit longer, perhaps he would have been able to destroy the other 7 races and unify the entire world. This was not an exaggeration. If the King of Kings was given some time to develop, he would definitely be able to do this. During this period of time, the other races could only worry and fear. Facing the unity of the entire race, they were not a match for him at all and could only passively defend. Back then, in order to stop the King of Kings from unifying the world, countless people had used all sorts of methods, both in the open and in the dark. As long as they achieved their goal, they would not hold back at all. In actuality, the King of Kings had wanted to unify the entire world. After all, unifying the Outlander race was only the first part of his mission. Unifying the entire world was his final mission. When that time came, he would have become the only king in the world, and no one would have been able to compare to him. If he had succeeded, the Heaven-awakened world would have been completely different. It was a pity that the King of Kings had died too early, and after he died, no one had the ability to inherit his position. Adding on the fact that the other races had allied together to invade and sow discord, the incredibly powerful Outlander race had collapsed like a mountain, becoming what it was now. The position of the King of Kings was incredibly difficult to inherit. Back then, even the Outlander Holy Sun and the possessor of the Outlander Emperor Star had not been able to draw the King of Kings' sword and obtain the King of Kings' legacy. If it wasn't for Xiaofu, he might have had to wait countless years. Xiaofu found that he was somewhat similar to the King of Kings. Everything was related to the origin race. Xiaofu looked at the King of Kings' sword spirit and asked seriously, "Who is that mysterious person? And who are you?" As a noble person from the origin race, you shouldn't be a sword spirit. The sword spirit lightly harumphed, "Do you think I'll tell you? I don't like you anymore, so I won't listen to you. It's best if you send me back to Outlander 10 College, or else you'll regret it." Xiaofu's expression was cold and he did not say anything else. The golden pupil in his left eye quickly spun and a formless energy spread out. A few chains quickly shot out and bound the sword spirit's hands and feet. They hung her in the air and pulled, causing her body to stretch. The sword spirit glared at Xiaofu and said angrily, "What do you want to do to me?" Xiaofu's expression was cold and he did not reply. The evil dragon flirtatiously laughed as she said, "We're going to let you enjoy extreme torture. Submit to our master. Our master won't mistreat you." The sword spirit frowned and did not understand what the evil dragon was saying. Why did it sound like torture? At that moment, a massive wave of 6 desires demonic chi came out of Xiaofu's palm and flowed into the King of Kings' sword. Immediately, the sword spirit felt a formless energy spread out within her body, causing her body to become soft and hot. Her face became bright red and she started to pant. Now that the sword spirit understood what the evil dragon was saying, she cursed angrily, "You bastard, why did he choose a perverted bandit like you to be the second King of Kings? This is an insult. Hurry and stop, you bastard." Xiaofu was expressionless and ignored the sword spirit as he continuously sent the 6 desires demonic chi into the sword. Soon, the sword spirit was covered with sweat and her body twisted in the air, uncontrollably giving off indescribable sounds. The 6 desires celestial art was indeed powerful, it was effective on any woman. Seeing Xiaofu use this method to torture the King of Kings' sword spirit, the other sword spirits' faces became slightly red, and their beautiful eyes fell on Zhao Fu's body. The evil dragon hugged Zhao Fu and asked seductively, "Master, you've already pampered so many women, why don't you pamper us sword spirits as well? We'll always be by your side. Whenever you need us, we'll be there for you." Zhao Fu rolled his eyes at her and replied, "I can't do that. Also, my cultivation technique is restricted, so I can't do these things." The evil dragon was unhappy. "Why? Also, does it mean that you can pamper us just because you have a breakthrough in your cultivation technique? Now that we're all your people, you can't not take responsibility for us. You don't know that every time you use us, we suffer." Zhao Fu was quite startled. His cultivation technique was the Six Desires celestial art, so it naturally contained the Six Desires demonic chi's power. When using weapons, he had to infuse power into them. He raised his head and scanned his surroundings. The sky demon gave a faint flirtatious smile, the wood sword spirit's face was red, the slaughtering ghost sword felt slightly embarrassed, the corpse soul sword's eyes were filled with a trace of anticipation, and even the emperor killing sword gave a faint smile and did not refute the evil dragon's words. Zhao Fu felt quite helpless and could only say, "We'll see in the future." The evil dragon immediately smiled and happily kissed Zhao Fu a few times. This time, Zhao Fu did not directly refuse, her goal had greatly advanced. By now, the King Sword Spirit could not take it anymore and started to beg Zhao Fu for mercy. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and stopped infusing the Six Desires demonic chi. The King's Sword Spirit slowly returned to normal and glared at Zhao Fu as it said angrily and embarrassedly, "You bastard, perverted thief, trash, put me down." Zhao Fu's smile faded and he frowned as he said, "Do you want to experience that feeling again?" The King's Sword Spirit said angrily, "I know that you cultivate the Six Desires celestial art, and I know Six Desires celestial. My master owes her a favor, and if she finds out that you dare to treat me like this, she'll definitely punish you. When that time comes, you won't have a good time either." Zhao Fu felt quite startled. This King Sword Spirit seemed to know Six Desires celestial, the person who had created the Six Desires celestial art. The Golden Dragon, Dishi, felt quite shocked. The Six Desires celestial art was the Heaven Murder Empire's most terrifying emperor, and he had obtained it after entering the Six Desires celestial palace. Six Desires celestial was one of the most powerful celestials of that era and had left behind many terrifying legends. Even now, there were still people who knew her name and feared her power. Zhao Fu cultivated the Six Desires celestial art and had seen how terrifying its power was. However, now that the King Sword Spirit said that it knew Six Desires celestial and had a great relationship with her, it made her seem much older than the Heaven Murder Empire, let alone Zhao Fu. Dishi said seriously, "This sword is from the origin race and is related to Six Desires celestial. It's best to handle this matter carefully." Zhao Fu felt a headache, things had become even more complicated. So many years had passed, and Six Desires celestial most likely no longer existed. However, why did the King Sword Spirit say that Six Desires celestial would punish him? He definitely could not let the Sword Spirit see that he was wary of her, or else she would become even more arrogant, making it even more impossible for him to suppress her. Zhao Fu asked calmly, "You know Six Desires celestial?" "However, I'm not her legatee, I'm just cultivating her art. She doesn't seem to care what I do to you." The King Sword Spirit coldly harumphed, "Do you think I'd lie to you? I already said that she owes my master a favor, and whenever she sees my master, she treats him politely and treats him like an elder. She wouldn't behave like you. Also, even if you're not her legatee, you're cultivating her art, so you're related to her. Don't think that Six Desires celestial is dead, she's alive and well, just not in this world. She can find you and punish you." After so many years, Six Desires celestial is still not dead? Hearing this, Dishi, Diyu, and Zhao Fu could not help but feel quite shocked. Just how many years had this monster lived for? Her legatee, the Heaven Murder Emperor, and the Heaven Murder Empire had been destroyed for who knew how long, yet she was still alive. Even ordinary celestials would not be able to live for so long, right? Moreover, Six Desires celestial's power back then was already incredibly terrifying. Now that she had cultivated for so many years, her power was simply unimaginable. Even if they gathered the power of the 10,000 worlds, they would still lose. Sensing Zhao Fu's shocked expression, the King Sword Spirit's anger decreased slightly. and it gave a trace of a smile as it said, "Now, do you know fear? You cultivate her art and dare to treat me like this? I'm telling you, you're finished." The King's Sword Spirit looked quite embarrassed and furious. Firstly, she did not acknowledge Xiao Fu as her owner and greatly disliked Xiao Fu. Secondly, she had not been controlled and had made those indescribable sounds and begged Xiao Fu to take care of her. However, she had not done this willingly and had been forced by the Six Desires demonic chi. Thirdly, she did not like what Xiao Fu had said. Even though what Xiao Fu had said was correct, it was the King of Kings who had helped Six Desires immortal, not the other way around. However, as the King of Kings' only sword, she was definitely the person closest to the King of Kings. Now that she had been wronged, Six Desires immortal would most likely help her. The King's Sword Spirit said angrily, "I didn't acknowledge you as my owner. Moreover, if Six Desires immortal finds out, he'll definitely act because of my owner. In the end, it was you who used the Six Desires demonic chi to deal with me, and you have the cheek to say that?" Xiao Fu looked at her and did not say anything as a massive wave of Six Desires demonic chi flooded into the King's sword. "Bastard!" Seeing the Six Desires demonic chi continuously enter the sword, the King's Sword Spirit once again felt an intense feeling, and she angrily cursed. Xiao Fu said calmly, "It was the King of Kings' legacy that chose me, so I'm naturally your owner. You're just an accessory. Otherwise, why would I be able to use the King's sword to control you and not the other way around?" The King's Sword Spirit's face became bright red and she angrily yelled, "If I have the chance, I'll definitely kill you. Also, why did Master's legacy choose a bastard like you?" Boom! Xiao Fu exploded out with a massive aura as countless traces of Six Desires demonic chi flowed out and entered the King's sword. The King's Sword Spirit's consciousness fell into darkness and her body twisted in the air, giving off indescribable sounds. The ground was covered with water. The Sin Dragon flirtatiously smiled as she said, "Owner, I'll go up and help you teach her a lesson." "N." Xiao Fu simply responded. The evil dragon smiled and came before the King of Kings' Sword Spirit. He waved his hand and a formless energy tore off the King of Kings' Sword Spirit's clothes, revealing its body. Then, the evil dragon started to do all kinds of indescribable things. Sky Demon smiled and went up to help, and Corpse Soul also went up curiously and started to teach the King of Kings' Sword Spirit. Wang Mu blushed, too embarrassed to stay outside and watch. He turned into a beam of light and returned to the sword seal. The youngest was the Heaven Sealing Sword Spirit, and she was only 6 or 7 years old. However, her face was bright red, and she looked curiously and shyly at the people teaching the 10,000 King's Sword Spirit. Xiao Fu felt that it was not suitable for her to see these things, so he waved his hand and kept her in the sword seal. In the end, after 3 hours, the 10,000 King's Sword Spirit gave off a high-pitched cry, and its body hung from the chains like a corpse. Only then did Xiao Fu stop sending in the Six Desires demonic chi. He looked at the feeble King of Kings' Sword Spirit and said, "Do you still want to resist me?" The King of Kings' Sword Spirit panted, and even though her eyes were filled with reluctance, she still said, "I'm willing to submit to you, you're my owner." A trace of a smile appeared on Xiao Fu's face as he sent a wave of power into the King of Kings' sword. The King of Kings' sword gave off a faint golden light, and the weakened King of Kings' Sword Spirit gradually recovered her strength and mind. Xiao Fu loosened the chains binding her, allowing her body to fall to the ground. The King of Kings' Sword Spirit still looked quite angry as she put on her clothes, and the 3 people who had been teaching her returned to their positions. "Owner, I've made a great contribution," the evil dragon leapt into Xiao Fu's embrace and flirtatiously said. Xiao Fu smiled and hugged her before looking at the King of Kings' Sword Spirit and asking, "You said that Six Desires Celestial isn't dead and is in another world. What's going on?" The King of Kings' Sword Spirit still looked quite angry as she replied, "Her cultivation has already reached the limit of this world, so she naturally has to go to a higher level world to break through." Xiao Fu looked quite confused as he asked, "What's a higher level world? Isn't the Heaven Awakened world the highest level world?" The King of Kings' Sword Spirit looked at Xiao Fu as if she had not seen this before and said, "Of course not. The Heaven Awakened world is only a higher level world and not the ultimate world. The ultimate world is called the Celestial world, and celestial level existences usually go there." Moreover, there are some worlds between the celestial world and the higher-level worlds. Those worlds are affected by the celestial world, and everything there contains celestial chi. Even a small blade of grass on the side of the road can be called a spirit herb. The creatures that live there are even more terrifying and have monstrous power that can easily destroy worlds. Those worlds are called the half-celestial world, and they are where holy empires are located. Normally, holy empires will occupy a half-celestial world and will not go to a lower-level world. The reason why I said that Six Desires Celestial isn't dead is because she left something for my previous owner. She said that if he needed her help, he could go to the half-celestial world and use that thing to summon her, and she would come down to help him. That thing contains Six Desires Celestial source energy, and it still exists. This means that Six Desires Celestial is definitely still alive, and that thing is sealed within the sword. However, you can't open the King of Kings sword hoard right now, so you won't be able to obtain that thing. Xiaofu felt quite shocked. Xiaofu did not know about this before, and now that the King of Kings sword spirit had said so much information, Xiaofu was unable to absorb it all. However, he now understood why there were so few celestials in the world. They most likely went to the celestial world to break through to a higher level of cultivation, not to die or go missing. The existence who had created the art of alchemy did not seem to have died, and he was most likely in the celestial world. Moreover, the incredibly mysterious and terrifying Holy Empire's veil had been lifted, allowing Xiaofu to understand what kind of existence Holy Empires were. They were currently developing in some half-celestial worlds, and even though they were incredibly powerful, now that Xiaofu knew where they were, they did not feel as mysterious and unpredictable as before. That feeling made Holy Empires seem even more terrifying, which was why ordinary people respected Holy Empires so much. Finally, Xiaofu knew about the King of Kings sword hoard. After obtaining the King of Kings legacy, he had obtained a lot of information, including information about the King of Kings sword hoard. The King of Kings sword hoard was a massive treasure hoard left behind by the King of Kings, and the treasure hoard was sealed within the King of Kings sword hoard, so it was called the King of Kings sword hoard. The King of Kings sword had world-destroying power, and it contained countless treasures, which was why so many people wanted to steal it. With this sword, even though they might not become as monstrous as the King of Kings, they would be able to establish a super faction. However, even though Xiaofu had obtained the King of Kings sword, he had only awakened it. If he wanted to open the King of Kings sword hoard, he would need to obtain the King of Kings sword's acknowledgement step by step. At this moment, Xiaofu did not have the ability to open it. Otherwise, if Xiaofu had the power to open the King of Kings sword hoard, the Qin Empire would have grown 1,000 times stronger. After all, that was a hoard left behind by the King of Kings, who was the only person in the world to rule over a large race. That was the entire Outlander race, which took up 1/8 of the Heaven-Awakened world. The amount of treasures they had was simply shocking. There were also quite a few heaven-defying treasures among them. There was no need to talk about the others. Take, for example, the item used to summon immortal Six Desires. Six Desires Celestial had been one of the most powerful celestials since ancient times, and now that countless years had passed, her strength was simply unimaginable. If she was summoned, even the incredibly terrifying Holy Empires would have to behave themselves. Xiaofu only understood about Six Desires Celestial, and there were still many things that he did not understand. He continued to ask the King of Kings sword spirit, "Who are you? Who is the mysterious person who raised and taught the King of Kings?" The King of Kings sword spirit was still the same as before, "I don't know. Before I had any memories, I was in the sword, and I don't know about that mysterious person either. However, that person's power might be even more terrifying than Six Desires Celestial." Hearing this, Xiaofu was shocked. Six Desires Immortal was already an incredibly terrifying existence, yet that mysterious person was even more terrifying than Six Desires Immortal. It was impossible to imagine just what level of existence that person was. However, thinking about how that mysterious person was from the origin race and had existed for countless years, he was the one who had taught and raised the King of Kings, and the King of Kings was Six Desires Immortal Senior. It was understandable that Six Desires Immortal was not as powerful as that mysterious person. Xiaofu asked seriously, "Does the mysterious man still exist?" The King of Kings sword spirit replied, "I don't know. My last master has been looking for him, but there has been no news. Zhao Fu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If such a person still exists, then I really don't know who else can stop him. Following this, Zhao Fu continued to ask, the King of Kings was so powerful, so why did he only live for such a short time? Hearing this, the great King Sword Spirit's expression became somewhat sad. That is his fate, destined to be glorious yet short. Looking at her, Zhao Fu understood how she felt. She had accompanied the King of Kings for 1,500 years, and it was impossible for them not to have deep feelings for each other. However, Zhao Fu felt that it was quite a pity because he was the only person who could have unified the Heaven Awakened world. If the Heaven Awakened world had been unified back then and had developed for so many years, it would have been countless times more powerful than it was now, and it would not have had to worry about the alchemy world and outer world invading. However, if he had unified the Heaven Awakened world, people like Zhao Fu who had just entered the world would not have had a chance. That way, the Qin Empire would not have been established, and Zhao Fu would not have his current strength and status. In fact, Zhao Fu might have died. After all, whenever the Heaven Awakened world devoured a world, that world would belong to the King of Kings. A small world would not be able to resist the King of Kings, and it could only be conquered. Finally, the King of Kings' fate was just this short and glorious. However, fate was quite strange and could not be understood or searched for. The King of Kings had only talked about his fate and did not mention the true reason for the King of Kings' death. As such, Zhao Fu continued to ask, what was the true reason for the King of Kings' death? The King of Kings' Sword Spirit said somewhat sorrowfully, my master wanted to unify the entire Heaven Awakened world and end all wars. Even though my master had the ability to do so, he did not have this fate. After all, he was an Outlander and had the Outlander Supreme Emperor star, so he could only unify the entire Outlander race. It's said that in order to truly unify the Heaven Awakened world, one needs the sovereign bloodlines of the 8 races and 8 Supreme Emperor stars. Only such a person can unify the Heaven Awakened world. Sovereign bloodlines of the 8 races? 8 Supreme Emperor stars? Hearing this, Zhao Fu looked quite confused. He had the sovereign bloodlines of the 6 races and 6 Emperor stars. Did that mean he was the person who unified the Heaven Awakened world? Was this destiny? The true Son of Heaven? At that moment, the King of Kings' Sword Spirit thought about how Zhao Fu also had the Outlander Emperor star. Looking at Zhao Fu's expression, it said somewhat disdainfully, even though you have the Outlander Emperor star and bloodline, you're tens of thousands of times weaker than my master. You'll never become a legendary figure like him. Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh. This time, he was not angry. The King of Kings' Sword Spirit felt that Zhao Fu was mocking it and said angrily, bastard, I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. Not only are you not as good as my master in terms of strength and character, but you're also a perverted scoundrel who used such a despicable method to deal with me. It's impossible for someone like you to become someone like my master in the future. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, not explaining, the King of Kings is indeed a legend, and I greatly admire him. However, I'm your master now, so you must listen to me. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. Hearing Zhao Fu's threat, the King of Kings' Sword Spirit thought back to the embarrassing scene from before, and its face became slightly red and it immediately became more obedient. Zhao Fu smiled as he asked the Sword Spirit, how can I continue to obtain the King of Kings' Sword's acknowledgement? Right now, everything else was not very important, the most important thing was to obtain the King of Kings' Sword's acknowledgement. Only then would he be able to unleash the King of Kings' Sword's power and open the massive King of Kings' Sword hoard. Hearing this, the King of Kings' Sword Spirit felt a bit more confident and said, now that you've obtained my master's legacy, you need to continuously grasp that King of Kings' power. The more powerful your King of Kings' power, the more the King of Kings' Sword will acknowledge you. Most importantly, you need to obtain my acknowledgement, or else you won't be able to open the King of Kings' Sword hoard and receive the King of Kings' Sword's acknowledgement. After all, I'm a sword spirit. Ordinary sword spirits were the souls of swords and could easily control swords. After all, swords were like their bodies. Looking at the sword spirit's expression, it seemed that it would be quite difficult. However, Zhao Fu was not too worried, as she would be tamed by him sooner or later. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, I also want to know about the King of Kings. Tell me more about him. Seeing that Zhao Fu was being a bit more courteous, the sword spirit felt quite happy. Moreover, she was talking about the King of Kings' glorious history, so she immediately started to tell Zhao Fu about it. Zhao Fu listened attentively. Since the King of Kings was such a powerful existence, Zhao Fu wanted to know about his past and deeds. A few hours later, after hearing the sword spirit talk about the King of Kings' life, Zhao Fu felt a bit of pity and melancholy. A legendary figure had come to an end, and Zhao Fu wondered what the end of his life would be like. Looking at the sword spirits around him, Zhao Fu said, "You can all come back." Hearing this, the sword spirits turned into rays of sword light and shot into Zhao Fu's sword mark. In the end, only the King of Kings' sword spirit was left standing there, looking quite unhappy. What had happened today had not made her happy, and she remembered that Zhao Fu would be her owner in the future. Zhao Fu did not mind and waved the King of Kings' sword, sending the King of Kings' sword spirit into it. Following this, Zhao Fu returned to where Moon God Sprout and the others had been waiting for Zhao Fu. Seeing that Zhao Fu had been gone for so long, Moon God Sprout asked caringly, "What is it? You've been gone for so long, it's getting dark." Zhao Fu did not tell Moon God Sprout about this and smiled as he said, "It's nothing. Let's continue on our way." Seeing how happy Zhao Fu was, everyone felt that what had just happened was not a bad thing, so they did not mind and followed Zhao Fu into the sky. A while later, they came to another faction and found an ordinary inn. Because the others had shown their faces to the gods, in order to avoid being found, everyone was now wearing a cloak to hide their faces and bodies. Zhao Fu had the Luo family's 3 brothers prepare 2 carriages, while everyone else stayed in the room and cleaned up. Because they had fled in such a hurry, everyone's hair and clothes were a bit messy. The 3 Luo brothers went out to buy 2 carriages. Zhao Fu brought them to the hall on the first floor and ordered some good food and wine. Moon God Sprout shyly sat beside Zhao Fu, leaning against Zhao Fu. Xianxia hugged Moon God Sprout with jealousy, not wanting her big sister to be taken advantage of by Zhao Fu. Yilan she was a little envious, but the others were more normal. Boom, a powerful aura swept by. The people in the inn broke out in a cold sweat and started chatting with each other. What's going on? Why are there so many terrifying people? Every time I pass by, I break out in a cold sweat. This has never happened before. Don't you know? Something big happened in the Battle God Land, and many experts swarmed over because of this. Otherwise, why would they pass by here? AI. Then tell me what happened. Why did so many experts flock here? Something shocking must have happened, right? I think so too, but I don't know the specifics. It seems to have something to do with the King of Kings' sword. What? The King of Kings' sword? That's the Outlander race's supreme god weapon. Why did it come to our god realm? I'm not too sure either, but many experts went there and did not obtain anything, so they've started to return. You're making me feel like I'm in suspense. Just what's going on? How is it related to the King of Kings' sword? I really don't know. This kind of thing is something that small people like us should know. I only know how much I know. What they did not know was that the cause of all of this was on the table next to them. Hearing their words, Zhao Fu felt quite concerned. It seemed that this place was not very safe, and it would be best to travel through the night and leave this place as soon as possible. After eating, the Luo family's 3 brothers prepared 2 carriages, and they traveled through the night to another place. On the way, Zhao Fu sat in the carriage and took out the King of Kings' sword and started to strengthen the King of Kings' legacy's power. Before, Zhao Fu had only obtained a preliminary portion of the legacy, and he had not fully grasped that power yet. He had not had time to deal with it, and now, he could travel while absorbing and refining that King of Kings' legacy's power. The King of Kings' sword gave off a faint golden light and floated in the air, and massive waves of power continuously entered Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on the carriage and absorbed that wave of power. Everyone else sat by the side and made some space so that they would not disturb Zhao Fu. This king's power was definitely an extremely powerful power, and Zhao Fu could feel that this power was causing his constitution to go through another round of evolution. Now, Zhao Fu's bloodline was a divine bloodline, and ordinary powers would not be able to affect him much. However, King of Kings' legacy's power could greatly affect him. Moreover, this King of Kings' power seemed to be the power of many different races fused together. Zhao Fu had not obtained the Outlander race's 34 races bloodlines and power, but he had fused them together, and he felt that it was that kind of power. However, there was a massive difference between this power and King of Kings' legacy. This King of Kings' legacy seemed to have fused the power of over 10,000 races, which was why it was so terrifying. This was true King of Kings' legacy, a power that reigned above countless Outlander races. Zhao Fu's fusion of 34 races simply could not compare at all. If he wanted to unleash the King of Kings' sword's power, he had to use King of Kings' legacy's power. As such, the most important thing for Zhao Fu was to grasp King of Kings' legacy's power, or else he would not be able to use the King of Kings' sword. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion sounded out. This explosion did not come from Zhao Fu but from Mu Xiang, who was bitterly cultivating next to him. Ever since Zhao Fu had given her the lunar divinity, Mu Xiang had been using all of her time to cultivate and did not even have time to sleep. Now, Mu Xiang had finally started to change. Mu Xiang's body gave off an intense gray light as heaven and earth power continuously gathered and entered her body. Waves of powerful godly spirit aura spread out from her body. The Luo family's brothers outside sensed this aura and stopped their carriages. Zhao Fu stopped absorbing King of Kings' legacy's power and had the others leave first so that they would not disturb Mu Xiang. This was the most important moment for Mu Xiang. Hearing this, everyone else got off the carriages and waited by the side. Boom! Mu Xiang's body continuously absorbed heaven and earth power, and an ancient yin qi started to gush out of Mu Xiang's body. A figure appeared in the sky. It was Mu Xiang's figure. This figure was not very big, only 100 meters tall, and its appearance were the same as Mu Xiang's. The surrounding heaven and earth power continuously flowed into that figure, and a godly might spread out. Zhao Fu looked at Mu Xiang and gave a trace of a smile. This was the godly figure that Mu Xiang had condensed herself. Even though it was not very big and its power could not compare to Zhao Fu's, it had already fulfilled Zhao Fu's requirements for awakening the 10 yin immortal body. Following this, the figure disappeared, the various abnormal signs disappeared, and the surroundings became peaceful again. Within the carriage, Mu Xiang opened her eyes, and her eyes flashed with a divine light. Mu Xiang's little brother happily came in from outside and was the first to leap into Mu Xiang's embrace as he said excitedly, "Big sister. You've also become a godly spirit. In the future, we won't have to worry anymore." Now that she had become a true godly spirit, Mu Xiang's face brimmed with a beautiful smile as she hugged her little brother and said, "Mim. In the future, Big Sister will protect you. Also, this is all thanks to Lord's help. Without Lord, we would have died long ago." Mu Xiao seriously nodded, indicating that she understood. Mu Xiang had a smile on her face as she turned to look at Zhao Fu within the carriage and called out gratefully and happily, "Lord." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "Come here. Let me see the power within you." Mu Xiang let go of her little brother and shyly came in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu grabbed her hand and a formless power flowed into Mu Xiang's body. Everything was as Zhao Fu had expected. Even though Mu Xiang's extreme yin god power was not very strong, it had fulfilled the requirements. Now, she only lacked physical power and profound yin power. Everyone continued on their way. Not long after, everyone arrived at a city. Zhao Fu did not intend to stay here for long and wanted to continue on his way, but he heard a piece of news. 3 divine spirit factions were attacking a faction, and that faction's name was the Profound Negative God. Hearing this name, Zhao Fu lost his composure. This was because profound yin energy was one of the 10 types of yin energy, and that faction had called it Profound Yin God. The godly spirit there definitely had profound yin energy, and as long as he collected profound yin energy, he would only be missing one type of yin energy. Zhao Fu asked for the location and information, then had everyone wait here. "Bitch. You're definitely going to lose, hee hee." A young woman in a red dress with a bewitching figure looked at a woman in robes with a trace of venom in her eyes. The robed woman had a slim figure and a pretty face. She had long, azure hair and a pair of azure eyes, and she gave off a godly spirit aura that was not weak at all. Right now, blood was flowing out of the corner of her mouth. She was surrounded by 3 people. Other than the woman in the red dress, there was also an ordinary-looking youth and an ugly brawny man. Apart from this battlefield, there were also gods fighting in several other places. However, it was clear that the three factions had the advantage. They had the advantage in numbers and strength, making it difficult for the other faction to resist. The robed woman said furiously, "If it wasn't for the fact that you allied with those two factions, do you think I would be afraid of you?" The woman in the red dress savagely laughed as she said, "If you have the ability, go ally with other factions. Since you don't have the ability, don't blame me for destroying your profounding god. Also, bitch, I'm going to keep you alive and let you die in humiliation. Otherwise, I won't be able to satisfy my hatred for so many years." The ordinary-looking youth looked at the profounding god and gave an evil smile as he said, "You promised us that as long as we helped you destroy the profounding god, we would play with the two of you however we wanted." The ugly brawny man loudly laughed as he said, "We don't want to care about the matters between you women. Hurry up and end this so we can have some fun with the two of you. I can't wait anymore." The robed woman looked at the woman in the red dress condescendingly as she said, "Oh? Who's the bitch here? You actually used your own body as the price. I feel bad for your dead man." The woman in the red dress looked furious as she yelled, "This is all your fault, just who killed my man?" The woman in the red dress coldly harumphed, "You asked for it, it was you who wanted to invade our faction, do you think we'll retaliate?" The woman in the red dress looked furious as she said to the two men next to her, "Don't listen to her nonsense, as long as you help me capture her, I'll play with you for the entire day." The youth and brawny man laughed and immediately attacked the woman in the red dress. Boom, the big man held a massive hammer and vigorously swung it, sending out a powerful force and ferocious wind towards the long-robed woman. The woman in the red dress dodged to the side, avoiding this attack. The youth held a spear and rushed in front of the woman in the red dress. He vigorously swung the spear, giving off a destructive power as he attacked the woman in the red dress. The woman in the red dress was unable to dodge and could only use her sword to block. Boom, the woman in the red dress gave off a powerful aura as she appeared, holding a blood-red saber with both hands. The saber gave off an intense saber light as she slashed towards the woman in the red dress. The woman's heart tightened and she quickly unleashed a defensive barrier to block. Bang, the saber light slammed against the defensive barrier, resulting in a massive explosion. The defensive barrier shattered and the woman in the red dress was sent flying back, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. "Xianxia!" A weak-looking youth called out worriedly. He had wanted to rush over but was stopped by another godly spirit. The woman in the red dress turned to look at the weak-looking youth and wildly laughed as she said, "It seems that your relationship with him has been quite good recently. I'll show you how I'll kill him and make you feel my pain." The woman in the red dress expression was quite unsightly because she was not a match for the three of them. In the end, she would be captured and her faction would be destroyed by the three factions. She had a good impression of the weak-looking youth and did not want to drag him in. Moreover, she did not want her body to be ravaged by these two scum. The most important thing right now is what to do. Boom, a massive aura suddenly descended and a terrifying aura flooded out as a formless might ferociously pressed down. Sensing this terrifying aura, the two sides immediately fell silent and looked up at the sky in terror. A cloaked figure giving off a mysterious aura appeared in the sky. His gaze was cold as he looked down at the godly spirits below, giving off a high and mighty feeling. The godly spirits who were fighting stopped and looked at Zhao Fu nervously. They could sense the terrifying aura coming from Zhao Fu's body and understood that Zhao Fu was incredibly powerful and that they were not a match for him. They did not know why such a powerful person had suddenly appeared here. Zhao Fu looked around and found 4 people giving off blacking god power. In the end, Zhao Fu's gaze fell on the long-robed woman because she gave off the strongest blacking god power. Seeing Zhao Fu look at her, the long-robed woman felt quite startled. She did not seem to have any connection with such an expert. She asked respectfully, "Sir, what business do you have with me?" Zhao Fu's lips curved into a trace of a smile as he said in a domineering tone that could not be rejected, "You're mine now, come with me." The long-robed woman felt quite furious. This was simply too domineering without even asking for her opinion. Who was his thing? The others felt quite displeased, especially the weak-looking young man and the red-dressed woman. The long-robed woman was someone that the weak-looking young man liked, so of course he would not allow others to take her away. Moreover, he had even treated her like an object, making him feel quite angry. He said loudly, I don't agree. What right do you have to take away my beloved? The red-dressed woman also looked quite furious as she said, Sir, this is a private matter, please don't interfere. This is our private matter, please do not interfere. I must kill this woman. The long-robed woman had killed her man, so she felt immense hatred towards her and wanted to kill her at all costs. As such, no matter how powerful Zhao Fu was, she still dared to speak. As for the other two people, they obediently retreated to the side as if this matter had nothing to do with them. With Zhao Fu's terrifying power, even though they were quite lustful, they did not want to get involved or they would lose their lives. Hearing their words, Zhao Fu's gaze became slightly cold and his body disappeared, reappearing in front of the weak-looking young man as he said condescendingly, I'll tell you why. Boom, Zhao Fu gripped his fist and vigorously punched out, sending out terrifying power towards the weak-looking young man. The weak-looking young man was greatly startled and quickly unleashed a defensive barrier. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the defensive barrier was shattered by a single punch. The punch landed on the weak-looking young man's chest, causing him to fly back and cough up a large mouthful of blood. Many of his ribs had been broken, and his body powerlessly fell to the ground. In the next second, Zhao Fu disappeared on the spot and reappeared in front of the young woman in the red dress. The young woman in the red dress knew that Zhao Fu was going to attack her, so she gripped her saber with both hands and sent all of her power into it. The saber gave off an intense saber light, and when Zhao Fu appeared in front of her, she vigorously slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu waved his hand disdainfully, and a powerful force sent the young woman's saber flying. The young woman in the red dress was stunned. How could the person in front of her be so terrifying? Her full power attack had been interrupted just like that. Bang, Zhao Fu once again punched the young woman in the red dress's chest, sending her flying back. She coughed up a large mouthful of blood and her face became pale. She stumbled and almost fell from the sky. The young woman in the red dress felt quite startled, she had underestimated how terrifying Zhao Fu was. He had almost killed two godly spirits with just two casual punches. The young man and the big man felt quite relieved, this person was indeed terrifying. Luckily, they had not attacked just then, or else they would have been doomed. The other godly spirits looked quite fearful. Seeing the godly spirits that they believed in being half-crippled by a single punch, the soldiers below felt quite afraid. Zhao Fu turned to look at the young woman in the red dress and said coldly, Are you going to leave with me, or am I going to take you away by force? After seeing Zhao Fu's power, the young woman in the red dress felt quite afraid. However, she hesitated to leave with Zhao Fu. Kill him. The young man who had fallen to the ground had a pale face and a blood-red chest, and he loudly ordered the soldiers around him. Swish, 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 the soldiers obeyed the order and started to attack Zhao Fu, shooting out arrows. The young woman in the red dress also gave the order for the soldiers to attack, and arrows containing immense power shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a condescending smile and stretched out a hand, causing a massive wave of power to spread out. The arrows seemed to be locked down by a formless energy and stopped in the air. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them clearly. Zhao Fu raised his hand, and the countless arrows that had been locked in place changed their direction. Seeing this, the generals were greatly startled and yelled for the soldiers to quickly defend. However, it was already too late. Arrows containing even more powerful force shot out, forming a massive arrow aura that seemed to be able to pierce through everything as they descended. The soldiers' bodies were pierced through by the arrows without any obstruction at all. Blood flew everywhere and cries continuously sounded out. It was unknown just how many soldiers had died, and the stench of blood spread out. From this, it could be seen that it was impossible for ordinary soldiers to defeat this monstrous existence. Zhao Fu looked at the frail young man with a trace of killing intent. Clang, 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 chains shot out from the air, binding the frail young man and the young woman in the red dress. The chains started to tighten, making their bodies feel as if they were going to split apart. Moreover, blood-red arcs of lightning also hit their bodies. Arg, the two of them howled as their bodies continuously twisted and struggled, looking as if they were going to die. None of the godly spirits present dared to stop them and could only watch on. The soldiers were the same, looking terrified. Enough. I'll go with you. Seeing how pained the frail young man was, the woman in the red dress felt quite bad. She understood that she would not be able to resist Zhao Fu today, so she could only leave with him. A smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he stopped the blood-red lightning and released the chains. The woman in the red dress said, "I can go with you, but you have to promise me one thing." Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "What is it?" The woman in the red dress said coldly, "I want you to kill all of the godly spirits here apart from the profounding god." Now that she was going to leave with Zhao Fu, the profounding god might still be destroyed by the three factions in the future. As such, she wanted to use this opportunity to destroy the three factions and make the profounding god even more powerful. Hearing the woman in the red dress's words, the other godly spirits hurriedly begged, "Sir, please don't kill us. We're willing to do anything you want, and we definitely won't betray you. We also swear not to attack the profounding god. If you don't believe us, you can sign an eternal contract." Zhao Fu thought about it and nodded before looking at the woman in the red dress and asking, "They can sign an eternal contract with your faction, what do you think?" The long-robed woman pointed at the woman in the red dress and said, "I have a small request, take her with you and make her my female attendant." The woman in the red dress looked furious as she said, "Wishful thinking, you slut. Do you think I'll be your female attendant? I'd rather die." Boom, a powerful aura exploded out as the woman in the red dress's body gave off an intense light. She was going to self-destruct her godhood. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed at the chains around the woman in red, causing them to give off a powerful sealing power that locked down her power. The light around the woman in red's body disappeared, and she seemed to be completely powerless. The woman in the red dress's expression was unsightly and furious. She could imagine what would happen to her if she fell into the long-robed woman's hands. Zhao Fu frowned and looked at the long-robed woman as he said, "She can come with you as your female attendant, but you can't make any more requests, or else I'll have to take you away by force." The long-robed woman had made many requests, making Zhao Fu feel quite displeased. The long-robed woman gave a trace of a smile and nodded. She did not have any other requests, it was just these two. Following this, the godly spirit on the long-robed woman's side signed a contract with the godly spirits of the other three sides, stating that they would never attack each other again. Zhao Fu also set up the 6 desires demonic chi within the woman in the red dress and the long-robed woman's bodies, making them under Zhao Fu's control. The woman in the red dress was also controlled by the long-robed woman because she was now her female attendant, so the long-robed woman could do whatever she wanted to her. Finally, the long-robed woman brought the woman in the red dress to the pale-faced, weak-looking young man who needed someone to support him. The woman in the red dress looked quite resentful. Her ability to speak had been sealed by the long-robed woman, and she looked at the two of them with a murderous gaze. Seeing this, the woman in the red dress gave a trace of a slight smile as she said, "Luckily nothing happened between us, let's end things here. I'll leave with him and might never come back. I'll leave the faction to you." The weak-looking young man looked quite furious as he said, "If you go with that bastard, I'll definitely kill him." The long-robed woman said with a smile, "You're not a match for him. An existence like him isn't someone that people like us can fight against. It's best that you don't say such things. Otherwise, if he wants to kill you, I won't be able to do anything." The frail young man clenched his fists tightly, and his nails pierced into his palms. He hated that his nails did not have the strength to protect the woman he loved. Moreover, that person did not look like a good person at a glance. To think that he would treat the woman he loved as an object. Moreover, when he was injecting the restriction, the long-robed woman's face had turned red. It must have been something perverted. He really wanted to kill him and tear him to pieces, but he didn't have the strength to do so. This was a world where the strong were respected. The long-robed woman told her to take care of herself before walking toward Zhao Fu with the red-dressed young woman. The frail young man could only watch as the long-robed woman left. Even if he tried to urge her to stay, it was useless. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife, and he was in incomparable pain. The woman in a long robe was called Xianxia, and the young woman in a red dress was called Luanhua. In the end, Zhao Fu returned to the city and led everyone on their way. They passed by several places but didn't find anything. Now, they were only missing one out of the 10 yin energies, which would help the moon god sprout awaken the 10 yin immortal body. However, that yin energy was incredibly rare, and they tried to ask around for information about it, but they didn't find anything. Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel quite anxious because he was just missing one. They came to another faction, and Zhao Fu once again gathered information, but he still didn't find anything. However, it wasn't like they didn't find anything. Zhao Fu found some information about the Otherworld Golden Flower. The Otherworld Golden Flower was one of the 8 Wonders flowers, but it was the rarest one. Almost no one had seen it before, so most people thought that there were only the 7 Wonders flowers. It was said that the Otherworld Golden Flower had the power to turn everything into gold. The information that Zhao Fu found out was that every once in a while, a mirage would appear. The mirage was a world made of gold. The mountains, the ground, the plants, and the flowers were all made of gold. It was possible that there was a very ancient Otherworld Golden Flower there, which was why the entire world had been turned into gold. It was a pity that it was just a mirage, and it was an illusory scene. Where was the real land of gold? Ordinary people all knew about this, and they were all talking about it. After all, gold was money to ordinary people. Facing a world where money was everywhere and could not be used up, ordinary people were naturally very excited. Ordinary people wanted to go there even in their dreams. Zhao Fu cared about this information quite a bit. After all, the Otherworld Golden Flower was the rarest of the 8 Wonders flowers, and it was incredibly difficult to find one. The Flower Fairy needed one of the 8 Wonders flowers to recover her power. The Flower Fairy had once been a celestial existence, and recovering her power was incredibly important to Qin. As such, Zhao Fu stayed behind to see if he could obtain an Otherworld Golden Flower. Zhao Fu started to wait there, but he wasn't sure when the mirage would appear. Sometimes it would appear for a few days, and sometimes it would appear for half a month. Because there was nothing for him to do, Zhao Fu wasn't in a hurry. He stayed here and continued to refine the 10,000 Kings' power. Zhao Fu didn't restrict the others' freedom, and they could play around in the city. Everyone happily went to the streets. Traveling for a few days was quite boring, and ordinary people couldn't take it. Xianxia pulled Moon God Sprout's hand and happily ran around. Mu Xiang was also pulled out by her little brother. Before, Mu Xiang had spent all of her time cultivating and hadn't had any time to play around. Her little brother had obediently accompanied her, and now that Mu Xiang had condensed her godhood, she didn't need to continue cultivating. As such, her little brother dragged her out to have some fun and buy some good food. In the end, only Xianxia accompanied Zhao Fu in a room in the tavern. Zhao Fu was quite surprised and smiled as he said, "Everyone else has gone out to play, why aren't you going out with your family?" Xianxia shook her head and said, "I don't want to play, I just want to accompany sir." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and did not mind. He took out the King of Kings' sword, and a formless energy raised the King of Kings' sword, giving off waves of golden light as King of Kings' power continuously entered Zhao Fu's body. Right now, Zhao Fu had only grasped a small portion of it and could not truly grasp it. As such, he could not use the King of Kings' sword to its fullest. King of Kings' power was an extremely high-grade power, and it was quite difficult to grasp. Moreover, if he could grasp it, he would be able to suppress godly spirits and countless Outlander clans. Soon, 4 days passed. Her power seemed to be of the demonic attribute and contained pure darkness and evil. Zhao Fu could not be sure what kind of power it was, and he had never seen it before. However, the feeling of this power was quite terrifying. It was just that Zhao Fu did not have the ability to explore the darkness forbidden region, or else he would be able to understand everything. He would have to wait until he was stronger before going to explore it. At dusk, the sky was dyed orange by the sunset. The sun had lost its blinding light and was about to set, and the people who had gone out were on their way home. Suddenly, an illusory realm slowly appeared in the sky. The ground was golden, the mountains were golden, and so were the flowers and trees. Even the gurgling streams were golden, emitting a faint golden light. It was like a land of dreams. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but cry out in excitement. Zhao Fu, who was cultivating, heard these sounds and immediately stopped cultivating. He went outside and looked at the golden region in the sky. Xianxia also came out and looked at the sky in shock. Zhao Fu did not know when the mirage would disappear, so Zhao Fu did not waste any time. A powerful wave of divine bloodline energy gathered in his left eye's glass pupil. The glass pupil shot out countless rays of light. Zhao Fu's eye contained powerful illusions and could see through all illusions. Zhao Fu wanted to use this eye to see if he could find where the golden region was and why the illusory realm had appeared. After using the glass pupil, Zhao Fu's vision became ordinary, and the golden region disappeared. There was only a ray of golden light that shot down from the sky, creating the illusory realm of the golden region. Zhao Fu could not help but feel delighted. As long as he followed that ray of golden light, he would be able to find the true golden region. However, when Zhao Fu followed the ray of golden light, he could only see nothingness, and he was unable to determine where the ray of golden light was coming from. Now, Zhao Fu felt quite troubled. If he did not know where the ray of golden light was coming from, how could he find the golden region? Suddenly, Xianxia, who was standing beside him, took off her mask. She saw that Zhao Fu's expression wasn't looking good, and understood that Zhao Fu was in trouble, so she wanted to help him. The pale vertical eye between Xianxia's eyebrows began to rotate, and a black ink-like liquid appeared in front of her, forming 3 circles of runes. As the runes rotated rapidly, an invisible force was emitted. Zhao Fu also noticed Xianxia and turned to look at her. Only now did he realize that her third eye had other uses. He had never seen her use it before, but under normal circumstances, growing a third eye would have a magical effect. Zhao Fu did not have the ability to solve this problem, so he could only place his hopes on the night blue stream. After a while, the illusion of the golden land in the sky began to dissipate. Zhao Fu's heart tensed up as he wondered if Xianxia would be able to find the golden land. Finally, the illusion of the golden land dissipated. Xianxia withdrew her gaze and the 3 rune circles formed by the demonic water also dissipated. Zhao Fu looked at her and asked earnestly, "Did you find anything?" A trace of a smile appeared on Xianxia's face as she lightly nodded and said, "I found something. Sir, please come with me." Zhao Fu felt quite delighted and smiled as he nodded. Following this, Xianxia flew into the sky, and Zhao Fu also followed her into the sky, and the 2 of them disappeared over the horizon. 5 or 6 hours later, Zhao Fu and Xianxia quickly flew and finally arrived at an area filled with white fog. This area was covered by dense white fog, making visibility quite low. The ground was covered by a moist swamp, and there was not a single sound in the surroundings. There was a slight chill in the air, and most people would not dare to come close. Xianxia said earnestly, "That golden beam of light came from here, so it's quite dangerous here. Sir, we need to be careful." Zhao Fu felt that this place was not simple, and he earnestly nodded as he said, "I know. Also, can that eye of yours see through the white fog?" Xianxia replied, This eye of mine can see through all laws of heaven and earth, the source of all things, as well as all illusions and nothingness." Zhao Fu looked quite surprised. This eye of Xianxia's was quite terrifying, and if it wasn't for Xianxia, Zhao Fu would not have known about this ability. It seemed that after this matter was over, he would have to find out more about Xianxia. Otherwise, he would not know what kind of abilities she had, and he would need her help with many things in the future. Now that Xianxia was Zhao Fu's subordinate, the greater her potential and the more terrifying her abilities, the more benefits she would bring to Zhao Fu. This was something to be happy about. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he said, "From now on, you just need to follow behind me and give me directions." A trace of a smile appeared on Xianxia's face as she shyly nodded. The 2 of them entered the area filled with white fog, with Zhao Fu walking in front and Xianxia following by his side. The black rune within the white eye on her forehead slowly spun, and no white fog could obstruct her vision. Suddenly, Xianxia said, "There are 8 monsters rushing over from the left. Sir, be careful." Zhao Fu looked to the left and found that there was no aura or sound, as if there was nothing there. However, 8 monsters suddenly rushed out. These monsters looked like lizards and were covered with white scales. They did not have eyes and had red sarcomas on their heads that continuously squirmed, looking quite disgusting. There was also white fog coming out of their mouths. It seemed that the reason for the white fog to not dissipate was because of these monsters. They were spitting out endless white fog. As soon as these monsters rushed out, before they could even react, Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, sending out a powerful black sword light that gave off a shocking aura, cutting the monsters in half. The monsters had died in a dazed state because they had hidden their auras and were silent. Adding on the white fog that blocked vision, most people would not be able to discover them and would be killed by them. They did not know that Xianxia was here, so the white fog had no effect on her, allowing her to clearly see her surroundings. Otherwise, they would have caused some trouble for Zhao Fu. However, they were quite weak, so they did not cause much trouble. After reaching the depths of the land of white fog, the fog here was even denser, and visibility was even lower, making the atmosphere even more strange. Suddenly, Xianxia felt quite startled and looked up at the sky as the 3 runes continuously spun in her pale pupils. "Sir, something very terrible is coming." Zhao Fu's expression immediately became serious as he looked up at the sky covered in white fog. Roar. A massive dragon's roar sounded out as the white fog roiled before slowly dispersing, revealing a large area with a massive divine dragon in the sky. This divine dragon was tall and slender, over 10,000 meters long. It was covered with silver-white scales, and it had a pair of white jade-like dragon horns, dragon whiskers, and dragon neck mane that seemed to be made of white mist. White mist swirled around its 4 dragon claws, and it elegantly swam in the air, giving off a massive dragon's might. The divine dragon appeared in the sky and stared at Zhao Fu and Xianxia with its white, misty eyes as it spoke in a clear, youthful voice that contained a trace of anger. "Who are you? Did you know that you've trespassed into my territory and killed so many fog beasts?" Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu. With her current strength, she was unable to stop this divine dragon. Zhao Fu's expression did not change as he looked at the divine dragon and said, "We're here to find a place that's completely made of gold. Do you know of this place?" The divine dragon's expression became serious as it asked, "How did you find this place?" Zhao Fu calmly replied, "You don't need to worry about this place, you just need to tell us where it is and we'll let you go." "How arrogant!" The divine dragon furiously roared, and the sound wave turned into a wild gale that swept towards Zhao Fu, causing Zhao Fu and Xianxia's cloaks to flutter. Moreover, it brought with it a massive might. A formless pressure covered the surroundings, causing the air to become heavy. It was the first time someone had spoken to him like this, and his tone was quite condescending as he said that he would let him go. It was simply laughable. He was the white fog dragon god, an existence that ordinary godly spirits feared. Zhao Fu coldly looked at him without any expression. Ao ao ao, a massive dragon's might exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, forming a formless shockwave that spread out. Powerful dragon roars sounding out in all directions. The 2 massive auras clashed together, forming powerful gales that blew out. The terrifying auras made it so that none of the creatures here dared to take a step closer. Xianxia also understood that the following battle was not something she could participate in, and staying here would only cause trouble for Zhao Fu, so she quickly retreated. The white mist dragon god froze when he sensed Zhao Fu's power. "The power of 10,000 dragons? Are you from Dragon Emperor Palace?" Zhao Fu didn't understand what the white mist dragon god was talking about, but he could more or less guess that his 10,000 dragon power came from the Dragon Monarch Palace, and that Dragon Monarch Palace was probably a very terrifying force. In response to the white mist dragon god's words, Zhao Fu calmly replied, "No. Also, I'll say it again, tell me the location of the Golden Land and I can spare you this time." The white mist dragon god let out a cold snort. "The pure power of 10,000 dragons in your body means that you're definitely a dragon prince of the Dragon Monarch Palace. And you still dare to say that you're not a member of the Dragon Monarch Palace? I heard that you can command 10,000 dragons with the power of 10,000 dragons, but today, I've seen just how strong you are." Boom, the white mist dragon god gave off a massive aura as he rushed at Zhao Fu. His aura was incredibly ferocious and gave off a massive sense of suppression. Zhao Fu smirked and gave off a trace of disdain. The Emperor Killing Sword turned into a ray of light and returned to the sword mark. A massive wave of 10,000 dragon power flowed into his right hand, causing silver dragon scales to grow on it. His fingers became sharp and turned into a powerful dragon claw. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu gripped his fist and punched out, sending out a massive wave of power and a terrifying aura towards the white mist dragon god. The white mist dragon god was given a big fright, and before he could react, he was hit in the head by the punch. His body was sent flying back hundreds of meters, and he felt quite dizzy. Only after shaking his head did he come back to his senses. How could this person be so strong? I've underestimated him just now. Bang, Zhao Fu stamped off the ground, causing the ground to crack as he flew into the sky and rushed towards the white mist dragon god. There was a trace of anger on the white fog divine dragon's face as it looked at Zhao Fu, who looked like a tiny dot charging at it. It raised its massive dragon claw and gave off a destructive power as it grabbed towards Zhao Fu, bringing with it an intense wind. Zhao Fu did not feel any fear and his 5 hands formed claws as a powerful wave of power gathered. He vigorously slashed out, giving off a terrifying power that seemed to be able to tear apart space. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as a mountain-sized silver dragon claw clashed with a dragon claw that looked like a hand. A terrifying shockwave spread out, forming a massive storm. To everyone's astonishment, the white mist dragon god's giant body actually stumbled back dozens of meters before he came to a stop. His expression had turned a little ugly, and one of his arms was still trembling slightly as if he was in immense pain. 10,000 dragon power was indeed powerful. Zhao Fu had fought him head-on with just his human body, but he was still not a match for him. Roar! The white mist dragon god gave a massive roar. Right now, he was not a match for Zhao Fu in close combat, so he could only use other powerful attacks. The white mist dragon god opened his mouth and spat out endless white mist. This white mist easily covered everything, and it also hid the white mist dragon god's body. Within the white mist dragon god seemed to lose some of his aura. Not only could he be seen, but he could also not feel his aura. According to the situation, a massive creature should have been able to easily find him, but now, he seemed to have disappeared. Roar! Suddenly, a divine dragon formed from mist roared and opened its massive mouth, giving off a powerful aura as it ferociously bit towards Zhao Fu. Bang! Zhao Fu punched out, and a terrifying fist energy directly blew apart the dragon formed from mist, causing it to dissipate. Roar! Another massive roar sounded out as another massive divine dragon formed from mist opened its mouth and ferociously bit towards Zhao Fu. Bang! Zhao Fu punched out again, and a terrifying fist energy caused the divine dragon formed from mist to explode, causing it to dissipate into white mist. However, in the next instant, another divine dragon formed from white mist opened its massive mouth and ferociously bit towards Zhao Fu. However, it was still blown apart by a single punch from Zhao Fu, causing it to dissipate into white mist. Bang! 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 As such, Zhao Fu decided to break this situation. Even though he could not sense where the white mist dragon god was, he could deal with it without Yi Lanqi's help. Boom! Zhao Fu directly exploded out with 10,000 dragons' power, causing silver dragon images to swim out of Zhao Fu's body and circle around Zhao Fu, forming a massive vortex. The more dragons that flowed in, the larger the vortex became, and a massive dragon's might spread out, causing space to twist. The white mist that flowed past was turned into nothingness by a powerful energy. Under this powerful 10,000 dragons' power, the surrounding white mist quickly dissipated, and a large empty space appeared. The white mist dragon god, who was hidden within the white mist, felt that massive dragon's might and felt quite afraid, and even his bloodline started to feel cold. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the massive vortex exploded out with a massive dragon's power, giving off a thunderous aura as it spread out. The surrounding white mist immediately dissipated, revealing the white mist dragon god's body. Zhao Fu looked at the white mist dragon god condescendingly. The white mist dragon god's expression was quite unsightly, and he felt quite angry. He once again roared as a terrifying aura exploded out of the white mist dragon god's body. The white fog in the surroundings seemed to be summoned by a formless energy and continuously gathered, forming spears made of fog. The spears pointed towards Zhao Fu from all directions. There were countless spears, and each spear was 10 or so meters long. Their tips gave off a formless sharpness and terrifying aura. Zhao Fu did not seem to panic at all, and more dragon images flowed out of his body, surrounding Zhao Fu more and more. Roar! The white mist dragon god gave off a massive dragon's roar, and the massive mist spears around Zhao Fu gave off terrifying power as they shot towards Zhao Fu. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a powerful aura exploded out of Zhao Fu's body. Every dragon in the vortex with Zhao Fu at the center gave off powerful energy as they slowly swam about, and a massive rotational force spread out. Bang bang bang! Massive explosions sounded out as the mist spears seemed to be suppressed by a formless energy within 100 meters of Zhao Fu, and they turned into white mist and dissipated. The white mist dragon god did not believe that he could not break through Zhao Fu's defense, so he controlled even more spears and shot them towards Xiao Fu. However, the spears that were shot over were directly crushed by an invisible force, turning into countless wisps of mist that dissipated. Xiao Fu already had 10,000 dragons' power, and the white mist dragon god was also a dragon, so 10,000 dragons' power greatly countered him. In the end, the white mist dragon god was still unable to break through Xiao Fu's defense. Xiao Fu coldly laughed and all of the dragons around him instantly fused into his right hand. Silver-white dragon inscriptions appeared on his arm and a blinding light shot out. An extremely terrifying power caused the space around him to collapse. Xiao Fu coldly laughed as he looked at Xiao Fu. Whoosh, in just a second, Xiao Fu's body disappeared and reappeared above the white mist dragon god's head. The white mist dragon god was greatly shocked. Its body was huge, and it could not dodge. It could only gather countless white mist to block Xiao Fu's attack. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as Xiao Fu's palm smashed towards the dragon with terrifying power. The white mist in front of it was directly crushed, and the palm struck the white mist dragon god's head. The white mist dragon god's huge body was smashed into the ground. A terrifying shockwave spread out, and the ground quickly cracked and collapsed. Countless trees were destroyed, and many rocks were shattered. When the dust settled, Xiao Fu was standing on the white mist dragon god's head. The white mist dragon god's mouth was bleeding, and he looked very weak. He was lying on the ground and could not move at all. Xiao Fu looked at the white mist dragon god and said coldly, "Can you tell me where the golden grounds are now? If you don't, I'll kill you right now." The white mist dragon god looked a little afraid. "I admit defeat. Your Dragon Emperor Hall's people are indeed strong. I'm willing to tell you where the golden grounds are." Xiao Fu revealed a satisfied smile and said to the white mist dragon god, "Then take us there. Also, I think you're not bad. You can be my mount from now on. Do you have any objections?" The white mist dragon god did not dare to have any objections. He had almost been killed by Xiao Fu. Moreover, as a dragon, if he could follow the Dragon Emperor Hall's dragon prince, it would undoubtedly be a great thing. This was an opportunity that dragons could not even beg for. He did not know that Xiao Fu was not a dragon prince. Xiao Fu stretched out a hand and sent a wave of energy into the white mist dragon god's body, turning it into a powerful restriction. Xianxia walked over with a smile. She did not help much, but seeing Xiao Fu defeat the terrifying white mist dragon god, she was still very happy. At that moment, the white mist dragon god's body started to shrink, and he became a 15 or 16-year-old youth. He was very handsome, and he wore a white robe embroidered with cloud patterns. He also had 2 small dragon horns on his forehead. The white mist dragon god's face was still a bit pale because his injuries had not healed. However, he could still do some things that were not too heavy. Following this, Xiao Fu brought Xianxia and followed the white mist dragon god to the core region. It was near a small hill, and there was a golden orb floating in the air. It was 5 meters wide and gave off a faint golden light. Xiao Fu looked at this golden orb and asked, "What is this?" The white mist dragon god explained, "This is the entrance to the golden land, and you can enter the golden land from here. However, master, it's very dangerous inside, and it's a sealed place. I'm only here to guard this place." Xiao Fu turned and looked at the white mist dragon god. He most likely understood some things, so he asked, "What dangers?" The white mist dragon god explained, "There's a very powerful metal-type power inside, and anything that steps in will instantly turn into gold. There's also a powerful sealing power that suppresses that terrifying metal-type power." Hearing this, Xiao Fu felt that things were not as simple as they seemed, so he asked, "Do you know anything else?" The white mist dragon god shook his head and said, "I only tried it out a bit, but it was too terrifying, so I retreated." Xiao Fu nodded and looked at Xianxia. Because Xianxia was still quite weak and it was so dangerous inside, Xiao Fu did not want to bring her along. However, he felt that she would be of some use. Xiao Fu stretched out his hand and touched the golden orb floating in the air. The golden orb rippled, and when Xiao Fu's hand reached into it, he did not feel anything, as if it was hollow. Following this, Xiao Fu pulled back his hand and pulled Xianxia's hand as they walked towards the golden orb. Xianxia was a bit shy, but she still had a faint smile on her face. The two of them walked into the golden orb, and in a flash, they appeared in a different space. This place was just like the illusion from before, the ground was golden, the mountains were golden, the flowers and trees were golden, and even the gurgling streams were golden, giving off a faint golden light. This was a world completely made of gold, and it was filled with an air of nobility. This was the land of gold. The moment they arrived in this world, Xiaofu immediately felt a powerful wave of metal energy rushing towards them from all directions. Xiaofu immediately released a defensive barrier, covering the two of them and blocking the massive wave of metal energy. The metal energy was also quite terrifying, and the places where the defensive barrier came into contact with the ground started to turn into gold. If they stayed here for too long, the defensive barrier would definitely turn into gold. It wasn't that much to say, a place where everything could be easily turned into gold, ordinary people would be overjoyed. However, even if they found this place, they would not be able to use it, and they would still turn into gold and stay here forever. Xiaofu let go of Yilanxi's hand and turned to look at her seriously as he said, "Follow me closely from now on, and tell me immediately if you discover anything." Yilanxi nodded with a smile, and the 3 black jade rings in her pale pupil between her eyebrows slowly rotated. They gave off a strange light. Following this, Xiaofu brought Yilanxi and flew forwards. Soon, a massive sound rang out as 10-meter-tall soldiers appeared. These soldiers wore full sets of armor and held the same weapons. Their bodies seemed to be made of gold, and they gave off a faint golden light. Every single gold soldier had a powerful aura. They appeared in rows, and it was impossible to count how many of them there were. The scene was extremely shocking. At that moment, a 10-meter-tall golden soldier raised the golden bow in his hand and took out a golden arrow from the quiver on his back. He drew the bow and aimed the arrows at Xiaofu. Shio shio shio, massive sounds of the air being torn could be heard as golden arrows containing immense power shot towards Xiaofu. Seeing the golden arrows, Yilanxi couldn't help but feel a bit afraid. If it was an ordinary godly spirit, they would be turned to dust by these arrows. Xiaofu's expression did not change as he looked ahead and said to Yilanxi, "Move a bit further away." Yilanxi understood and retreated to the back. An energy barrier also appeared around her body to block the constantly eroding golden energy. Immortal mode. Activate. A light roar sounded out as a massive aura exploded out from Xiaofu's body. A rainbow aura flame once again appeared around Xiaofu's body, and a rainbow rune circle appeared around him. By now, the countless golden arrows were incredibly fast, and they gave off a massive aura as they arrived in front of Xiaofu and were about to pierce through Xiaofu's body. Boom! The rainbow rune circle spread out and became a 20-meter wide rainbow rune circle that quickly spun and gave off a massive power. Bang, bang, bang! The golden arrows were all twisted by a formless energy and deviated from their original trajectories. When they landed on the ground, they gave off massive sounds and caused rocks to fly everywhere. The ground was covered with golden arrows that were 3 or 4 meters long. As the golden arrows rained down, they did not deal any damage to Xiaofu. In the next second, Xiaofu turned into a rainbow ray of light and rushed forwards. Bang, bang, bang! Massive sounds sounded out as the rainbow ray of light gave off a powerful aura and rushed into the countless gold soldiers, sending them flying back. The rainbow ray of light only stopped after reaching the center of the army. Xiaofu took out the Emperor Killing Sword and sent a massive wave of celestial power into it, causing the Emperor Killing Sword to burn with a rainbow aura flame, and a powerful gale spread out. Boom! A rainbow-colored sword light shot into the sky, giving off a massive sound. The surrounding heaven and earth power continuously gathered and a massive rainbow-colored sword formation appeared in the sky. A massive sword intent covered the heavens and earth, causing the heavens and earth to become icy cold. The countless 10-meter-tall gold soldiers turned to look at Xiaofu, who was at the center, and heavily stepped forwards as they continued to attack Xiaofu. Xiaofu's sword descended. Boom! Boom! The rainbow magic formation in the sky started to spin as an aura of destruction spread out. Massive rainbow sword lights containing terrifying power descended from the sky like bolts of lightning. Bang! 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 Massive sounds rang out as rainbow-colored sword lights slashed down. The terrifying sword power shattered the groups of gold soldiers, and they were unable to resist at all. Countless shattered pieces of gold shot out and scattered everywhere. After a massive explosion, all that was left on the ground were shattered pieces of gold soldiers. Not a single one of them was left standing, and traces of terrifying auras rose up from the ground, causing people to tremble. Seeing this scene, Xianxia felt quite shocked. So many gold soldiers had been killed in just a single attack. Looking at Zhao Fu standing in the air with the rainbow aura flame around his body, Xianxia felt even more worship towards him. At that moment, Zhao Fu withdrew his celestial mode power and called out to Xianxia, "What are you doing there? Follow me." Xianxia happily smiled and flew towards Zhao Fu. Following this, the group continued to fly forward, and they also encountered many powerful gold-ranked soldiers. As Zhao Fu and Xianxia went deeper and deeper, there were more and more gold soldiers, and they were becoming more and more powerful. The gold soldiers blocking in front of Zhao Fu were 100 meters tall and gave off massive auras, and there were over 10,000 of them. Facing these powerful gold soldiers, Zhao Fu was not as relaxed as before. Boom, Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, sending out a massive sword light that sent dozens of giants flying. However, the other soldiers gave off powerful auras as they rushed at Zhao Fu. Boom, boom. Boom, a ray of sword light shot into the sky as a sword formation containing terrifying power appeared. Following this, massive sword light slashed towards the 100-meter-tall golden soldiers. The gold soldiers swung their weapons and gave off immense power as they blasted towards the sword lights, but in the end, they were shattered by the terrifying sword lights. By now, Zhao Fu's face was somewhat pale because he had used up a lot of his strength. Looking at the incoming gold soldiers, Zhao Fu frowned and continued to use his remaining strength to kill the gold soldiers. A few hours later, Zhao Fu had killed the gold soldiers and had used up most of his strength. "Sir, are you all right?" Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu's pale face and went up to Zhao Fu in concern. Zhao Fu replied, "I'm fine, it's just that I've used up too much of my strength. I'll need to rest for a while before continuing." Xianxia nodded. The two of them came to the ground, and Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on the ground and focused on recovering his strength. Xianxia released a 10-meter-wide defensive barrier with a black magatama in each of the three directions, protecting the two of them from being corroded by the gold power. Xianxia smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu sitting cross-legged in front of her. Now, it was just the two of them inside the barrier, making her feel quite happy. Normally, there were too many women by Zhao Fu's side, so she could only follow behind Zhao Fu and silently watch him. This was a good opportunity. Xianxia sat in front of Zhao Fu and looked at Zhao Fu with a faint blush on her face. After a while, Zhao Fu opened his eyes and saw Xianxia looking at him and smiling as she asked, "What is it?" Xianxia's face became slightly red and she shook her head in embarrassment. Zhao Fu did not mind and lightly laughed as he said, "Now that I've recovered my strength, let's continue onwards." Xianxia shyly nodded. Following this, the two of them turned into a ray of light and came to the depths of the Golden Land, where a massive golden flower that was 100,000 meters tall appeared in front of them. This flower looked like a peony, and it seemed to be made of gold. Its branches were curved, and there were many golden leaves on it. It wasn't very big, and the flower at the top was very big, like the crown of a tree. Every petal was golden and gave off an intense golden light, dyeing the sky gold and giving off an extremely noble feeling. In front of him was the rarest of the 8 mystical flowers, the otherworld golden flower, the creator of the entire land of gold. Zhao Fu looked at the otherworldly golden flower and was shocked. Right now, there was still a large distance between Zhao Fu and the golden flower. The golden flower was simply too big, and they could see it from afar. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. Everything was as he had expected. This place was filled with otherworld golden flowers, and now he just had to see if he could take the golden flowers away without harming them. This was quite difficult, as there were simply too many of them. However, no matter how difficult it was, Zhao Fu still had to give it a try, because this otherworldly golden flower had bloomed for God knows how many years. Even though the mystical flowers that Zhao Fu had planted before had grown very quickly, they had not bloomed. If they could take this otherworld golden flower back, Zhao Fu would not have to nurture it. Moreover, those golden soldiers were most likely related to the otherworld golden flower. Perhaps with the otherworld golden flower, they would have the ability to create those golden soldiers. Zhao Fu had just fought with those golden soldiers, and they were quite powerful. If he could nurture them, they would be of great help. Zhao Fu brought Xianxia and flew forwards. However, a while later, Xianxia suddenly said, "Sir, we can't fly anymore." If we go any further, we'll enter the otherworld golden flower's domain. Hearing this, Zhao Fu and Yilanchi landed on the ground, and the glass pupil in his left eye shined with light. The ground in front of them gave off an even brighter golden light, which contained the most powerful power of Huang. There were also golden restrictions in the sky, and if they had rashly flown in, they would have been ferociously attacked. Facing this massive otherworld golden flower, Zhao Fu did not dare to be careless. He carefully took out a normal sword and controlled it with a wave of power, sending it flying forwards. Shing, a clear sound rang out as the flying sword seemed to be blocked by a formless energy, and the sword quickly turned into gold. In just an instant, the sword had become a golden sword. Zhao Fu lost control of the sword, and it fell to the ground from the air. The power of the domain ahead was extremely terrifying. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to go up. He once again used celestial mode to defend against the domain's power. Yilanchi gave a trace of a smile as she said, "Sir, I have a way to deal with the domain. You should conserve your power, who knows what we'll encounter in the future." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. It seemed that he had not brought the wrong Yilanchi, and he smiled as he asked, "You have a way?" Yilanchi awkwardly explained, "I don't know much about the power I obtained back then, nor do I know what it's called. However, that power will be able to deal with the situation in front of us." Zhao Fu did not mind and smiled as he said, "It's fine." Even Zhao Fu did not know much about that power, so Zhao Fu could understand why Yilanchi did not know much about her power and abilities. Yilanchi smiled and lightly nodded. The 3 black jade rings on her forehead slowly spun, giving off a faint black light, and Yilanchi started to form seals with her hands. A black ink-like substance appeared. The ink-like substance condensed in front of Yilanchi and formed 4 black rods. Each rod was 2 meters long and was covered with dense runes and gave off a dark aura. Yilanchi's hands continued to form hand seals, and the power emitted by the 4 black rods became more and more terrifying. However, when Yilanchi formed the last hand seal, the 4 black rods seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, and they formed a square shape. Yilanchi stood at the center. Bang! 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 The 4 black rods gave off shocking power as they stabbed into the ground. A massive wave of darkness energy exploded out, and the surrounding heaven and earth power continuously gathered. A black magic formation appeared beneath Yilanchi's feet, and a massive wave of darkness energy spread out, dyeing the ground black. It was like a road of darkness that continuously extended forward. When the road of darkness reached the golden domain, a wave of golden power blocked it. However, the road of darkness gave off a wave of darkness energy, and black runes flashed, dyeing the golden power gold. Following this, the darkness energy continued to extend forwards. Zhao Fu chuckled. "Yes. You've done a great job this time. I'll reward you after we leave." Yilanchi smiled happily, "My lord, there's no need for that. It's my duty to do things for you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite with me." At the same time, he walked forward into the array. After entering the darkness, Zhao Fu immediately felt an invisible force of darkness blocking the surging golden power. Following this, Zhao Fu brought Yilanchi along the dark path and continued onwards. The dark path continued to extend as if there was no end to it. Walking on it, Zhao Fu and Yilanchi were relatively relaxed and didn't encounter anything. The powerful golden force was also blocked by the power of the dark path. After walking for about 2 hours, Zhao Fu finally arrived at the foot of the otherworld golden flower. Looking at the otherworld golden flower up close, they were even more shocked. The ground at the roots began to form golden crystals, and the width of the branches reached more than 1,000 meters. Looking up from below, one could not see the end of the branches, as if the flowers were connected to the sky. The 3 jade rings in Yilanchi's pale vertical pupil slowly spun as she looked at the gigantic golden flower. Her expression became serious as she immediately said, "Sir, the flower has a mind of its own, and it's already looking at you." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. Apart from the evil spirit abyss flower ancestor, the other flowers were like ordinary plants that could not be communicated with at all and did not have their own consciousnesses. Yilanchi said that this golden flower had its own consciousness, which meant that it had its own soul and could communicate with it. Just as Zhao Fu was about to say something, the otherworldly golden flower took the initiative to attack. Massive golden orbs appeared in the sky, and there were over 10,000 of them. Each golden orb was 10 meters wide and gave off powerful auras as they gave off intense golden light. Bang bang bang, explosions sounded out as the golden orbs shot out powerful golden beams of light that contained shocking power as they quickly shot towards Xiaofu. Boom, Xiaofu directly activated celestial mode and a massive aura exploded out from Xiaofu's body. He raised a hand and the rainbow-colored runes flew into the air and gave off intense rainbow-colored light, forming an enormous shield of light. Bang bang bang. Massive sounds rang out as golden rays of light continuously landed on the rainbow-colored shield of light. Terrifying auras spread out, causing the rainbow-colored shield of light to slightly tremble. Boom boom boom, the metal orbs exploded out with even greater power and gave off blinding lights. Even more powerful beams of light shot towards Xiaofu, seeming to be able to pierce through everything. Bang bang bang, massive sounds continuously rang out as the powerful golden beams of light smashed against the colorful energy barrier. Waves of terrifying power spread out, causing the barrier to crack into countless chains. Xiaofu's gaze turned cold as a massive wave of immortal's power poured into the golden eye, causing it to be dyed with 7 colors. Clang, 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 massive sounds of chains rang out as rainbow-colored chains shot out from the ground and shot towards the golden orbs. The golden orbs tried to dodge, but the chains were incredibly skilled and they were unable to dodge at all, and they were bound up by the countless chains. Boom, the otherworldly golden flower exploded out with a massive aura and boundless golden light shined out, forming 8 golden soldiers that were thousands of meters tall and dressed in armor, giving off terrifying auras. After the 8 gold soldiers that were thousands of meters tall appeared, they gave off terrifying power as they rushed towards Xiaofu. The gold soldiers closest to Xiaofu raised their weapons, seeming as if they were going to split apart everything as they slashed towards Xiaofu, bringing with them a powerful gale. The rainbow-colored rune's barrier of light dissipated and Xiaofu half-squatted down. The rainbow pupil in his left eye quickly spun, and just as the golden soldier was about to attack Xiaofu, he pressed a hand against the ground and a massive wave of immortal's power flowed into the ground. Clang, 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 massive rainbow-colored chains giving off immense power shot out of the ground and ferociously shot towards the golden soldiers. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count how many there were. The 8 golden soldiers, who were thousands of meters tall, were quickly tied up by the chains. The golden soldiers angrily tried to break free, but the chains tightly bound them, rendering their struggles powerless. Boom, the otherworldly golden flower once again exploded out with a powerful aura and gave off a massive explosion. Clouds swirled as heaven and earth power continuously flowed into it. Xiaofu looked at the otherworldly golden flower and pressed his hands against the ground. An even more massive wave of immortal's power flowed into the ground, causing it to crack. Bang, bang, bang. Massive sounds sounded out as massive rainbow-colored chains shot out from the ground, giving off ferocious auras and terrifying power as they shot towards the otherworldly golden flower. Sensing the danger, the otherworldly golden flower gave off an even more intense golden light, wanting to defend against the countless rainbow-colored chains. The golden light was indeed quite powerful, and it was able to defend against the rainbow-colored chains, making it impossible for them to get close to it. Boom, Xiaofu coldly harumphed and exploded out with all of his power, causing an enormous rainbow-colored aura flame to erupt around him. It continuously flickered and caused wild gales to spread out, causing the ground to continuously crack. Clang, 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 even more chains shot out from the ground and ferociously shot towards the otherworldly golden flower. The golden light was unable to defend against them and was pierced by the rainbow-colored chains, which bound up the otherworldly golden flower. From the distance, massive chains shot out from the ground in all directions, binding up the massive flower at the center, creating a shocking scene. Boom, the otherworldly golden flower gave off an even more intense golden light, and a terrifying power spread out as the otherworldly golden flower tried to break free from the countless chains. Xiaofu sent even more power into the chains, causing them to give off intense rainbow-colored light and bind the otherworldly golden flower even more tightly as a suppressive power spread out. The otherworldly golden flower's power gradually weakened, but it was not fast enough. Boom, a massive black blood-red flame burst forth, and an even more ferocious gale blew out as Xiaofu used his divine bloodline's power. With the divine bloodline's power, the countless chains' suppressive power became even more terrifying, and they ferociously pressed down on the otherworldly golden flower. The otherworldly golden flower's light gradually weakened. After successfully suppressing the otherworld golden flower, Xiaofu got up from the ground and looked at the enormous otherworld golden flower as he said, "I know you have your own consciousness. Are you willing to submit to me?" The otherworld golden flower did not say anything, but it gave off a ripple of consciousness. A stiff, cold, and emotionless female voice sounded out in Xiaofu's mind, "I want flower celestial power." Xiaofu felt quite startled and thought back to Yi Lanxi's words. After coming here, the otherworld golden flower had been looking at Xiaofu before attacking Xiaofu. It was most likely trying to steal Xiaofu's flower celestial power. This flower celestial power came from the flower fairy, and it was true flower celestial power. It was incredibly useful to any flower. Now that Xiaofu understood what it wanted, it would be easier to subdue it. He smiled as he said, "I can give you flower celestial power, but you must submit to me." The otherworld golden flower did not directly reply and seemed to be thinking to itself. After a while it said, "No. I won't submit to any other flower." Xiaofu understood what the otherworld golden flower meant. Because he had the evil spirit abyss flower ancestor's power and could summon a massive evil spirit abyss flower, the otherworld golden flower treated him as the evil spirit abyss flower. Xiaofu explained, "I'm not the true evil spirit abyss flower, I just have its power. Also, I have a lot of flower celestial power, and the owner of the flower celestial power, the flower fairy, is also in my faction." "Really?" The otherworld golden flower replied quite quickly, evidently taking this matter to heart. However, its voice was still quite stiff and cold. Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, "Now that you've been suppressed by me, I can do whatever I want to you. Do you think I'd lie to you? I'm willing to submit to you." The otherworld golden flower replied even more quickly without any hesitation. After all, it was a flower fairy, an existence on the same level as the flower ancestor or even more terrifying than the flower ancestor. It was the ultimate goal of all flowers. Xiaofu smiled and felt quite delighted. The otherworld golden flower was quite useful, and it was quite easy to subdue it. This was something to be happy about. Following this, Xiaofu went to the root of the golden flower and stretched out a hand and pressed it against the golden flower's branch. A massive wave of 6 desires demonic chi flowed into it, forming a restriction. The otherworld golden flower did not resist and allowed Xiaofu to place restrictions on its body. Next, a rainbow-colored power surged out. This power was the power of the flower immortal. In actuality, the flower fairy's power wasn't very effective on Xiaofu, and Xiaofu rarely used this power. He would only use it against creatures related to flowers. The flower celestial's power continuously flowed into the golden flower, and this continued for half an hour. The golden flower gave off a faint rainbow light and reached saturation, and it gave off a formless ripple. Xiaofu withdrew his hand and retreated to the side. Then, with a wave of his hand, he retrieved the countless chains that bound the otherworldly golden flower. Boom, the golden flower exploded out with a heaven-toppling aura, and a massive pillar of golden light containing terrifying power shot into the sky, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The boundless golden power that filled this space began to gather towards this place like a tide. The scene was quite shocking. Looking from above, it looked like a massive ocean of golden light. There seemed to be a massive gap at the center, and countless traces of yellow power flowed in from all directions. In this space, the mountains, the ground, the flowers, the trees, and the rivers began to lose their golden color and began to collapse. The sky became dusky, and the ground began to crack bit by bit. Huge fissures appeared, and mountains collapsed. Rocks flew everywhere. Smoke and dust filled the air. Flowers and trees began to wither, then withered, and finally turned into ashes. Everything within this region was maintained by the golden power, and it was the golden power that allowed these things to maintain their original appearance and not change over time. If there was golden power, this place would have been eternal. It was a pity that now that the golden power had receded, everything started to collapse and head towards destruction. Nothing could save this place. In the end, Xiaofu looked at the otherworldly golden flower. The massive amounts of golden power flowed into the otherworldly golden flower's branches, causing it to gradually become smaller until it became a blinding golden orb of light that floated in the air. Suddenly, golden petals floated down from the sky, looking like snowflakes, looking incredibly beautiful. The golden orb of light started to dim, and an incredibly powerful light spread out, covering the surroundings and causing the surroundings to sink. After the golden light dissipated, a graceful woman appeared. She had long golden hair that reached her waist, and she wore a small golden peony flower. Her eyes were golden, and her skin was golden. She was incredibly beautiful, and she wore a golden dress. She stood in the air, giving off a faint golden light and a massive aura. Countless golden petals filled the sky, creating a beautiful scene. Zhao Fu raised his head and looked at the woman. That woman was the otherworldly golden flower, and what Zhao Fu did not expect was that the might and aura that the otherworldly golden flower gave off was the aura of the flower ancestor. The flower ancestor was not the first otherworldly golden flower. After countless years of growth, it had become an existence similar to the flower ancestor. This otherworldly golden flower had existed here for countless years, and it most likely had the power to become the flower ancestor. However, it lacked a powerful obstacle. The flower celestial's power was a powerful aid, and Zhao Fu could now understand why the otherworldly golden flower wanted the flower celestial's power so much. The otherworldly golden flower becoming the flower ancestor was a delightful matter, as it had already submitted to Zhao Fu. The more powerful it was, the more benefits it would bring to Zhao Fu. The golden flower ancestor's gaze fell on Zhao Fu's body, and she flew down from the sky and landed in front of Zhao Fu. She slightly lowered her head and said in a clear and cold voice, "Owner." The golden flower ancestor did not feel proud because she had become the flower ancestor, as she understood how terrifying Zhao Fu was. Putting aside the powerful restriction within her body, just with her current strength, she would not be a match for Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and laughed. The golden flower ancestor had performed quite well, and he asked, "I want to know the method to nurture those gold soldiers." The golden flower ancestor did not hide anything and told Zhao Fu about the method to nurture gold soldiers, as well as his abilities. The first was the gold soldiers that Zhao Fu cared about the most. For example, the evil spirit abyss flower's power that Zhao Fu had obtained allowed him to control people at will. As long as Zhao Fu looked at someone, that person would be controlled, but the prerequisite was that they were weaker than Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu could also summon the evil spirit abyss flower's main body to forcefully control others, and it could even control countless people. Moreover, Zhao Fu's consciousness could enter the controlled person's body and easily read their memories. He could also control their body and use all of its power. It was a demonic attribute and contained evil and dark power. As one of the 8 wondrous flowers, the otherworld golden flower also had its own terrifying power. This power was known as the power of gold. Not only could golden power turn all items into gold, but it could also control all items that had been turned into gold. This way, Zhao Fu could control a large gold army. No matter what creature it was, once they were turned into gold, they would not be able to resist and their consciousness would dissipate. They would become like puppets and would only obey the otherworld golden flower's orders. The gold soldiers that Zhao Fu had encountered before were all soldiers that had been corroded by golden power. After continuously absorbing golden power, they had become stronger and stronger until they became like this. Golden power was a type of metal power and leaned towards the Outlander race's power. Its attack and defense were both quite high. If Zhao Fu used it to develop soldiers, their attack and defense would both be quite powerful. What made Zhao Fu the happiest was that he could develop a large number of gold soldiers. Now that the otherworld golden flower had become the flower ancestor, it had powerful golden power and could develop a large number of gold soldiers for Zhao Fu. However, gold soldiers had a weakness, which was that their consciousness would dissipate. This meant that their souls would die but their bodies would still be alive. Zhao Fu did not want his soldiers to become like that. When the time came, he could turn enemy soldiers into gold soldiers, which would not only increase his own strength but also weaken the enemy's strength. Moreover, the golden flower ancestor's various abilities were quite powerful. The most powerful was called the Golden World. This ability could instantly turn everything in the world into gold, forming a world of gold. Just like this space just now, the ground was gold, the mountains were gold, the flowers and trees were also gold. As long as the golden flower ancestor doesn't absorb the power of gold, it will be like normal gold. However, once the golden flower ancestor absorbs the power of gold, it will return to its original appearance. If it remained gold for too long, the golden power would disappear and it would collapse, just like this space. At this moment, the sky was dusky, and there were huge cracks on the ground. Mountains had collapsed, and countless flowers and trees had turned to dust. The surroundings were deathly silent, and there was no sound at all. Can you return to your faction now? Can you return to your faction now? The golden flower ancestor's golden eyes were filled with a trace of expectation as she spoke. To her, flower celestials were untouchable existences, and they were the ultimate goal of countless flowers. Right now, she wanted to see what her ultimate goal was like. She was filled with reverence and worship towards that flower fairy. Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, "My faction is in the Heaven Awaken world, so I can't return yet. After things are over, I'll take you back." The golden flower ancestor was a little disappointed, but he could only nod. Then, Xiaofu brought the two of them out of the desolate space and returned to the outside. The white mist dragon god obediently waited outside. Even though he was outside, he could sense through the golden ball that something very important was happening inside. A few cracks had appeared on the golden ball. No one knew what had happened. However, the white mist dragon god wasn't worried, because the other party was a dragon prince, and he had the power to command 10,000 dragons. An existence like him would be able to deal with any danger, no matter how great it was, and he wouldn't die. When the white mist dragon god saw Zhao Fu come out with two women, one of whom radiated a powerful golden aura, she immediately understood who they were. This person was the terrifying existence in that space. She was the one who created the golden world and possessed such terrifying power. In the end, she was still subdued by Zhao Fu, and no one knew how powerful Zhao Fu was. The white mist dragon god stepped forward and said respectfully, "Master. Are you all right?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. He did not say anything else and brought the three of them back to the city. The reason why Zhao Fu had stayed here was because of the golden flower. Now that he had found it, they continued on their way. 2 days later, Zhao Fu and the others arrived at another place. The first thing Zhao Fu did was find a relatively large faction and search for information about the mystical power. Now, he only lacked this power, everything else was ready. However, after asking around, Zhao Fu could not find any information. In the end, he could only return to the group and plan to continue onwards. Only now did the white mist dragon god know that Zhao Fu was looking for the mystical power, and she smiled as she said, "Master. I know that there's mystical power there." Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel delighted. He had never thought that the white mist dragon god would know. If he had asked earlier, perhaps he would have obtained the mystical power already, and they wouldn't have wasted 2 days. The white mist dragon god couldn't be blamed for this, he could only blame himself. Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "Where can I find it?" "Hurry and tell me." The white mist dragon god smiled as she replied, "That place is called the land of female spirits. All of the godly spirits there are women, and the commoners there are also women. There are almost no men there, and the holy maidens there have the mystical power." Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "Where is the land of female spirits? Take me there at once." The white mist dragon god nodded and turned into a massive silver dragon. White mist swirled around him, and a mass of dragons might spread out. Because everyone was within the city, the commoners looked at the dragon in the sky in shock, not understanding why such a terrifying dragon had appeared within the city. Some commoners ran away in fear, while others stayed behind to see what was going on. The soldiers hurried over, and looking at the massive dragon, they didn't dare to attack. After all, the white mist dragon god hadn't done anything yet, and if they angered the dragon, they would die. Right now, they could only hope that the white mist dragon god wouldn't attack and leave this place as soon as possible. They couldn't defeat such a massive dragon. Zhao Fu looked around and said to the moon god Sprout, "Take everyone and leave this place. Go to the city ahead and wait for me to bring back the person with the mystical power." Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu with her pale eyes and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Sir, can I come with you? I also want to go with you, can I?" Moon god Sprout frowned as she looked at Xianxia. She felt quite displeased that there was a woman sticking to Zhao Fu, threatening her position. She said with some jealousy, "I'll come with you then, Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "No need, I'm just going to capture a person and come back." Oh. Xianxia felt quite disappointed. Seeing her like this, Moon God Sprout felt quite apologetic and said, "Let's go. He'll be back soon." Xianxia gave a faint smile as she nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu rode on the white mist dragon god and flew over the horizon. The white mist dragon god was incredibly fast, and the scenery around it flashed by in an instant. A powerful gust of wind blew against Zhao Fu's cloak. Zhao Fu sat on the dragon's back and started to ask about the goddess land. He found out that the goddess land was in a very hidden place and did not interact with the outside world. It did not have a very large faction, and it only had 3 godly spirits and a few million residents. A day later, Zhao Fu rode on the white mist dragon god and gave off a massive aura as he descended on the goddess land. Because this faction was quite small, Zhao Fu did not have any worries. The white mist dragon god was surrounded by white mist, and its massive might covered the entire faction. It was as if there was a massive, formless hand pressing down on everyone's bodies. Everyone felt their bodies sink and found it difficult to breathe, and the atmosphere became quite oppressive. Some people came out of their houses and looked at the massive dragon in the sky, feeling fear in their hearts. Some residents hurriedly ran away. Zhao Fu looked at the people below and found that they were all women. At that moment, 3 women giving off powerful auras flew out of the god palace. One had a voluptuous figure and gave off a faint charm, and she wore a green palace dress. One had a slim figure and delicate looks, and she wore a green dress. The other was tall and had a cold expression, and she wore a white dress. The 3 women looked at Zhao Fu seriously. Even though Zhao Fu did not give off any massive aura, the divine dragon beneath him was actually a dragon god, and it gave off an extremely terrifying power. Who was the person in front of him? To actually have such a terrifying dragon god as a mount, his identity must be extremely revered. The cold and elegant woman said. "I wonder what business do you have with us?" Zhao Fu did not hide his goal and directly said, "I need someone with self-control. If you give her to me, I'll immediately leave and won't harm any of you. However, if you don't cooperate, I can only take her by force." The 3 women's expressions turned ugly. Given their strength, they couldn't even defeat the white mist dragon god, who was their mount, let alone stop Zhao Fu. How arrogant! A delicate cry sounded out as a mature and beautiful woman flew out with a 17-year-old pure-looking girl. Zhao Fu frowned as he looked at the mature woman. Seeing this woman come out, the 3 women's expressions eased up and they gave traces of smiles. With her here, this matter would be resolved very quickly. Zhao Fu looked at the mature woman and said, "Who are you? Is this the holy daughter of this place?" The mature woman said coldly, "I'm from the goddess palace, and she's already one of us. If you know what's good for you, scram or you'll have to bear the consequences." The white mist dragon god felt quite startled and hurriedly said, "Sir, let's forget about it. Let's go somewhere else to find self-control. The goddess palace is filled with a bunch of crazy women, it's best not to offend them." Zhao Fu did not mind and asked, "What kind of faction is the goddess palace?" The white mist dragon god felt quite surprised and immediately explained, "The goddess palace is a very powerful faction at the center of the god world. It can rank in the top 15, and it does things very crazily and domineeringly. For example, if a person accidentally offends them, they'll kill that person's family, friends, and everyone related to that person. Other people can't say anything bad about the goddess palace, nor can they look at them with anger, mockery, or hatred. It's better to have the same result." Zhao Fu did not mind and looked at the mature woman as he said, "Now that I understand, leave before I get angry." The mature woman looked furious as she said, "You know that I'm from the goddess palace and yet you dare to speak to me like this? You must die." Boom, a massive aura exploded out of the mature woman's body, turning into a wild gale that spread out. This mature woman's strength was not weak, but she was slightly weaker than the white mist god. The mature woman took out a red whip and gave off a powerful aura as she rushed at Zhao Fu. The white mist dragon god's gaze was somewhat condescending and mocking. This woman had dared to attack Zhao Fu, she did not even need to think to know what would happen to her. Just as the white mist dragon god had expected, Zhao Fu's body instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of the mature woman. The mature woman was given a big fright and could not react in time. Boom, Zhao Fu's fist contained terrifying power as it punched the mature woman's chest. The mature woman's body was like a rapidly falling rock as she heavily smashed into the ground, opening up a large crater as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The other three godly spirits felt terror in their hearts. That person's power was indeed terrifying. Moreover, he dared to attack someone from the goddess palace. He did not place the goddess palace in his eyes at all. Blood leaked out of the mature woman's mouth as she furiously yelled, "You're dead, the goddess palace definitely won't let you off." Zhao Fu stood in the air and looked at her condescendingly as he said, "Do you think I'm afraid of the goddess palace? You're going to die soon, and everyone here will die." Just as he spoke, Zhao Fu gave off a powerful aura as he rushed at the mature woman, wanting to kill her. The other three godly spirits rushed up to stop him. Firstly, Zhao Fu planned to kill everyone here, and secondly, if he killed someone from the goddess palace, even if Zhao Fu spared them, they would still die. Bang! 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 Facing the three godly spirits, Zhao Fu merely waved his hand, sending out a massive wave of power that sent the three godly spirits flying. Zhao Fu quickly arrived before the mature woman, and the mature woman looked terrified as she tried to think of a way to defend. "Wait. Don't hurt anyone here, I'm willing to go with you. Promise me. I'll die here." A pure-looking 17-year-old girl held a dagger to her throat as she fearfully yelled at Zhao Fu. There was nothing here, so Zhao Fu first found a cave and arranged for everyone to stay here for a while. Following this, Zhao Fu called Nu Chun in front of him and said, "Seriously, right now, it's just that your power hasn't reached the requirements. From now on, you need to use all of your time to cultivate. You should understand that having great power is the best guarantee." Nu Chun nodded seriously, "I know. I'll definitely work hard in cultivating." A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he took out 3 items and handed them to Nu Chun. "Take these, they'll help you quickly grow stronger." The first item was a blood-red orb of light, which was a great orb. Moreover, it was a very high-grade orb, and after absorbing it, one's grade would greatly increase. The second item was a bottle of medicinal pills, which were called nurturing pills. They were also high-grade medicinal pills that contained powerful energy. The third item was a gray stone orb, which was also a treasure. It contained large amounts of energy and could increase one's cultivation speed. It also had the effect of refining energy, making it even purer. From the auras that the 3 items gave off, Nu Chun could tell that they were all very precious. She smiled as she received the 3 treasures and said gratefully, "Thank you." Zhao Fu had not lied to her and had truly nurtured her. She had not done anything at all and had already obtained 3 good items. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Don't mind these things, the most important thing for you right now is to cultivate. In the future, I'll continue to give you things to increase your power." Nu Chun smiled and nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu carved out a gathering magic formation on the ground of the cave, gathering the surrounding energy and placing some attribute crystals to help Nu Chun cultivate. Nu Chun sat cross-legged at the center of the magic formation and obediently started to cultivate. After taking care of Nu Chun, Zhao Fu looked at the other 9 women, who were Mu Qing, Mu Xiang, Gui Xiaomei, and the others who had energy. "For now, all of you should stay here and cultivate as well. Continue to increase your power and keep yourselves in peak condition." Although their strength had already met the requirements, if they were a little stronger and in a better state, things would naturally be better. Perhaps something unexpected would happen during the awakening of the 10 immortal physique. They would be able to help a lot, so they also needed to prepare for the awakening. Finally, there was the moon god Sprout. Everything revolved around her, so she had to be even more prepared. Zhao Fu did not let her cultivate. Her current situation was not suitable for cultivation because her body was still being eroded by the energy. As for what Zhao Fu wanted her to do, he wanted her to take care of her body and not have too big of a change in her emotions as she waited to awaken the 10 immortal physique. As for the other unrelated people, Zhao Fu didn't care. They could do whatever they wanted. Zhao Fu came before a mountain and took out the Emperor Killing Sword. A massive wave of power entered the Emperor Killing Sword, causing it to give off intense sword light and a terrifying aura to spread out. Boom, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a massive black sword light containing terrifying power flew out. Bang, the mountain was split in half by the massive black sword light, resulting in a massive explosion that sounded out in all directions. Countless rocks flew everywhere and dust rose up. Xiaofu took out a few darkness medallions and waved them out. A few thousand soldiers wearing black armor and giving off powerful auras appeared in front of Xiaofu. These were the darkness medallions that Xiaofu had obtained before, and they could release darkness soldiers. Gather the rocks in the surroundings and build an altar, Xiaofu ordered the darkness soldiers. Xiaofu helping the moon god sprout awaken the Tenin immortal physique was not as easy as he had thought. He needed an altar to gather heaven and earth power and a special magic formation. Yes. The darkness soldiers obeyed before flying to the side of the mountain and starting to build the altar. The altar would take some time to build, so Xiaofu did not waste any time and left to prepare other things. At that moment, within Xiaofu's body, Dishi said seriously, "Xiaofu, this is very important. You must make ample preparations and not rashly help the moon god sprout awaken. I feel that this matter will not end so easily." Hearing this, Xiaofu felt quite surprised and asked, "Why do you say that?" Dishi explained seriously, "Firstly, the moon god sprout's Tenin immortal physique is quite extraordinary. It actually formed an innate source formation within the moon god sprout's body, opening up a energy space. This power is too great, and even the main moon god sprout is unable to resist it. This shows how dangerous this matter is. If it explodes out with its full power, the scene will be unimaginable. Finally, she has been drinking your blood for the past few days. That blood is not ordinary blood but extremely precious essence blood. Adding on the fact that she has become your woman and has formed a connection with your fate is already affecting her. You should understand just how terrifying your fate is. With the current situation, this awakening will not be easy. You must make ample preparations, or else you'll have to delay it." Hearing Dishi's words, Xiaofu's expression became serious. "I understand, I'll make preparations. There's no need to delay the awakening, I feel that this is a good time. After a while, I'll be completely focused on the god competition and won't have time to deal with these things." Dishi did not say anything else. An hour or so later, Xiaofu came to a faction and bought some materials before returning to his original place. The darkness soldiers were building the altar while Mu Xiang and the others were cultivating. Xiaofu did not restrict the others, so some people obediently stayed where they were and did not do anything. Some people went outside to play. The moon god sprout felt that there was nothing to do. Xianxia, who had been sticking to her, was also cultivating under Xiaofu's orders, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Seeing Xiaofu return, the moon god sprout smiled as she went up and asked, "Where did you go? Why did you take so long to come back?" Xiaofu stretched out his hand and hugged the moon god sprout as he smiled and said, "Because I had to buy a lot of things, I spent quite a bit of time." The moon god sprout asked with a trace of worry, "Do we really have to prepare so many things? Will the awakening be very terrifying? How about we wait for a while before starting? We can put this matter aside for now." Moon god sprout hugged Xiaofu and gave a sweet smile as she said, "I trust you." Xiaofu lightly smiled as he said, "Then make your preparations and make sure you're in your best state. I still have many things to take care of, so I'll come and accompany you later." Moon god sprout smiled and nodded before letting go of Xiaofu. Xiaofu came to the cave and looked at the people cultivating. Everyone else was seriously cultivating, raising their strength and recovering to their original state. Only Xianxia was not very well behaved, and she secretly glanced at Xiaofu, planning to go out and play after Xiaofu left. She had already been cultivating for a few hours, and with her personality, she could not bear to keep cultivating. Xiaofu understood her personality, and after glaring at her, he pouted and closed his eyes, entering a state of cultivation. In actuality, Xiaofu was not very worried about her, as her strength was only slightly weaker than Yilanqi's by a bit. Even if she did not cultivate, it would not matter too much. Xiaofu looked at Nu Chen. Her cultivation speed was quite fast, and she felt that she would soon reach Xiaofu's requirements. After looking at the situation here, Xiaofu gave a satisfied smile and left the place. He came to the side of the mountain and started to build an altar with the darkness soldiers. A week later, the altar was completed. It was 900 meters wide and 30 meters tall, and it was located halfway up the mountain. It was made of stone and had a magic formation carved on it. It was gray in color. The altar gave off a massive wave of yin energy, and the surrounding temperature became quite low, making people shiver. This altar was no ordinary altar. Zhao Fu had fused a large number of yin attribute materials into it, which was why it was like this, and it contained powerful yin energy. It could unleash the full power of the magic formation and draw on heaven and earth power, helping moon god Sprout awaken the 10 yin celestial body. Now that the altar was completed, Zhao Fu put the thousands of darkness soldiers into the darkness command medallion and returned to the cave. After a week of cultivation, the 9 people with the 10 great yin powers had increased their strength by a lot, and their condition had reached its peak. On the second day, Xianxia was making a fuss about wanting to play and cultivate for a while. Zhao Fu agreed, and now, she did not disappoint Zhao Fu. Her strength was increasing rather quickly, much faster than the others. This was related to her body, as she was the daughter of the king god. Her bloodline was much stronger than the royal bloodline. The last one was Nu Chun. After a week of training, Nu Chun's strength had increased rapidly. However, she had yet to meet Zhao Fu's requirements. She was still a little short. Another 3 days passed. The people outside the cave suddenly felt a huge wave of yin energy surge out, and the cave also emitted a gray light. Outside the cave, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and sensed the massive amount of yin energy. Nu Chun had already met the requirements and could immediately awaken the 10 yin immortal body. Suddenly, the surrounding power of heaven and earth also gathered in the cave. Zhao Fu turned his head and said to everyone, "You guys stay here first. I'll go in and see what's going on." Everyone nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu went into the cave and saw that Nu Chun, who was at the center of the magic formation, gave off an intense gray light. The surrounding power of heaven and earth continuously flowed into her body, and massive amounts of yin energy condensed into a gray fog that spread out. The temperature in the cave became incredibly low, and it felt as if they were in an icy cavern. It was so cold that they could not help but shiver. There was an illusory figure behind her. This image was wearing a white palace dress. Its appearance was very blurry and it was impossible to see what it looked like, but it gave off a very terrifying aura. At that moment, Zhao Fu's gaze became quite serious. This was because Zhao Fu could sense a celestial's power from that illusory figure. Even though he did not know who that illusory figure was or what her identity was, she was definitely a celestial. Zhao Fu had the celestial peach's celestial power and the flower fairy's power, so he was quite familiar with celestial power. The illusory figure stood behind Nu Chun like a block of wood and did not move or react at all. Its aura was not very powerful and could not be compared to a true celestial. Zhao Fu felt that the goddess palace was not looking for people with celestial power for simple reasons. Moreover, the divine technique that could make people pregnant and only give birth to girls felt quite extraordinary. Otherwise, why would a celestial figure appear behind Nu Chun? Moreover, the aura that the illusory figure gave off was quite similar to the goddess palace's aura. If the two of them were not related, Zhao Fu definitely would not believe it. At that moment, the illusory figure started to slowly fuse into Nu Chun's body, and a massive wave of power spread out from her body. In the end, the illusory figure completely fused into Nu Chun's body, and Nu Chun's body gave off a massive wave of power as a mark appeared on her forehead. This mark was as big as a coin and was green. It was octagonal and had a 4-pointed star at the center. It seemed quite mysterious and gave off a trace of coldness. Apart from this mark, Nu Chun's power had become a bit stronger, but she did not seem to have changed much. Zhao Fu did not know what was going on or why the illusory figure had appeared. After asking Di Shi, he did not know either, so Zhao Fu could only give up and not look into it. The massive amounts of heaven and earth power in the surroundings stopped flowing towards her, and the gray light around her body dimmed. Nu Chun opened her eyes and looked at Zhao Fu in front of her as she gave a happy smile and said, "Sir, I've broken through." From the looks of it, she did not know that the illusory figure had fused into her body. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "You should stabilize your power first, we'll talk about it later." Nu Chun smiled and nodded before closing her eyes and continuing to cultivate. Zhao Fu left the cave and came outside. Moon God Sprout came up and smiled as she asked, "Did Nu Chun break through? Did she meet the requirements?" Xiaofu smiled as he nodded. She broke through and is now stabilizing her cultivation. After she stabilizes her cultivation, you can start to awaken the Tenin celestial body. Hearing this, everyone else smiled. They had stayed here for so long for this matter. It was not just Xiaofu and Moon God Sprout who were looking forward to awakening the Tenin celestial body, everyone else was also quite excited. For example, after the White Mist Dragon God heard that Moon God Sprout had awakened the Tenin celestial body, he had fallen into a state of shock. He had never thought that Xiaofu would have such a terrifying person, and it was his woman. Even the powerful golden flower ancestor, who had a stiff expression on his face, looked quite shocked after hearing about this. It could be seen just how important this matter was. Everyone waited for a few hours before Nu Chen came out with a big smile. Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile as he asked, "Has your cultivation stabilized?" Nu Chen smiled and nodded. Xiaofu smiled and immediately said, "It's done. The awakening of the Tenin celestial body is about to begin. You all need to recover to your peak states. There might be some accidents this time, so prepare yourselves." Everyone nodded and started to make their preparations. Facing such a big matter, Moon God Sprout felt quite nervous as she stood by the side. Xiaofu smiled as he went up and hugged her as he comforted, "I'll take care of this, so don't worry. I'll definitely protect you." Moon God Sprout hugged Xiaofu and looked up shyly as she looked at Xiaofu with deep trust and affection and lightly nodded. Following this, the awakening of the Tenin celestial body officially began. Xiaofu brought Moon God Sprout and the others to the altar that had been constructed. It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly in the light blue sky. There were a few pure white clouds floating in the sky, and a light breeze blew. The altar was circular, and apart from the massive magic formation at the center, there were 10 smaller magic formations around it. All of them were quite profound and gave off a cold and gloomy aura. At that moment, Xiaofu's expression became serious as he said, "Start according to my instructions." The others nodded. The Moon God Sprout came to the center of the formation and stood at the center. The other 10 people each went to a smaller formation and formed a circle around the Moon God Sprout. Xiaofu stood by the side, outside of the circle. Shen Xiaoyi, Yi Lanxi, Mu Qing, and the others stretched out their hands towards the Moon God Sprout at the center, and their bodies gave off different colored lights. Shen Xiaoyi's light was gold, Yi Lanxi's light was black, Mu Qing's light was green, Nu Chen's light was white, and Gui Xiaomei's light was gray. As their bodies gave off different lights, different yin energy and auras came out of their bodies. The 4 smaller magic formations on the ground gave off gray light and started to slowly revolve. 10 different waves of yin energy came out of the magic formations and flowed towards the massive magic formation at the center. Boom, a massive aura spread out as the yin energy magic formation at the center absorbed 10 massive waves of yin energy and gave off 10 different lights as the magic formation started to slowly spin. At the center of the magic formation, the Moon God Sprout closed its eyes and absorbed the energy around it, and its body gave off a rainbow-colored light. Boom boom boom, massive explosions sounded out as the 10 people standing within the small magic formation exploded out with powerful auras. Different colored aura flames appeared around their bodies, forming wild gales that spread out. Waves of different powers surged out from their hands, forming beams of light that entered the Moon God Sprout's body. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the Moon God Bud's body gave off an intense rainbow light and a powerful aura spread out. The Moon God Sprout closed its eyes as it absorbed the energy entering its body. At the same time, it began to control the 10 types of yin energy in its body. The 10 types of yin energy within the Moon God Sprout's body spread out, forming a formless yin energy formation. It continuously emitted powerful yin energy, forming a space made of yin energy. At the center of the dark space, the innate yin source formation slowly spun, and there were 10 different colored whirlpools at different locations. A coldness that could freeze souls continuously flowed out from the magic formation, causing the entire space to become bone-chillingly cold. Now that the Moon God Sprout's consciousness had come here, its body gave off an intense rainbow light, making it quite eye-catching in the dark space. This was the first time the Moon God Sprout had come here, and she looked at the massive magic formation in shock. This was the true reason why she was in so much pain. Looking at this magic formation, the Moon God Sprout did not become angry, and she instead smiled. It was because of this tenin celestial body that Zhao Fu had kept her by his side. According to Zhao Fu's orders, the moon god Sprout's consciousness flew forwards and entered the innate source formation, and it was at the center of the 10 whirlpools. Before, Zhao Fu's consciousness had come here, but it was unable to come into contact with the innate source formation. Once it came close, it would suffer a massive backlash, which was incredibly dangerous. However, as the owner of the magic formation, the moon god Sprout could easily come to the center of the magic formation without any threat. After coming to the center of the magic formation, the moon god Sprout stretched out a hand towards a violet whirlpool. The violet whirlpool was the closest to the moon god Sprout, and it gave off an ancient yin qi. This was lunar energy. Zhao Fu had said before that lunar energy was the most important of the 10 types of yin qi, as it was equivalent to a small portion of the core of the magic formation. It could release more power than the other types of yin qi, and it was closest to the core of the magic formation. Boom! The moon god Sprout pushed out with her hand, and a massive wave of power flowed out of her hand, turning into an intense violet ray of light that gave off a powerful aura as it flew into the violet whirlpool. Outside the world of consciousness, Mu Xiang felt a powerful power wantonly absorbing her power. Mu Xiang exploded out with all of her power, and an even more massive violet aura flame appeared around her body. The endless power of Yin in his body was constantly being sucked away by that power. Within the world of consciousness, the violet ray of light shot into the violet whirlpool, and the violet whirlpool violently trembled and quickly spun, causing waves of power to continuously gather at the center. A powerful aura spread out and many rays of purple light shot out in all directions. The many rays of power gradually formed a massive purple orb, giving off powerful lunar power. The moon god Sprout retracted its hand and once again stretched out towards the golden whirlpool. Boom! An explosion once again sounded out as a massive wave of power flowed out of the moon god Sprout's hand, turning into a golden ray of light that gave off a massive aura as it shot into the enormous golden whirlpool. Outside the world of consciousness, Xianxia also felt a powerful wave of power absorbing her power. Xianxia did not resist, and she had long since been prepared. She exploded out with even more powerful divining energy, and an intense golden aura flame appeared around her body, forming an even more intense wind. Within the world of consciousness, the golden whirlpool quickly spun and the power continuously gathered, giving off a massive aura. Countless rays of golden light shot out, and an enormous golden orb gradually formed. The moon god Sprout once again retracted its hand and once again stretched out, this time aiming at the enormous white whirlpool. Boom! An explosion once again sounded out as a massive wave of power flowed out of the moon god Sprout's hand, turning into an enormous white ray of light that shot towards the enormous white whirlpool. Nu Chen immediately sensed a powerful power continuously absorbing her power. Nu Chen exploded out with a powerful aura and an even more powerful white aura flame appeared around her, forming an intense gale. Within the consciousness, the golden vortex quickly spun and power continuously gathered, giving off a massive aura. Countless traces of white light shot out and an enormous white orb gradually formed. Following this, moon god Sprout continuously stretched out her hand and shot out powerful rays of light that entered the vortex. On the altar, Xianxia and the others' bodies erupted with an enormous aura flame and intense gales spread out. The terrifying power spread out, causing all of the creatures here to feel terror. Zhao Fu's expression became serious. The 10 celestial bodies' awakening had just begun, and every step was incredibly crucial. It was possible that something unexpected could happen, so Zhao Fu became wary and prepared to act at any moment. Within the consciousness, the 10 enormous vortexes had turned into 10 different colored orbs that gave off different colored lights and terrifying power. Moon god Sprout stood at the center of these orbs. Now that moon god Sprout had turned the 10 vortexes into orbs and had gained control of the innate source formation, it was time to awaken the 10 celestial body. Moon god Sprout's body gave off a faint rainbow light and she raised a hand. The 10 orbs seemed to receive an order and froze in place, and the slowly spinning innate source formation also stopped. Boom! Moon god Sprout grabbed out with her hand and a massive wave of power flowed out of her body. Her body burned with an enormous rainbow-colored aura flame that continuously flickered. Boom, boom. Boom! A series of loud explosions sounded out, and each sphere exploded with a powerful light, giving off an immense power that caused the entire space of Zhao Fu's consciousness to tremble. The 10 orbs gave off intense different colored lights, and within the dark space, they were like 10 suns, illuminating the entire dark space. The dark space was no longer dark and was now filled with all sorts of colors. Moon God Sprout's expression became incredibly serious. She raised her hand and wanted to slightly turn it, but she felt an immense resistance. This resistance was the resistance to awakening the Tenin immortal body. If it wasn't broken, then the Tenin immortal body wouldn't awaken. However, with the Moon God Sprout's current power, it couldn't break through this massive resistance. Thus, they needed other people's help. The Moon God Sprout absorbed even more of their power. The 10 people on the altar could sense that the Moon God Sprout needed even more power. They looked at each other, withdrew their hands, and slowly closed their eyes. Boom boom boom, massive explosions sounded out as the 10 of them unleashed their full power. Their bodies shone with powerful light of different colors, turning into beams of light that shot into the sky, forming massive pillars of light. 10 massive pillars of light giving off different colored lights connected the heavens and the earth, and a terrifying aura swept through the world. Nothing could stop them. The beasts, birds, and people in the surroundings sensed this terrifying aura, and their expressions fell as they looked in that direction in terror. The 10 pillars of light appeared in the distance and stood between the heavens and earth, giving off powerful auras. The sky was dyed multicolored, and heaven and earth power ferociously gathered there. The sun and moon lost their light and the world seemed to darken. The blue sky and white clouds disappeared, and everything became dark. The sky in the distance gave off intense rainbow light, which was quite evident in the darkness. A formless might covered the heavens and earth, and everyone felt a sense of danger and unease. There was also a sense of suppression. Just what is going on in the distance? Why is there such a terrifying abnormal sign? Countless people looked into the distance in shock. Even though Zhao Fu had found a relatively hidden place to awaken the Tenin immortal body, the ripples were simply too great and could not be hidden. Some ordinary people looked quite afraid. They sensed such great danger and immediately ran from this place. With their power, they could not resist this power, so staying alive was the most important thing. Some experts understood that something big was about to happen. Even though they felt that it was quite dangerous, they were quite curious about what was going on and wanted to go take a look. They could investigate what was going on and make preparations as soon as possible, and they might even obtain unexpected gains. Boom, boom. Boom, the powerful people gave off powerful auras as they turned into rays of light and flew forwards. Because they were not very far away, they soon reached that place. At such a close distance, they could sense the auras that continuously flowed over. Looking at the 10 piercing pillars of light, they felt incredibly small and felt a trace of fear in their hearts. Some people were so afraid that they did not dare to advance, and they turned back with grim expressions. From the auras, it seemed that this was not something they could participate in, and they were afraid of dying. Some people could not hold back their curiosity and decided to advance. If they made any shocking discoveries, it would be worth it no matter how great the danger was. However, not long after they advanced, they were blocked by a restriction. Just as they were about to break through the restriction, roar. A massive dragon's roar sounded out as a silver-white dragon covered in white mist appeared, giving off a terrifying dragon's might, causing the air to become heavy. This forced everyone to stop and look at that godly spirit in fear. The white mist dragon god condescendingly looked at everyone and said domineeringly, "If you take another step, you'll die." Apart from the people who had awakened the Tenin celestial body, the remaining people with powerful strength stood guard in the surroundings to prevent anyone from disturbing them. He also set up a restriction. Hearing the white mist dragon god's words and sensing its power, their expressions became terrified. They were not a match for the white mist dragon god at all. At first, they had not encountered any danger, which was why they had dared to advance. Now that they saw such a powerful dragon god standing guard here, they could only leave. This was not something they could participate in. On the other side, the golden flower ancestor stood in the sky and gave off intense golden light. He also gave off a massive aura and blocked off a group of people. Sensing the golden flower ancestor's power, those people immediately turned and ran, not daring to stay for even a moment. However, some people did not go far before hiding. Seeing that there was such a powerful person standing guard here, something shocking must have happened. If they hid there, they might be able to obtain great benefits. Moreover, apart from the escaping experts, there were also people who sensed those terrifying ripples and hurried over. The surrounding heaven and earth energy was affected by the 10 pillars of light and continuously poured into the moon god Sprout's body. Within the mental realm, the moon god Sprout continued to do the same thing. She raised her slender arm and continuously absorbed the heaven and earth energy, causing her body to shine with intense rainbow light. As heaven and earth energy continuously poured in, the moon god Sprout's aura became stronger and stronger, and the rainbow light became more and more dazzling. At that moment, the moon god Sprout wanted to move its fist. Originally, its fist seemed to be restricted by an unimaginably powerful force and couldn't move at all. However, with the support of the world energy, the moon god Sprout's fist slightly moved. Boom, a deafening explosion sounded out, and the innate source formation formed by the 10 frozen spheres in the space of consciousness started to slowly revolve, and an unimaginable power burst out from it. It was as if a world-destroying millstone was turning, and that terrifying power instantly caused everything in the mental realm to collapse. Standing at the center of the formation, the moon god Sprout felt as if something incredibly terrifying had been opened within her body, and an extremely dangerous might instantly covered the entire world. The frightened beasts, the frightened birds, the flowing streams, the floating clouds, the falling leaves, and the countless people present. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be frozen. Standing on the altar, Xiaofu immediately felt a massive wave of energy locking him in place. The white mist dragon god and golden flower ancestor, who were standing guard outside, looked somewhat terrified. Their bodies had also been locked in place in that instant, and they could not resist at all. They felt the danger of death. As for the ordinary experts, under this massive wave of energy, they felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Boundless darkness surged towards them, and they felt terror from their souls. Now, they were extremely regretful that they had not escaped. It was very likely that they would die here. This power was simply too terrifying. It was simply a power that could destroy the world. Just what kind of earth-shattering event was happening up ahead? How could there be such terrifying power? At this moment, some experts who were further away looked in the direction of the altar at the same time. They felt a heaven-toppling wave of qi sweeping towards them. They were unable to resist at all, and their bodies trembled as they felt a wave of terror. If even the experts were in such a state, the commoners were even more unable to bear it. Some of them were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Their expressions were filled with terror as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Some directly fell to the ground and fainted. Within Xiaofu's consciousness, the moon god Sprout gave off an intense rainbow-colored light as it stood at the center of the formation. The innate source formation gave off immense power as it slowly spun. At the same time, the invisible hole seemed to grow larger and larger, causing the pressure coming from the moon god Sprout to become more and more terrifying. However, it didn't take long for the moon god Sprout to feel an even stronger resistance, causing the innate source formation to slowly come to a stop. The moon god Sprout needed more energy to activate the innate source array. The 10 people standing on the altar could also sense that the moon god Sprout urgently needed even more power, so they did not hesitate to explode out with all of their power. Boom boom boom, loud explosions sounded out as the 10 rainbow-colored pillars of light became even larger, more than twice as large as before. The light they emitted was even more dazzling, and the ripples were even more terrifying. Bang, it was as if the world had been shattered, and all of the heaven and earth source energy seemed to have found a funnel and ferociously flowed into the moon god Sprout's body. Within Xiaofu's consciousness, the formation, which had been slowly coming to a stop due to the massive resistance, once again started to spin, and its speed was even faster than before. The invisible hole seemed to become larger and larger, and the terrifying power became stronger and stronger. Even space seemed to be unable to bear it, and it seemed as if it was going to twist. Scree! A massive phoenix cry sounded out as a massive wave of gray qi flowed out of the moon god Sprout's body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Within Xiaofu's body, Dishi could not help but say in shock, qi turning into a phoenix. This is something that can only be done with extremely high-grade qi. It's not something that ordinary qi can compare to. Xiaofu's gaze fell on the moon god Sprout. The massive wave of qi turned into a phoenix made of qi, and its violet eyes looked at the sky coldly. It spread its wings and gave off a terrifying aura as it rushed into the sky. Boom, the massive Yin-Chi phoenix brought with it boundless Yin-Chi and left behind a gray trail of Yin-Chi as it rushed into the sky, giving off a shocking explosion as a destructive shockwave spread out. In that moment, the entire sky seemed to turn into nothingness, and from a distance, it looked as if a massive black hole had appeared in the sky. An unimaginably massive wave of Yin-Chi flooded the ground like water from a heavenly river. The massive wave of Yin-Chi landed on the altar and ferociously spread out like a flood. In that moment, the ground, trees, flowers, grass, and stones were all corroded by the massive wave of Yin-Chi and became Yin-attributed. In just an instant, the ground within 10,000 kilometers became gray, and the flowers, grass, trees, and stones all became gray. They gave off traces of Yin-Chi, and the temperature plummeted. Moreover, this massive wave of Yin-Chi continued to spread out, and nothing could stop this wave of Yin-Chi. The black hole in the sky was tens of thousands of meters wide, and the Yin-Chi that was pouring down blocked everyone's vision within tens of thousands of meters. The 10 massive pillars of light also dissipated, and after being affected by this wave of energy, Mu Xiang's 10 bodies felt as if they had been heavily injured. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the altar. Now that they were useless, Zhao Fu waved his hand and 10 or so chains shot out, quickly binding the 10 people's bodies and pulling them to his side. Zhao Fu released a defensive barrier, blocking the countless traces of gray Yin-Chi, and said seriously, "All of you, immediately leave this place. The moon god Sprout's 10 Yin celestial body has only begun to awaken, and it will become incredibly dangerous soon." Everyone's expressions were quite serious and even somewhat unsightly. They had just experienced that massive power, and even Shen Xiaoyi, who had a king god bloodline and loved the moon god Sprout, looked incredibly terrified. They understood that staying here would only cause trouble, so they nodded and quickly left the altar. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu with a worried expression as she said, "Sir, you must be careful." Zhao Fu's gaze was fixed on the moon god Sprout, which was covered by countless traces of Yin-Chi, and he nodded earnestly. Xianxia looked away and looked quite hesitant. She also wanted to stay here but was afraid of causing trouble for Zhao Fu. However, after thinking about it, she decided to leave with the others because this power was not something that she could resist. The white mist dragon god turned and looked at the massive pillar of gray chi behind him in shock. Sensing that terrifying power, he also wanted to leave because he felt that it was too dangerous. As such, the white mist dragon god quickly flew away. He could not stay here any longer. The ordinary experts hurriedly ran away in fear. This power was so terrifying that even their own people had run away. They did not dare to stay here or else they would die. The golden flower ancestor was also quite shocked. This 10 Yin celestial body is so terrifying, as expected from a physique that can allow one to become a celestial. However, sensing this powerful wave of Yin-Chi, the golden flower ancestor did not stay here and flew away. Back at the altar, there was only the moon god Sprout at the center of the magic formation and Zhao Fu by the side. However, because of the massive amount of Yin-Chi pouring down, vision was completely blocked, so ordinary people could not see what was happening. However, Zhao Fu's eyes were quite extraordinary and could sense the moon god Sprout's current state. At that moment, the moon god Sprout had started to awaken the 10 Yin celestial body, causing countless strands of Yin-Chi to pour down from the sky. The moon god Sprout continuously absorbed this Yin-Chi, and it continuously absorbed it into her body. Within the mental world, the moon god Sprout absorbed the boundless Yin-Chi and obtained even more power, and she put down her raised hand. Boom! A massive wave of power exploded out from her body and spread through the entire Yin-Chi magic formation. The 10 orbs gave off intense light, and the magic formation started to spin even faster. A terrifying wave of power continuously spread out from the moon god Sprout's body, and the massive black hole in the sky seemed to be pulled apart by a massive wave of power, becoming even larger and causing even more Yin-Chi to pour down. The moon god Sprout continuously absorbed Yin-Chi and became more and more powerful, and its control over the innate Yin source formation became better and better. In the end, the black hole in the sky expanded to 100,000 meters, and gray Yin-Chi continuously poured down like a flood. Terrifying ripples spread out, and the heavens and earth seemed to be filled with an eerie coldness. In places that were slightly closer, no matter if it was humans or beasts, they had already escaped completely. Those who were further away could only see the sky being covered by a layer of haze. At the same time, they could feel a huge and cold aura surging towards them like a tidal wave. They didn't know what was going on, but they could understand that something big must have happened ahead. Following this, they also saw countless people running for their lives and found out about what had happened. They also became terrified, because the massive amount of yin qi would soon attack them, and when that time came, they would suffer the same fate as them. On the altar, the moon god Sprout continued to absorb the yin qi. In the consciousness space, the moon god Sprout emitted an intense rainbow light, illuminating the entire consciousness space. She had completely taken control of the innate source array. Now, he had only completed one step. Zhaofu's consciousness left the mental space and the moon god Sprout opened its eyes, which gave off a 10-colored light. Its body gave off traces of a rainbow-colored aura, and it gave off a massive amount of power. Space continuously twisted, making it seem like a celestial. The massive black hole in the sky slowly closed, and less yin qi flowed out before finally disappearing. The sun gave off an intense light, and the sky was a deep blue without a single cloud. Everything seemed to have returned to how it had been before. The white mist dragon god felt quite surprised. Why had the black hole disappeared? Had it ended just like that? Had the moon god Sprout successfully awakened the tenin celestial body? The moon god Sprout opened her eyes and looked ahead. The boundless yin qi could not block her vision, and she could see that Zhao Fu was standing there. The yin qi could not block Zhao Fu either, and seeing that the moon god Sprout had completed the first step, Zhao Fu's expression became serious as he said, "You have to be careful from now on." A trace of a smile appeared on the moon god Sprout's face, and she felt a wave of warmth in her heart. She then slowly looked up at the sky and raised a hand. Boom, a massive rainbow-colored energy flowed out of her hand, turning into a ray of light that shot into the sky. A massive explosion sounded out as rainbow-colored ripples spread out, covering the entire sky. Suddenly, a massive purple orb giving off a powerful might appeared in the sky, giving off an ancient yin qi. A massive golden orb giving off a massive aura also appeared in the sky, giving off a powerful and noble yin qi. A massive white orb giving off immense power appeared in the sky, giving off a gentle yin qi. Massive orbs giving off powerful auras appeared in the sky. There were 10 of them in total, and they floated in the sky with the rainbow-colored ray of light at the center. They then slowly moved, forming a formless formation. Now, the moon god Sprout was releasing the innate great formation from within her body. This was the second step of awakening the tenin celestial body, and it was also the most important step. The moon god Sprout stopped giving off power, and the rainbow-colored ray of light disappeared. However, the moon god Sprout did not take back her hand, and she slowly closed her eyes. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the moon god Sprout pressed her white hand upwards, causing the innate great formation in the sky to tremble and start to spin. This time, it was not a world-destroying pressure that spread out, but a suction force that seemed to be able to devour the heavens and earth exploded out. Countless traces of heaven and earth power madly flowed towards the innate great formation, causing the sky to continuously tremble as if it was unable to withstand that massive amount of power. The world once again fell into darkness. There was not a single sound in the surroundings, and it was filled with deathly silence. The 10 massive orbs gave off different lights, and the formless innate great formation was dyed with rainbow-colored light. In the dark sky, it seemed exceptionally bright, as if it was a bright lamp in the boundless darkness. However, that was only on the surface. The innate great formation continuously absorbed massive amounts of heaven and earth power, and terrifying ripples spread out like a tide. It was a power that made one feel incredibly small and powerless, as well as despair and hopelessness. The white mist dragon god, the golden flower ancestor, Xianxia, and the others had already arrived in the distance and were looking in that direction. As they sensed the terrifying power that continuously flowed over, their expressions became incredibly grave. They knew that awakening the tenin celestial body was terrifying, but it had already surpassed their expectations. Boundless heaven and earth power flowed into the innate source formation, causing the power that the formation gave off to become more and more terrifying. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the moon god Sprout's body gave off an intense rainbow light and turned into a massive rainbow ray of light that shot into the sky with shocking power and shot into the center of the innate source formation. The innate source formation spun incredibly quickly, and even more heaven and earth power was sucked away. The countless plants below the altar started to wither, and the ground seemed to be dying without any signs of life. This situation continued to spread outwards, and the number of dead plants and land also increased. The scene was extremely frightening. The Enadine source formation in the sky quickly spun like a rainbow compass, and the terrifying power reached its peak. The sky could no longer withstand it, and it gave off mournful cries. Boom, an explosion sounded out, and the Conadine origin formation that was spinning in the sky gave off a brilliant rainbow light. Following this, it turned into two rainbow rays of light. One ray of light gave off world-destroying power as it shot into the sky, seeming to be able to pierce through the heavens, while the other ray of light gave off terrifying power as it shot towards the ground, seeming to be able to pierce through the underworld. An enormous rainbow pillar of light was formed, seeming like a pillar of light that could hold up the heavens and the earth, and it gave off an extremely terrifying aura. Below the pillar of light was the altar, and the massive power continuously flowed into the moon god Sprout's body. The moon god Sprout put down her hand and closed her eyes. She raised her head and absorbed the massive power, and her body started to go through changes. As the power continuously flowed in, the moon god Sprout's body changed faster and faster. Her mortal aura seemed to be stripped away, and she gave off an illusory celestial aura. Suddenly, the moon god Sprout slowly opened her eyes, which were like rainbow-colored gemstones, and gave off a mysterious light. The Enadine source formation in the sky suddenly stopped spinning, and the 10 massive orbs seemed to be controlled by some sort of power and flew out, forming a circle that surrounded the rainbow pillar of light. The 10 massive orbs gave off intense different colored lights, looking like small suns in the sky. The rainbow pillar of light's power gradually weakened as if its power was being absorbed by the 10 orbs. The rainbow pillar of light became smaller and smaller until it disappeared, but the 10 orbs became even larger and gave off even more intense light. They were like 10 enormous suns that floated in the sky, forming a circle. Bang 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 bang, heaven-shaking explosions sounded out as the massive spheres exploded, sending out terrifying shockwaves that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Cracks appeared in the sky, and the ground started to crumble. It was as if the heavens and the earth were about to be destroyed. Loud rumbling sounds spread out, and the destructive aura caused everyone to sink into despair. Suddenly, the power of heaven and earth gathered and 10 figures slowly appeared in the sky. They formed a circle and they were standing on the spot of the sphere. These 10 images were all quite hazy and it was impossible to see what they looked like. However, they were all women and gave off illusory celestial chi. They also gave off celestial might that surpassed worlds, and it was as if all things in the world were within their control. Xiaofu looked at Xiaofu and said immediately, the countless residents within this region felt their bodies sink, as if there was a formless might weighing down on them. They felt cold and insignificant, and they felt terror. All the experts in the godly spirit world felt this aura, and their expressions changed. Tenine celestial body? Within the highest god faction, everyone sat cross-legged under the highest god star. Sensing this terrifying aura, they looked quite shocked. There have been quite a few big things in recent years. Not only have 2 god race emperor stars appeared, but even the Tenine celestial body has appeared. That's right. Moreover, now is the time for the competition of gods. Could it be a coincidence that the Tenine celestial body has awakened now? I want to see the power of the Tenine celestial body and see if it has the ability to fight against the 2 imperial princes. Ha ha ha, I also want to see their battle. The Tenine celestial body is as rare as an emperor star, and its power won't be any weaker than an emperor star's. It has been many years since the Tenine celestial body has appeared, and ordinary people have long since forgotten about that terrifying power. However, to people like us, it is deeply engraved in our memories. I also want to see that power again. Let's wait then. I have a faint premonition that the person with the Tenine celestial body will definitely come to the center of the godly spirit world. We can personally see that person with the Tenine celestial body. There are many things to look forward to in this competition of gods. Within the Demon Emperor's faction, within a palace covered by black demonic light, everyone's expressions were quite serious, and they gave off terrifying auras. Why has a Tenine celestial body appeared at a time like this? Our imperial prince is going to face another powerful competitor. I'm also quite worried. Even though our imperial prince Kerr has the fate to become a demon emperor and might even break through to demon saint, if he continuously loses to others, not only will it be a blow to his spirit, but his fate will also be severely affected. How about we not let our imperial prince participate in the competition of gods? This time, he already has 2 emperor stars, and now he has the 10 celestial body. It will be too difficult to obtain first place. We definitely can't do that. The competition of gods will receive a massive amount of fate, and even if we lose, we will receive a lot of fate. In fact, our imperial prince might even be able to awaken the god race's emperor star. If we choose to run away, our fate will be greatly affected. I think that's right. After all, Kerr is an imperial prince that we have nurtured with all of our strength, and everyone knows how powerful he is. We shouldn't lose confidence. Ha ha ha, that's right. It's just 2 emperor stars and a 10 celestial body, what's there to be afraid of? Within an exquisite palace, many beautiful women sat, their expressions filled with delight and excitement. This was the goddess palace. The 10 celestial body has finally appeared. This time, no matter what we do or what price we have to pay, we have to invite the 10 celestial body to the goddess palace. This might be a chance for the goddess palace to rise again. He, I definitely agree with that. We've waited for the 10 celestial body for so many years, we can't miss it this time, or else who knows how many more years we'll have to wait. This is something to be happy about. If the goddess palace has the 10 celestial body, it would be equivalent to having a celestial. When that time comes, who wouldn't give the goddess palace some face? I feel quite anxious, the 10 celestial body is simply too important to us. If it wasn't for the massive amount of fate, I really would want to leave and find her. We can't go now either. The 10 celestial body has just awakened, and with such massive ripples, even higher beings will die. Let's put this matter aside for now. I'm worried that the goddess palace won't be able to accept the 10 celestial body. Back then, the goddess palace was only a faction created by the white cloud celestial, and the 10 celestial body is someone with the 10 energy. Let's not worry about that for now. After the abnormal signs stop, we'll immediately go find the 10 celestial body and bring her to the goddess palace. There's no need to worry about this. Within a majestic white palace, a group of people giving off powerful auras sat at a long table. This was the location of the most powerful faction in the godly world. This faction was called the World God and controlled a massive amount of godly power. All of the godly spirits were extremely powerful, and none of them were weak. Their godchild was someone with the god race's supreme emperor star. Only such a powerful faction could nurture such a terrifying person. Ha ha ha, another powerful competitor has appeared, this is a good thing. Our legatee will step on them to reach the peak and look down on those insignificant creatures. Our godchild will also become a legendary godchild. Don't be so arrogant. The other emperor star also comes from the most powerful faction in the Heaven Awakened world's godly domain. Don't you know how terrifying the 10 celestial body is? That's right. Those 2 are our godchild's most powerful competitors, so we can't be careless. We already have information about the other emperor star, but we don't know anything about the 10 celestial body. I think that the 10 celestial body is more of a threat. I agree. We should investigate that 10 celestial body, an unknown opponent like that is truly terrifying. Let's quickly send out orders and have them gather all relevant information. Under a tree filled with pink flowers, a peerlessly beautiful woman with long, violet hair and a tall and slim figure, wearing black robes and giving off an aura of destruction suddenly sensed something and looked towards the horizon. She was the owner of an emperor star from the Heaven Awakened world's godly domain, and she was a god of destruction. A beautiful female attendant beside her asked, "Your Majesty, what is it? What's the matter?" The woman's expression was a little serious. Another powerful competitor has appeared. This trip to the god realm is going to be a lot more difficult. The female attendant said with a look of shock, "Isn't there only one person in the god realm who can compare to your Majesty? How could another person suddenly appear? Can that person compare to your Majesty?" The woman gave a trace of a smile and nodded, "She has the ability to compare to me. Now, I'm quite curious as to who she is and how she could awaken the 10 immortal body at a time like this." I reckon we'll meet during the competition of the gods. This time, the competition of the gods is very conscious. The maidservant smiled. I believe that your highness will definitely defeat the other two and become the master of the gods this time. The woman didn't say anything and continued forward with her maid. Back at the altar, the 10 terrifying celestial images in the sky gave off different celestial lights, causing the entire world to be locked down by them. Their gazes fell on the moon god Sprout on the altar. The moon god Sprout's body gave off traces of rainbow-colored aura, and her eyes were like rainbow-colored gems as she looked at the 10 images in the sky. Standing by the side, Xiaofu could not help but feel shocked. These 10 images were celestial images, and they were much more powerful than higher beings. Moreover, Xiaofu recognized one of them. This was because he had seen that figure before. It was the celestial image that had appeared when Nu Chen had broken through. Xiaofu could not understand what was going on. Swish, 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 the 10 images turned into rays of light and gave off massive auras as they shot into the moon god Sprout's body. Boom, a shocking explosion once again sounded out as an extremely terrifying celestial's power exploded out from the moon god Bud's body. Everything around her started to collapse, and the space around her continuously collapsed as the altar quickly shattered. Xiaofu was also affected by this power, and he temporarily retreated far away and did not come close. The moon god Sprout's body stood in the air with her eyes closed. Her surroundings had become completely dark, and the altar beneath her feet had long since crumbled and a massive crater had appeared in the ground. The moon god Sprout was currently absorbing the 10 images' celestial power. If she could successfully absorb the 10 types of celestial power and fuse them together, her 10ine celestial body would be completely awakened. Her body could be called the 10ine celestial body, and it was a true celestial's body. Moreover, it controlled terrifying 10ine celestial power. Why was it terrifying? It was because it was formed from the fusing of 10 celestials' power. A single celestial's power was incredibly terrifying, so how could the power of 10 celestials' power not be terrifying? Right now, the most important thing was whether or not the moon god Sprout could fuse with the 10 types of celestial power. The 10 types of celestial power filled the moon god Sprout's body, and she carefully and slowly absorbed them. She could not allow anything unexpected to happen, or else the moon god Sprout's body might explode. Its power could destroy a few worlds, and this was not a lie. After all, the power of 10 celestials was simply too terrifying. The moon god Sprout absorbed the celestial power without any mishaps, and as time passed, the power that the moon god Sprout gave off became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the moon god Sprout coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and the 10 images seemed to sense something within her body. They gave off an even more intense light, and a massive wave of celestial power exploded out. This caused the moon god Sprout to lose control of the celestial power, and the massive wave of celestial power heavily injured the moon god Sprout. The moon god Sprout powerlessly fell in the air, facing upwards. Her eyes were closed, and her face was pale, revealing an expression of pain. However, her body gave off an intense light. An unknown power flowed out from her body, and black dragon inscriptions appeared in the air, surrounding the moon god Sprout's body and giving off an intense might. It was as if there was a divine bloodline aura that reigned supreme over mortals. A massive aura exploded out from the moon god Sprout's body, forming wild gales that swept out in all directions. Countless dust and rocks were blown away, and some grass and trees were uprooted. Some of the ground was lifted up, and it was as if a disaster had descended. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as heaven and earth power once again madly flowed towards the moon god Sprout. It was even more ferocious than before, and it was as if there was a massive suction force that sucked in everything. Xiaofu's expression became slightly unsightly. He had been absorbing the 10 types of celestial energy, so why had something like this suddenly happened? She said seriously, look at the black dragon inscriptions around her body. It was you who caused those 10 celestial images to change. Now, those 10 celestial images are once again gathering heaven and earth power. I wonder what's going to happen. Xiaofu asked, what should we do now? Should we just watch from here? Or should we stop her? Shi replied, let's wait and see first. Don't be in a hurry to act, we don't even know what's going on. Xiaofu nodded and looked at the moon god Sprout with a serious gaze. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as the moon god Sprout, which had absorbed boundless heaven and earth power, once again exploded out with celestial power. A terrifying shockwave rippled out, destroying everything in the surroundings. The moon god Sprout's body gave off an even more intense rainbow light, and her face became even paler. Small wounds appeared on her body and blood flowed out, dyeing her clothes red. Xiaofu understood that it was time to act because the moon god Sprout's body could no longer withstand this power. If this continued, the moon god Sprout's body would explode and she would die here. Xiaofu did not know what would happen if he acted, but Xiaofu had promised the moon god Sprout that he would not let her die like this. Boom! Xiaofu exploded out with a terrifying aura as a massive black aura flame appeared around his body and he flew forwards with his black defensive barrier. The moon god Sprout's body gave off a powerful aura that formed wild gales that swept out in all directions. Xiaofu withstood the wild gales as he slowly advanced. The wild gales were incredibly powerful. Xiaofu came within 10 meters of the moon god bud. This was already the limit of what Xiaofu could go. If he went any further, he might cause a change within the moon god bud. After coming to that position, Xiaofu took out a sword and cut open the palm of his right hand. Blood flowed out from the wound, and he stretched out his hand towards the moon god Sprout. Boom! An extremely pure divine bloodline power containing a massive aura flowed into the moon god Sprout's body. Right now, Xiaofu was thinking that since this incident was caused by the divine blood, he wanted to see if he could use the divine blood to resolve it. The divine bloodline's power continuously flowed into the moon god Sprout's body, and the moon god Sprout's face, which had been pale and had a small wound on its body, gradually regained some of its color and its wound slowly healed. It seemed that Xiaofu's divine bloodline was quite effective. At this rate, the moon god Sprout should be able to recover and continue to absorb the 10 types of celestial energy. However, things were different from what Xiaofu had expected. The 10 images within the moon god Sprout's body started to madly devour Xiaofu's divine bloodline power, and the surrounding heaven and earth power also ferociously flowed towards the moon god Sprout. Xiaofu endured for a while but was unable to continue because Xiaofu's blood was limited and he could not continue. At that moment, Xiaofu wanted to pull back his hand, but the massive suction force wanted to continue to absorb Xiaofu's blood, making it impossible for Xiaofu to stop. Xiaofu exploded out with a powerful power, wanting to break free from that massive suction force. However, the suction force was incredibly powerful, and Xiaofu was unable to break free. At that moment, Xiaofu's eyes gave off a trace of coldness and he vigorously raised his hand, causing a massive wave of power to rush into the sky. Boom! The heavens and earth seemed to explode as the sound echoed throughout the world. An incomparably powerful might descended as countless blood-red lights spread out from the sky. An aura of disaster spread out from the sky like a tidal wave. An incomparably huge blood-red star with an incomparably terrifying aura slowly descended from the sky. In the distance, the white mist dragon god and the others felt incredibly shocked, and their bodies trembled as they looked at the Chaos Imperial star in terror. What kind of emperor star is this? How could it have such terrifying power? It's as if it's going to harm the world. Everyone had yet to come back to their senses. Boom! An explosion once again sounded out as boundless golden light tore through the sky, and an aura that seemed to make the heavens and earth submit spread out, causing the entire world to tremble. A massive golden star giving off an extremely terrifying might descended. Boom! Another explosion sounded out as countless traces of ghostly chi filled the sky, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. A cold and eerie aura filled the heavens and earth as a gray star that looked like a moon, giving off boundless ghostly energy, descended from the sky. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as a violet devilish light covered the entire sky. A massive wave of devilish chi descended from the sky as a massive violet dragon star giving off a powerful might gradually appeared. That huge explosion did not stop. Another huge explosion of 2 colors rang out. A massive black star slowly appeared, giving off heaven-toppling demonic chi as if it was going to demonize the heavens and earth. An azure star giving off a massive might slowly descended, giving off boundless azure light that covered the heavens and earth. A ferocious, chaotic, and noble aura flooded out. The 6 massive emperor stars gave off intense starlight and massive might, and they each took a position, seeming to split the heavens and earth into 6 directions. Terrifying power filled the heavens and earth. Countless godly spirits felt as if their bodies had been submerged in icy water, and they could not feel their bodies. However, they felt immense terror in their hearts. The white mist dragon god and the others looked at the 6 massive stars in the sky in shock. They could never have imagined that Zhao Fu would have 6 emperor stars, and they were not ordinary emperor stars either. 5 of them were the supreme emperor stars of the 5 major races. Heavens, just what kind of person was their master? Within the sword mark, the 10,000 King sword spirit also looked incredibly shocked. She could not believe that Zhao Fu had 6 emperor stars. She suddenly understood why Zhao Fu had said that only those with 8 supreme emperor stars could rule the heaven-awakened world. Zhao Fu smiled. He was not mocking her but because he really did have 6 emperor stars. Now, the 10,000 King sword spirit's mind was in chaos, and she did not know what to do or say. The 6 emperor stars gave off a brilliant light in the sky, and terrifying ripples spread out to countless worlds due to the awakening of the moon god Sprout Tenin's celestial body. Sensing this power, everyone who had been discussing the Tenin celestial body felt quite startled, and their expressions fell. They immediately went outside and saw 6 different colored stars giving off resplendent starlight. What? Just what is going on? Countless people were so shocked that they could not say anything. Why had 6 emperor stars suddenly descended, and they seemed to be right next to the Tenin celestial body? So that person came to the godly spirit world. Not only did he cause such a huge commotion in the heaven-awakened world, but he also came to the godly spirit world and caused such terrifying ripples. The second King of Kings is incredibly terrifying and just awakened the King of Kings sword spirit. It seems to be related to the Tenin celestial body, or else why would 6 supreme emperor stars descend when the Tenin celestial body was awakened? I feel that the person who awakened the Tenin celestial body is the second King of Kings. That's why he caused such terrifying ripples. Back then, I didn't believe it, but now that I've personally seen the 6 emperor stars and sensed the terrifying ripples, it's all true. So terrifying. No wonder the Outlander Sovereign Sword chose him as its master. He might surpass the first King of Kings in the future and definitely won't be inferior to the first King of Kings. Wait. Why has this person suddenly come to the godly spirit world and caused such massive ripples twice? He definitely has a purpose. Back on Zhao Fu's body, Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he raised a hand. A massive wave of power spread out from Zhao Fu's body and blew out like a wild gale, causing Zhao Fu's cloak to flutter. By now, Zhao Fu had broken free from that massive attractive force, and what he needed to do now was help the moon god Sprout awaken the Tenin celestial body. Now that Zhao Fu had used 6 supreme emperor stars, he did not believe that he would not be able to help the moon god Sprout. Zhao Fu raised his hand and vigorously grabbed. Boom! Boom! Massive explosions sounded out as the 6 supreme emperor stars exploded out with terrifying power, giving off intense starlight that lit up the surroundings. The heavens and earth seemed to tremble as if they were about to collapse. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as Zhao Fu's raised hand descended, controlling the boundless star power of the 6 emperor stars to form 6 different colored pillars of light that gave off massive auras as they descended from the sky and landed on the moon god Sprout's body. A huge amount of starlight energy flowed into the moon god Sprout's body. The 10 celestial shadows in her body released a powerful energy to resist the boundless starlight energy. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and pressed down with his hand. The 6 pillars of light became even larger and brighter, and even more star energy flowed into the moon god Sprout's body. The 10 celestial figures were extremely terrifying existences, and facing the boundless starry energy, they once again formed the innate origin formation, giving off boundless energy that blocked the starry energy. Ah! A furious look appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he roared and a massive black blood-red flame appeared around his body. He stretched out his hand and pushed forwards, causing an even greater wave of divine bloodline power to enter the moon god Sprout's body. Boom boom boom, the 6 emperor stars also gave off intense starlight, looking like 6 suns as they lit up the surroundings, and the pillars of starlight became even more powerful. Boundless starlight energy continuously flowed into the moon god Sprout's body, and adding on Zhao Fu's divine bloodline power, the innate origin formation started to collapse. This was mainly because the 10 celestial figures had absorbed divine bloodline power, and now Zhao Fu could use his divine bloodline and the boundless Emperor Star's power to suppress the 10 celestial figures. Otherwise, it would have been incredibly difficult. After the innate origin formation collapsed, the massive star energy locked down the 10 celestial figures and started to slowly fuse them together. After fusing them together, the moon god Sprout would be able to awaken the 10 celestial body. However, fusing the 10 celestial figures together was incredibly difficult. Each celestial figure represented a type of celestial energy, and they were very repelling towards other types of celestial energy. Zhao Fu directly used the boundless star energy and controlled the 10 celestial figures to slowly fuse them together. The 10 celestial figures fused together, forming a rainbow orb of light. The instant the orb of light was formed, a terrifying celestial power exploded out from the moon god Sprout's body. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a shockwave spread out from the moon god Sprout's body. A massive rainbow ray of light shot out from the moon god Sprout's body, giving off immense power as it shot into the sky. Zhao Fu's body was sent flying by that shockwave, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood as he felt immense pain in his chest. The huge colorful beam of light shot into the sky and disappeared. It did not form a light pillar or anything like that, but the world seemed to become dead silent at that moment. There was no sound at all. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. An extremely terrifying shockwave blasted out with destructive power, and long spatial cracks appeared in the sky, creating a terrifying scene. Countless rays of intense white light shot out from the cracks, and the entire sky collapsed into nothingness, turning everything into a jet-black darkness. At that moment, an enormous white star giving off a boundless aura slowly descended from the sky. The heavens and earth seemed to sink as a massive pressure descended. This massive white star gave off a divine might and gave off a dignified, solemn, pious, and worshipful aura. It was like the ruler of all gods, and its power could cause the heavens and earth to collapse and space to twist. Immediately, everyone in the divine spirit world stopped what they were doing. Whether they were eating, reading, fighting, walking, or singing, they all looked in the same direction. They felt a might from their bloodlines and a wave of faith from their souls, causing their bodies to uncontrollably kneel. It was not just the ordinary residents, even the ordinary godly spirits felt a massive might. The divinity within their bodies trembled and gave off an intense sense of fear, forcing the godly spirits to kneel and submit to the Lord of the gods. This star that had descended was the god race's supreme emperor star. Highest god star. A trace of blood leaked out of Zhao Fu's lips as he looked at the massive white star in the sky in shock. He had never thought that the moon god Sprout would awaken the god race's supreme emperor star. It was not just Zhao Fu, the white mist dragon god and the others also looked at the white star giving off boundless divine might in shock. Things had completely exceeded their expectations, even the god race's supreme emperor star had appeared. They understood that this supreme emperor star did not belong to Zhao Fu but to the moon god Sprout with the 10 celestial body. Just how terrifying would a 10 celestial body and supreme emperor star be, apart from Zhao Fu, the white mist dragon god, and the others? All of the experts in the godly spirit world looked incredibly shocked as they looked at the white star. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. Within the sovereign god faction, the 1-meter-wide sovereign god star floated in the air, giving off an intense white light and a terrifying divine might. The people sitting below it all looked incredibly shocked. With their powerful strength and experience, they wouldn't show such an expression. But this matter was too shocking for them. This is the 10 celestial body awakening the highest god star. After so long, this is the first person in the heaven awakened world to awaken the highest god star. That's right. The 10 celestial body is already incredibly rare, and the highest god star is also incredibly rare, let alone someone who is both. I wonder who this person is, but with these two things, he will definitely become a peerless expert in the future. Everything is within our expectations, and there were no signs at all. Normally speaking, no matter who awakens the god race's emperor star, our highest god star will definitely sense it. I don't think the 10 celestial body should have been able to awaken the god race's supreme emperor star because it's simply too difficult. She must have suddenly awakened the god race's supreme emperor star under the influence of some terrifying existence, which is why our highest god star did not react. That terrifying existence must be the second king of kings, right? This person is simply too terrifying. Not only does he have 6 supreme emperor stars, but he can also forcefully help others awaken their emperor stars. Facing him, even I feel quite helpless. Just then, those 6 emperor stars descended with boundless starlight power, most likely to help the Tenine celestial body awaken. The second king of kings was already a terrifying monster, and now another monster has appeared. Within the demon emperor's palace, everyone looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. With the Tenine celestial body and the god race's supreme emperor star, who can match up to him? Even though our legatees are powerful, in front of such an existence, we're still a level lower. Facing such a terrifying existence, if we think our legatees can win, that's not confidence but arrogance. Don't be so pessimistic. Even though such a terrifying existence has appeared, that doesn't mean we don't have a chance. With our legatees' terrifying power, facing the other 2 possessors of the god race's emperor stars, we still have a chance. You seem to have forgotten something very important. Who helped the Tenine celestial body awaken the god race's supreme emperor star? That person is the most terrifying. Yeah. I almost forgot about this even more terrifying existence. I wonder what his purpose in coming to the immortal world is. If he really is here to participate in the competition of the gods, no matter who it is, they won't stand a chance of winning. Sigh. Now, we can only wait and see. After a while, it will be time for the gods' competition. When that time comes, we will know what will happen. Yes. Now that 2 such terrifying people have appeared, we should fully support the Emperor's son so that he can grow even faster and obtain even greater power. Some of the women of the goddess palace were even more excited and shocked, while others were worried. With the Tenine celestial body and the god race's supreme emperor star, no matter what we do, even if we have to pay a heavy price, we must obtain that person. She means so much to us. I agree. Just having the Tenine celestial body was already incredibly important to us, and now that she has awakened the god race's emperor star, she is even more important to us. I can already see her leading us to glory. That's a good plan, but I'm worried whether we can keep such a terrifying existence. She's destined to be a peerless expert, and even holy empires will be moved by her. I'm also worried about this. Her potential and power are simply too shocking, and with our conditions, it will be very difficult for us to keep such a terrifying existence. I don't care. Even if we don't have any conditions, we must obtain her. Even if we do everything we can to nurture her, she will definitely make the goddess palace one of the most powerful factions. All of this will be worth it. That's right. With her current potential and power, everything will be worth it. She has the Tenine celestial body, which is a constitution that can allow her to become a celestial. Now that she has the god race's emperor star, she will definitely become a celestial in the future. When that time comes, she might be able to open the celestial world gate and bring us unimaginable benefits. I support this as well. No matter what we do or what price we have to pay, we must obtain her. Within the world god factions, everyone was similarly shocked. They had thought that they would just have another powerful competitor, but they had never thought that she would immediately become even more terrifying than their godsons. The changes in this competition are too great. That person now has the god race's emperor star, and her greatest advantage is equal to our godsons. However, she also has the Tenine celestial body, and even our godsons might not be a match for her. AI, now that she has become the most powerful competitor for the position of Master of the Gods, she's like a mountain blocking countless people, and everyone else has been reduced to challengers. That Tenine celestial power is no ordinary celestial power, even in the celestial world, it's high-grade celestial power. What should we do now? I feel that since we don't know much about her, perhaps we can let her join our faction. As the #1 faction in the god world, we should have the ability and qualifications to accept such a terrifying existence. Ha ha ha, that's a great idea. When the time comes, another terrifying celestial will appear in our world, and our faction will be even more unstoppable. Don't think too much about it. Don't forget that she has someone with 6 emperor stars by her side, and that person is even more terrifying. Do you think it'll be easy for her to join us? That's right. That person with 6 emperor stars seems to be even more terrifying. He used his own power to activate the god race's emperor star for the Tenin celestial body. Who could do that? Right now, the most important thing is to investigate their identities. Right now, the most important thing is to find out who they are and then come up with a plan. I feel that they might come from a holy empire in the half-immortal world, or else they wouldn't have such terrifying existences. In actuality, there's nothing to fear from a holy empire. With our current strength, after developing for a few thousand years and finding a half-immortal world, we'll be able to become a holy empire. I feel that those two people are an opportunity. There's no need to discuss these things too much. Immediately give the order to investigate those two people. The expression of the goddess of destruction, who had been under the flower tree, became very serious as she felt an immense pressure. The female attendants beside her were also quite shocked as they looked at the resplendent white star in the sky. Your Majesty! Aren't there only 2 god race emperor stars? How come another one has appeared? The female attendant asked in shock. The goddess of destruction replied seriously, Someone has just awakened a god race emperor star, and that person has the Tenin celestial body. She's the biggest obstacle blocking my path. The female attendant looked at the goddess of destruction and said with a resolute gaze, I believe that your Majesty will definitely become the ruler of all gods. No one will be a match for your Majesty. The goddess of destruction shook her head. I don't have much confidence facing her, but I won't admit defeat so easily. If I can fight to my heart's content, even if I lose to her in the end, I will willingly admit defeat. The female attendant looked quite confused. She had never thought that even their Majesty would say that she would lose. Just how terrifying was that person? Finally, their gazes returned to where Xiao Fu was. In the sky, the massive sovereign god star gave off boundless white light, seeming to turn the entire world white. It gave off the divine might of the ruler of the world, causing everyone to feel an intense sense of fear and not dare to look up. Moon God Sprout's body lay in the air below the massive sovereign god star. The sovereign god star gave off a gentle white light that covered Moon God Sprout's body like a veil. Countless traces of the sovereign god star's power slowly fused into Moon God Sprout's body, and Moon God Sprout's body started to go through changes. Moon God Sprout's long hair quickly grew, and it became a crystal in color. A white circular mark appeared on her forehead, and it was only as big as a fingernail and looked like a star. Her looks were absolutely perfect, and she seemed to be even more beautiful than celestial fairies. Before, Moon God Sprout was a bit inferior to Demoji, but now, she surpassed her. Her body seemed to become taller, and 10 different colored orbs of light appeared around her body, giving off 10 different kinds of energy. The orbs of light continuously changed, forming 10 talismans made of light. They were 30 centimeters long and 3 fingers wide. Moon God Sprout slowly opened her eyes, and rainbow light shot out from her eyes. Her eyes became crystal pupils with 10 different colors, and her body gave off an illusory, holy, and dignified aura. At this moment, the Moon God Sprout stood up from the void. Under the massive sovereign god star, its body exuded an immense celestial aura, as though it was a true celestial. Now that the Moon God Sprout had fully awakened, the 10 types of celestial energies within Xiao Fu's body had fused together, and his body had gone through changes, becoming the Tenin celestial body. He had also awakened the god race's supreme emperor star and obtained its power. The strange phenomenon in the sky slowly disappeared, and the huge sovereign divine star also slowly disappeared into the sky. The world returned to normal. The Moon God Sprout's rainbow-colored crystals landed on Xiao Fu's body and it gave a trace of a smile. The medallion of light behind it disappeared and the massive aura also disappeared. The Moon God Sprout flew forwards and leapt into Xiao Fu's embrace. Thank you, husband. Moon God Bud hugged Xiao Fu with both hands and buried her head into Xiao Fu's chest. She smiled and felt incredibly grateful towards Xiao Fu. If it wasn't for Xiao Fu's help, she would not have been able to awaken the Tenin celestial body or awaken the god race's supreme emperor star. In fact, she would have died here. Now, she completely acknowledged Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu gave a trace of a smile and hugged the Moon God Bud with both hands as he said, "No need to thank me, you're my woman, so I'll definitely do my best to help you. Also, if there's anything else, we can talk about it later. This place is very dangerous, so let's leave immediately." The moon god Bud shyly nodded. Zhao Fu immediately gave the order to the white mist dragon god and the others in the distance to immediately leave this place. Because they had evil demon power within their bodies, it was easier for Zhao Fu to give orders. Everyone turned into rays of light and quickly left. This place had just awakened the Tenin celestial body and awakened the god race's emperor star, and with such massive ripples, countless experts would hurry over. A few hours later, waves of powerful auras descended and figures appeared in the sky. They looked at the destruction around them and the traces of terrifying auras, and their expressions became quite serious. One person looked at a gray stone below and grabbed at it. A formless energy pulled the stone into his hand, and he sent a trace of power into it. The stone gave off a rainbow-colored light and a powerful celestial's power spread out. That person looked quite shocked. This was the stone that had been used to construct the altar, and now that it contained celestial's power, it had become a decent treasure. If they could find that person who had awakened the Tenin celestial body and God Lord Emperor star, even if they did not bring her back to nurture her, just her body alone would be a rare treasure. Everyone hurriedly looked around but could not find a single figure. It seemed that that person had already escaped. Everyone searched for traces and hurriedly chased after those traces. Such a terrifying existence was simply too important to them. Boom, 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 because these people were nearby, they hurried over quite quickly. Even though they were experts, they were only ordinary experts, while the ones who had come were all higher being experts. Seeing such terrifying higher being experts, the ordinary experts were not too surprised. After all, those terrifying ripples had shaken the entire godly spirit world, and those higher being experts would definitely come. Boom, boom, boom. A while later, the truly terrifying figures of the godly spirit world descended, causing the heavens and earth to dim and clouds to swirl. Seeing such terrifying people, the ordinary higher being experts obediently retreated to the side. As for the people in this place, they were all running away. The might that countless experts gave off in the sky was enough to make people feel as if they were going to die. They understood that such a terrifying thing had happened here. Even though they did not know what terrifying existence had caused this place would soon become a place of trouble, and it was likely that all of the godly spirit world's experts would come. The godly spirits of this place were so afraid that they did not care about anything else. They took their people and ran away, or else they would not even know how they had died. Zhao Fu and his group did not stop at all and quickly escaped. They continuously changed their locations and used a massive amount of fate to hide all of their auras and traces, making it impossible for those higher beings to find where Zhao Fu and his group had escaped. Only after 3 days did Zhao Fu and his group stop to rest. However, the commotion caused by Zhao Fu and the moon god Sprout did not stop, and it became more and more lively. The entire godly spirit world was searching for those two people. Such a big piece of news could not be hidden at all, and the Heaven Awakened world and Underworld all knew about this. They had been searching for Zhao Fu this entire time, so they were quite sensitive to anything related to Zhao Fu. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would appear in the godly spirit world and cause such a commotion. Huh? I really admire that person. He caused such a big commotion in the Heaven Awakened world, and now he's causing such terrifying ripples in the godly world. He's everywhere. Let's not talk about that for now. I feel that that person is becoming more and more terrifying. He even helped a Tenin celestial body awaken the god race's emperor star. Who could do that? I wonder just who that fellow is. I can't find him no matter how hard I try. Now, he has 6 supreme emperor stars, including the human race, ghost race, devil race, demon race, and otherworldly race. Perhaps he has appeared in the godly world to awaken the god race's emperor star. That's right. I feel the same way, but can he really awaken the god race's supreme emperor star? That requires an extremely high-grade god race bloodline and a massive amount of god race fate. That's not quite right. You don't believe that he already has 5 races emperor stars, so it wouldn't be surprising if he had another god race's emperor star. However, after he awakens the god race's emperor star, he will have 7 supreme emperor stars. That's right. Even powerful existences like us feel terrified by 7 supreme emperor stars. That can only mean that that person is incredibly terrifying. Who in the younger generation can be a match for him? Any prodigy would be overshadowed by him. This seems to be the time for the godly world's competition. That person wants to awaken the god race's emperor star, and I feel that he'll definitely participate in the competition. We can go to the godly world and wait for him. Ha ha ha, that's a good suggestion. I also want to see what kind of person the entire world is like. I also look forward to seeing him awaken the god race's emperor star. Humph. That person has become extremely dangerous and could even threaten the entire world. We have to capture him, he might be hiding some shocking secret. Even without his body, he's still a world-shaking item. Soon, the experts in the godly world looked quite confused. They heard that countless terrifying experts were gathering in the godly world. This matter had become quite big, and they wondered what would happen next. Everyone sat on the grass and rested, looking quite tired. In order to be safe, they had been hurrying over the past few days and had not dared to stop for even a moment, as it was simply too dangerous. Hearing this, everyone's gazes fell on Zhao Fu and the moon god Sprout, looking quite shocked. The two people standing in front of them were one with a divine bloodline and 6 supreme emperor stars, while the other had the Tenin celestial body and the god race emperor star. These two people were destined to stand at the peak of the world and possess terrifying power. In front of these two people, everyone felt incredibly small, like a grain of sand in front of a mountain. They could not believe that they were connected to these two terrifying people. The King of Kings Sword Spirit cried out in shock, "How can you have 6 emperor stars? How is this possible?" Emperor, Chen said, "Emperor, God, I, world, the emperor God, emperor world, he, in, the king, the emperor, he, the king a god, emperor world." Chen, King Emperor, in, I, the king, I, and, I, world, I, is, and emperor. Do you think that emperor stars are like cabbages? My previous owner was so powerful, but he only had 1 emperor star. How come you have 6? Also, every race's supreme emperor star can only be awakened with a pure bloodline and powerful fate. How do you have the pure bloodline and fate of 5 races? Just who are you? Could it be that you were sent by another world to harm the heaven-awakened world? Zhao Fu felt quite speechless. Do you think I look like that? As for why I was able to awaken 6 supreme emperor stars, there are many reasons, and I can't explain them all. In actuality, Zhao Fu being able to awaken 6 emperor stars was related to the origin mark, but it was mostly because of Zhao Fu's growth over the past 10 years. Moreover, Tuoba Qing had only given Zhao Fu the origin human race mark and not the marks of the other 7 races. As such, for reasons that Zhao Fu did not know, the origin mark had gone through some unknown changes. The King of Kings Sword Spirit looked quite doubtful as it asked, "Is that true?" Zhao Fu rolled his eyes and said, "If you don't believe me, then forget it. I don't want to explain too much." Zhao Fu looked at the others and continued, "Also, I'll tell you all my identity. I'm not a true holy son and am just an emperor called Zhao Fu. My faction is a faction that is about to become a royal kingdom, and it's called the Qin Empire. Even though the Qin Empire is about to become a royal kingdom, it only took the Qin Empire 10 years to become a royal kingdom, and it contains all sorts of powerful things. If you give the Qin Empire some time, the Qin Empire will definitely become the most powerful faction. Now that you've all submitted to me, I won't mistreat you in the future." After hearing about Zhao Fu's true identity, everyone felt even more confused. Such a terrifying figure was not a holy son, nor did he have any terrifying faction. However, why did he have such a divine bloodline and 6 emperor stars? This made no sense. However, after hearing that Zhao Fu had developed an ordinary faction into a faction that was about to become a royal kingdom in just a short 10 years, they felt that he was quite powerful. Moreover, even though Zhao Fu did not have much, they were still quite willing to follow Zhao Fu. After all, they could see an incredibly dazzling light from Zhao Fu's body, as if he was a dazzling sun. They wanted to believe that Zhao Fu would not only become a peerless expert, but his faction would also become the most terrifying faction in the world. When that time came, as people who had followed Zhao Fu early on, not only would they obtain Zhao Fu's trust, but they would also obtain massive benefits. However, these people had not voluntarily submitted to Zhao Fu back then, and they had been forced by Zhao Fu to submit to him. Restrictions had been placed on their bodies, so even if they were unwilling, they could not do so. Moon Goddess smiled as she hugged Zhao Fu and said coquettishly, "Husband, you only told us your name now. You're only telling us your name now. I didn't even know how to address you before." Zhao Fu smiled as he teased, "You're addressing me quite nicely now. Why didn't you use to address me like that before?" Moon Godya's face became red and she lowered her head in embarrassment as she leaned against Zhao Fu's body and hugged Zhao Fu even more tightly. Looking at Moon Godya's beautiful and bashful appearance, everyone, regardless of whether they were men or women, felt quite moved. With Moon Godya's beauty, she could be called the #1 beauty in the Heaven-Awakened world, and it would be very difficult to find another woman who could compare to her. Yilanji and Mu Xiang could not help but feel quite envious, and they also felt an intense sense of inferiority. They could not compare to Moon Godya at all, whether it was in terms of potential or looks. Xianxia pouted, looking quite dissatisfied. She felt that her big sister had been violated by Zhao Fu again. At that moment, the King of King's Sword Spirit said seriously, "If you're not someone sent by another world to steal the world's origin chi, it's possible that the Heaven-Awakened world is going to experience a world-destroying disaster, which is why someone like you has appeared." Zhao Fu felt quite startled and asked, "What do you mean? What is world's origin chi? And why did someone like me appear? Is it because a world-destroying disaster is going to happen?" The King of King's Sword Spirit explained seriously, "World's origin chi is something that is formed from a world's fate and source energy. It's more important than ordinary fate and source energy, and it's the most important thing for a world. If it loses world's origin chi, the world will slowly decline until it perishes. Moreover, world's origin chi is very difficult to recover, and it will take a very long time. During this period of time, nothing can happen. If something happens that causes the world's origin chi to decrease, the entire world will greatly decline. If the world's origin chi cannot be replenished, it will continue to decline until the world perishes. The fastest way to obtain world's origin chi is naturally to devour some smaller worlds and fuse their world's origin chi together to replenish or strengthen one's own world's origin chi so that one will not perish or become more powerful. Most importantly, this world's origin chi is not controlled by any power or existence, and it belongs to all things in the world. Even the world's consciousness is affected by the world's origin chi. In this world, all kinds of people and objects have luck. These losses can be easily made up for, and it won't hurt the foundation. However, the more powerful a person, the more powerful a country, and the more powerful everything will have the world's origin chi. If something happens to these people, it will cause the world's origin chi to decrease, so other worlds will send people to another world to steal world's origin chi. However, if you're not someone sent by another world to steal world's origin chi, then the world's origin chi is preparing for something terrifying in the future. If that wasn't the case, someone like you would not have appeared. Otherwise, how could the leader of a tiny faction like you have 6 Supreme Emperor stars? No, 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 no matter how powerful your faction or how talented you are, you can't have 6 Emperor stars. Back then, my previous master was so powerful, but he only had 1 Outlander Emperor star." Zhao Fu's expression turned serious as he asked, "Then why did the Genesis Chi of the world choose me?" The King of King's Sword Spirit replied, "I don't know either. World Source Chi does not have its own consciousness and only exists instinctively. Everything it does is instinctive and not intentional." Zhao Fu continued to ask solemnly, "What kind of terrible catastrophe will happen in the future? What should I do in the future if I let it cultivate someone like me?" The King of King's Sword Spirit rolled its eyes at Zhao Fu. "How would I know what you're saying? I'm not the world's source chi and cannot predict the future, let alone a terrifying future. If I'm not careful, I might suffer a terrifying backlash. But you don't need to pay attention to what I just said. Everything will be the same as before. The world's Genesis Chi will arrange everything for you. No matter what decision you make, whether you obey or resist, the outcome will be under the control of the world's Genesis Chi." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite uncomfortable. "I feel as if everything has been planned for me. No matter if I resist or obey, or even if I don't do anything, it will all be under its control." This was how Zhao Fu felt right now, feeling powerless and helpless. People often said that one could go against the heavens and change one's fate, but in actuality, no one could change one's fate. If one's living conditions were not good, no matter if one worked hard to get a better life or gave up on oneself, both outcomes were fated. It was not that one's fate changed because one became better, in actuality, it had never changed. It was best not to think too much about these things. Right now, the most important thing was the catastrophe that would happen in the future. From the King of Kings Sword Spirit's tone, this catastrophe would definitely be incredibly big. It was best to make some preparations as soon as possible, or else it would be too late. Zhao Fu did not want anything to happen to the Qin Empire, nor did he want his friends, family, and subordinates to die. No matter what the catastrophe was, Zhao Fu wanted to do his best to protect everything. Now, Zhao Fu was in the godly world and not in the Qin Empire, so he could not develop his military or strengthen his defenses. Moreover, these things would not be of much use, and in front of that terrifying catastrophe, they would all seem quite powerless. Right now, the most important thing was to awaken the God Race's Emperor Star and then continue to awaken the Spirit Race's Emperor Star and Water Race's Emperor Star. Gathering the Supreme Emperor Stars of the 8 major races would allow them to contain the greatest amount of world's Genesis Qi. When the catastrophe descended, it might be of great use and give the Qin Empire an advantage that others did not have. Zhao Fu did not doubt the King of Kings Sword Spirit's words at all. Now that he was her master, there was no need for her to lie to him. Moreover, she had once been the sword of the first King of Kings, so she most likely knew shocking secrets that others did not. The information she had was incredibly important to Zhao Fu, and if he did not understand anything in the future, he would be able to obtain answers from her. Hearing the King of Kings Sword Spirit's words, everyone felt that they believed her, and their expressions became serious. If such a catastrophe happened, countless creatures would die, and they would not be able to stop it at all. Now that Zhao Fu had 6 Supreme Emperor Stars and had received countless amounts of world's Genesis Qi, he would definitely be an important person in the future catastrophe. Following by his side would not be a mistake. No one said anything as they looked at Zhao Fu, waiting for what Zhao Fu would say next. However, Zhao Fu was thinking about what to do next and did not say anything. Within Zhao Fu's embrace, the moon god Sprout could not help but ask, "Husband, what should we do? What should we do next?" Now that they were facing such a massive catastrophe, the moon god Sprout felt incredibly nervous and worried. She was only a 17-year-old girl and was not mature yet, and she was quite reliant on Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu came back to his senses and looked at everyone looking at him as he said, "Let's split up. I'm going to the center of the godly world to participate in the god competition and obtain a large amount of the god race's fate to awaken the god race's Emperor Star." Everyone looked quite confused, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would say such a thing. The moon god Sprout immediately objected, "I don't agree. Why do you have to do this? I don't want to split up with you." Everyone else looked at Zhao Fu in confusion, not understanding why Zhao Fu would suddenly want to split up with them. Wasn't it good for them to stay together? Zhao Fu explained, "Even though I'm only the ruler of a small faction, you should all know that I have a divine bloodline and 6 Emperor Stars. It was because of this divine bloodline and Supreme Emperor Star that I caused such a stir in the Heaven Awakened world and underworld. Now, everyone in the Heaven Awakened world is looking for me. Because I caused such a commotion in the God world, everyone knows that I'm in the God world and has guessed my goal. Many people are waiting for me at the center of the God world. If I bring you all with me, I don't have the confidence to guarantee your safety, so it's best to split up." Moon God Bud hugged Zhao Fu with both hands and said worriedly, "They're all waiting for you. Those people are all so powerful, so it's best if you don't go, or else you'll be in great danger." The White Mist Dragon God also said, "That's right. Master, the center of the God world is so dangerous, it's best if you don't go." Yilanchi also said, "Sir, it's too dangerous. If something happens to you, what will we do?" Hearing Zhao Fu's words, a scene appeared in everyone's minds, countless higher being existences giving off heaven-shaking auras surrounded Zhao Fu. With Zhao Fu's current status, those who dared to capture him so openly were all higher being existences, anyone below that level did not have the right to do so. A group of higher beings or a powerful empire could not defend against them, and the outcome would be destruction. Right now, Zhao Fu's cultivation was only at the extreme divine realm, and he was far from those higher being existences. Even though Zhao Fu had 6 Emperor Stars, he definitely would not be a match for them. Right now, the best choice was not to go to the center of the God world, as that would be walking right into a trap. The best thing to do was to return to his faction and wait for this matter to pass. Zhao explained, right now, the most important thing for me is to awaken the God race's Emperor Star. This time, I have to go to the center of the God world to participate in the God competition and obtain the position of the ruler of all gods. I'll use the God race's fate to awaken the God race's Emperor Star. If I can't receive this chance, I don't know when I'll be able to awaken the God race's Emperor Star. Even though it's quite dangerous there, I have to try. Of course, if it's too dangerous, I won't go and die. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Zhao had his own plans. He wasn't going to throw his life away. Moon Godya hugged Zhao and gave a trace of a smile as she said, "Where will we wait for you to come back, husband?" Zhao looked down at her and lightly laughed, "I'll make arrangements for the others, but as for you, I want you to join a faction. With your current talent and potential, I won't be able to nurture you, and it will only be a waste of your talent." Zhao knew this very well. After all, Moon Godya had a tenin celestial body and the God race's supreme Emperor Star, and her potential was simply too shocking. Moon Godya would definitely become a peerless expert in the future, and even empires would find it difficult to nurture such a person. Zhao faction had not become a royal kingdom yet, so he would not be able to nurture her. Keeping her by his side would only be a waste of her potential. Hearing that Zhao wanted her to join a faction, Moon Godya's eyes became red. How long would it be before they could see each other again? She did not want to leave Zhao for even a single day. "I don't want to. I don't want to join any faction, I just want to be with you." "Wherever you go, I'll go," Moon God Bud said as her eyes became red and danced with tears. Zhao felt quite troubled and looked down at Moon Godya. The Moon God Sprout also looked at Zhao, a trace of pleading and hope in her eyes. However, Zhao thought about it and felt that keeping Moon Godya by his side would be a waste of her talent, so he said seriously, "Yeah, you should understand your potential. In the future, you'll become a peerless expert, and that will be of great help to me. As such, you need to join a faction." Hearing Zhao words, Moon Godya's tears almost flowed out of her eyes. Zhao immediately said softly, "Don't forget that I'm also a godly spirit now. Later, I'll give you a ball of origin blood. When that time comes, whenever you think of me, I can send a clone to immediately appear by your side." Moon Godya immediately smiled and said, "That's more like it. In actuality, I don't want to make things difficult for you, and I want to help you in the future. As such, I need great power." Zhao lightly laughed. Moon Godya happily smiled and said, "Which faction do you think is good? Which faction do you want me to join?" Zhao started to think about it. With Moon Godya's potential, any faction would madly want her. Under normal circumstances, the most powerful faction would be the best. However, the more powerful a faction was, the more powerful their methods would be. Perhaps they would use some methods to control the Moon Godya or interfere with his relationship with her. Wait. He had forgotten something even more important. If others knew that he was related to the Moon Godya, if she appeared, countless experts would hurry over and find out where he was. This was a very dangerous matter. Now, Zhao felt quite troubled. Keeping the Moon Godya would be a waste of her potential, and having her join a powerful faction was too dangerous. "What is it?" Moon Godya asked after seeing that Zhao was not saying anything. Zhao simply told her what he was worried about. Moon Godya did not know what to say. On one hand, she did not want to leave Zhao side, but on the other hand, she wanted great power. Hearing Zhao words, everyone felt quite troubled. Now that everyone knew that the Moon Godya was related to Zhao, countless people would go to find her and obtain information about Zhao. Keeping the Moon Godya would be a waste of her potential, she would definitely become a celestial existence in the future. Suddenly, the King Sword Spirit said, "I have a place that is suitable for her to go. Do you want your little lover to go there?" Zhao felt quite delighted and asked, "What is that place?" The King Sword Spirit smirked and gave an arrogant smile, "Half-immortal world." Zhao felt quite startled. The half-immortal world was where a holy empire was, and it was filled with spirit treasures and true celestial qi. It was undoubtedly a holy land for cultivation, and it would be best if the Moon Godya could go there. However, Zhao was quite concerned. The faction there was a holy empire that was even more terrifying than an empire. Even though they were in the half-immortal world, they should know about such a big thing happening in the heaven-awakened world. They could also use the moon Gaja to find Zhao Fu, but this was still a problem. However, the King Sword Spirit's next words helped Zhao Fu solve this problem. The King of King Sword Spirit said, "Back then, my previous master obtained a half-celestial world and gave it to a faction. That faction was originally quite powerful, and after so many years, they will most likely become even more powerful. It should be no problem for the Moon God Sprout to join them. With their strength, they will be able to unleash the Moon God Sprout's full potential. Moreover, they know that you're the second King of Kings, so they will not harm you." The half-celestial world was a small world between the celestial world and the heaven-awakened world. Ordinary saint-grade factions would occupy a small world like that to develop. Hearing this, even though Zhao Fu felt quite delighted, he still asked cautiously, "After so many years, will they really be the same as before? With their strength, I won't be able to resist at all." The King of Kings Sword Spirit understood Zhao Fu's worries. Zhao Fu now had 6 Emperor Stars and the Moon God Sprout had the Tenin Celestial Body. The two of them were things that the entire world would fight over, and saint-grade factions were no exception. However, the King of Kings Sword Spirit gave a confident smile as he said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. Back then, when my previous master gave them the half-celestial world, he signed a bloodline contract with them to not harm his legatee. A bloodline contract was a contract formed through one's bloodline and could be passed down through the bloodline. Moreover, the bloodline contract was fused with the host from a young age and could not be removed. Moreover, it could grow with the host." After hearing the King of Kings Sword Spirit's explanation, Zhao Fu felt at ease and asked, "What should we do now? How do we contact that faction?" The King of Kings Sword Spirit lightly laughed, "Of course we'll use me to contact them. I'll tell you the method now." Following this, Zhao Fu started to follow the method that the King of Kings Sword Spirit had given him. The half-celestial world was a higher-level world, and if he wanted to use the King of Kings sword to contact it, he needed a small altar. This altar was not very complicated and could be constructed quite easily. Zhao Fu took out the Darkness Command Medallion and waved it, and a few thousand darkness soldiers appeared before him. Zhao Fu gave the order for them to construct the altar. Looking at Zhao Fu commanding the construction of the altar, Moon God Sprout felt quite reluctant and felt quite uncomfortable. Xianxia happily threw herself into the arms of the Moon God Sprout and said with a smile, "Little big sister, I also want to go to the half-immortal world for you, is that okay? I will take good care of you and make you happy every day." Moon Gaja couldn't help but chuckle. If she had a little sister like Xianxia to accompany her, she wouldn't be so bored and lonely in the half-immortal world. "I'll go ask my husband immediately." The two guards behind Xianxia, Wu Wu and Wu Yi, looked quite excited. After all, that was a legendary saint-class faction. Although their young lord god Xiaoyi had a very noble god-monarch bloodline, it was simply incomparable to a saint-class force. If she could really enter the half-immortal world, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Moon God Sprout came to Zhao Fu's side and told him what had just happened. Zhao Fu asked the King of Kings Sword Spirit and found that there was no problem with the number of people. With that faction's perspective, sending a lot of people over would not be a problem. After all, the half-celestial world was quite big, and a few more people would not affect it at all. As for that faction's information, Zhao Fu understood a bit about it. That faction was called the Celestial Spirit Palace, and it was a very powerful faction during the King of Kings era. When the King of Kings had appeared, he had stayed in that faction for a while, and he owed the King of Kings a favor. After the King of Kings left the Celestial Spirit Palace, the Celestial Spirit Palace had supported the King of Kings quite a bit. After the King of Kings had become the most powerful person in the world, he had obtained a half-immortal world, and in gratitude for the Celestial Spirit Palace's help, he had given the half-immortal world to the Celestial Spirit Palace. From then on, the Celestial Spirit Palace had become a saint-class faction and disappeared from the heaven-awakened world. Gradually, no one knew about it. Moreover, the King of Kings Sword Spirit had said that if the heaven-awakened world faced an unknown disaster, the Celestial Spirit Palace would be a good place to seek refuge. The heaven-awakened world's matters would not affect the Celestial Spirit Palace, so it would be quite safe. Zhao Fu had thought about this, but there were so many people in the Qin Empire, and it was impossible for everyone to escape to the celestial spirit palace. In the end, only a small portion of people could go. Moreover, that was someone else's territory, so even if the Qin Empire went, they would only be living under someone else's roof. Their days would not be as good as they had imagined, and they might have to suffer some grievances. However, that was also a way out, so Xiaofu could only take his people there. Living under someone else's roof was better than dying. The Qin Empire had only just started to rise up, so it could not be destroyed by Xiaofu. It would take some time to build the altar, so Xiaofu looked at everyone present. Apart from the golden flower ancestor, the others were not very useful to him. If any of you want to go to the half-celestial world together, you can go together. Flower ancestor, you're very useful to me, so you need to stay by my side. Everyone looked delighted. This was directly entering the half-celestial world and joining a saint-class faction. Even an empire would not have such an opportunity, and countless people could not wait for it. Now, this opportunity had been given to them so easily. Thinking about the benefits of going to the half-celestial world, everyone could not help but feel excited. I'm willing. Everyone replied with smiles on their faces, excitement and anticipation. Xiaofu felt somewhat helpless. Between staying by his side and going to the half-celestial world, the half-celestial world was the most attractive. However, Xiaofu could understand that he had used force to subdue them, so their relationship was not very close. Moreover, they were still his people if they joined the half-celestial world, and they were not betrayers. The golden flower ancestor stood there with a trace of unhappiness on her face. She also wanted to go to the half-celestial world because it was a holy land for countless people. Most importantly, everyone here could go, but she could not. However, when she thought about being able to see the flower immortals, this trace of unhappiness disappeared, and she continued to stand there coldly like a machine. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, Lord, I want you to send my family to the half-celestial world, and I want to return to the darkness forbidden area alone. Hearing this, Xiaofu was startled and asked, Why do you say that? You should know that it's very dangerous there, and there are too many uncertainties. If I go there alone, I might die. Xianxia's parents and little brother did not expect her to say this, and they immediately said worriedly, Even Lord said that it's very dangerous. Daughter, it's best if you don't go. If something happens to you, we don't want to live anymore. Xiaofu nodded. It was indeed very dangerous, and he could not deal with it with his own abilities. If Xianxia went there, she might die. Even though Xianxia's potential could not compare to the moon god Sprout's, it was still quite great. In the future, she would become a peerless expert, and Xiaofu did not want her to die like this. Xianxia looked at Xiaofu with a resolute gaze and said, I feel that that's where I belong, only there can I obtain the greatest power. I also want to become someone who can help you. Seeing the moon god Sprout awaken the Tenin celestial body and awaken the god race's emperor star, Xianxia felt even more inferior. In the end, she made this decision. She wanted to become someone like the moon god Sprout and help Xiaofu with various things in the future, reducing the pressure on Xiaofu and making Xiaofu happy. She had personally been to the Forbidden Land of Darkness, so she naturally understood how terrifying the Forbidden Land of Darkness was. It could also be life-threatening, and one might even be sealed there by that sealing power, unable to come out forever. However, she still wanted to go. Because that was her only chance. Moon Gaja looked at Xianxia in a daze and felt some admiration for Xianxia for making such a decision. She understood Xianxia's feelings towards Xiaofu. If she died in the darkness forbidden area, the moon god Sprout would feel quite bad, so she said, I don't mind if you become my husband's woman, after all, he has so many women. I want you to come with me to the half-celestial world. With your potential, you'll definitely be valued and become a powerful person. Hearing the moon god Sprout's words, Xianxia felt quite panicked and embarrassed. She had never thought that the moon god Sprout would be able to see through her thoughts. However, she made up her mind and said, Thank you for your kind intentions, but I've decided to go to the darkness forbidden area. Xiaofu looked at Xianxia seriously and asked, You've really decided to go there? Xianxia resolutely nodded. Xiaofu continued to ask, Is there a way to ensure your safety? If there isn't, I won't agree to go to the darkness forbidden area. Night Curtain Creek was closely related to the darkness forbidden area, and entering it would allow one to obtain immense power. However, even Zhao Fu hadn't fully explored that place yet, so entering it could lead to great mishaps. Zhao Fu didn't want his subordinates to die. Hearing the concern in Zhao Fu's words, She felt a surge of warmth in her heart, and a smile appeared on her face. I have a sliver of confidence in entering that place, and I also have a way to ensure my own safety. You don't have to worry about me, sir. Seeing Shi's resolute expression, Zhao Fu sighed. All right then. Once we're done here, I'll personally escort you back to the Forbidden Land of Darkness. Yes. Thank you, sir. Shi said with a smile. Following this, the altar was also completed. It was 30 or so meters tall and 10 or so meters wide, and it was made from ordinary mountain rocks. The interior of the altar was made from some relatively precious materials, and there was also a magic formation above the altar. Zhao Fu brought everyone to the altar and contacted the Celestial Spirit Palace's people. Standing at the center of the magic formation, Zhao Fu took out the King of Kings sword and gripped the hilt with both hands. He sent a wave of King of Kings power into the sword, causing it to give off a golden light and a powerful aura to spread out, giving off a terrifying might. Right now, Zhao Fu's King of Kings power was quite weak and he hadn't controlled it for long, so he could only use the King of Kings sword. Holding the King of Kings sword's hilt with both hands, Zhao Fu raised it and stabbed it into the ground. The King of Kings sword gave off immense power as it stabbed into the altar. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the magic formation was instantly activated, giving off a powerful golden ray of light that shot into the sky with shocking power. It slammed into the sky, causing golden ripples of light to spread out. A golden pillar of light formed as the magic formation absorbed heaven and earth power, maintaining the golden pillar of light. The King of Kings sword said, "After so many years, this is the first time we've contacted the Celestial Spirit Palace. The process might be quite slow, so you'll need to wait for a while." I know, Zhao Fu replied. Boom! Just as Zhao Fu finished speaking, a massive explosion sounded out as an extremely terrifying might flooded out from the sky. The space seemed to freeze, looking incredibly terrifying. A figure appeared in the sky and descended along the golden pillar of light, giving off an incredibly terrifying aura. Finally, a woman stood in front of Zhao Fu. She was extremely beautiful and had long, jet black hair. She had a graceful figure and wore a white dress. She gave off a celestial aura and had a violet sword at her waist. The King of Kings sword felt quite surprised and had never thought that someone from the Celestial Spirit Palace would come so quickly. Ordinarily, it would take a long time to communicate and talk before someone would descend. However, someone had come, and this person was not ordinary at all. The woman's gaze fell on Zhao Fu's body, and she looked quite serious as she said, "You're the second King of Kings? The person with 6 Supreme Emperor stars?" Zhao Fu felt quite startled. It seemed that this woman had heard about him. It seemed that he had long since attracted the attention of some saint-grade factions. This was quite dangerous. Saint-grade factions reigned above Emperor-grade factions and were even more terrifying. If they started to pay attention to Zhao Fu, it would be even more dangerous for Zhao Fu, and he would be even more powerless against a saint-grade faction. Facing the woman's words, Zhao Fu did not hide anything and nodded seriously as he said, "I am." A moving smile appeared on the woman's face as she said, "I am the 8th Palace Master of the Celestial Spirit Palace, Xianlu. Many saint-grade factions have been paying attention to you, and I've always been curious about what kind of person you are. Now that I've finally met you, I can see that you're indeed extraordinary." Hearing the Celestial Spirit Palace's Palace Master Xianli's words, Zhao Fu realized that the matter he had caused had attracted the attention of a saint-grade faction. Xianlu knew that he would definitely come to find her, so after Zhao Fu used the King of Kings sword to contact her, she immediately came. Seeing that she did not have any ill intentions, Zhao Fu felt a bit more at ease. This woman seemed to be much more powerful than higher beings, and if she acted, Zhao Fu would not have any hope of escaping at all. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. Even though this woman looked young, who knew how old she was? Moreover, she controlled a saint-class faction. Zhao Fu's tone became respectful as he said, "Senior, you praise me too much. Compared to people from saint-grade factions like you, I'm still far from them." Xianlu lightly laughed as she said, "A saint-grade faction would not be able to nurture someone like you. Your appearance caused many saint-grade factions to feel quite shocked, and some saint-grade factions are searching for you. In the future, your accomplishments will only be greater than mine. Why have you come to find me? According to the contract from back then, the Celestial Spirit Palace will be your most reliable ally, you can rest assured. Xiaofu smiled as he said, I came to find Senior because I want Senior to take in and nurture some people. I hope that Senior can agree, and I'll definitely repay you in the future. Xianxia thought of something and lightly laughed. She looked behind Xiaofu and looked at the moon god Sprout. Is she the woman with the tenine celestial body and the god race's emperor star? Xiaofu smiled and nodded before turning to look at the moon god Sprout, indicating for her to come up. Moon god Sprout understood Xiaofu's intentions and walked up. Facing an existence like Xianlu, moon god Sprout felt quite nervous, and she bowed as she said, I greet Senior. Xianlu smiled and nodded, it's the first time I've seen someone with the tenine celestial body and the god race's supreme emperor star. With these two things, she'll definitely become a celestial in the future. I can bring her to Celestial Spirit Palace and nurture her with all my strength. Xiaofu smiled as he said, thank you, Senior. Beautiful big sister. We want to go too, Xianxia said as she looked at Xianlu, looking quite expectant. This caused Wu 5 and Wu Yi to break out in cold sweat. They were facing an existence that surpassed higher beings and controlled a saint-class faction. If they made her angry, no one would be able to stop her. Xianxia smiled and lightly nodded, No problem. Xianxia happily smiled and immediately went up to hug the moon god Sprout, big sister, let's go to Celestial Spirit Palace together. The moon god Sprout gave a beautiful smile and hugged Xianxia as she nodded. Xianli's gaze returned to Xiaofu, what about you? Will you come with me to Celestial Spirit Palace? Back then, the King of Kings gave us the half-celestial world, which we owe him greatly. If you come with us, we'll also do our best to nurture you and make you the most powerful person in the world. Also, you should prepare yourself. You have 6 Supreme Emperor stars and a large amount of world origin chi. In the future, you'll definitely be a very important person, so you need to quickly become more powerful. Most saint-rank factions wouldn't dare approach you directly because they're afraid of being tainted by the world Genesis chi on you. If calamity befalls, they'll be dragged into it. But Immortal Spirit Palace has chosen to help you. Now that you understand their sincerity, they're the best choice for you. She also wanted Xiaofu to join Immortal Spirit Palace. With Xiaofu's current potential, his future was unimaginable. He would definitely become the most important person in the world. No one could compare to him. Moreover, if Xiaofu were to grow up, Immortal Spirit Palace would gain an extremely formidable presence, which would be of great help to Immortal Spirit Palace. Also, Xiaofu was hiding a lot of things. His aura was very complicated and terrifying. Each of these things could shake the world, and Xianlu wanted to know what they were. After all, ordinary people would not be able to awaken 6 Supreme Emperor stars. There was probably no one in the world who wouldn't be interested in what Xiaofu was hiding. The things involved were simply too terrifying and important, so even saint-rank factions were searching for Xiaofu. She had been waiting for this day, mainly because she wanted him to become the second King of Kings. If Xiaofu hadn't become the King of Kings, she wouldn't have been so confident that the person the entire world was searching for would find her. If it wasn't for the restrictions of the bloodline contract, she would have long since disregarded her image and attacked Xiaofu. Facing an existence like this, who wouldn't be tempted, including celestials, even in the celestial world, people like Xiaofu were incredibly rare, and it was possible that they didn't even exist. This showed how rare and precious they were. Immortal Spirit Palace knew quite a bit about the celestial world because the previous few palace lords had all been celestials and had gone to the celestial world. As such, even though they would be dragged into the tribulation, Immortal Spirit Palace had massive benefits. As such, Xianlu greatly wanted Xiaofu to join Immortal Spirit Palace. To ordinary people, this was a dream opportunity, but Xiaofu had refused. After all, he was not alone, he had the Qin Empire. Hearing Xiaofu refuse, Xianlu felt a bit disappointed and asked, why is that? Your situation is quite dangerous, and if you're caught by others, they won't be as easy to talk to as I am. Xiaofu explained, I have my own faction, and I won't abandon them. Also, I'm going to the center of the God world to participate in the God competition and obtain massive amounts of the God race's fate to awaken the God race's Emperor Star. Xianxia said in shock, you already have the ability to awaken the God race's Emperor Star? Zhao replied, apart from the God race's Emperor Star, I also want to go to the Spirit Domain and Water Domain to awaken the other two Supreme Emperor Stars. Xianxia felt quite shocked. Even though she had expected that Zhao Fu would have 8 Supreme Emperor Stars in the future, hearing Zhao Fu say it so casually, Xianxia was quite shocked. She understood what this meant. Xianxia could not even imagine what kind of person Zhao Fu would become and what kind of power he would have in the future. It was possible that Zhao Fu would shake the entire celestial world. If a mortal spirit palace was dragged into this, the consequences would be unimaginable, so she had to be careful. After thinking for a while, Xianxia said, all right then. I respect your decision, but if you really want to awaken the Emperor Stars of the 8 great races, a mortal spirit palace will need to cut off contact with you for a while to avoid the influence of your world's origin chi on a mortal spirit palace. Also, don't worry, you're the legatee of the first King of Kings, so we'll do our best to help you. Perhaps you'll be able to inherit the first King of Kings' will and unify the heaven-awakened world. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he said, I understand. Xianxia took out a white command medallion that was as big as a palm and seemed to be made of jade. Mist swirled around it, and the words celestial hidden were written on it. This is for you. You've caused such a big commotion in the godly world, and there are now countless experts gathered at the center of the godly world. There are many hidden saint-class factions here as well. This can hide your aura, and even saint-class factions people won't be able to detect your aura. Zhao Fu received the command medallion in delight and thanked Xianxia. With this, he would be much safer heading to the godly world. Following this, Zhao Fu came outside the golden pillar of light, and everyone else walked into it. Only Xianxia and the golden flower ancestor remained where they were. Xianxia gave off a wave of power that covered everyone within the golden pillar of light. They turned into rays of light and disappeared into the sky, and the golden pillar of light also dimmed and disappeared. There had been a large group of people on the altar, but now, only Zhao Fu, the golden flower ancestor, and Xianxia remained, looking quite lonely. Zhao Fu went up and took out the King of Kings' sword before turning to the 2 women and saying, Flower ancestor, I'm going to take Xianxia back to the darkness forbidden region. I'm going to take Xianxia back to the forbidden land of darkness. Do you want to come with us or wait here? The flower ancestor calmly replied, I'll stay here. Zhao Fu did not say anything else and looked at Xianxia as he smiled and said, let's go back together then. Xianxia embarrassedly said, Sir, I can go back by myself. I can go back alone. You don't have to trouble yourself. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, the darkness forbidden region is too dangerous and it's so far away. I'll be worried if you go back by yourself. Xianxia's face became slightly red as she lightly nodded. Following this, the golden flower ancestor stayed behind while Zhao Fu brought Xianxia into the sky and disappeared. A few days later, Zhao Fu and Xianxia hurried back to the darkness forbidden region. There were no changes here, just like when Zhao Fu had left. However, Zhao Fu paid some attention to the village that had been massacred. After Zhao Fu had killed everyone in the village, Zhao Fu did not have time to deal with the corpses. It was impossible for him to just dig a hole and bury them all. Now, all of the corpses had disappeared, and there were no signs of wild beasts eating them. There was blood everywhere, but there were no corpses left. The village was silent, making it seem quite strange. Zhao Fu looked around the village and did not find anything out of place. He did not pay much attention to it and went to the outskirts of the darkness forbidden region. Turning his head to look at Xianxia, he said seriously, Can you still feel that powerful sealing power? Once I go in, I won't be able to change anything. It's not too late for you to change your mind. A trace of a smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Even though they had been traveling for the past few days, she had enjoyed these few days and said, the powerful sealing power is still there, but I've made up my mind to go in. There's source energy within. Zhao Fu felt quite helpless and said, Since you've made your decision, let's go in. Xianxia softly nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu and Xianxia entered the darkness forbidden region. She immediately felt a powerful power weighing down on her body, causing her body to become unsteady. Zhao Fu hugged her and asked caringly, "Are you all right?" She lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and gave a sweet smile. "I'm fine, sir, let's continue onwards." Zhao Fu understood that it was the sealing power, so he hugged Shi and flew into the sky, wanting to reach the center of the forbidden area of darkness as soon as possible. Darkness roar, massive roars sounded out as leopard-like creatures appeared. They had scales and were jet black all over. Their gazes were cold and they gave off a dark aura, and there were many of them. These were the darkness beasts from the darkness forbidden region. Last time, Zhao Fu had killed many of them, and now, the number of darkness beasts seemed to have been replenished. Seeing these darkness beasts, Zhao Fu held Shi with one hand and took out the emperor-killing sword with the other, preparing to kill these darkness beasts. However, something unexpected happened. When the darkness beast saw Shi, it did not attack the two of them, and it instead knelt on the ground, seeming to be subservient. Now that Zhao Fu thought about it, Shi seemed to have the ability to control darkness beasts. She did not use any of her abilities, but the darkness beasts seemed to submit. It seemed that they acknowledged Shi's identity. Since they did not attack, Zhao Fu did not have time to deal with them and flew into the sky with Shi. A while later, Zhao Fu and Shi arrived at the center of the darkness forbidden region. Looking at the massive crater in front of him, Zhao Fu remembered that when he had tried to enter last time, he had been sent flying by a restrictive power. That power was incredibly terrifying, and even with Zhao Fu's current strength, he could not defend against it. Now that Shi had come here, the restrictive power had become even more powerful, weighing down on her body. Her face became quite pale, and her power quickly weakened. Seeing her like this, Zhao Fu said worriedly, "In your current state, it's best if you don't go in. Otherwise, if something happens, you won't be able to resist at all." She lightly shook her head and gave a weak smile as she said, "Sir, there's no need to try to persuade me. I also want to become someone like Ye and have the power to help you." Zhao Fu could not help but feel quite moved. He looked down at Shi in his embrace and said, "Be careful. If there's any danger, don't force yourself. I'll wait here for a while, and you can immediately come out." Shi lightly nodded. Finally, she hugged Zhao Fu tightly before letting go of Zhao Fu and walking towards the crater. Zhao Fu immediately became cautious. He did not know if the restrictive power that was blocking him would also block Shi. It would be best if it blocked her, but in actuality, Zhao Fu did not want Shi to go in because it was too dangerous and he did not have any confidence. Shi's body slowly walked forwards, and her steps seemed to be light as she walked into the large crater. The restrictive power that had been blocking Zhao Fu seemed to have disappeared. As Shi entered, the large crater gave off a large amount of black fog, completely obscuring his vision. Zhao Fu waited outside. After Shi entered the large crater, she seemed to have entered a dark space. The scene was completely different from the crater. Suddenly, a strange silver laugh sounded out as pairs of blood-red eyes appeared within the darkness. Figures walked out from the darkness. They were the villagers from before, and they were led by the old village chief. At this moment, the villagers all had blood-red eyes, bone horns on their heads, and scales all over their bodies, making them look quite ferocious. Seeing this group of people, Shi felt quite startled. Who would have thought that all of the dead villagers would appear here, outside the forbidden area's core? Zhao Fu had waited for half a day, but Shi had not come out. He did not know what had happened, but since Shi had not come out after such a long time, it was impossible for her to come out. As such, Zhao Fu could only leave the forbidden area of darkness. She was 17 years old, about the same age as the moon god Sprout. Zhao Fu cared about her, and she was Zhao Fu's subordinate. If she really died here, Zhao Fu would not feel good. He could only hope that nothing had happened to Shi. After a few days, Zhao Fu returned to where he had been before, and the Golden Flower ancestor silently waited for Zhao Fu. Seeing that only the Golden Flower ancestor was left, Zhao Fu lightly smiled and said, "You can choose to follow me to the center of the godly world, or you can wait here for me to come back." The Golden Flower ancestor said expressionlessly, "I'll choose a place to wait for you." Zhao Fu bitterly laughed. In the end, he went to the center of the god world by himself. However, Zhao Fu was quite dissatisfied with the Golden Flower ancestor's attitude. He stretched out his hand and released the 6 desires demonic chi seal within her body. The Golden Flower ancestor's face immediately became red and her breathing became ragged. The Golden Flower ancestor glared at Zhao Fu in embarrassment and anger. However, her body quickly became powerless and she leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and kissed and caressed Zhao Fu. She took off her clothes, revealing her beautiful and enchanting body. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and sealed the 6 desires demonic chi. The Golden Flower ancestor returned to normal, but she still powerlessly leaned against Zhao Fu and said angrily, "How could you do this to me?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You need to understand that I'm your master. In the future, you need to be more respectful and courteous to me, understand?" The Golden Flower ancestor coldly harumphed, "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have submitted to you or followed them to the half-immortal world." Zhao Fu smiled and released the 6 desires demonic chi seal. The Golden Flower ancestor once again uncontrollably started to kiss Zhao Fu and said with a look of desire, "Master, I want it." Only then did Zhao Fu feel satisfied and once again sealed the 6 desires demonic chi. The Golden Flower ancestor's face became red and she powerlessly leaned against Zhao Fu's body and did not say anything. She now understood how despicable Zhao Fu was. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Put on your clothes. You can wait for me wherever you want. I'll let you know after I'm done with the God world." The Golden Flower ancestor's face became red as she said, "When are you going to break through?" Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "Do you really want it now?" The Golden Flower ancestor pouted coquettishly at Zhao Fu, "It's all because of your scoundrel master. You clearly can't satisfy others, yet you still use such a method to torture them, causing them to feel so uncomfortable." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "Then don't blame me. Who told you to have that kind of attitude from before? You must understand that I'm the sovereign king and your master." The Golden Flower ancestor admitted defeat and said, "I understand, you are my master." Zhao Fu revealed a satisfied smile, "Then leave it here. I'm going to head to the center of the God realm soon. The competition of the gods is about to start." The Golden Flower ancestor hugged Zhao Fu and looked at Zhao Fu with his golden eyes, "Then I'll wait for you to come back. But after you break through, you must pamper me properly until I'm satisfied." Zhao Fu responded with a smile. The Golden Flower ancestor's expression returned to normal, and she put on her golden dress, looking incredibly cold. Zhao Fu could not help but lift up the Golden Flower ancestor's chin, causing her face to become slightly red, and Zhao Fu withdrew his hand in satisfaction. Following this, Zhao Fu and the Golden Flower ancestor decided to meet at a place where she would wait for Zhao Fu, while Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and flew over the horizon. The place where Zhao Fu had been before was at the center of the God realm. There was still a month or so before the competition of the gods started, so Zhao Fu had enough time to get there. Because there was only Zhao Fu by himself, he did not have to travel as slowly as before. As such, he hurried at his full speed and did not rest at all. In the end, it only took Zhao Fu 7 days to reach the center of the God realm. By now, even though the competition of the gods had not started, countless experts had arrived. It was not just the God realm experts, many experts from the Heaven Awakened world had come as well. The organizers of the competition of the gods had started to make preparations, and the streets were filled with people. There were festive ribbons and diagrams, and the scene was incredibly lively. This competition of the gods was undoubtedly the event that received the most attention in history. After all, not only were there 2 people with Emperor stars participating, but there was also someone with a Tenine celestial body and Emperor star. The most terrifying thing was that it was possible that the person with 6 Emperor stars would also participate in this event and awaken the god race's Emperor star. News of this had long since spread, and countless people were quite curious about just what kind of person such a terrifying existence was. It was because of this curiosity that countless people had come to the center of the God realm. Otherwise, there would not be so many people. The previous competition of the gods had only been 10% as lively as this one. What was more important was that there were still 20 or so days until the competition of the gods officially began. When that time came, there would most likely be even more powerful people, and there would be countless experts. The scene would be incredibly shocking. Ordinary people just wanted to see what kind of person Zhao Fu was, but the various experts did not have good intentions towards Zhao Fu. Some people were worried that the person with 6 emperor stars would not come, as the god realm had already gathered countless terrifying experts, and there were many higher beings among them. With so many terrifying people, let alone a fly, not even a speck of dust would be able to fly in. Moreover, even if he came in, he would not be able to hide all of his information, as he would have to compete with others. That way, it would be difficult for his identity to not be exposed. However, once his identity was exposed, how could he face the countless experts? There was no way he could resist. Unless he was an immortal level existence, the only result would be death. As such, if the person with 6 emperor stars came, he would be sending himself to his death. If the Tenin celestial body came, the result would be the same. Even if ordinary people knew that they would be sending themselves to their deaths, they would not be so stupid as to send themselves to their deaths. As a terrifying person, how could he send himself to his death? Everyone felt quite worried about this and was worried that they would be waiting for nothing. However, some people believed that Zhao Fu would come. After all, whoever obtained first place in the competition of gods would receive the entire god realm's fate. If Zhao Fu wanted to awaken the god race's emperor star, he had to participate in the competition of gods. If he did not want to do this, he would not be able to awaken the god race's supreme emperor star. After all, it was not so easy to awaken the god race's supreme emperor star, and the god race's supreme emperor star was even more difficult to awaken than other races' emperor stars. Those who had been planning to watch the competition of gods felt a massive pressure. Before, when the person with 2 supreme emperor stars had participated, everyone had felt immense pressure, as they knew that they would not be able to defeat those 2 people. However, now that someone with 6 supreme emperor stars had appeared, it was even more impossible. It was as if the sky was going to collapse. Some people with cowardly personalities were so scared that they did not dare to participate at all. They planned to just be spectators and watch. After all, they would not be able to win. Some courageous and strong-willed people were not willing to admit defeat just because they were scared. That would be too cowardly. Even though they understood that they would not be a match for such a terrifying person, they wanted to see just what kind of person that person was. All of the participating godly spirits were geniuses of their factions, and none of them were weak. Otherwise, they would not have the guts to come to the center of the godly world to participate. As such, there were many godly spirits participating this time. In fact, because of Zhao Fu's appearance, there were even more godly spirits participating. They wanted to see the power of someone with 2 emperor stars and 6 supreme emperor stars. Now that the 2 emperor stars knew that Zhao Fu was coming, they felt immense pressure. Facing such a powerful existence, they did not have the confidence to defeat him. That person's might was just that terrifying. Zhao Fu had already arrived at the center of the godly world, but there were still 20 or so days before the god competition began. There were too many experts gathered here, so Zhao Fu was not too worried. With the medallion that Xianlu had given him, these people would not be able to discover him. However, if he took the initiative to reveal his identity, no matter how stupid they were, they would know who he was. Right now, Zhao Fu had to investigate all sorts of information and make preparations to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Following this, Zhao Fu found out about the god competition. The god competition was to be held in a secret realm to prevent others from interfering. This was to ensure the safety of the participants, which was exactly what Zhao Fu wanted. If it was like fighting with the war god, they would be on a stage with everyone watching. Zhao Fu would not dare to go up at all, because once his identity was revealed, the higher beings would immediately attack. How could Zhao Fu resist? As such, if it was a competition like that, Zhao Fu definitely would not dare to go up. That would be seeking death. Even though the god race's fate was quite important, Zhao Fu would not treat his life as a joke. That secret realm was not simple at all and was extremely terrifying. Even celestials could not break through that secret realm. After all, that secret realm was related to the godly world's supreme armament. Ever since the godly world had been created, a mirror had appeared and floated in the sky. This mirror was not very big, and it was the size of a normal mirror. It was shaped like a crystal and was white. There were runes all around the mirror, and there was a scene of the sky engraved on the back of the mirror. No one knew why there was such a mirror, and no one knew if it was formed by itself or if someone had specially made it and placed it there. Back then, there didn't seem to be any gods in the god realm. The countless people living in the god realm worshipped the mirror as their god. The mirror was no ordinary object. It seemed to have been forged from the essence of the god world. It was an extremely precious treasure, and possessed immense godly power. It could easily summon the wind and summon the rain, and transform the heavens and the earth. That was why so many commoners worshipped it. However, the mirror did not respond to the faith of the commoners. It simply floated in the sky alone. Time passed day by day, and the godly world gradually developed. The mirror also started to grow, and it became larger and larger. It also became more and more powerful, and it gave off a pressure that could suppress the godly world. At this time, countless people still believed in the mirror. Although there was no response, the power of the mirror itself was too terrifying. Although they said they believed in the mirror, they were actually more afraid that the mirror would harm them. Moreover, the might that the mirror gave off caused everyone to live under its shadow. No one dared to start any battles, and they did not even dare to fight for fear of being punished by the mirror. This sort of life was quite peaceful, and there weren't many disturbances or dangers. Time gradually passed, and by now, there were already people who continuously cultivated and obtained great power. Facing the might of the mirror in the sky, some people impatiently started to resist, wanting to challenge the mirror's authority. They did not want to live under the mirror's might, so they started the first battle in the godly world's history. Back then, a peerless genius appeared, and he obtained unimaginable power in a short period of time. He could cause space and time to turn into nothingness, and the heavens and earth to collapse. Many experts followed him, which was why he dared to start a battle against the mirror. Without that person's leadership, no one would have dared to challenge the mirror, which had existed for countless years and contained the godly world's source energy. Even though countless people were filled with fighting spirit at the start of the battle, and it was as if no one was a match for them, countless people had placed their hopes on them. However, the outcome was incredibly bitter. Many experts followed that peerless genius, and they gave off terrifying auras as they turned into rays of light and rushed into the sky, challenging the mirror in the sky. There were hundreds of millions of them, and they filled the sky. Clouds and clouds gathered, giving off an unstoppable aura. It was as if they could destroy the heavens, and the scene was incredibly shocking. It was the first time that the mirror had revealed its true power. In that instant, the heavens and earth dimmed, and clouds swirled as space and time collapsed. Boom! 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 The mirror gave off boundless white rays of light, and each ray of light was as big as an arm. They gave off destructive power as they shot towards the people who challenged it incredibly quickly, and they only tore through the air. The hundreds of millions of people who dared to challenge the mirror were instantly pierced by the rays of light. Their bodies were turned into dust by the terrifying power, and large craters appeared in the ground. Just like that, 80% of the experts died, and the remaining 20% continued to challenge the mirror. Boom, boom, boom! Terrifying attacks containing destructive power filled the sky as they flew towards the divine mirror, seeming to be able to shatter the heavens. However, facing such powerful attacks, the mirror only slightly trembled, and a white ripple spread out. The attacks were all shattered by a wave of energy, and they were not able to harm the mirror at all. Facing these people who dared to challenge its authority, the god mirror once again attacked. Rays of white light containing terrifying power shot towards those people, wanting to blast them into smithereens. At that moment, that peerless genius did not want to see countless people die again, so he exploded out with his full power. The highest god star gave off boundless supreme emperor star power as it descended, blocking the countless rays of white light. That peerless genius was the first person in the godly world to have a god race emperor star. With the god race's supreme emperor star's power, the people resisting had a trace of resistance against the god race god mirror, but the situation was still quite disadvantageous. Without the god race's supreme emperor star's help, the people resisting would be completely crushed. The mirror's power surpassed countless people's imaginations, and even if there were 100 times more people, it would be useless. The most crucial part of this battle was that peerless genius, only he had a trace of hope of bringing everyone to victory. The battle continued. After that genius used the boundless emperor star's power to block the countless rays of light, the remaining experts continued to attack the mirror. Boom, boom, boom! Terrifying attacks containing destructive power shot towards the mirror with massive sounds, seeming as if they were going to destroy everything. The scene was just as shocking as last time. Those who could survive the Wave God Mirror's first attack were all incredibly powerful, and none of them were weak. However, in front of the mirror, their power was incredibly powerless. The mirror only gave off a ripple that once again turned the countless attacks into motes of light and dissipated. Facing the mirror that gave off boundless divine might, everyone felt incredibly powerless and minuscule. The mirror was not something that they could resist at all, and everyone felt that there was no hope. Boom, a shocking explosion once again sounded out as that genius roared and used all of the highest god star's power, causing it to give off boundless light, making it look like a white sun. Boom, boom. Boom, rays of starlight containing terrifying power shot towards the divine mirror in the sky, seeming to pierce through the entire sky. Gusts of wind blew out, giving off shocking sounds. The mirror once again gave off white light, and a massive formless energy spread out, forming ripples that seemed to be able to suppress everything as they flowed towards the incoming rays of starlight. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds sounded out as the two waves of power collided, resulting in massive explosions. Gales ravaged the surroundings and cold light shot out, creating a terrifying scene. The ripples continued to spread out, and countless rays of starlight continued to shoot towards the mirror with shocking power. Massive sounds continuously sounded out, and it seemed that the countless rays of starlight were about to be destroyed. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the Imperial God Star once again gave off boundless Emperor's star power and an earth-shaking aura as it slammed towards the divine mirror. The shockwaves were shattered by the massive Imperial God Star, causing the divine mirror to tremble. A trace of hope once again appeared in everyone's hearts, and they roared as they unleashed their most terrifying attacks towards the mirror. The mirror continued to give off terrifying divine might as it continued to attack those people. The battle lasted for 7 days, and the situation was extremely tragic. The light was dim, and huge cracks appeared in the sky. Chaotic auras continuously surged in, and the ground was cracked. There was not a single living thing. Originally, there had been over 100 million people waging war against the divine mirror realm, but in the end, there were only 25 people left, including that peerless prodigy. Right now, the 25 people in the sky all had various injuries on their bodies and some bloodstains on them. They looked quite wretched, but their gazes were sharp and their bodies gave off powerful auras, as if they would not submit to the heavens. As for the divine mirror, it had expended a lot of energy, but it was not damaged at all. The battle was not over. Boom boom boom, rays of terrifying white light containing terrifying power shot towards the 25 people extremely quickly, and the sky seemed to explode as the divine mirror once again attacked. Now that they were facing the divine mirror's attack, the 25 of them were not afraid at all. Boom, the highest god star gave off a massive wave of emperor star power, forming a white barrier of light that blocked the countless beams of white light. The peerless prodigy was in charge of attacking from the front. He gathered a wave of emperor star power and blasted it towards the divine mirror, while the other 24 people attacked the divine mirror from the sides. Facing such terrifying attacks, the divine mirror automatically gave off a formless barrier, blocking all of the attacks. The divine mirror was no longer the same divine mirror that could ignore everything and suppress everything. It started to defend, showing that it was afraid and worried. However, the divine mirror still had a great advantage. Boom, the divine mirror gathered all of the godly world's power, and massive amounts of heaven and earth power flooded into the divine mirror. An enormous white aura flame appeared on the divine mirror, and white light covered the world. A destructive power spread out, and the heavens and earth seemed to collapse in that instant. The 25 people's expressions were serious, and their gazes were filled with determination. They did not know how many people had died in this battle, and some of them were their family and friends. They could not allow those people to die for nothing. They did not want their family, friends, and descendants to live under the divine mirror's might and live in terror, fearing that the divine mirror would destroy everything. This was their greatest threat, and they had to get rid of it. Even if the divine mirror had boundless divine might and was the ruler of the godly world, they had to resist its might. If the heavens obstructed them, they would pierce through the heavens. If the earth obstructed them, they would crush the earth. Boom, boom. Boom, heaven-shaking explosions sounded out as the 24 people ignited their life force and exploded out with true power, seeming to want to destroy everything. 24 bodies emitted intense lights of different colors. Some were red, some were black, some were green, some were purple, and so on. Following this, the 24 people turned into rays of light and spread out, surrounding the divine mirror. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions once again sounded out as the 24 people's bodies gave off powerful light, forming 24 different colored pillars of light. Heaven and earth power continuously flooded into them, seeming to form a heavenly cage, trapping the divine mirror. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the divine mirror burned with an even greater white aura flame. A destructive power exploded out, spreading out in all directions and turning everything into nothingness. The 24 pillars of light were battered by the destructive power, and their power and light quickly weakened. Soon, the divine mirror would be able to escape. Arg! A massive roar sounded out as the final genius raised a hand towards the sky and ignited his life force, controlling the imperial god star to fly towards the divine mirror. The 24 people quickly spread out, and the 24 pillars of light disappeared. Bang, an explosion that sounded as if the heavens and earth were collapsing sounded out, sounding throughout the entire godly world. It was as if thunder had struck one's mind, and one's ears could not hear anything. The genius had detonated his imperial god star. An incredibly terrifying destructive power, bringing with it the power of a thunderbolt, instantly spread out. Everything in the heavens and earth was instantly annihilated as the white light devoured everything. The entire world violently trembled as if the world was about to be destroyed. That peerless genius had disregarded everything and gone all out. He had even detonated his highest god star, that was the god race's supreme emperor star. However, the explosion of this god race's supreme emperor star was still incredibly terrifying, making people feel despair. However, after the ripples dissipated, everyone looked at the sky in shock. The massive mirror was completely fine, and it gave off a faint light as it floated in the air. Now, everyone truly felt a wave of despair, a feeling of powerlessness. By now, they had used all sorts of methods, including burning their life force and even detonating the god race's supreme emperor star, but they were still unable to damage the mirror. How were they supposed to defend against the divine mirror? There was nothing they could do now. The mirror's terror far surpassed anything they had imagined, and with their power, they could not destroy it at all. Following this, they would be killed by the mirror, and their families, friends, and descendants would continue to be suppressed by the mirror. Moreover, after this lesson, the mirror would most likely do something else. For example, once their power exceeded a certain level, the mirror would directly kill them or gather together and kill them. In the future, it would only become more difficult for them. However, they could not see any of this because they were about to die. Even if the mirror did not kill them, their injuries and the life force they had just ignited would be enough to kill them. This was especially so for that peerless genius. He had even dared to detonate the god race's emperor star, and his body started to suffer boundless fate backlash. He lay on the ground covered with blood, and he was in a much worse state than the others. He would most likely be the first to die. Suddenly, the mirror in the air shot out 25 rays of light. Everyone thought that these rays of light were going to kill them, but they were all wrong. After the 25 rays of light shot into their bodies, they quickly healed their bodies. This made everyone feel quite surprised. Why was the mirror helping them instead of killing them? Everyone could not understand what was going on, and what happened next was even more surprising. Their bodies were controlled by a formless energy, and they flew into the air and floated around the mirror. The mirror gave off an intense white light that covered everyone's bodies. Many runes lit up around the mirror, and a massive wave of divine power flowed out and entered everyone's bodies. Everyone's bodies started to go through changes, and they gained godly spirit constitutions. That wave of power continued to gather within their bodies, forming godhood. In the instant that their godhood was born, they had become gods. They were the original gods of the god world, and 24 of them were godlords. That incomparable genius hadn't died, and had received the approval of everyone. He had become the leader of all the gods. They were the ones who started the era of the ancient gods. After that, the gods kept surging out and finally formed the situation where gods were everywhere today. As for the divine mirror, after sealing many people as gods, it slowly rose up and hid in the void of the god world. It still existed to this day. However, it wasn't as terrifying as it had been in the past. Instead, it was a terrifying pressure weighing down on the living beings of the god world, causing them to feel a sense of dread and pressure. Instead, it was hidden in the void, constantly absorbing the energy of the divine world to grow. Just think about it, that divine mirror was already so terrifying in ancient times. Now that it had grown for so many years, how terrifying would it be? Its power exceeded countless people's imaginations. Even a group of celestials might not be a match for it. That was how terrifying the divine mirror was. Now that the ordinary people knew that there was such a divine mirror hidden in the void, constantly absorbing the power of the god realm to grow, no one planned to continue to resist. First, he knew that he couldn't defeat the divine mirror. Secondly, the divine mirror wasn't threatening them either. With these 2 points, basically no one would be stupid enough to send themselves to death. As such, they could only leave it there. Anyway, they couldn't see it. The secret realm where the god competition was held was under the control of the divine mirror, which was why it was said that even celestials couldn't break it. With the protection of the divine mirror, it was absolutely safe. The contest of the gods started during that period and has continued to this day. That secret realm was personally created by the ancient 24 chief gods and 1 master god. It was located in the middle of the divine mirror. After so many years, it had been affected by the power of the divine mirror and had become really terrifying. Moreover, the secret realm was located in the middle. When the divine mirror continuously absorbed the source energy of the god world, the secret realm also benefited greatly. It was said that there were many rare treasures that ordinary people couldn't see. Each one of them was really strong and had unimaginable power. These things were very tempting to the large factions. If there weren't any restrictions, all the factions would want to occupy the secret realm and not let others explore it. Every once in a while, they would be able to enter and obtain precious treasures. The entire faction would grow quickly. Now, this secret realm had such great charm and value. The various factions actively participated in the god competition not only to obtain glory and rewards from the various factions. More importantly, they wanted to enter the secret realm to obtain great opportunities and rare treasures. There were also the famous experts in the god world. Whether it was now or in the past, most of them had entered the secret realm. This made the secret realm even more mysterious and grand. It was also said that there were inheritances left behind by the ancient 24 gods and that master god. To countless people, this was very attractive. This battle wasn't easy to define. They didn't shatter the divine mirror, but they caused it to retreat into the endless void. They also became the original gods. On the other hand, the divine mirror had the ability to kill them. However, for some reason, it retreated into the endless void and made those people gods. Although those people hadn't defeated the divine mirror, that didn't mean they were weak. Moreover, as ancient gods, their divine power was the highest level of divine power in the god world. In addition, they had experienced so many years of growth, so their power was even more terrifying. The inheritances they had left behind were naturally very powerful, and everyone wanted to obtain them. This was especially so for that god lord, who was that peerless genius legacy. He was the first person to have the god race's supreme emperor star and the first ruler of all gods. If it wasn't for him, no one would have any hope of resisting the god realm. The inheritances he had left behind would definitely be even more powerful than the 24 ancient gods and would make people want them even more. Over the years, there had been other people who had obtained the inheritances of the 24 ancient gods, but no one had obtained that master god's inheritance yet. It was said that it was a legacy that no one could obtain. As for that peerless genius who had become a divine master, the outcome was not very clear. Some people said that he had left the divine world and gone to other places, while others said that he might have died because the backlash from detonating the god race's imperial star was too terrifying. Now that Zhao Fu knew about the secret realm, he felt much more at ease and did not have to worry about any terrifying figures forcing their way into the secret realm. If they dared to do that, they might be attacked by the god mirror, which would be equivalent to seeking death. Who in the heaven-awakened world could withstand an attack from the god mirror? Almost no one. This god mirror also had a name, and it had 2 names. The first was called the Haotian mirror, which was what countless people had called the God Mirror in ancient times. It had been a long time, and no one knew why it had been called that. The second was called the Pantheon Mirror, and it was called that because it had made 25 people godly spirits, causing the first batch of godly spirits to appear in the world, starting the age of godly spirits. Without the God Mirror's help, the way of cultivation in the godly world would be the same as in the heaven-awakened world, and there would not be any godly spirits. It was the God Mirror that started the age of godly spirits. Now, no matter who became a godly spirit, they all seemed to have a slight connection to the Pantheon Mirror. That was why people called it the Pantheon Mirror. In actuality, Xiaofu felt quite shocked about the Pantheon Mirror's existence, but he could understand why. There was another terrifying thing in the underworld, which was the 6 paths of reincarnation. This thing completely surpassed anyone's imagination, and it was one of the most terrifying things in the world. Moreover, the 6 paths of reincarnation contained the power of the great Tao of reincarnation. Let alone the heaven-awakened world, even the half-celestial world and celestial world felt that this power was incredibly terrifying because it was related to the source of the world. All creatures in the world continuously reincarnated, and all of this was related to the great Tao of reincarnation. It was possible that all creatures in the heaven-awakened world were controlled by the 6 paths of reincarnation, and this concerned all creatures in the heaven-awakened world. This was enough to show how important it was. It was far more important than the Pantheon Mirror, which was why the 6 paths of reincarnation was guarded by the 6 paths of reincarnation to prevent anyone from getting close and harming the 6 paths of reincarnation. Xiaofu knew just how terrifying the 6 paths of reincarnation were because he still had the 6 paths of reincarnation sealed within his body. If the 6 paths of reincarnation's full power was released, even celestials would die. The 6 paths demon images were just that terrifying, or else they would not have caused the entire underworld to feel fear. The 6 paths of reincarnation and the Pantheon Mirror seemed to have similar experiences. They both existed from the beginning of the world, floating in the sky or buried deep underground, constantly absorbing the power of the celestial world or the underworld to grow, exerting great pressure on the world. The difference was that the 10,000 gods were in the sky, and the divine might they gave off pressed down on countless creatures, greatly affecting those who lived there. Moreover, countless people could see them with their own eyes, so they started to fight back. The 6 paths of reincarnation was in the space where 9 Nether was, and even though it gave off the might of the 6 paths of reincarnation, it did not affect the creatures in the underworld much, as they were all underground. Moreover, there were the terrifying 6 paths demon images guarding the place. The 6 paths of samsara didn't even need to personally take action. The 6 paths of samsara could blast anyone who got close to them into pieces. There were countless living beings in the underworld, so they naturally wouldn't seek death. If the underworld didn't have the protection of the 6 paths demon images and floated in the sky, giving off a massive might that suppressed countless creatures, the godly spirits living in the underworld would most likely start to fight back against the 6 paths demon images. After such a battle, perhaps the underworld would become completely different. Of course, Xiaofu didn't know what would happen. There were still 20 or so days until the god competition, which was quite long. Xiaofu didn't know what to do after arriving here. That's right, he had 3 goals for coming to the God world. The first was to obtain first place in the God competition and become the ruler of the gods. The reward for obtaining first place was the God flame, which was a flame that had fused with countless godly spirits' power. It was a material for forging the Great Desolate Cauldron. With the Great Desolate Cauldron, the human world's consciousness, Ling Ji, would be able to devour other worlds and continuously grow. Perhaps she would become an existence like the heaven-awakened world. Just thinking about it made Zhao Fu feel excited. Moreover, no matter what happened, Zhao Fu would be able to take Qin out of the heaven-awakened world and into the boundless void. The second thing was to awaken the God race's Emperor Star. Now, Zhao Fu was confident in awakening the God race's Emperor Star. He just lacked a massive amount of God race fate and 10,000 godly power. A massive amount of God race fate could be obtained by becoming the ruler of the gods. 10,000 godly power required the fusing of many godly spirits' power, and right now, Zhao Fu's 10,000 godly power was only at the basic level. If he wanted to obtain a higher level of 10,000 godly power, he would need even more godly spirits' power. Countless godly spirits' divine power could be obtained in secret realms, so Zhao Fu didn't have to worry about this. Finally, he had to find the time god and other items that contained large amounts of time attributes. Qi needed them to mass-produce Philosopher's Stones. With the Philosopher's Stone and Blood God pills, Qi would be able to have as many Stage 1 soldiers as he wanted. The Alchemy World, the Devil Horn Empire, and a second Aeolian Empire would all be doomed. In fact, Zhao Fu didn't even fear those royal kingdoms because he had such a powerful backing. Zhao Fu thought of 3 things. The first 2 could only be done after entering the secret realm, and the last one could be done now. Within the godly world, time gods were incredibly rare godly spirits, and there were very few of them. Zhao Fu hoped that a time god would come here, or else Zhao Fu wouldn't be able to find him. By now, many godly spirits had arrived, and higher beings would occasionally fly over. They naturally knew about the All-God Mirror. If they allowed Zhao Fu to enter the secret realm, they wouldn't be able to blast it open, and there was a high chance that they would be killed by the All-God Mirror. As such, no higher being would be stupid enough to attack the secret realm. As such, this was the best time to capture Zhao Fu. If they didn't capture Zhao Fu during this time, they wouldn't have any more opportunities to capture Zhao Fu. As such, the higher beings would occasionally fly around in circles. Perhaps there would be unexpected surprises. It wasn't just those higher beings, the other godly spirits were also waiting for Zhao Fu to appear, as well as the Tenin celestial body. They wanted to see what the 2 people who had caused such a ruckus were like. They didn't want Zhao Fu to be captured by those higher beings, and they wanted to see the battle between Zhao Fu and the 2 people with the Emperor Star. It was said that that person had fought with the Outlander race's Imperial Prince in Outlander 10 College. That had been a world-shaking battle, and countless people had been incredibly shocked. That battle had been hailed as the most legendary battle in Outlander 10 College's history. Following this, Zhao Fu spent a few hours and found out about the Time God. There were very few time gods in the godly world, and Zhao Fu did not have much information about them. After investigating for a few hours, he had only found out about one time god, and he was unable to determine where he was. Apart from this, Zhao Fu also obtained information about God Kerr. It was said that God Kerr was the emperor of the Demon Emperor and had the ability to devour tens of thousands of gods. That power was incredibly terrifying, and it had devoured countless godly spirits. It was one of the most terrifying people in the world. There were many terrifying rumors about it in the godly world, and apart from those who had 2 emperor stars, it was one of the few people who had a chance of becoming the ruler of all gods. Before, Zhao Fu had said that he could roughly sense God Kerr's location, and he wanted to personally resolve the enmity that had existed for 10 years. Currently, Zhao Fu could sense that God Kerr was at the center of the godly world, and the feeling was incredibly strong. However, he could not pinpoint its exact location. The God Kerr that Zhao Fu had just heard was different from the God Kerr in his mind. One was incredibly tall and powerful, and it had terrifying power, while the other was small and skinny. In the past, it had just been a weak godly spirit. Zhao Fu could not be 100% sure that this God Kerr was the God Kerr in his memories. However, there was a high chance that it was, especially the ability to devour tens of thousands of gods. Zhao Fu also had this ability, and he could sense that God Kerr was at the center of the godly world. It was quite a coincidence that there was a God Kerr at the center of the godly world. If that God Kerr was real, then God Kerr's fortuitous encounters were simply shocking. Back then, it had just been a weak godly spirit, and now, it had become the emperor of an emperor-level faction. However, what Zhao Fu did not know was that God Kerr's current accomplishments were all because of him. This was because Zhao Fu had given it the ability to devour tens of thousands of gods, and it was Zhao Fu who had given it emperor-level fate. Without those 2 things, it would forever be that weak God Kerr. Zhao Fu knew that God Kerr would also participate in the competition, so he did not go and find God Kerr. After all, he would be able to meet him in the secret realm. Moreover, there were many powerful beings gathered in the center of the immortal realm, so it was not a good idea for a terrifying battle to break out. As soon as something appeared, those powerful beings would swarm over. At that time, Zhao Fu would not even be able to escape. At this time, it was best to find the Time God. According to the information that Zhao Fu had gathered, the Time God had appeared in a city 3 days ago. He didn't know where he was now, but Zhao Fu knew that the Time God liked to drink. 3 days ago, he had fought with someone over a bottle of wine and used the power of time, which was why others knew that he was a time god. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to determine. Right now, there were countless godly spirits gathered at the center of the immortal realm, but there was only one time god. The main thing was that he had voluntarily revealed himself, so perhaps there were other time gods hidden among them. However, if they did not reveal themselves, Jiaofu would not be able to find them. Right now, he could only act against that time god. If he obtained some wine and sent out the news, it was possible that he would attract the time god. However, the key thing was that Jiaofu did not have any wine. Moreover, it seemed that the time god was very picky about wine. If it wasn't an extremely rare wine, he would not drink it. The bottle of wine that he had stolen back then was called ice spirit chilling wine. It was made from an ice fruit that had been growing for 1,000 years, and it had been sealed in ice for 100 years, causing the wine to have a unique taste. The wine contained a chilling intent, causing one's blood to become cold. If a person with weak strength drank this wine, their body would be sealed in ice. At the same time, there were all sorts of benefits. For example, under the stimulation of ice energy, one's cultivation would become a bit faster, and one might even obtain some ice power. It was also possible that if one drank this wine for a long time, one would obtain an ice body. Right now, what Jiaofu needed to do was to find a type of wine and send out the news. The time god would most likely come. He was currently at the center of the immortal realm, and once he sent out the news, he would definitely hear about it. Jiaofu went to the largest store in the area and bought many precious wines. None of these wines were simple, and they were all extremely expensive. There was the longevity wine made from eternal spring leaves, which had the ability to slightly increase one's lifespan. There was also the wind wine made from white wind root, which made drinking it feel as if one was standing in a gentle breeze. There was also the medicinal wine made from lingji, which had the effect of strengthening one's constitution. After buying so many wines, Jiaofu now had to find a reasonable reason to spread the news. Of course, he would try his best not to make it seem like a trap. After thinking about it, Jiaofu had an idea. A day later, a large and luxurious residence sent out the news that there was going to be a banquet. There would be all sorts of expensive wines for everyone to taste, and all wine lovers were invited to attend. This time, Jiaofu spent a large amount of money to buy a lot of wine and used his demonic energy to control a person with some prestige in the area. In actuality, Jiaofu wanted to buy a courtyard to hold the banquet, but this would be too abrupt. Ordinary people would feel wary and wonder why such a person would suddenly appear and want to hold a banquet. If a person with local authority organized such a banquet, people would not be too suspicious. It was very normal. The news quickly spread. Hearing this, many wine lovers came. The banquet was held in a very spacious room, and there were delicacies and fruits on the table, as well as bottles of fragrant wine. There were many people who came, and seeing this scene, they did not hold back and started to drink. Some people gathered together, talking and laughing, and there were also people who were there to entertain them. Jiaofu was in a room next to the banquet, waiting for the time god to arrive. Now, the banquet was within Jiaofu's control, as his power had already spread throughout the room. No matter who came in or out, what auras they gave off, or who was suspicious, Jiaofu knew all of it. As long as the time god appeared, Jiaofu would take action. The time god was too difficult to deal with, and if he was not careful, he would run away. Jiaofu's plan had been going well, but things had not gone as Jiaofu had expected. Jiaofu's banquet had been going on for 3 days, but the time god had not come at all. Moreover, more and more people had come, and some people had refused to leave. Jiaofu did not know what had gone wrong, but he had spread the news and found people to advertise it. If the time god knew, he would most likely come here. However, the time god had not come. Could it be that he had miscalculated? Had the time god not come? Master, all of the wine you bought is gone, should we continue with the banquet? At that moment, an elderly man wearing robes respectfully bowed. He was the owner of this residence and was now under Jiaofu's control. As long as he was obedient, Jiaofu promised not to kill him. Jiaofu thought about it and decided that there was no need to continue with the banquet. It was evident that this method would not be able to attract the time god. If it was the time god, he would not be able to hear the news here. However, if it was about the wine, perhaps it could be solved. Even though the wine here was precious, it was bought with money, so it was not precious enough. After all, one could buy it with money, so the other party just had to spend some money. A godly spirit did not seem to lack money, so even though the other party knew about the banquet, he had not come. Apart from the first possibility, there was only the second possibility. However, where could Zhao Fu get those precious wine that could not be bought with money? This gave Zhao Fu a headache. Weren't you holding a banquet? How come there's no wine? I want wine. At that moment, a dissatisfied voice sounded out. At that moment, a woman walked in. She had a voluptuous figure and wore a red dress. She had a beautiful face and alluring red lips. She gave off a mature aura and gave off an enchanting wine fragrance. Sensing this woman, Zhao Fu could not help but smile. This woman's aura was the aura of a wine god. As a wine god, this woman most likely knew many precious and rare methods to make wine. Capturing her would solve everything. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said to the elder, "Bring that person in." The elderly man nodded and came outside, smiling as he walked in front of the wine god and said, "Lord Wine God, in order to welcome you, my master has specially prepared precious wine. Please come with me." The wine god coldly harumphed, "If the wine is not to my liking, I won't spare you." She thought that the owner of this manor only had a bit of authority in this place and didn't have much power. She didn't have to worry or be afraid of anything at all. With her strength, she could crush these people. The old man made an inviting gesture as he smiled obsequiously. "I'm sure the god of wine will be pleased." The god of wine didn't say anything else and walked over to the room next door. When he saw the cloaked Zhao Fu, he said bluntly, "You're the owner of this place? Where's the wine you mentioned?" Zhao Fu looked at the god of wine and lightly laughed as he said, "I don't have any wine right now, but I have all sorts of rare ingredients. If you know the recipe, I can give them to you to make wine." The god of wine looked disdainfully at Zhao Fu. "What ingredients do you have? If you can't take out any materials that I'm satisfied with, I'm telling you, you're dead. You even lied to me about having wine." Zhao Fu frowned, a little displeased. "Be more polite when you speak, or else don't blame me." The god of wine said provocatively, "Do you know that I'm the god of wine? You dare to talk to me? Don't think that just because you're famous here, even the city lord has to be polite to me. What do you dare to do to me?" Zhao Fu did not say anything as the golden pupil in his left eye started to spin, and a formless energy spread out. Clang, 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 the sound of chains could be heard as chains shot through the air, bringing with them a powerful force as they flew towards the god of wine incredibly quickly. The god of wine was greatly shocked. She had sensed that Zhao Fu's aura wasn't very strong, so how could he suddenly unleash such a terrifying attack? The god of wine did not hesitate and spread out his hands, causing 2 rays of powerful red light to shoot out, forming a red defensive barrier that looked like a wine bottle. Bang! Bang! The chains contained immense force as they pierced through the wine bottle's defensive barrier, and the god of wine was unable to resist at all as he was bound up by the chains. The god of wine vigorously struggled as he angrily yelled, "Who are you? You used a wine party to scheme against me? Despicable person. If you have the ability, then let me go and capture me in broad daylight." Zhao Fu rolled his eyes as he said, "Who used a wine party to scheme against you? If it wasn't for the fact that you're the god of wine, I would have killed you just then." The god of wine angrily yelled, "You used a wine party to attract me here, and now that you've captured me, you're still saying that you didn't scheme against me? Don't think that I'm an idiot." Zhao Fu felt quite speechless and did not continue arguing with her, saying, "Hand over the wine brewing recipe you have, the more precious the better. I'll provide the ingredients, and you can brew it. If you perform well, I'll let you go." The god of wine reacted, saying, "You want my wine brewing recipe, and you're still saying that you didn't scheme against me? I worked hard to obtain those recipes. Do you really think that I would hand them over to you?" Zhao Fu frowned and stretched out a hand, causing a massive wave of 6 desires demonic chi to flow out and turn into 6 orbs of demonic chi. He walked up and pressed his hand against the god of wine's abdomen, causing the 6 orbs of demonic chi to flow into her. Immediately, the god of wine felt her body heat up, and her face became red. Her breathing became ragged, and that reaction became more and more intense, Sensing the changes in her body, the god of wine understood what Zhao Fu had done to her, and she cursed out in embarrassment, "Bastard! Perverted thief! Beast!" Zhao Fu was expressionless and ignored her curses. Moreover, the six desires' demonic qi continuously flowed into the god of wine's body, and she quickly lost her mind and moaned. The elderly man beside her understood what was going to happen, so he obediently left and closed the door. After a while, Zhao Fu stopped sending in the six desires' demonic qi and sealed it, causing the god of wine to gasp for breath. Zhao Fu expressionlessly said, "Can you give me the recipe now? Also, help me brew wine." The god of wine's face became red. She now knew how powerful Zhao Fu was, and she understood that she was not a match for Zhao Fu. As such, her attitude became more courteous as she said, "I'll give you the recipe and help you brew wine, but you have to do it with me once." "No. I just need your recipe and the wine you brew. You can't have any other conditions, or else I'll continue to treat you like that." Zhao Fu immediately refused. The god of wine looked quite angry, and she felt that Zhao Fu was looking down on her. However, she did not want to feel that way, so she could only suppress her anger and say, "All right, I agree. Hurry and let me go." Zhao Fu waved his hand, and the chains binding the god of wine loosened and returned to the void. Following this, the god of wine handed over all of her wine recipes. There were 300 or so of them, and they contained all sorts of wine. As expected from the god of wine. There were also wines that were incredibly precious and could not be bought with money. For example, the Dreamland wine required a powerful dream soul beast's dream orb, and the method of brewing it was very special. After consuming a dream orb, one would be able to brew a formless wine in one's dreams. There was also the transformation wine, which required a transformation fruit and 10 different creatures. After brewing, not only did the wine taste unique, but it could also transform into 10 different creatures. There was also the Sky Dragon wine, which required a complete Sky Dragon's body. The process was incredibly complicated, and there were hundreds of steps. After drinking the final Sky Dragon wine, one would obtain the Sky Dragon bloodline. Because the recipes for these wines were too precious, Zhao Fu did not have that many materials. Moreover, these materials could not be bought, so he could not brew such wines. However, the wine god continued to speak. There's also a wine called the Divine Blood wine. This wine is many times more precious and rare than other wines because it can only be brewed with the legendary Divine Blood. This wine truly only exists in legends. Even though I was fortunate enough to obtain the recipe, I was unable to obtain Divine Blood. That person's identity and power are extremely terrifying, and I've never even seen him before, let alone obtained his blood. Zhao Fu's heart sank. That's right. The second king of kings in the competition of the gods has a divine bloodline. You can wait until after he fights with others, perhaps there will be traces of his blood. You can go and get some, and I'll be able to brew the divine blood wine. This is a legendary wine, and I want to taste it even in my dreams. As long as you let me drink this wine, I'll do anything you want. Seeing the look of worship on her face, Zhao Fu said calmly, "Then let's brew this type of wine." The wine god glared at Zhao Fu and said, "I already said that only divine blood can be used to brew that legendary wine. Did you not hear me?" Zhao Fu glared back at her and said, "I know, so I'll have you use my blood to brew this wine." The wine god stared in shock and felt incredibly shocked. Her expression immediately froze as she looked at Zhao Fu in confusion. "You said that you'll use your blood to brew this wine? Does that mean your bloodline is a divine bloodline?" Zhao Fu replied softly. "N." The god of wine's body trembled as if she had been struck by a heavy weight. She couldn't even stand firm. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that a random person she had run into would be the legendary Holy Sun. Wait. Holy Suns were not commonly seen, and there were not many of them. How could he have met a Holy Sun here? The second king of kings was a Holy Sun, could it be such a coincidence? He had encountered such a terrifying existence. Now, the wine god was not sure, as this was simply too shocking. Perhaps this person was just an ordinary Holy Sun and not the terrifying second king of kings, so he asked, "Lord Holy Sun, what are you waiting for? Are you related to the second king of kings?" Zhao Fu looked at her and replied, "I'm the second king of kings." "Ah? The wine god had never thought that this would be true. She had really met the second king of kings. How was this possible? She could not help but cry out. She stared at Xiaofu in shock. This person was the second king of kings, the person who had shaken the entire world. There was no one in the godly world who did not know of him, and many higher beings were searching for him. The wine god felt both excited and shocked, but at the same time, she felt quite afraid. This sort of person was incredibly terrifying. Now that she knew his identity, would he kill her to keep her quiet? The wine god looked quite afraid and immediately bowed to Xiaofu, saying, I will brew holy blood wine for Lord Holy Sun and definitely won't reveal your identity. Seeing her like this, Xiaofu could not help but lightly laugh, saying, all right, help me brew the wine. This wine is quite important to me right now. The wine god nodded. Following this, Xiaofu cut open his arm and let out some blood. The wine god took Xiaofu's blood and other ingredients and started to brew the holy blood wine. After a few days, the holy blood wine was finally brewed. Within a room, the wine god held a small jade bottle and smiled as she said excitedly, Lord Holy Sun, this is the brewed holy blood wine. Xiaofu took the jade bottle and opened the cork. A faint, transcendent light spread out, and a dense wine fragrance spread out. Smelling this wine fragrance made one's blood feel as if it had become fiery hot, and it contained a massive amount of power. The wine god stared at the bottle and could not help but gulp. In front of her was the holy blood wine that she had been dreaming of. She definitely wanted to drink a little, even if it was just a little, but she did not dare to do so. Xiaofu looked at the bottle and saw that it was filled with a golden liquid that gave off a dense wine fragrance. This was the holy blood wine. However, Xiaofu did not mind too much because he was just using this wine to attract the time god. He did not like to drink wine. Seeing the wine god like this, Xiaofu handed the bottle to her and said, it's been hard on you these past few days. You can drink a little, but don't drink too much. I still have use for this wine. The wine god looked delighted and took the jade bottle. She raised her head and carefully poured some holy blood wine into her mouth. As the wine entered her mouth, it flowed down her throat and into her stomach. An indescribable, transcendent, ethereal feeling appeared, as if she was no longer in this world. The wine god carefully savored it, not wanting to break free from that feeling. This was the first time she had tasted such delicious wine. Xiaofu did not stand on ceremony and took the jade bottle back and put the stopper back in. The wine god came back to her senses and smiled as she leapt into Xiaofu's embrace and hugged Xiaofu with both hands as she said, Lord Holy Sun, can you take me as your attendant? As long as I can drink a little bit of this wine every day, I can serve you every day. Xiaofu directly refused, saying, no. Also, let go of me, I have important matters to attend to. The wine god felt quite dispirited and let go of Xiaofu. She suddenly remembered that when she had been captured by Xiaofu a few days ago, he had asked her to do it with him, but she had refused. It seemed that his standards were too high and he did not like her at all. However, in the end, he was the legendary king of kings, someone who was highly regarded by the entire world. Ordinary women did not have the right to serve him, and the wine god could accept this. The wine god quickly came back to his senses and smiled, wanting to see what Xiaofu was going to do with this rare wine. After a few days, she found that Xiaofu's target was not her, and that wine party seemed to be aimed at someone else. She wanted to see just what kind of person could make an existence like Xiaofu care so much about them. Not long after, the news was released again. The news that was spread was that the residents would soon display an extremely rare wine called the Golden Blood Wine. This wine was guaranteed to be something that almost no ordinary person had ever seen before. It had an unimaginable taste, and all wine lovers could come and see it. Xiaofu did not use the name of the divine blood wine because hearing the words divine blood wine, everyone would definitely be shocked. Even though this news would spread far and wide, this was related to the legendary divine blood, and it would definitely attract all sorts of experts. That would be incredibly dangerous, and Xiaofu would not be so foolish. By now, many experts were searching for Xiaofu. Because Xiaofu had held a wine banquet a few days ago, everyone had tasted all sorts of precious wines, so they trusted Xiaofu greatly. They heard that the golden blood wine was going to be displayed, and they had never heard of this wine before. However, after hearing Zhao Fu say that it was so rare, they felt that it was definitely incredibly precious. They could not help but feel curious and once again came to Zhao Fu's residence. There was a small stone table in front of the room, and there was a jade bottle there. The jade bottle had already been opened, and an extraordinary wine fragrance spread out, making people feel as if they were about to be immersed in it. After coming here and smelling this fragrance, everyone could not help but reveal looks of desire. They felt that as long as they could drink this wine, they would be willing to pay any price. Just as Zhao Fu had said, they had never seen this wine before. Just based on the fragrance, it was definitely one of the most precious wines in the world. Some people stood there and lightly smelled the wine's fragrance, looking quite polite and well-mannered. However, some people just wanted to run up and drink it to see just how delicious it was. They had forgotten that Zhao Fu had come to let them watch and not to let them taste it. Boom, as those people came close, the restrictions around the wine appeared and gave off a powerful energy, sending many people flying back and causing them to cough up large mouthfuls of blood. Zhao Fu's goal was to capture the time god and not for these people to drink. Moreover, he had told them that they were here to watch, and if they wanted to drink it, Zhao Fu would not hold back. Seeing so many people vomiting blood on the ground, the crowd became obedient, not daring to step forward. Some people were still unconvinced and made a ruckus. Why don't you let them drink it? Why did you call them here? There's such a precious wine, why don't you share it with everyone? I don't care, I just want this wine. If you don't let me drink it, I won't leave. Zhao Fu didn't have time to deal with these people. However, news of the golden blood wine quickly spread, and everyone knew that it had appeared. Wine lovers from all over the world flocked to this place when they heard the news. Although they hadn't tasted the golden blood wine before, just smelling the wine's fragrance made everyone feel as if they had fallen into a demon's trap. They wanted to taste it, but there were powerful restrictions protecting it. Almost no one could touch the bottle. After Zhao Fu demonstrated for a day, it was night time. Now, Zhao Fu did not keep anyone else here and asked them to leave. Those who wanted to stay were directly kicked out, and now, there was not a single person around. Only the jade bottle on the stone platform stood there all alone. In the deep blue night sky, resplendent stars twinkled, forming a Milky Way. The night wind blew gently, ruffling the leaves. It was already very late, but there were still quite a few people hiding around Zhao Fu's residence. These people had naturally come to steal the golden blood wine. They couldn't act during the day, but they could act without fear at night. When they smelled the wine's fragrance, their bodies and minds were already immersed in it. They wanted to obtain the wine no matter what price they had to pay. However, because there were simply too many people, they all looked at each other and surrounded the residence, but no one dared to make the first move. The first reason was because of the restrictions around the jade bottle. Those restrictions were very powerful, and not just anyone could break them. The second reason was that even if they obtained the wine, there were simply too many people around. They would definitely be attacked. Holy Sun! What should we do now? Within the room, the wine god looked away and turned to ask Zhao Fu. She realized that Zhao Fu wanted to draw out someone. However, the wine god was not very surprised that so many people wanted to steal the golden blood wine. After all, this wine was brewed from divine blood and was extremely high grade. It had a bewitching charm. Now that the wine god had tasted it, she could still recall the aftertaste of the wine, making her unable to resist it. At the same time, because she had drunk the divine blood wine, she now had a trace of holy energy within her body. This holy energy was extremely weak and could not compare to Zhao Fu's power. However, to ordinary people, obtaining this trace of holy energy was incredibly precious. Now, the wine god was rejoicing that her luck was so good that she had encountered the legendary second king of kings. Zhao Fu looked outside and sensed their auras. They were not the time god that Zhao Fu was looking for. There's no need to worry about them. We'll just wait here for that person to appear. If that person doesn't appear, we'll leave this place first. The wine god gave a trace of a smile. It seemed that Zhao Fu had taken her as a female attendant. By now, the people surrounding the empty space could not help but act. They could not keep waiting like this. The first to act was a rather skinny and weak-looking young man. He took out a yellow talisman and stuck it on his body, and his body melted into the ground as he rushed towards the empty space. Seeing the young man act, the others also used all sorts of methods to rush towards the empty space, wanting to steal the golden blood wine. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive aura spread out. The people charging over felt their bodies freeze, and a wave of terror flowed out from their hearts. Crackle, countless blood-red lightning bolts exploded out, lighting up the surroundings and causing massive explosions. They blasted out in all directions, seeming to want to destroy everything. Arg, pained cries continuously sounded out as the blood-red lightning bolts hit those people's bodies. Their bodies violently twitched, and their bodies were charred black and gave off smoke as they died on the spot. In just an instant, the ground was covered with charred corpses, and their eyes were still white as they gave off a pungent, burnt smell. The skinny young man who had acted first was also electrocuted to death. Seeing so many people die in an instant, the remaining people understood that the owner of this residence was incredibly terrifying. It was laughable that they had dared to come and steal his things. The remaining people were given a fright and immediately ran, not daring to stay where they were. They were afraid that Zhao Fu would appear and kill them. The surroundings once again fell silent. Time gradually passed, and Zhao Fu continued to wait. There was no problem with the wine, and it would definitely attract that time god. What he was worried about was that the time god had not heard the news and left this place. If that happened, all of Zhao Fu's efforts would have been for nothing. Suddenly, Zhao Fu felt a ripple in time as a cat appeared around the empty space. This cat was bigger than an ordinary cat and was quite fat, like a pig. It had noble violet fur and a pair of silver-white eyes, and it gave off a godly spirit aura. That cat was the god of time. The cat appeared around the empty space and understood that it was quite dangerous, so it did not hurry to go up. Otherwise, it would end up like the charred corpses around it. Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to act because the cat was too wary. Any movement could cause it to run away, and if he let it run away, he would not be able to catch it again. After running around for a while, the cat opened its mouth and spat out a silver bubble. It was 1 meter wide and floated in front of it. The purple cat clumsily crawled into the bubble and slid its paws, causing the silver bubble to float towards the center of the empty space. Something astonishing happened. The silver bubble slowly floated forward and entered the range of the restriction. However, the restriction didn't move at all. It was as if it hadn't been triggered. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised, and he felt that it was most likely because of the bubble that the restriction had not been activated. That bubble was the time attribute. Within the bubble, the fat cat continuously slid its paws around, and the bubble slowly floated to the side of the stone stage. The fat cat looked at the jade bottle on the stone stage and deeply breathed in, looking quite pleased. Following this, it became incredibly happy and stretched out its paws and hugged the jade bottle, wanting to take it and immediately leave. At that moment, Zhao Fu understood that this was the best time to act. Boom! Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive black aura flowed out from his hand, breaking through the door and turning into a massive arm that grabbed towards the fat cat. The fat cat was given a big fright and hugged the jade bottle. Its body gave off an intense silver-white light as the bubble became bigger. Boom! The huge arm made of black mist grabbed the silver bubble. The bubble looked very fragile, but it was actually very hard. The big hand held the bubble tightly, but it did not break it. However, now that he had caught Fat Cat, the next step would be even better. But everything was beyond Zhao Fu's expectations. Suddenly, the Fat Cat disappeared into the bubble. The bubble lost its support and couldn't withstand the huge arm's strength. It shattered with a crisp sound. The Fat Cat, holding the jade pendant, appeared on the other side of the empty space. Zhao Fu immediately let go of the large hand, and the golden pupil in his left eye quickly spun as a formless and powerful energy spread out. Clang clang clang, the chains gave off immense force as they quickly rushed in all directions towards the Fat Cat. They gave off ferocious auras and gave off powerful sealing power. The Fat Cat looked at Zhao Fu with its silver-white eyes and looked quite panicked. It gave off a powerful godly spirit aura as a violet ancient bell appeared on its back. The needle started to spin counterclockwise, and formless time ripples spread out. The chains that had shot out suddenly retracted, temporarily escaping from Zhao Fu's control. Zhao Fu felt quite startled. The fat cat grasped this opportunity, and its two paws hugged the jade bottle as it quickly flew to the side. Zhao Fu hurriedly chased after it and took out the heaven sealing sword. He sent large amounts of power into it and vigorously stabbed out, causing a crystalline light to shoot towards the fat cat. The fat cat dodged to the side, easily dodging this attack. However, the light stopped near it, and a crystalline magic formation appeared, giving off boundless light. Boom, Zhao Fu grabbed out with his hand, and the crystalline magic formation absorbed heaven and earth power and gave off an incredibly powerful sealing power. The surrounding space seemed to freeze, and time seemed to slow down. The fat cat, who was nearby, seemed to be locked in the air by some sort of power, and it hugged the wine bottle as it felt even more terrified. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. He had finally captured this time god. Suddenly, however, something unexpected happened. A violet, circular, ancient bell giving off violet light once again appeared behind the fat cat. Bang! An explosion sounded out as the ancient bell exploded, sending out a powerful shockwave. Countless rays of blinding violet light shot out, and a powerful wind spread out. After everything settled, the fat cat's body disappeared. Zhao Fu looked quite confused and hurriedly sensed his surroundings. The fat cat's aura had already disappeared, and a wave of fury flowed out. Zhao Fu could not help but curse, "Stupid cat." This time, Zhao Fu had never thought that the time god would run away. He had spent so much time preparing, but now, it had all been for nothing. Moreover, the divine blood wine that he had brewed for days with his blood had been stolen by the fat cat. Zhao Fu flew into the sky and closed his eyes as he sensed his surroundings, unwilling to give up on finding the fat cat. However, he could not sense anything, and the fat cat had indeed left this place. Now, Zhao Fu felt quite depressed. This time god was indeed different from other godly spirits, and it was incredibly difficult to deal with. No wonder it was so rare. It was a pity that he had not been able to capture the fat cat this time. Next time, the fat cat would not fall for it and would understand that he had set a trap for it. It seemed that he would have to collect information on other time gods, and he would not be able to capture this fat cat. Moreover, he had to find something that countered the time attribute. Without that, he would not be able to capture the time god. This time, Zhao Fu had underestimated the time god. Following this, Zhao Fu gloomily returned to his residence. Seeing that Zhao Fu had returned by himself, the god of wine understood that he had not been able to capture the time god. Looking at Zhao Fu, he seemed quite unhappy and said, "Sir, with your esteemed status, the time god will come and submit to you." Zhao Fu did not mind and lightly replied, "Let's leave this place first. Let's leave this place first. What happened here will attract other people." The god of wine smiled and nodded. Elsewhere, the fat cat hugged the jade bottle and happily flew through the sky before arriving next to an exquisite-looking room. Within this room, there were 3 women. They all looked quite similar, and they were most likely blood-related sisters. All of them had excellent figures and were quite beautiful. They gave off different auras, and their bodies gave off the aura of a godly spirit. Moreover, it was the aura of a time god. The oldest woman wore a violet palace dress and gave off the most mature aura, and she was called Xianxia. The other was slightly younger and gave off a cold aura. She wore a silver dress and was called Xianning. The last woman was the youngest and looked quite lively. She wore a pink palace dress and looked quite cute. She was called Xianxia. The 3 of them were not ordinary godly spirits of time but rather rare godly spirits. Xianxia represented the past godly spirits, Xianning represented the present godly spirits, and Xianxia represented the future godly spirits. Within the godly spirit world, there were already very few time gods, and time gods with special attributes were even rarer. As such, the 3 women's identities were not simple at all, and their power was incredibly terrifying. Ordinary godly spirits were not a match for them at all, and they were among the top geniuses. The fat cat flew in through the window and leapt into Xianxia's embrace while hugging the jade bottle. This fat cat had been Xianxia's pet since it was young. Xianxia happily hugged the fat cat and smiled as she said, "Lil Jiao. Where did you run off to? Why did you only come back now?" The fat cat happily brought the jade bottle in front of Xianxia, looking as if it had obtained something good. The mouth of the jade bottle was sealed by some sort of energy, so the wine fragrance did not spread out. Shirya looked at the jade bottle curiously, wondering what was inside. Looking at the fat cat's expression, it seemed that this thing was not simple at all. Beside her, Shirkuan lightly laughed as she said, "Looks like it's gotten into trouble again. A few days ago, it ran over to steal other people's wine. Seeing how happy it is, that bottle most likely contains wine." Ning smiled as she said, "When it was young, it shouldn't have let Lil Jiao touch wine. Now, it can't leave wine at all and drinks it like water. Yeah, you need to control Lil Jiao and make it drink less. Also, this will prevent Lil Jiao from causing trouble." Shirya hugged the fat cat with both hands and nodded as she smiled and said, "Lil Jiao, you need to be obedient in the future. You can't run around and you can't steal other people's wine. Do you understand?" The fat cat meowed a few times as if it understood, but it did not seem to mind at all. It just stared at the jade bottle, looking like it was about to devour it. The power that sealed the mouth of the bottle also dispersed, and that otherworldly wine fragrance with a faint pressure floated out, spreading throughout the room. Smelling this wine fragrance, the three women felt quite surprised. It was the first time they had smelled this kind of wine, and just from this fragrance, they could tell that it was an extremely high-grade wine. Shirya asked curiously, "Xiaojiao, where did you get the wine?" Fat cat didn't reply. She smelled the enchanting fragrance of the wine and couldn't wait to drink it. Shirya smiled as he said, "Let me see the wine." Shirya nodded, then reached out to pick up the jade bottle that Fat Cat was hugging, and passed it to Shirya. Fat Cat whimpered a few times. Just as it wanted to drink a little, it was taken away. Furthermore, it had risked a lot to steal this wine, and it had almost been caught by someone else. Seeing its reaction, Shirya smiled and hugged the fat cat in her arms, comforting it. "Big sis is just taking a look, I'll let you drink it in a bit." The fat cat meowed a few times and looked at Shirgui. Shirgui looked at the golden wine within the bottle and carefully sniffed it, and her expression became serious as she said, Yeah, Xiaojiao has really caused trouble this time. This time, Xiaojiao is really in big trouble. We'd better leave this place quickly." Shirya hugged the fat cat, looking quite confused. Seeing Shirgui's expression, Ning asked seriously, "Big sis, what's going on? What trouble did Xiaojiao cause? She wants us to immediately leave this place." Shirgui explained, "The wine within the jade bottle is divine blood wine, which can only be brewed with divine blood. It has incredible power, and not only can it obtain a trace of divine energy, but it can also greatly change one's constitution and improve one's bloodline. This wine is a legendary wine and is incredibly precious. It's the first time I've personally seen it, and Xiaojiao seemed to have gone through a battle just then. This wine definitely wasn't given to it by someone else, it most likely stole it from someone else." Ning looked quite shocked, she had never thought that this wine would have such a great background. However, since that person had such a wine, that person's identity was definitely quite terrifying. Even though they were not too afraid of such a person, it would be quite troublesome, and offending such a person would not be a good thing. Looking at her two big sisters' expressions and hearing about divine blood, Shirya understood that the fat cat had caused trouble. She hugged the fat cat and said apologetically, "Big sis, I'm sorry. I'll definitely take good care of Xiaojiao in the future and won't let it cause trouble. I'll definitely teach it a good lesson." The fat cat felt that it had also caused trouble and looked quite pitiful as it meowed a few times, looking as if it was saying that it was wrong and that it would be obedient in the future. Shirgui's expression was still quite serious as she said, "It's not as simple as you think. The fragrance of this divine blood wine has not settled yet, meaning that it was brewed not too long ago and that the divine blood was quite fresh. Do you know what this means? The person who brewed the wine might be a holy son, or there might be a holy son next to him. Now that the god competition has begun, it has received the attention of the entire god world. Geniuses continuously gather, and who knows how many terrifying figures there are. That person most likely came for the god competition, but we've already become enemies with him." Shirya felt quite guilty and her eyes danced with tears as she said, "Big sis, what should we do? How about we send the wine back and apologize to him?" Ning said seriously, "That definitely won't do. Who knows what sort of person that person is? If he's a good person, it would be best if we go and apologize. However, if he's a bad person, our lives will be in danger. Also, there's no need to worry too much about this. Even though the Holy Sun is terrifying, if he forces us into a corner, we have something that can threaten him. It's best to listen to Big Sis and leave this place first. Xianxia nodded, still feeling quite guilty. Shirgui gave a trace of a smile and handed the jade bottle to Xianxia as she comforted her, saying, "This time, after we enter the secret realm and obtain the Time God's legacy, we'll leave. Perhaps nothing will happen, so you don't have to worry too much." Hearing this, Xianxia's expression became slightly better. She took the jade bottle and returned it to the fat cat. Fat cat saw Xianxia's unhappy expression and held the jade bottle with both paws in front of Xianxia. It meowed a few times, wanting its master to drink a little to make her happy. Seeing how concerned the fat cat was, Xianxia gave a trace of a smile and said, "Don't be like this next time, or else I'll really have to teach you a lesson." The fat cat happily nodded. Xianxia smiled as she took the jade bottle and carefully poured out a bit of the wine. She tasted it and found that the taste was indeed extraordinary. Following this, Xianxia poured some for the fat cat. It felt as if its soul had been raised to a higher level, and it comfortably lay in Xianxia's embrace. Xianxia and Xiaoning also drank some. After all, this was a rare treasure, and it was quite useful to them. After leaving that place, Zhao continued to gather information about the Time God, but he did not find anything. In the end, Zhao could only continue to gather information while waiting at the center of the godly world. There were still 10 or so days until the god competition, and the various godly spirits would gather. When that time came, there would most likely be information about the Time God. A few days later, Zhao still did not find anything about the Time God, but he had obtained some useful information. Zhao found out that there was a place where a group of sun gods had gathered. Back at the Pantheon Palace, Zhao had absorbed sun god power and found that it could cause the sun-moon devil seal to react, greatly increasing Zhao yin and yang attributes. By now, Zhao blood contained water spirit power, his body contained wood spirit power, and his bones contained metal spirit power. He now lacked earth spirit power and fire spirit power, as well as yin and yang attributes. Only by grasping these 7 attributes would he be able to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star. Of course, this was only the basic requirement. Awakening the spirit race's Emperor Star would be quite difficult. As such, Zhao needed sun god power to strengthen the yin-yang devil seal. Without their power, Zhao would not be able to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star. Zhao plan was to awaken the Emperor Stars of the 8 great races. There were 10 or so of these sun gods, and if he could absorb their power, he would be able to satisfy the requirements. When that time came, he would only be left with yin, fire, and earth attributes. However, these sun gods were too powerful. It was not an easy task to obtain their divine power. Most importantly, this place was filled with higher being experts, and no faction dared to do anything. If they caused any disturbances, they would definitely be caught by the higher beings. Zhao sat in his room and thought about how he could easily obtain sun god power. Beside him, the wine god gave a trace of a smile and asked caringly, "Sir, what are you thinking about?" "What are you thinking about? Now that I'm considered one of your people, why don't you tell me if I can help you?" Zhao stopped thinking and turned to look at the god of wine. Now, Zhao had some information about the wine goddess. Her name was Zhou Yun, and she came from the most famous wine god faction in the god world. If she hadn't come from this faction, she wouldn't have so many high-grade winemaking recipes. Moreover, with her power, she was still relatively strong compared to ordinary gods. As for whether or not he should take in the god of wine, Zhao was somewhat conflicted. For the sake of safety, Zhao hadn't brought anyone to the center of the divine realm. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have accepted the god of wine's submission and should have allowed her to leave. On one hand, she was actually of some use to Zhao. She could brew all kinds of high-quality wine. Zhao thought about it carefully and decided to make things clear. "You should know that experts from all sides are looking for me. If you continue to stay by my side, it will be very dangerous. Facing such powerful people, I can't guarantee your safety. At a time like this, you should stay away from me. If you really want to submit to me, you can wait for me somewhere. Once I'm done, I'll go find you," the god of wine said as she smiled. "This time, I'm also here to participate in the gods' competition. As long as I enter the secret realm, I won't have to worry about anything. Jiaofu wasn't surprised. Those who had come to the center of the god world were basically here to participate in the gods' competition. Now that the god of wine wasn't willing to go back, Jiaofu wouldn't force her. Finally, Jiaofu told her about the sun god. The god of wine was somewhat surprised. At first, she had thought that Jiaofu was still thinking about how to capture the time god. She had wanted to have Jiaofu brew some sacred blood wine to see if he could draw out the time god. However, she had never expected that Jiaofu would once again be thinking about the sun god. As for the sun god, the god of wine, or Jiuyun, asked, "Sir, do you only need sun god power and nothing else?" Seeing that she had a solution, Jiaofu smiled and nodded. Jiuyun smiled and said, "I know of a sun pond that gives off a very powerful sun god spirit. Sir, you can go there to obtain sun god power. That place is a bit far from here, and many sun gods go there. Because of the special nature of that place, if you don't cause too much of a commotion, no one will be able to sense it." Jiaofu said in pleasant surprise, "Where is the sun pond? Take me there to see it now." Jiuyun smiled and nodded. Following this, Jiaofu and Jiuyun didn't waste any time and quickly arrived at that place. The sun pond was a massive crater. Jiaofu didn't know how big it was, but he couldn't see the end of it. Moreover, it was dozens of meters deep, and the ground was scorched black and full of potholes. There were even more rocks scattered about, including boulders that were bigger than houses and ordinary small rocks. This was only the periphery of the sun pond. It emitted powerful sun power, and the crater also emitted intense sunlight. Jiaofu had heard from Jiuyun that this sun lake was formed after the death of an extremely powerful sun god. This sun god was an ancient godly spirit, and even though it could not compare to those gods, it was still a very powerful godly spirit. The ancient god's main body was not in human form, but a three-legged golden crow. Because there was a very powerful sun power gathered here, and it was of a very high level, many people would choose to cultivate here and even become sun gods. At that moment, Jiaofu and Jiuyun stood at the periphery and felt a high temperature. It was impossible for ordinary people to approach the sun pond. This scorching power could roast people into dried corpses. After releasing an energy barrier to block the high temperature, Jiaofu and Jiuyun continued forward. After a while, Jiaofu and Jiuyun met some people. There were both men and women. They sat cross-legged on the ground and closed their eyes to absorb the surrounding sun power. There were thousands of them. These people seemed to be cultivating, but they had actually begun to pay attention to Jiaofu and Jiuyun. They could not cultivate wholeheartedly in this place because a sneak attack could take their lives. Jiaofu looked around and did not pay too much attention to these people. After all, they were all ordinary cultivators who were cultivating here. Then, Jiaofu and Jiuyun continued forward. The cultivators sitting cross-legged on the ground saw that Jiaofu and Jiuyun did not do anything and continued to walk forward. They did not pay much attention to them and continued to cultivate. After walking for a while, Jiaofu and Jiuyun met some people who were sitting cross-legged on the ground and cultivating. The sun power emitted by these people was much stronger than those outside. They also noticed Jiaofu and Jiuyun and secretly made preparations to prevent Jiaofu from suddenly hurting them. Jiaofu naturally did not care about these people. He continued forward with Jiuyun and finally arrived at the sun pond. The sun pool was very big, and it was filled with golden water. The surface of the pool was very calm and did not have any ripples at all. It was like a golden water mirror that gave off countless rays of golden light. It was quite dazzling and gave off a searing heat. The temperature of the water in the sun pool was even hotter than ordinary magma. If an ordinary person fell in, they would definitely be cooked. There were already hundreds of people outside the sun pool. They floated on the surface of the water and sat cross-legged, absorbing the powerful sun god spirit. The sun god power here was dozens of times stronger than outside, and it was even hotter. It was as if steel was about to melt, and the closer one got to the sun pool, the hotter it became. If one cultivated here, others would not be able to withstand it at all. Those hundreds of people were actually able to enter the sun pool. It could be seen that these people were not simple. Some of them were even close to becoming sun gods. Jiaofu glanced at them and did not mind much as he continued to walk forward. He gathered his power on the defensive barrier and Zhao Fu stepped into the sun pool. He did not fall into the water, but he stood on the ground, mainly for the purpose of the defensive barrier. Jiao Yun followed Zhao Fu in. The hundreds of other people felt quite surprised, they could not sense the aura of sun power from Zhao Fu and Zhao Fu's bodies. They were most likely not here to cultivate, so what was their goal? Everyone became careful and opened their eyes to look at Zhao Fu and Zhao Fu, wanting to know why Zhao Fu and Zhao Fu had come here. Zhao Fu and Zhao Fu ignored their gazes and continued to walk forward. As they walked towards the center of the pool, the temperature became hotter and hotter. Even Zhao Fu's defensive barrier seemed to be about to melt. Zhao Fu had to increase the power of the defensive barrier and stop it from melting. After a while, Zhao Fu met a few people. These people gave off light and gave off powerful godly auras. They were all sun gods, and there were 4 men and 2 women. Sensing Zhao Fu's arrival, the sun gods slowly opened their eyes. The temperature here was already extremely high, and those who could come here were undoubtedly very powerful people. At the same time, they were curious as to why Zhao Fu had come here. However, although they opened their eyes, they had no intention of talking to Zhao Fu, because Zhao Fu had not done anything harmful to them, and they did not want to care about Zhao Fu. This place was closer to the center of the sun pond, but it was not the center of the sun pond yet. The temperature in the center of the sun pond was the highest. Standing there and looking ahead, countless dazzling rays of light were emitted. It was as though there was a huge sun in the water. Due to the high temperature, the space there was constantly distorting. Zhao Fu felt the temperature there and his expression became serious. Now, these sun gods only dared to cultivate outside the center and did not dare to enter the center because the temperature in the center was too high and they could not withstand it. Leave this place first and wait outside. Now that Zhao Fu had seen how powerful the center of the solar pond was, he wasn't overly arrogant. Zhao Fu couldn't take care of Jiao Yun anymore, so he asked her to leave first. Jiao Yun nodded gently. She stood there and looked at the sun in the water in front of her. She felt how terrifying it was. That was the place where the ancient sun god had died. She felt a sense of fear and felt that she could not resist it at all. The few sun gods watched Jiao Yun leave without saying anything. Zhao Fu continued walking towards the center of the solar pond. Seeing Zhao Fu's actions, everyone was shocked. They thought to themselves, this person actually wants to go to the center of the solar pond. Doesn't he feel the horror there? If they, the sun gods, enter there, they will die. At that moment, Zhao Fu had already walked to the edge of the sun in the water. He only needed one step to step into the center of the pool. Standing there, waves of scorching power kept surging towards Zhao Fu. The defensive barrier started to melt again. What Zhao Fu did next shocked everyone. He removed the defensive barrier and allowed the terrifying temperature to attack him. Everyone was shocked. They felt that Zhao Fu would be burned to a crisp in the next moment. As sun gods, they knew the power there. However, Zhao Fu didn't turn into a charred corpse like everyone else had thought. The terrifying temperature seemed to be burning Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu started to absorb this powerful sun power. Now, Zhao Fu wanted to absorb the sun god power, not resist it, so the defensive barrier had to be removed. Because of the divine blood, this high temperature was bearable. Zhao Fu's expression didn't change much. After spending some time getting used to the sun god power, Zhao Fu raised his foot and stepped into the center of the pool. Boom, a massive wave of heat, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to incinerate everything, rushed towards Zhao Fu. Even though it was just one step, the difference between the temperature here and outside was dozens of times greater. Before the heat wave had even arrived, Zhao Fu felt his body heat up and sweat continuously appeared. If that heat wave really hit Zhao Fu's body would be injured. Boom, Zhao Fu's body exploded out with a powerful aura and a massive black light spread out, forming a black vortex in front of Zhao Fu. Countless traces of heat wave were sucked into the black vortex, and Zhao Fu's body felt a massive wave of sun god power pour into his body, causing his body to be filled with sun god power. Zhao Fu's body also gave off light. The sun gods looked shocked and stood up from the water surface, looking at Zhao Fu. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to resist that terrifying heat wave. That massive wave of heat wave was absorbed into Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu quickly refined that powerful sun god power. Sun god power continuously gathered in the surroundings and flowed into the black vortex, entering Zhao Fu's body. After absorbing that massive wave of heat wave, Zhao Fu's body could withstand the surrounding temperature. Zhao Fu dispersed the black vortex and continued onwards. The sun god's expressions became serious. Even though they did not know why Zhao Fu had entered the center of the pool, they faintly felt that it was not a small matter. Something big might happen today. Zhao Fu walked forward step by step, and the temperature became higher and higher. It was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Now, Zhao Fu's skin became dry and his lips cracked. His body felt pain as if it was being burned. This was the ancient sun god's power. Even though Zhao Fu had a divine bloodline, it was difficult for him to withstand this power. However, Zhao Fu did not give up. He endured the pain and continued onwards while absorbing the massive sun god power, causing his body to slowly adapt to the rising temperature. Finally, Zhao Fu came to the center of the sun pool. The temperature there was already the highest, and there was no other place as hot as this place. Zhao Fu stood at the center of the pool, and he seemed to be at the center of the sun. However, his body seemed to be severely dehydrated, and his skin had become dry and wrinkled. His hair had withered, and he looked like a mummy. The burning sensation became more and more painful, and Zhao Fu continuously absorbed sun god power. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a massive aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. Tai Chi symbols floated out of Zhao Fu's chest, giving off intense black and white light, and they started to spin. Boom, an enormous suction force spread out as countless traces of sun god power flooded into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and continuously refined the sun god power. The more sun god power Zhao Fu grasped, the stronger his resistance towards the heat became. The godly spirits watched in shock as Zhao Fu continuously devoured sun god power, and they felt that he was a monster. This was simply too terrifying, and they did not have the ability to do this. If they stepped in, they would most likely be roasted to death. However, Zhao Fu was not satisfied with this, and his body started to sink like the sun sinking into the water. Everyone was on the surface of the water, and the sun god power contained in the water was even more terrifying. However, this method was too ferocious and could not be controlled at all. It was like throwing dough into a pot of oil, and the massive heat would destroy one's body through the water. It was incredibly fast, and one would not have time to react. On the surface of the water, one could control the heat, which was much gentler. As such, everyone floated on the surface of the water and did not enter the water. Everyone watched in shock as Zhao Fu's body sank into the water, and they felt that Zhao Fu had gone crazy. He dared to do something like this. Was he not afraid of death? Zhao Fu's body completely sank into the water, and he did not stop. He continued to sink until he reached the bottom. There was an enormous skeleton on the ground, and it looked like a crow's skeleton. It was grayish-white, and it seemed to have been there for countless years. Its surface had been corroded, and there were many small holes. It gave off a blinding light and an extremely terrifying heat, as if it could burn everything. Inside Zhao Fu's skeleton, the Tai Chi pattern on his chest continued to spin, absorbing the divine power of the sun. Although Zhao Fu was currently feeling intense pain, he could clearly feel that his body was beginning to transform. If this continued, Zhao Fu's body would definitely obtain the Yang spirit constitution. Thinking of this, Zhao Fu felt somewhat happy. Time slowly passed. The people standing on the surface of the water saw that after Zhao Fu sank into the water, there was no reaction. They suspected that Zhao Fu might have died inside. However, because the distance was not very far, when they sensed carefully, they found that Zhao Fu was actually absorbing the sun god's power wantonly in their direction. Oh my god! This person is so scary. He actually dares to devour the sun god power so fiercely, and it's not even the sun god power. I can't do this. Yeah. That person has this kind of power. It looks like his identity is not simple. I wonder who he is. Seeing that he can withstand that heat with just his body, I feel that he is at least an imperial prince. If he continues to devour like this, will he absorb all the sun god power in the entire sun pond? That's not very possible. If it was so easy for others to devour all the sun god power, this sun pond would not have existed for so long. I heard that there is a formless power here that can absorb the power of the world to continuously replenish the sun god power. I also heard that the huge skeleton at the bottom of the pond still has its own consciousness. If it is provoked, it will emit endless heat and burn everything nearby. AI. Now that such a terrifying person has suddenly appeared, we can't cultivate in peace. Who knows what will happen next? Boom, just as that person finished speaking, a huge explosion sounded out. The huge skeleton gave off golden flames, which automatically gathered into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu did not absorb the golden aura flames. Instead, the golden aura flames sensed something and automatically surged into Zhao Fu's body. At that moment, Zhao Fu opened his eyes in surprise. He sensed that the golden aura flames in his body were not harmful, so he did not stop them from surging out. As the golden aura flames surged out, the Tai Chi diagram in front of his chest stopped spinning and automatically dissipated. The Tai Chi diagram in Zhao Fu's body appeared, and it was absorbing the enormous golden aura flames. The black and white Tai Chi diagram absorbed the golden aura flames and gave off a golden light that shot out of Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to also give off an intense golden light. Boom! A huge explosion sounded out, and the entire sun pond sun power surged towards Zhao Fu like a tide. At that moment, Zhao Fu did not know why, but he did not feel any heat. The others sensed this and were all shocked. They stood up from the water and stared at the pond. They had no idea what was going on. Jiao Yun stood beside the sun pond and smiled. She naturally knew who had caused all of this. Zhao Fu was indeed as she had thought. He was very terrifying and definitely worthy of her loyalty. The golden aura flames on the countless skeletons surged into Zhao Fu's body. The Tai Chi diagram in his body spun quickly, and Zhao Fu felt a huge power erupt from his body. Zhao Fu could not help but roar towards the sky. Boom, a huge sound rang out as Zhao Fu's body exploded with an intense golden light. He rushed out of the water with immense power and continued into the sky. The surrounding power of heaven and earth rapidly surged into the light. Ka! A huge cry sounded out as a huge golden crow appeared in the sky. It flapped its wings and gave off an intense light. It was like a sun had appeared in the sky, and it gave off a powerful pressure. Everyone present was stunned. They looked at the golden crow in the sky and felt insignificant. Fear surfaced in their hearts. What the hell is going on? Why are there such huge fluctuations? Also, who gave off this huge golden crow? Everyone could not help but think that of the two people who had entered the sun pond, one had already come out, and there was only one left. That person might be the one who had caused the commotion. Apart from him, no one could think of anyone else. The few sun gods were also shocked by the golden crow in the sky. The aura that the golden crow gave off was the aura of the sun pond. This crow might be the remnant power or consciousness of the ancient sun god. However, this ancient golden crow's power had been dead for so many years, yet it was still so terrifying. At the same time, everyone felt envious. If they could obtain this ancient sun god power, their power would increase by leaps and bounds. It was a pity that they could not reach the center of the sun pool, much less enter the sun pool. They could only watch as the sun god power was obtained by someone else. Moreover, that person was stronger than them, and even if they wanted to snatch it, they could not do so. The massive golden crow flapped its wings and agilely flew in the sky, giving off intense light. It was like a sun moving in the sky, and a searing heat covered the ground. Everyone could clearly sense the surrounding heaven and earth power and the heat from the sun pool being absorbed by the golden crow. After a while, the golden crow released even more power and then dove down towards the sun pool. With a splash, it landed in the water and caused countless splashes. The golden crow continued to fly downwards, and it was quite fast before entering Zhao Fu's body. A massive wave of power spread out from Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to go through great changes. Every part of his body was filled with sun god power, and the final wave of power split into two. One of them fused into Zhao Fu's soul, causing Zhao Fu's soul to become stronger and give off golden light. The other wave flowed into the Taiji diagram in his body, which absorbed that wave of power and gave off a trace of golden light. Now, Zhao Fu had a yang attribute soul and could absorb sunlight power like ordinary sun gods. He could also turn into a sun and unleash extremely powerful attacks. Anything that was useful to the sun god was useful to Zhao Fu, but it was not very useful to Zhao Fu. This was because Zhao Fu had too many methods and power. In comparison, this wave of power was not as powerful. However, even though it was not that powerful to Zhao Fu, this power belonged to the ancient sun god, and it would suppress other sun gods. Now, Zhao Fu stood at the bottom of the sun pool and could clearly sense that the temperature of the sun pool had decreased greatly. This was most likely related to the absorption of the sun god power. However, the power of the sun pond itself did not disappear. It still had a very high temperature, just not as high as before. Zhao Fu looked at the gigantic skeleton and saw that there were even more cracks on it. He walked up and wanted to check the skeleton, but he found that there was an invisible restriction on it. The restrictions were not very strong, and Zhao Fu used his power to break some of them and came in front of the massive head. Its head looked like a normal crow skull, but it was incredibly big. It was 1,000 meters wide, and with its entire body, it was 100,000 meters wide. It was as big as the primogenitor statue. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and placed it on the skull, and a wave of energy spread out. Zhao Fu examined it and found that the bones were completely useless, and they could not be used to make any tools. After all, it had been dead for too long, and the bones had been severely corroded. If the ancient sun god's corpse had just died, then its value would be terrifying. Any random item could be made into a powerful divine weapon. However, if that was the case, it would not be Zhao Fu's turn to obtain it, and it would have long since been taken by others. The sun pond did not stop anyone from entering, and it was a place for some people to cultivate. Despite this, Zhao Fu still decided to see if he could revive the ancient sun god. The sun god power that Zhao Fu had just absorbed contained some faint consciousness, and it fused into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu planned to use this faint consciousness and power, as well as the 6 paths of reincarnation power, to try. If he could revive this ancient godly spirit, it would be of great help to Zhao Fu. Perhaps Qin would have another existence like the primogenitor statue. As for how terrifying the primogenitor statue would be, it did not need to be said. Boom, a massive wave of power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's skin became gray-white and his body became slender and well-proportioned. His hair became gray-white and he grew a pair of demon horns, and a pale white eye appeared on his forehead. Zhao Fu's body gave off a gray aura flame and bone-chilling energy flooded out, giving off an incredibly ferocious aura. The surrounding sun pond's temperature suddenly plummeted, and the sun god standing at the surface of the sun pond looked quite shocked. Why did the sun pond's temperature continuously fall? A massive wave of energy continuously spread out, and the golden sun pond's water gradually became gray. Sensing that massive wave of energy, the sun gods all looked slightly afraid and immediately left this place. Everyone else did the same, and everyone came to the outside of the sun pond. No one dared to stay within the sun pond. Now, the golden sun pond had become a gray sun pond, and traces of qi rose up from the water surface. Everyone stood by the sun pond and felt a bone-chilling coldness. The people standing by the sun pond looked quite shocked. They understood who had caused this. Apart from Zhao Fu, there was no one else. Jiao Yun also looked quite shocked. Zhao Fu's power was so terrifying and surpassed her expectations. This was Zhao Fu's true power, as expected from the second king of kings. The rumors about how terrifying he was were not false at all. Everyone else was looking forward to the battle between him and the other 2 emperor stars, and she was also looking forward to it. She wanted to personally see just how powerful Zhao Fu was. The people beside the sun pond looked at Jiao Yun with respect because she was related to Zhao Fu. One of the sun gods could not help but go up and ask, "May I ask who this sir is?" A trace of a smile appeared on Jiao Yun's face as she said, "I can't tell you that. Also, it's best if you don't know too much about this, or else you might lose your lives." Hearing this, everyone felt quite startled. It seemed that this person's identity was far more terrifying than they had imagined. However, after thinking about it, they could accept that someone who could cause such terrifying ripples had a terrifying identity. However, some people did not dare to stay here anymore. Who knew what would happen next? Anyway, this had nothing to do with them, and if they lost their lives here, it would not be worth it. As such, some people hurriedly left, while others chose to stay, wanting to see what would happen next. The sun god spirit, who had gone up to talk to Jiao Yun, obediently retreated and looked at the gray sun pond. The other sun gods did not say anything, and their expressions were serious as they also looked at the sun pond. Finally, their gazes returned to the bottom of the sun pond. Now, Zhaofu was in the 6 paths of reincarnation state. Only in this state could he unleash the 6 paths of reincarnation's power to its greatest extent and revive the ancient godly spirit. The 6 paths of reincarnation's power was also related to this. Moreover, Zhaofu had the method to summon souls, which was something that Zhaofu had learned from someone else, who was the person who had revived Guiji. Zhaofu took out countless soul-summoning flags. They were each 3 meters long and were made of wooden barrels. They were gray and had a pale white cloth. There was a soul character written on them, and they gave off ghostly qi. There were 1,000 or so soul-summoning flags, and under Zhaofu's massive control, they floated in the air and gave off powerful auras. Because the ancient godly spirit's body was too big, Zhaofu was unable to control the soul-summoning flags to fly that far. As such, his body gave off countless traces of ghostly qi, which continuously changed into 1,000 or so powerful ghosts. After these ghosts appeared, they followed Zhaofu's instructions and took out a 3-meter-tall soul-summoning flag. They came around the massive corpse and formed a circle around it. Zhaofu looked at the skull in front of him seriously and stretched out a hand. 6 massive waves of ghostly qi flowed out, forming 6 gray orbs of light. The 6 orbs of light gave off light and formed a magic formation with 6 circular diagrams. Boom, Zhaofu vigorously pressed forwards, and a massive wave of 6 paths of reincarnation power flowed out of Zhaofu's hand and entered the 6 paths of reincarnation magic formation. The 2-meter-wide 6 paths of reincarnation magic formation exploded out with a terrifying wave of 6 paths of reincarnation power that flowed towards the massive skull. After entering the skull, the wave of power flowed towards the other parts of the skull. It was as if there was a formless thread connecting the bones of the massive skull, forming a whole body instead of being separated like before. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as the ghosts holding the soul-beckoning flags exploded out with powerful energy. They raised the soul-beckoning flags and sent powerful ghostly energy into them. The banners fluttered in the wind, giving off an invisible and strange power. Every banner resonated with each other, forming an invisible circle that surrounded the giant skeleton. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as the formless sphere gave off a massive suction force. The surrounding heaven and earth power was continuously sucked in, and it seemed to have a soul-devouring power as well. The people around the sun pond felt a huge suction force. Their expressions changed and they quickly retreated. They felt as if the energy and souls within their bodies were being quickly absorbed by that power. Facing this power, they were unable to resist. After retreating further away, everyone's faces turned grave. What is that person doing? How did he cause such a huge commotion? Judging from the terrifying ghostly qi on his body, he should be an extremely noble person in the ghost race. His purpose for coming here is not simple. Just now, he fused with the ancient sun god's power. I really don't know what he wants to do now, but this power is really terrifying. He has already obtained the ancient sun god's power. What else is at the bottom of the pond that caused him to give off such a huge commotion? Wait. I know. The ancient sun god's skeleton is at the bottom of the valley. Because it is not very useful, it has always been at the bottom of the pond. Could he be doing something to the ancient sun god's skeleton? Right. Right now, his goal should be to do something to the ancient god's skeleton. Moreover, the ghost race is quite skilled in this aspect. The ancient god's skeleton also contains great power. But this ancient god has been dead for who knows how many years. With his abilities, can he revive it? I don't quite believe it, because this is not something a human can do. I don't think so. I feel that the massive ghostly qi that his body is giving off is not ordinary. It should be of an extremely high level. Perhaps it will cause some unknown results, but I'm not sure. Jiao Yun also looked at the sun pool in front of her in shock. She knew that Zhaofu had just absorbed the sun god's power. Now that he had absorbed it, she did not know what Zhaofu was doing. Hearing the discussions of the sun gods, Jiao Yun also believed that Zhaofu was doing something to the ancient god's skeleton. She was not very sure whether Zhao Fu could revive the ancient sun god, because the ancient sun god had been dead for many years. The massive power of heaven and earth surged into the huge skeleton. An invisible soul power seemed to be extracted from the ground and surged towards the huge skeleton. At that moment, Zhao Fu controlled the ancient god's consciousness that had fused into his body. Traces of the ancient god's consciousness and the ancient sun god's power emerged from his body. A golden three-legged crow the size of a palm emitted golden light and emerged from Zhao Fu's chest. Then, it flapped its small wings and flew towards the skull agilely. Then, it fused into the skull. After the three-legged crow fused into the huge skeleton, a fist-sized golden flame ignited in the originally silent skull. The skull seemed to have a hint of life, and the deathly stillness no longer existed. The fist-sized golden flame kept swaying. It seemed very small in the 1,000-meter-long skull. The light it emitted seemed very weak, as if it would be extinguished in a moment. Boom! A massive wave of 6 paths of reincarnation power surged out of Zhao Fu's body once again. The 6 paths of reincarnation array emitted even more powerful power. It surged into the huge skull and surged towards the entire body through the skull. The surrounding malicious spirits that raised the soul-beckoning flags injected their massive ghostly power into the soul-beckoning flags. The circle that surrounded the huge skeleton emitted an even stronger suction force, constantly absorbing the power of heaven and earth. The invisible soul power also surged into the giant skull, and the golden flames in the skull gradually stabilized before strengthening bit by bit. The skull, which had originally contained a trace of life, now had more and more life force, and the golden flame within the skull became larger and larger. Following this, not only did the skull gain some life force, but the other bones also gained some life force. The golden flame within the skull became 1 meter wide and gave off an intense golden light. However, there was still a long way to go before the ancient god's consciousness could be revived. Moreover, with this power, the skeleton could only maintain its original state. Boom! A massive aura exploded out of Zhao Fu's body as 6 gray beams of light shot out of Zhao Fu's body and shot into the sky with immense power, giving off explosions. Seeing the 6 gray beams of light suddenly shoot out from the water, everyone felt quite startled. After the 6 rays of gray light shot into the sky, 6 gray vortexes appeared, and a massive energy aura spread out from the sky. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and heaven and earth power quickly gathered. Immediately, the weather changed as clouds swirled and the light dimmed. An eerie coldness spread out in the air, causing people's hairs to stand on end. The 6 gray vortexes absorbed more and more heaven and earth power, and the energy they gave off became more and more intense. They also gave off a massive might that suppressed everything in the heavens and earth, and from a distance, it seemed as if this place was covered by a haze. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock. This is the 6 paths of reincarnation power. Heavens, that person has the 6 paths of reincarnation power. Just who is that person? How does he have the power of the underworld sovereign? It's the first time I've personally seen the 6 paths of reincarnation power. We've encountered an extremely terrifying existence this time. He's most likely here to participate in the god competition, or else he would not have come to the god world from the underworld. There are so many experts in the god competition this time, and all of them are so terrifying. That's right. Apart from those with 2 emperor stars, there are also a few other extremely powerful gods. It's even said that the second king of kings will be participating. We can't afford to offend such a person. After this is over, we can get to know him. It's rare to see such a powerful person, and perhaps he'll be an opportunity for us. This time, we've also come here from other forces to participate in the gods' competition. Although there's no way for us to compete with him, as long as we enter the secret zone, there will be many benefits. When the time comes, he might be able to help us. Jiao Yun also looked at the vortexes in shock. The power that Zhao Fu gave off surpassed her expectations time and time again, causing her to fall into shock. She had no idea just how terrifying Zhao Fu was. The 6 vortexes in the sky became larger and larger, and the might they gave off became greater and greater. The air seemed to freeze, making people feel quite uncomfortable, and traces of ghostly chi spread out. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as 6 massive waves of power flowed out of the gray vortexes, bringing with them massive power as they flowed towards the skeleton at the bottom of the pool. They were incredibly fast, and it only took an instant. Massive amounts of 6 paths of reincarnation power flowed into the skeleton, causing it to tremble and give off faint light. The skeleton seemed to go through reincarnation, and a fresh aura of life spread out from it. The power of the 6 paths of samsara continuously flowed into the giant skeleton. The skeleton slowly regained its vitality, but it was still not enough. Xiaofu retracted his hand and the 6 paths of reincarnation magic formation disappeared. Xiaofu came before the skull and took out a dagger and cut his palm, causing blood to flow out. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Xiaofu pressed a hand against the skull and powerful divine bloodline power continuously flowed into it. An even more intense life force flowed out from the corpse, and it exploded out with a terrifying might that instantly spread out. The people around the sun lake felt a massive might descend on their bodies, causing their bodies to sink. At the same time, the sun god power within their bodies started to become restless. Everyone looked incredibly shocked. There was only one reason for such a massive might to cause the sun god power to become restless, which was that the ancient sun god spirit had truly revived. Bang, a massive sound once again sounded out as the skeleton started to move. Xiaofu pulled back his hand and took a few steps back. The massive 3-legged golden crow skeleton slowly stood up and flapped its bone wings. A massive wave of power flowed out as the golden crow's body flew out of the water and into the sky. Seeing such an enormous skeleton appear in the sky, everyone was completely dumbfounded. They were personally witnessing an ancient godly spirit revive. Scree! At that moment, the 6 vortexes in the sky spread out, and the enormous 3-legged golden crow corpse flapped its bone wings and let out a loud cry that rang out in all directions. Its body gave off a brilliant golden light as the surrounding heaven and earth power continuously surged into its body. The originally grayish-white bones gradually turned a faint gold color as the world power flowed into them. The potholes on the bones that had been eroded by the world power also disappeared. The bones gave off a tough aura, and they were no longer as fragile as before. Xiaofu flew out of the water and looked at the massive 3-legged golden crow skeleton in the sky. After absorbing countless traces of heaven and earth power, the 3-legged golden crow skeleton gave off a golden light and stopped in the sky, and the abnormal signs around it gradually disappeared. Even though the 3-legged golden crow looked incredibly massive, it was actually quite weak. Moreover, because it had been dead for so long, even if it revived, it would not have any memories. Its mind was completely blank, and it only had its instincts. Furthermore, its body was still a skeleton and had not grown any flesh. It would probably take a long time for it to recover to its previous state. At that moment, the golden crow skeleton turned its head and looked at Xiaofu seriously. It felt a sense of familiarity and intimacy from this person, so it flew down from the sky and landed in front of Xiaofu. Xiaofu smiled. This 3-legged golden crow was resurrected by Xiaofu, so he naturally had a way to control it. Even if it resisted, it would be useless. Sensing the massive aura that the golden crow was emitting, if it was nurtured, its power would definitely be terrifying. When that time came, Qin would have another capable helper. Imagining the 3-legged golden crow emitting intense light in the sky like a real sun, with countless Qin's soldiers below, it was a very shocking scene. He could not stay in this place for long, as it would cause a lot of disturbances. Even though it was suppressed due to the special reasons of this place, people might still notice it. Therefore, Xiaofu waved his hand and put the huge 3-legged golden crow skeleton into a spirit pet ring. Then, Xiaofu flew in front of Jiao Yun. Jiao Yun smiled with a hint of excitement as she said, "Congratulations, my lord, on obtaining such a treasure." Xiaofu responded with a smile, "Let's go then." At that moment, a few sun gods walked over and bowed respectfully, "Greetings, my lord." Xiaofu was a bit surprised and did not know why these sun gods were suddenly looking for him. He replied simply, "Yes. What can I do for you?" A sun god said with a smile, "I'm lucky to meet my lord today, so I want to get to know you." Xiaofu chuckled. He would not stay here for long, nor was he interested in these sun gods. "Let's meet again in the future. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Then, Xiaofu quickly flew away with Jiao Yun. After Xiaofu and Jiao Yun left, some people were attracted by the ripples and came to this place. However, after taking a simple look around, they did not pay much attention and left. After the ancient sun god's corpse left, the heat from the sun pond greatly weakened. However, it still contained intense heat. They did not have to stay on the surface of the water to cultivate, and they could directly enter the water. Zhao Fu and Jiu Yun returned to the tavern and examined their bodies in their rooms before smiling. Now that they had obtained the sun's soul, Zhao Fu only needed to obtain 3 more attributes to obtain the Yin-Yang 5 elements constitution. This would prepare him for awakening the spirit race's Emperor Star. After awakening the spirit race's Emperor Star, it would be the water race's Emperor Star. There was also the massive 3-legged golden crow corpse. It needed very powerful sun attribute power to recover, and Zhao Fu had to find treasures like that for it in the future. Zhao Fu looked forward to seeing it recover its full power. Jiu Yun also smiled and said, "Sir, what should we do next? Do we continue to search for the time god?" Zhao Fu thought about it before replying, "There's no need. There are only a few days left until the gods' competition, we just have to wait for it to begin. We'll definitely encounter the time god in the secret realm, so the most important thing to do now is to find something that can counter the time god." Jiu Yun smiled and nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu and Jiu Yun went to the various shops to gather information and to buy things that could counter the time god. They definitely could not let the time god escape next time. Days passed, and more godly spirits gathered from all directions. The godly world center became more and more bustling, and there were many people everywhere. However, as time passed, many terrifying experts searched for Zhao Fu even more frequently. If they could not catch Zhao Fu now, they might not be able to catch Zhao Fu in the future. Some terrifying experts used their powerful senses to cover a large region and sense everyone within to see if Zhao Fu was among them. After sensing a place, those terrifying figures would head to the next place and start to search thoroughly. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up, and Zhao Fu's eyes lit up. Boom, just as Zhao Fu were in the inn, a powerful will descended, causing the entire city to fall silent. Following this, that terrifying will gave off an unstoppable power as it swept past everyone's bodies and disappeared. The people who had calmed down once again spoke up, and the quiet city once again became lively. It's already the 8th time today. Just what are these experts doing? They're making me so nervous. I'm afraid that I'll die to their wills. You don't even know that? Those experts are looking for the second King of Kings. You should have heard about the King of Kings, right? There's no need to say more about how terrifying he is. Yeah. These experts all want to find Zhao Fu and figure out his identity, as well as the secrets he's hiding. This is a fatal attraction to these experts, so these experts are willing to pay any price to find him. Sigh. It's a pity. I wonder if the second King of Kings dares to come to the center of the godly world. I wanted to see the battle between him and the god race's geniuses, but it seems that I won't have that chance. It's quite a pity. His battles in the Outlander world were incredibly shocking, and I was looking forward to seeing his true power. However, he most likely won't dare to come anymore. With so many experts searching, he won't be able to hide. Forget it. Let's not talk about this, this isn't something we can interfere with. Moreover, a battle between 2 people with Emperor Stars is quite interesting. Within the inn, Zhao Fu looked at the sky seriously. With so many higher beings searching for him, if he did not have that command medallion, Zhao Fu would have been discovered by that expert. Even though Zhao Fu had been hiding his aura, he was unable to resist the senses of such an expert, so Zhao Fu would still have been discovered. However, now that he had this command medallion, he did not have to worry about anything. 10 or so days had passed, and Zhao Fu wondered how the moon god Sprout was doing in the celestial spirit palace. He also wondered if Xianxia would be in any danger after entering the darkness forbidden region. The moon god Sprout going to the celestial spirit palace was a very good thing. As a saint-class faction, the celestial spirit palace would be able to unleash all of the moon god Sprout's potential, and the moon god Sprout would become a celestial there. Zhao Fu was more worried about Xianxia, as he was not sure what was going on there. The power there was terrifying, and even Zhao Fu would not be able to defend against it. It was very likely that Xianxia would die there. Jiu Yun smiled as she held a wine flask and walked over to Zhao Fu. "Sir, this is a new wine that I brewed. Do you want to try it?" Over the next few days, Zhao Fu and Jiao Yun did not have much to do and were waiting for the competition to begin. Jiao Yun did not have much to do, so she started to brew wine, and Zhao Fu gave her many precious ingredients. Zhao Fu lightly smiled and nodded. Following this, the two of them sat at a table and tasted the wine. They even ordered a table full of dishes, and they chatted with smiles on their faces. Jiao Yun really wanted to know everything about Zhao Fu, but everything about Zhao Fu was too mysterious, and no one knew anything about him. She was also incredibly curious as to why such a terrifying person like Zhao Fu had appeared. Zhao Fu answered some simple questions, satisfying some of Jiao Yun's curiosity. However, Jiao Yun's face became red as she sat on Zhao Fu's body, and she took off her clothes, revealing her enchanting body, wanting to offer herself to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at Jiao Yun in his arms and felt quite helpless. He could only look at her and not touch her. If Zhao Fu was the same as before, Zhao Fu would have long since tasted Jiao Yun. Actually, as the god of wine, Jiao Yun's body gave off an enchanting wine fragrance, which was quite tempting. Jiao Yun could also see that Zhao Fu was quite interested in her, so she seduced Zhao Fu even more. However, nothing happened in the end. A few days later, the competition that many of the deities had been waiting for finally began. Countless deities gathered in one place like a tide. There was nothing special about that place, it was just a huge platform that was 1/10 the size of the world. It was made of milky white jade. Now, the platform was filled with people, so densely packed that it was impossible to count them. It was unknown how many deities were participating in this competition. At the front of the platform, there was a large jade platform on which long tables had been set up. There were spirit fruits and wine on the tables, and beautiful maidservants stood around, as well as guards with powerful auras. People giving off terrifying auras descended from the sky and landed on the jade stage. These experts were all people from large factions in the godly world. This competition was the biggest event in the godly world, and almost all of the large factions people had returned. Apart from these people from the godly world, there were also some experts from the Heaven Awakened world. No one knew what their goal was. With so many people gathered on the stage, some people stood where they were, waiting for the competition to begin, while others gathered together and chatted. The scene was quite grand and lively, and it was incredibly noisy. Zhao Fu and Jiao Yun had long since arrived here and stood in a hidden corner, waiting for the competition to begin. No one noticed Zhao Fu because there were simply too many people. Even though Zhao Fu was wearing a cloak, many people with cloaks looked quite mysterious. They would never have thought that the second king of 10,000, who would not come to the competition, was hiding beside them. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a ferocious aura spread out. A 3-meter-tall, well-built young man with fluffy golden hair and golden eyes flew down from the sky and landed at the front of the stage. Everyone's gazes fell on him as they excitedly cried out. This person was quite famous in the godly world and was one of the strongest competitors for the position of God's ruler. He was called the 100-beast god, and this godly spirit was a type of beast god. However, he was far more powerful than ordinary beast gods. Ordinary beast gods only had one type of ordinary beast god power, while the 100-beast god had 100-beast god power, which was dozens of times more powerful than ordinary beast gods. He naturally came from a very large faction, one of the most powerful factions in the godly world. His name was 100-beast Gon. 100-beast Gon landed on the stage and crossed his arms as he looked at the people around him condescendingly. The people around him did not dare to stand next to him and obediently retreated to the side. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a holy and pure aura spread out. A young man with silver white hair and silver white eyes wearing white robes appeared, giving off a warm aura. She was the light god, and had extremely powerful light energy. The light god force she was in was also one of the strongest forces in the god realm, and was supported by countless people in the god realm. It was one of the most popular god spirit forces. The name of the god of light was Hikari Kamui. After Hikari Kamui appeared on the platform, he had a faint smile on his face. The people around him had heard about all kinds of things about him and knew that he was not a person who would bully others casually. Therefore, they were not afraid of him and had excited smiles on their faces. Some people couldn't help but step forward to greet him. Hikari Kamui was gentle and gave a simple response. Everyone couldn't help but crowd around him like stars surrounding the moon. Hikari Kamui was also one of the strongest competitors for the Lord of Pantheon. If they could have even the slightest relationship with such a person, it would be an unimaginable benefit. Usually, they would not be able to get rid of someone of his level. Boom! Boom! Another two massive explosions sounded out as two powerful rays of light giving off massive auras shot over from the horizon. One was surrounded by violet arcs of lightning, while the other was black and gave off devouring power. The two rays of light gave off massive auras as they landed on the platform, causing shockwaves to ripple out as two figures appeared in front of everyone. One had short violet hair that stood on end, making him look like a hedgehog. He was tall and had a coarse face, and he was not wearing any clothes. His body was surrounded by countless arcs of lightning, giving off a massive might. The other had messy gray hair and was dressed in clothes. He had a skinny body and an ugly face, and he gave off a devouring power that devoured the energy around him. No one dared to get close. The violet-haired big man was a lightning god called Lei Tianba. He came from a very powerful lightning god faction and was also someone who was competing for the Lord of Pantheon. Lei Tianba had lightning power, which was the most noble lightning emperor's power. It had terrifying destructive power and could easily destroy anything. There was nothing that could stop his power. The ugly young man was a devouring god called Corpse Devourer. He came from a very terrifying faction in the godly world, which was called the God-Devouring faction. Every godly spirit in this faction was a devouring god, and they had the power to devour everything. Corpse Devourer was the most terrifying of the devouring gods, and his devouring power was dozens of times stronger than ordinary devouring gods. Ordinary devouring gods were not a match for him at all, and they could only feel terror when facing him. Because he was ugly, Corpse Devourer was quite perverted, and he liked to eat anyone who made him unhappy. Ordinary people did not dare to offend him at all, and they could only run when they saw him. As such, when Corpse Devourer appeared, everyone looked terrified and quickly retreated, creating a large space for him. The two competitors, who were both Master of Pantheon, attracted the attention of everyone present. Many of the powerhouses on the high platform were also sizing them up with great interest. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a silver-white ray of light giving off a massive aura descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Countless traces of silver-white moonlight scattered as a figure appeared in front of everyone. The person who had come was dressed in a white palace dress and had jet black hair. She was extremely beautiful, had fair skin, and had a graceful figure. She gave off a cold aura, and she looked like an unreachable celestial maiden. This woman was a moon god, and she was called Yuchan. She came from the godly world's most powerful moon god faction, which was the 9 moon goddesses. Yuchan was this generation's goddess of the 9 moon goddesses, and she had the purest moon god constitution and pure moon god power. It was said that her soul had fused with the moon, and she had terrifying power. At the same time, with her world-shaking beauty and celestial spirit's aura, she looked like a celestial maiden who lived in the moon palace. She was one of the top beauties in the godly world. She was a powerful competitor in this generation, and she was loved and supported by countless people. Suddenly, crimson flowers slowly descended from the sky, looking like a rain of flowers. At the same time, a powerful aura spread out. Everyone saw a woman wearing a white dress. She had long black hair and platinum-colored eyes. She gave off a noble aura and a celestial spirit's aura, making her seem like a celestial. She was followed by 6 beautiful maids who carried flower baskets and sprinkled flowers on the ground. Following this, she brought the 6 female attendants and descended from the sky. This attracted the gazes of countless people, and everyone automatically made way for them. She was the goddess palace's goddess, and she was called Xianxia. She was the most powerful goddess in the goddess palace, and she had sent people to bring back Nu Chen. However, Nu Chen had been taken away by Zhao Fu. The goddess palace was the most powerful female faction in the god realm, and they had a lot of influence in the hearts of the women in the god realm. Adding on that their methods were quite crazy and twisted, many people feared them and did not dare to offend them. Xianxia's talent was extraordinary, and she was the most outstanding person in the goddess palace. She had goddess power, and more accurately, it was a high-level celestial power. It was extremely terrifying, and it was dozens of times more powerful than ordinary godly spirit power. At the same time, Xianxia had done many terrifying things in the god realm, such as castrating millions of men, hanging an imperial prince naked at the city gates, and massacring a faction that cultivated evil techniques. Everyone was scared when they saw her. Even though she was quite beautiful, she was too vicious and cruel back then, like a poisonous flower. Xianxia gave a trace of a smile as she brought her 6 female attendants in front of Yuchan and smiled. "Long time no see, Chan Er." Yuchan frowned and said coldly, "I'm not familiar with you, so don't call me that." Xianxia laughed out loud, his voice slightly overbearing. "You're a woman that I've taken a fancy to, so naturally, you're my woman. This time, I'll definitely obtain you. Right now, my goddess power is even stronger." Yuchan's beautiful eyes coldly looked at Xianxia as she said, "Oh? We'll know once we enter the secret realm." Xianxia smiled as she said, "I also want the secret realm to open quickly." Yuchan looked away and did not say anything else. Xianxia brought her 6 female attendants and stood next to Yuchan. Seeing that Yuchan did not want to pay any attention to her, Xianxia did not mind and looked ahead, waiting for the competition to begin. In the distance, Zhaofu looked at Xianxia and the others in surprise. Zhaofu did not recognize Xianxia, but he recognized one of the female attendants behind her. It was the mature woman who had wanted to take Envy Chen with her. He had never thought that he would meet her here. Thinking about what she had said before, Zhaofu quickly understood Xianxia's identity. She was the goddess of the goddess palace. Boom, a massive wave of killing intent descended, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Everyone's hair stood on end and they felt a wave of fear as they looked towards the sky. A cold-looking young man with blood-red hair, blood-red eyes, and blood-red clothes appeared in the sky. His body gave off a blood-red light, and he gave off an extremely powerful killing intent, causing the atmosphere to become extremely dangerous. The crimson-haired young man's name was Xiaming, and he was a killing god. He came from the most terrifying killing god faction in the divine world. This faction was filled with killing gods, and every single one of them was extremely bloodthirsty. It was unknown how much blood their hands were stained with, and they were extremely terrifying. They were also incredibly powerful, as they focused on killing and slaughtering. As they grew stronger and stronger, no one could stop them. Their existence caused all of the gods in the god world to feel fear. The killing god faction was the second most powerful faction in the godly world. Even though the blood-haired young man had not awakened an emperor star, his strength was incredibly close to an emperor star. He had mastered the power of the slaughter origin. This slaughter origin was unimaginably terrifying. If he met a god, he would kill a god. If he met a Buddha, he would kill a Buddha. If he met a myriad of living beings, he could kill the heavens. There was nothing he couldn't kill. Some people guessed that if he could obtain the position of the ruler of all gods, he would definitely awaken the god race's emperor star. Xiaming descended from the sky and coldly looked around. Everyone felt as if they had been stabbed by a saber, and they quickly retreated in fear, trying to get away from that place. Xiaming looked away and did not do anything else. Zhaofu's expression became quite serious. He could sense that these people were all incredibly powerful, and he felt a wave of pressure within his heart. This was especially so for Xiaming. He was the most terrifying person out of all of them, and his killing power was incredibly terrifying. Boom, suddenly, an explosion sounded out as a powerful 10,000 godly might descended. Sensing this might, the godly spirits' expressions fell and they quickly retreated. A figure giving off a powerful aura appeared on the stage. This figure was 2 meters tall and had a muscular body. He looked like a demon and had 2 pairs of black wings on his back. He gave off a demonic chi and his power was incredibly great, as if he reigned above 10,000 godly spirits. Seeing this figure and sensing that terrifying aura, the scene fell silent. Everyone knew who this person was and automatically made way for him. He was the most terrifying person in recent years and the most legendary person. In just 10 years, he had gone from a weak godly spirit to an existence that countless people could only look up to. Moreover, his abilities were incredibly terrifying, and he had the power to devour countless godly spirits. As he devoured more and more, his 10,000 godly power became more and more powerful. Countless godly spirits greatly feared him. He was even more terrifying than the god of devouring, and he was like a ferocious demon. Everyone often heard of his name, and he was the most famous person in recent years. His current power could rival Xianxia's, and his strength was incredibly close to that of an emperor star. He was one of the most powerful competitors for the position of the ruler of all gods. Some people guessed that if he could obtain the position of the ruler of all gods, he would definitely awaken the god race's emperor star. His appearance caused countless factions to feel incredibly envious. How could the demon god emperor be so lucky to find such a peerless genius in the outer domains of the godly world? Geniuses of this level were incredibly rare, and even within many terrifying factions, there were not many people like him. Some people said that his potential was even more terrifying than that of someone with 2 emperor stars. After all, he had grown from a weak godly spirit to such a terrifying state in just 10 years, which was even faster than someone with 2 emperor stars. It could be said to be a miracle. No one knew why such a terrifying person had appeared or why he had the power to devour godly spirits. If he continued to grow at this speed, his future accomplishments would definitely not be any weaker than someone with 2 emperor stars, and he might even surpass someone with 2 emperor stars. Even though his strength was about the same as Xianxia's, everyone acknowledged that his potential was greater than Xianxia's, and he would surpass Xianxia sooner or later. Now, he was the person that the demon god emperor placed the most importance on, and the demon god emperor would not refuse any of his requests. Moreover, he would fully support him, believing that he would lead the demon god emperor to the peak in the future. Zhaofu looked at that figure in shock. Hearing the voices around him, Zhaofu realized who this person was. He was the most famous god Ke, the demon god emperor's emperor. He was the skinny god Ke from Zhaofu's memories. In just 10 short years, he had become so terrifying. This was simply shocking. Zhaofu was now certain of his identity. Even though his appearance had changed greatly, the divinity in Zhaofu's mind strongly reacted to him. Luckily, he had the command medallion, or else he would have sensed that he was here. This competition of the gods could resolve this enmity, so Zhaofu looked away and did not say anything else. After landing on the stage, God Ke gave a domineering and cold smile. Everyone's expressions were filled with fear, and they couldn't help but retreat, not daring to get close to him. The other peerless geniuses looked at God Ke with serious expressions. They knew how powerful God Ke was and had heard all sorts of things about God Ke. To them, God Ke had become so powerful in just 10 years, making them feel quite shocked. After all, they did not have the ability to do such a thing. Of course, they did not know that God Ke had become so powerful because of another person. God Ke looked around and did not pay any attention to anyone else. With the God Demon Emperor's help, it had devoured over 10,000 godhoods, and the terrifying power gave it immense confidence. Its goal this time was to awaken the god race's emperor star. If it had a massive god race's emperor star, it would not lose to that person in terms of fate. Moreover, it was now even more powerful. With this power and fate, even if it faced that person in the future, it would not fear that person at all. It knew that it was all thanks to that person that it had become so powerful, and it did not have the ability to do so by itself. What was important was that it had been affected by that person, and if it could devour that person and fuse all of that person's power, its power and fate would be more than 100 times greater than it was now. When that time came, who could compete with it? The experts on the stage also paid attention to God Ke. They had heard about God Ke, and some of the people sitting next to the God Demon Emperor's faction even praised God Ke. This caused the God Demon Emperor's faction to smile and feel that they had gained a lot of face. God Ke was indeed a pleasant surprise for them, and it was far beyond what they had expected. Back then, the emperor that they had nurtured with all of their strength had still been defeated by God Ke. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as a ray of black light giving off a massive aura descended. A massive aura of destruction flooded out, causing everyone to cry out. 2 figures appeared on the stage. One was a woman with long, violet hair and a peerlessly beautiful face. She was tall and slim, and she wore black clothes. She gave off a cold aura and an intense aura of destruction, as well as an intense might. This pressure seemed to be innately above them, and it was a pressure that only the god race's imperial star possessed. The other was her maid. She had a beautiful face and a mature figure. Her aura was not weak either. The violet-haired woman's appearance attracted everyone's gazes, and God Ke looked at her with a serious expression. This was because the violet-haired woman was one of the two possessors of Emperor Stars. Even though she came from the Heaven-Awakened world's godly domain and most people did not know much about her, just from the might she gave off, everyone knew who she was. She was one of the three people that countless people were looking forward to in the contest of the gods. Although her appearance caused everyone to look excited and agitated, she had also made a brief introduction of herself. She was the god of destruction and came from the strongest faction in the god realm. Her name was Glaze. In the godly domain, as the owner of an Emperor Star, she was extremely famous. There were all sorts of things about her in the godly domain, and she was extremely legendary. She was someone that everyone in the godly domain valued. The godly domain's strength had always been below that of the godly world, and the godly world had an innate advantage. The power here was a holy land for godly spirits, so the godly domain had always been suppressed by the godly world. As such, there were some people in the godly world who looked down on the godly domain's people, causing many conflicts between the godly world and the godly world. There had even been a few battles, resulting in many losses. Adding on the threat of other races, they had finally given up on fighting. The godly world no longer dared to look down on the godly domain, and the godly domain had started to fear the godly world. Miaolu's goal in coming to the godly world was to represent the godly domain and become the ruler of all gods. She wanted the other gods in the godly world to understand how powerful the godly domain was. At the same time, she would use the massive amount of fate from becoming the ruler of all gods, as well as the support of many godly spirits, causing her power and faction to become even more powerful. After Miaolu appeared, she did not pay much attention to the people around her because the two people she cared about were not here yet. Those two people were the ones that she acknowledged as her opponents, and she did not care about anyone else. As for those two people, one was naturally the possessor of the godly world's Emperor Star, and the other was Zhao Fu. Boom, not too long after, an explosion sounded out as the sky trembled and a massive aura spread out. A rainbow-colored ray of light containing immense power landed on the stage, and a might covered the surroundings. This caused countless godly spirits to feel an innate might. It was a might that only the possessor of the god race's supreme Emperor Star could have. After the light dissipated, a white-clothed young man with a cold expression and an emotionless expression appeared before everyone's eyes. He was the person that everyone in the godly world paid attention to, and he was the most terrifying person in the godly world's younger generation. He was the possessor of the supreme Emperor Star, and he was called Tianyu. The most powerful factions in the godly world were called the World God factions. These godly spirits had World Source God power, which was a very high-level power. Godly spirits with this kind of power were much more powerful than ordinary godly spirits. As this generation's God's son, Tianyu was undoubtedly the most outstanding person, and the World Source God power he had was the purest kind. There were all sorts of things about him in the godly world, and all of them were shocking. Almost everyone in the godly world knew about him. If it was not for Zhao Fu, he would have been the greatest competitor for the position of Master of Gods. He was an unsurmountable mountain in front of countless people. As the most powerful expert in the godly world, his appearance caused the entire crowd to go into an uproar, and everyone excitedly cried out his name. This was the treatment that the most powerful expert in the godly world received. He was worshipped, watched, envied, loved, and envied by countless people. Facing everyone's cheers, Tianyu's expression did not change at all, and he coldly stood there. There was a reason why Tianyu was like this. In order to make his World Source God power as powerful as possible and to better control it, he had made his consciousness mimic the heaven and earth's consciousness. His World Source God power seemed to be like the heaven and earth's power, and his control over the World Source God power had reached the pinnacle. However, he had lost a lot of his emotions, which was why he looked so cold and emotionless. However, because his power surpassed ordinary people's imaginations, he was able to become the most powerful person in the godly world, reigning above countless godly spirits. Tianyu's gaze fell on Miaolu's body. From the moment he had arrived, he had sensed Miaolu's existence. Similarly, Miaolu had sensed Tianyu's existence when he had arrived. The two sovereign god race Emperor Stars could sense each other, and as they looked at each other, it was as if no one else existed. Their expressions became slightly serious as they understood how powerful the other was. They knew that the other was one of the most powerful opponents, and if they wanted to become the ruler of all gods, they had to defeat the other. I look forward to our battle. I hope that you can display your full power, or else you'll lose to me. Liu Li said to Tianyu with a serious expression. Tianyu's expression was cold as he said calmly, "Is that so? However, it's impossible for me to lose to you. I also look forward to our battle. I want to see just how powerful you are as someone with a divine domain emperor star." Miao Lu gave a trace of a domineering smile as she said, "I won't disappoint you. We'll know who wins and who loses after this." Tianyu was expressionless as he looked away and did not say anything else. Miao Lu looked away and smiled as she looked ahead. The female attendant next to her also smiled as she stood by her side. She believed that her master would be able to defeat Tianyu. Now that the person with 2 emperor stars had appeared, everyone's gazes were gathered on them. The people around them did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Their battle was indeed the battle that everyone was looking forward to the most. Time gradually passed, and everyone could not help but feel a trace of anticipation because that person had not appeared yet. If they were looking forward to seeing the person with 2 emperor stars, then the person with 6 emperor stars, who was the second king of kings, was 100 times more so. It was not just the ordinary people, the terrifying experts on the stage were also looking forward to his appearance. Many people had long since heard about how terrifying he was and what terrifying things he had done, but they had not personally seen just how terrifying he was. Therefore, many people were even more looking forward to the appearance of such a person who shocked the world and was the focus of everyone's attention, to receive their admiration and admiration. Tianyu and Miao Lu also wanted to see that person with 6 emperor stars. If he appeared, he would be their most powerful opponent, and they did not have the confidence to defeat such a terrifying person. That person was like a massive boulder weighing down on their hearts. To them, only that person could make them feel like this. Even if they met someone else with an emperor star, they would not feel such pressure. However, even though everyone was looking forward to it, they knew that it was impossible for that person to appear. After all, there were countless higher beings on the platform waiting for him to appear. If he appeared, it would be almost impossible for him to escape, as no one could escape from so many higher beings. The only outcome was death, and that person would not be so stupid as to appear here. What they didn't know was that the person they were looking forward to was already here, hiding in the crowd and quietly watching everything. Time passed bit by bit, and the crowd's expectations for that person gradually decreased. In the end, they looked ahead because the competition was about to begin. Boom, a heaven-shaking explosion rang out, causing the entire godly world to tremble. Countless rays of white light shot down from the sky, and a boundless divine might weighed down on everything in the world. Everyone felt incredibly small and powerless. This was the might that the Pantheon mirror gave off. The competition between the leaders of the gods was something that the Pantheon mirror approved of, so it had a lot to do with it. Otherwise, that secret realm would not have existed in front of the Pantheon mirror for such a long time and received its various buffs. Under such immense divine might, the higher beings all looked quite serious. In front of this power, they could not resist at all. Heaven and earth power quickly gathered in the sky, continuously condensing and compressing, forming an enormous white orb. This orb was 100,000 meters wide and looked like a white piece of jade. There were countless divine runes on it and it gave off an extremely powerful aura. It was right on the platform and it was incredibly shocking. Boom, divine runes lit up on the surface of the orb, and a massive might spun out and landed on the countless godly spirits' bodies on the platform. The countless people on the platform felt a massive power weigh down on their bodies, as if a small mountain was weighing down on them. The godly spirits used their divine power to resist that might. The competition of the gods was not something that just anyone could participate in. First, one had to have divinity. If one did not even have divinity, one would be heavily injured by the orb, and without divinity, one could not participate in the competition of the gods. Moreover, one had to have a certain amount of power to enter the secret realm. Ordinary godly spirits did not have the right to enter either. This was a test that would eliminate most of the people who did not meet the requirements. If it was an expert, they would not be affected at all, but some of the weaker people could not hold on and fell to the ground. As long as someone fell to the ground, the divine runes on the sphere would flash, and an invisible force would toss the person who had fallen off the platform. Zhao Fu's expression was normal and did not change at all. This might did not affect Zhao Fu much, and Zhao Fu could easily endure it. Time gradually passed. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out once again, and another wave of pressure descended on the platform, causing everyone's bodies to sink again. Those who had been trembling and sweating profusely could not endure it anymore and collapsed to the ground, panting and feeling quite embarrassed. This might was only a basic test, and if one could not even pass the basic test, it meant that one's power was not enough, and one would not even have the right to enter the secret realm. The divine runes on the orb once again flashed, and those who had collapsed to the ground were all thrown off the platform. Everyone else continued to take the test and endured the massive might. Boom, a while later, a massive might once again descended, weighing down on the godly spirits' bodies. This might was quite powerful, and even the more powerful godly spirits used their godly divinity's power. Their bodies gave off different rays of light to resist that might. Many people were unable to endure this might and collapsed to the ground, after which they were thrown off the platform. The platform had been filled with people, but now, more than half of them were gone. A while later, the massive jade orb in the sky dissipated, and the might disappeared. The pressure also disappeared. Only those who were able to stand on the platform now had the right to participate in the gods' competition. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as heaven and earth power quickly gathered, forming a mirror frame without a mirror. The mirror frame gave off a white light, and no one knew what was inside. The mirror frame was extremely big and was 10,000 meters wide. It was white and looked quite simple and unadorned. There were many divine runes engraved on it, and it gave off a might. This was the entrance to the secret realm, and as long as one entered the mirror, one would be able to enter the secret realm. However, things were not that simple. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out in the sky as 24 pillars of white light containing terrifying power descended from the sky, blocking in front of the massive mirror, and massive ripples spread out. Heaven and earth power continuously gathered and flowed into the 24 pillars of light. The pillars of light gradually disappeared, and 24 images appeared in the sky. These 24 images were all hazy, but it was possible to tell that there were men and women, young and old. They gave off ancient god power, causing the air to freeze, and everyone felt a wave of fear. The 24 images in front of the mirror were not ordinary, they were the 24 ancient god lords of legends, and it was they who had started the era of godly spirits. These 24 images were formed from the power of 24 god lords and were not true god lords. They were not as powerful as true god lords, but they were still very powerful and could not be defeated by ordinary people. This was the second and final test of the contest of gods. The first test eliminated those who did not have the right to participate, those who wanted to participate had to have some strength. The second test was that there had to be experts participating in the gods' competition, and there had to be 24 of them. These 24 experts had to defeat 24 images each to open the entrance to the secret realm. Otherwise, only those who defeated images could enter the secret realm, and no one else had the right to enter. There were countless treasures within the secret realm, and all of them were incredibly precious. Many factions wanted to obtain them, but if only a few people could enter, it would be a heavy blow. Countless people stood on the stage and looked at the images of the god lords giving off different divine lights in the sky. The weather changed and clouds swirled, and everyone felt an intense pressure. The 24 of them seemed to rule the world. Right now, everyone could only hope that the 24 experts could defeat the 24 god lords, or else they could only watch. Tianyu's expression was ice cold, and he was the first to attack. He turned into a rainbow-colored ray of light and gave off a massive aura as he flew incredibly quickly towards the mirror. Boom, one of the 24 images gave off a massive aura and blocked in front of Tianyu, giving off boundless azure divine light. Seeing the image in front of him, Tianyu did not have any intentions of stopping. Heaven and earth power quickly flowed into his body, forming a rainbow-colored ball. Within the rainbow ball, there seemed to be a world. The rainbow ball brought with it a terrifying power as it smashed towards the image. The illusory figure raised a hand that gave off a massive amount of ancient god power as it grabbed towards Tianyu, seeming to be able to crush a mountain. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the massive rainbow orb gave off immense power and blasted apart the image, causing a terrifying shockwave to ripple out and form an intense gale. The rainbow orb that Tianyu gave off dissipated, and Tianyu's body continued to fly towards the mirror before shooting into it and disappearing. How did he defeat a God Lord image so easily? Everyone looked at Tianyu's disappearing figure in shock. They felt that he had defeated a God Lord image in an instant. Boom, a valiant-looking big man gave off a massive aura as he shot into the sky like a cannonball. He gave off a ferocious momentum as if he could destroy anything. At that moment, another image once again flew out and blocked in front of the big man. It raised its hand and vigorously slapped out, causing the sky to seem to be torn apart. Bang, the big man was directly struck, and his body was like a massive boulder as he heavily slammed into the ground, giving off a massive sound and causing rocks to fly everywhere. The valiant-looking big man coughed up a large mouthful of blood and fainted within the crater. Before, the big man had thought that God Lords would be easy to deal with, and he had wanted to defeat one to show off. However, he had greatly underestimated how powerful God Lords were. They were not things that he could defend against. Now that he was heavily injured, he showed everyone just how powerful God Lords were. The reason why Tianyu had been able to defeat an ancient God Lord image so easily was not because the ancient God Lord image was too weak but because Tianyu was too powerful. Boom! An explosion once again sounded out as Miao Lu gave off a massive aura and rushed into the sky. His body gave off an intense black light and he looked like a massive arrow that could pierce through anything. The image that had stood up once again raised its hand and vigorously slapped out, sending a massive wave of power towards Miao Lu. Bang, as expected, the God Lord image was pierced by the black light, resulting in a massive explosion and a shockwave rippled out. Miao Lu's body quickly flew towards the mirror and disappeared within it. Everyone felt quite shocked. Two people with Emperor stars were quite terrifying. They had been able to defeat two God Lords so easily. Now, everyone's gazes were on the strongest competitors for the position of King of Gods. Now, it was time to see if they could defeat the God Lords. Boom, boom. Boom, seeing Miao Lu and Tianyu enter the secret realm, everyone else did not want to fall behind, and they gave off massive auras as they rushed into the sky. God Kerr held a pitchfork and sent a massive wave of divine power into it, causing it to give off boundless black light and form a massive pitchfork image that shot forwards with terrifying power. Bang, an explosion sounded out as the pitchfork image pierced through a God Lord image with immense power, resulting in a massive explosion. God Kerr flapped its wings and gave a domineering smile as it flew into the mirror. Shing, a massive sword hum sounded out as a wave of killing intent spread out like a wild gale. Sha Ming vigorously slashed out with his blood-red sword, causing a massive blood-red sword light to shoot out, giving off a terrifying killing intent. Bang, a God Lord image released a defensive barrier, wanting to block the terrifying sword light, but it was still destroyed by the blood-red sword light. Sha Ming's body turned into a blood-red ray of light and shot into the mirror. Following this, everyone else unleashed their own power and defeated the God Lord images before entering the mirror. Bai Shogun, Hikari Kamui, Lei Tianba, Devourer, Yu Chan, Shen Qianhua, Sha Ming, God Kerr, Miao Lu, and Tianyu, there were 10 people in total. Now, they had easily defeated the 10 god images and entered the mirror. However, there were still 14 images left, which stopped the countless people. If they could not defeat these 24 images, they would not be able to enter the secret realm. The people on the stage looked at each other, waiting to see who would challenge the remaining god images. Everyone had seen how powerful the god images were, and ordinary godly spirits would be heavily injured if they went up. Ordinary godly spirits did not dare to go up, and they could only hope that others would challenge them so that they could follow. Those 10 people were the most eye-catching and terrifying people. Some people felt that they were inferior to them, but some of the stronger people did not want to fall behind. Those 10 people quickly challenged the images. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a fiery red-haired woman became covered in flames, turning into a massive firebird. She gave off a searing power as she quickly flew towards one of the god's images. A god gave off a powerful aura as he stepped out and punched out with shocking power towards the woman. Bang, the firebird did not feel any fear and sped up as it flew towards the main god image. Following this, a massive explosion occurred, causing sparks to fly everywhere as an explosive power blasted the main god image apart. Everyone could not help but cheer. This was the first time that someone outside of the top 10 geniuses had successfully challenged a god image. This greatly encouraged them and made them believe that they had the power to deal with the god images. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as a young man turned into a massive green ox and gave off a ferocious aura as he rushed over towards a god image, successfully destroying it. This made everyone even more motivated, and they gave off powerful auras as they rushed towards the images in the sky. Bang, bang. Bang, the outcome was not as good as expected. Massive sounds rang out as people were knocked to the ground. Large craters appeared in the ground as rocks flew everywhere. Now, the experts on the viewing platform had looks of disdain and disappointment on their faces when they saw the people who were sent flying one by one. These people were far too lacking compared to the top 10 geniuses, and they were not interested in them at all. It seemed that the focus would be on the top 10 geniuses this time, and the others would not have a chance of becoming the ruler of the gods. What was even more laughable was that whether or not these people would be able to enter was a problem. Something like this had happened in the past. The opening of the secret realm was beneficial to everyone, but in order to ensure that there were enough experts in the godly world, they had set it up like this. Otherwise, it would not be possible for each person to defeat a god image. Some powerful people could defeat multiple god images with no problems. Massive sounds rang out in the sky as terrifying shockwaves spread out. Some people succeeded in their challenges, while others failed. Now, even the godly spirits felt that they were on 2 levels lower than the top 10 geniuses. They had all entered the secret realm, and they were still here to challenge for the opportunity to enter. "Sir, what should we do now?" Jiao Yun asked in a soft voice beside Zhao Fu. She was completely confident that if Zhao Fu went up to challenge, he would be able to defeat the god image faster than anyone else. After all, he was the king of kings, and he received even more attention than the top 10 geniuses. Zhao Fu looked at the sky and said, "Wait." Now, Zhao Fu did not plan to act because there were still countless experts on the viewing platforms. Challenging the god image would attract too much attention, and Zhao Fu would not be so foolish as to reveal his identity. More than an hour passed, and there was only one god image left in the sky. However, there were hundreds of craters of various sizes on the stage, and there was a heavily injured person lying within each crater, all of them covered with blood. Now, there was only one god image left. As long as they could defeat this god image, everyone would be able to enter the secret realm. That person should go up and try. There's only one left. Those with strength, don't hide anymore. If they don't defeat that god image, none of us will be able to enter the secret realm. That's right. That expert, don't hide his strength anymore. I don't believe that no one can defeat the god image with so many people here. Look at how easily the other geniuses defeated the god image. AI. We can only blame ourselves for not being strong enough. If there were any geniuses who were that strong, they wouldn't have to beg others for help. That good person, do some good deeds. Just defeat the last person, and I'll definitely thank you. If you obtain anything good in the secret realm, I'll definitely repay you. Everyone has been in for so long, if you don't hurry up, it'll be too late. What are you afraid of? After all, we're the most outstanding people from the other factions. We can't compare to those peerless geniuses, but we should have our pride. If we don't try, we won't know. Boom, after yelling this, a big man wielded a golden axe and gave off a powerful aura as he leapt into the sky. Everyone felt their blood boil. That was right. They were geniuses from the various factions, and everyone looked up to them. Why did they act so lowly and not have any pride? Were they really afraid of those peerless geniuses? Were they really inferior to those peerless geniuses? If they thought like that, they would never be able to surpass those peerless geniuses in their entire lives, and they would never become peerless experts. After all, as peerless experts who looked down on the heavens and earth, they would never think that they were inferior to others. Instead, they had to have the conviction to surpass everything. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions sounded out as people exploded out with powerful auras and challenged the final god image in the sky. The sounds were shocking, and strong gales blew out. The god image in the sky looked at the people charging over and a massive might exploded out. It was more than 100 times stronger than before, and even the air was unable to withstand it and continuously twisted. Boom, the god image stretched out a hand and a massive wave of divine power spread out. That hand seemed to be able to control the heavens and earth, and it lightly pressed down. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the countless people who had charged into the sky were instantly blasted down from the platform and heavily smashed into the ground, creating large craters. Rocks flew everywhere and shockwaves spread out. The people who had wanted to charge into the sky were so scared that they immediately stopped and looked at the god image in the sky in shock. How had this god image become so terrifying? This was because they were challenging the god image together, causing the god image's power to increase by 100 times and punish those who broke the rules. Each person could only challenge one master god image. Just now, with so many people rushing over, the master god image was seen as breaking the rules, which was why it had unleashed such terrifying power. Looking at the final master god image in the sky, which gave off an aura that could suppress the heavens and earth, everyone looked shocked. Now, even if a peerless genius rushed up, they might not be able to win. What should they do now? Everyone's hot-bloodedness was instantly doused with cold water, and they all calmed down. There was still a gap between them and those peerless geniuses. The big man who had led the charge towards the master god image was now lying in a large crater, moaning and covered with blood. His injuries were not light. In the end, the master god image had become so terrifying, and no one could defeat it. If that happened, no one would be able to enter the secret realm. However, something surprising happened. The master god image's power was quickly weakening, and it returned to its previous strength. If everyone went up, they would still have a trace of hope of winning. Boom! At that moment, a massive explosion sounded out as a beautiful and alluring woman in a red dress rushed into the sky with a massive aura. Everyone was stunned, unable to react. The beautiful woman in the red dress held a sword and vigorously swung it, causing a massive black sword light to fly out with destructive power. In an instant, it split the master god image in half, causing it to turn into countless motes of light and dissipate. She won? Everyone looked at the beautiful woman in the sky in shock. The surprise had come too quickly, and no one could react in time. Everyone immediately cheered, and countless people smiled happily. Now that the 24 images had been destroyed, they could now enter the secret realm. At the same time, countless people thanked and praised the woman in the red dress in the sky. It was all thanks to her, or else they would not have been able to enter the secret realm. They were also curious as to who this woman was. For her to be so powerful, her identity was definitely not simple. A few people hidden in the crowd, who had been about to deal with the master god image, looked quite surprised. They had never thought that this woman would be one step ahead of them. This woman was Zhou Yun. Now, Zhou Yun's entire body was emitting demonic qi, bringing with it a strong pressure. She was like a demon god. The power now was not hers, but the power given to her by Zhao Fu. Moreover, the one controlling her body was Zhao Fu. In front of so many experts, it was impossible for Zhao Fu to appear. He could only rely on Zhou Yun's body to defeat the Lord's shadow. Zhao Fu did not want to waste any more time. He had waited here for long enough. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as a massive divine might spread out in the sky. The heavens and earth dimmed as clouds swirled and ancient mirrors that were 1,000 meters wide appeared in the sky. The mirrors didn't just appear in the sky above the platform. There were more than 100 mirrors on the platform. In the many cities, countless commoners had gathered in the center of the city. They had been waiting for a long time, and some had even moved chairs and tables to the side. The scene was very lively. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion sounded out in the sky as countless rays of white light shined down. A divine mirror giving off a powerful divine might slowly descended from the sky. The commoners did not feel any fear, and they instead cheered. The appearance of the divine mirror meant that the competition had officially begun, and everyone would be able to personally see the geniuses' performances. After these mirrors appeared, they displayed the scenes within the secret realm. For example, Tian Yu casually waved his hand and blasted a massive beast into smithereens, and God Kerr caught a divine beast with a divinity and ate its divinity. However, even though the divine mirror could see what was happening, everyone immediately sensed that someone was looking at them. Tian Yu casually waved his hand, and a formless energy spread out, covering everything in the surroundings. The images in the mirror immediately disappeared, and everything became white. Miaolu did the same, and a black light spread out from her body. The images in the mirror also disappeared, and everything became white. This caused the experts on the viewing platforms to feel quite displeased. They had come here to see the geniuses' performances in the secret realm, and now that they had been blocked, how were they supposed to see what was going to happen? The people on the viewing platforms did not pay any attention to these divine mirrors, and they flooded towards the mirror frame in front of them, disappearing into it. Zhao Fu controlled Zhou Yun's body to fly in, and he carefully walked towards the mirror frame. Now, Zhao Fu did not dare to be careless. Even though he felt quite excited and happy, as long as he entered the secret realm, even if his identity was exposed, those experts would not be able to do anything to him. However, if he was discovered now, it would be a tragedy, and everything he had done before would have been for nothing. His life might even be in danger, so he had to be even more careful at this critical moment. Zhao Fu slowly walked along with the crowd. Everything seemed quite ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. Suddenly, Zhao Fu felt a gaze on him. This gaze did not come from the viewing platforms but from the people entering the mirror frame. Sensing this gaze, Zhao Fu did not stop. It was as if he had not noticed anything and continued to walk towards the mirror frame. At that moment, Zhao Fu was only 10 or so meters away from the mirror frame. As long as he walked in, he would not have to worry about anything. There was no need to stop because of this gaze, nor did he want anything to happen. As for that gaze, it retracted and didn't do anything. In the end, Zhao Fu successfully entered the mirror frame. A wave of energy wrapped around Zhao Fu and sent him flying to the side. Everything happened in an instant, and there was no time to react. After a while, Zhao Fu's body appeared on a short hill. The verdant grass around him gave off a faint divine light, and there was a fragrance. The grass had been nourished by boundless divine power, and it had become quite extraordinary. It contained a unique divine power and could be used as a very low-grade spirit herb. Ordinary grass could not compare to it. The sun was bright, and there were white clouds drifting in the wind in the dark blue sky. There was also a massive magic formation. This magic formation was made up of 24 circles, and each circle gave off a different colored light. It was filled with a profound and holy aura. The magic formation did not give off any power, but it gave off an oppressive feeling as it slowly spun in the sky. Everything in the surroundings, the mountains, the ground, the trees, the flowers, and the grasses, gave off faint different colored divine lights, making it feel very dreamy. Zhao Fu retracted his gaze. After entering the secret realm, everyone was randomly teleported to a random location, not a group of people. Zhao Fu had wanted to see the owner of that gaze, but he could not do so now. Following this, Zhao Fu sensed where Zhou Yun was and found that she was not very far away, so he flew over and found her. Zhao Fu did not like people looking at him, it felt quite strange and uncomfortable, so he blocked the god mirror's image. Seeing Zhao Fu land in front of her, Zhou Yun gave a trace of a smile and leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace as she smiled and asked, "Sir, what should we do now?" Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "Let's see if there are any good things around and then look for the time god. We can also look for the 24 core gods' legacies, and finally, we can compete with the other geniuses." After coming to the secret realm, Zhao Fu had a clear goal. First, there were all sorts of treasures in the secret realm, so he definitely could not miss out on them. Next was the time god. Last time, the time god had escaped, so he definitely could not let the time god escape this time. There were definitely time gods in the secret realm, and if he could not catch them now, it would be very difficult to catch them after they left the secret realm. Who knew where they would go and where they would appear? They were incredibly rare. If he could not catch them, Qin's plan to obtain the Philosopher's Stone would fail. As for the Pantheon Fire and awakening the god race's Emperor Star, he had to obtain the Pantheon Ruler, so he had to compete with the other geniuses. In this mystic realm, no matter what they killed or obtained, they would be able to obtain points. Those who were defeated would lose all of their points and have two choices. The first was that if he encountered great danger, he could directly teleport out. The second was that he could stay in the secret realm for a maximum of 7 days. After 7 days, even if he did not want to leave, he would be forcefully teleported out. Of course, there were all sorts of treasures in the secret realm that could extend the time he could stay in there. Moreover, he could not challenge anyone. There was a circular mark on Zhao Fu's arm. This mark was called the Pantheon mark, and it was split into different levels. White was level 1, blue was level 2, silver was level 3, gold was level 4, purple was level 5, 3 colors were level 6, 5 colors were level 7, 7 colors were level 8, and 9 colors were level 9. People of the same level could only challenge people of the same level. In other words, since Zhao Fu had a white Pantheon mark, he could only challenge people with a challenge Pantheon mark and could not challenge people with a blue Pantheon mark. The Pantheon seal could be leveled up by killing creatures and obtaining various items. It could also be leveled up by defeating others. There was another rule. Only those who possessed the 9-colored Pantheon seal could participate in the final competition. The final victor would become the master of Pantheon. If one did not possess the 9-colored Pantheon seal, they would not be able to participate in the final competition. Hence, they would not be able to become the master of Pantheon. This time, Zhao Fu was unable to directly challenge the other geniuses. He still needed to raise the level of his mark. Now, he could also bring up a leaderboard. Tian Yu and the others had entered the mystic realm a long time ago, so they had already accumulated a lot of points. First place, Tian Yu, 2 million points, silver mark. Second place, Miao Lu, 15 million points, silver mark. Third place, God Ke, 800,000 points, blue mark. Fourth place, Sha Ming, 780,000 points, blue mark. Fifth place, Xianxia, 700,000 points, blue mark. Sixth place, Yu Chan, 670,000 points, blue mark. Rank 7, Devourer, 640,000 points, blue mark. Rank 8, Bai Shogun, 600,000 points, blue mark. Rank 9, Lei Tianba, 590,000 points, blue mark. Rank 10, Hikari Kamui, 550,000 points, blue mark. After looking at the leaderboards, Zhao Fu was not surprised that someone with 2 Emperor stars had taken first and second place. Zhao Fu had never heard of anyone else, so he did not pay too much attention. However, Zhao Fu could not help but feel shocked that God Ke had taken third place. Now that he had taken third place, that meant that he was now ranked third out of the top 10 geniuses. If it wasn't for Miao Lu, he would have been ranked second. Just imagine how monstrous the second-ranked person in the godly realm would be. After all these years, Zhao Fu had underestimated God Ke. He had actually grown into such a terrifying person, and if he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become one of Zhao Fu's greatest enemies. Zhao Fu could not allow him to continue growing, and he had to get rid of him in the secret realm. Even though he was now the emperor of a demon god emperor, killing him would incur the wrath of a demon god emperor, who would do anything to take revenge. The demon god emperor was one of the top 3 factions in the godly realm, and offending such a monstrous faction would be incredibly terrifying. During the battle at Outlander 10 College, Zhao Fu had been worried about the factions behind those geniuses, so he had not acted. This was mainly to prevent terrifying factions from madly chasing after him. However, this time, Zhao Fu had no choice but to kill God Ke. He was simply too great of a threat, and if he was allowed to continue growing, who knew how monstrous he would become in the future? If he did not kill him now, he would suffer a backlash in the future, and now, Zhao Fu felt immense pressure. Even if he offended a demon god emperor, Zhao Fu had to do it. Following this, Zhao Fu and Jiao Yun started to explore the surroundings. There were many good things here, and there were spirit fruits and spirit treasures everywhere. After walking for a while, Zhao Fu and Jiao Yun found a 5,000-year-old fruit tree in a valley. It was called the white snow fruit tree, and it grew white snow fruits. These white snow fruits were like cotton and had a crisp taste, and they contained a lot of spirit energy. Zhao Fu and Jiao Yun found this white snow fruit tree, which grew at the center of a pile of rocks. It looked like a pine tree, and its thick white roots covered the rocks. Its trunk was 50 or so meters wide and hundreds of meters tall. Its crown was incredibly large, and its branches were all snow white. There were many white snow fruits on it, and they were as big as fists and shaped like cotton. Because this fruit tree was 5,000 years old, each one was dozens of times more valuable than ordinary white snow fruits, and they contained powerful spirit energy. Zhao Fu did not let them go. He waved his hand, and a massive force spread out, grabbing the white snow fruits one by one. He pulled them off and put them in his storage ring. Originally, Zhao Fu had wanted to dig up this tree as well, as it was a spirit fruit tree with a lifespan of 5,000 years. It was very rare and valuable. However, he could not do so. Just as Zhao Fu was about to dig up the fruit tree, he realized that there was a force protecting the fruit tree. This force came from the mystic realm itself. If he forcefully dug up the fruit tree, he would immediately die. This meant that he was only allowed to pluck the spirit fruits and not dig up the tree. After a period of time, many white snow fruits would grow here again. Although he could destroy the fruit tree and no one would be able to obtain the fruit in the future, Zhao Fu did not choose to do so, as Zhao Fu was not that bad. In the future, whoever was fated would come here and obtain the white snow fruits. Zhao Fu felt that it was not bad to continue like this. Afterwards, after Zhao Fu obtained a few good items, he met a few people on a grassy field. There were 3 men and 2 women. Seeing that Zhao Fu and Jiao Yun were alone, they did not hold back and surrounded Zhao Fu and Jiao Yun. At that moment, a fierce-looking young man laughed and said loudly, "Now, the 2 of you better admit defeat and hand over what you've obtained." Jiao Yun could not help but lightly laugh as she looked at these people who were seeking death. Hearing her laugh, the fierce-looking young man felt that he had been looked down upon. He did not say anything and angrily shouted, "Kill them." The others exploded out with their power and prepared to attack Zhao Fu and Jiao Yun. Boom! Jiao Yun directly exploded out with a powerful aura, forming a powerful shockwave that spread out in all directions. Bang, bang, bang! The 5 people surrounding Zhao Fu and Jiao Yun were hit by a powerful force and flew back 10 or so meters. A trace of blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths, and they looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that Jiao Yun would be so powerful. Suddenly, an ordinary-looking woman looked at Jiao Yun and recalled that Jiao Yun seemed to be the last person to defeat the Lord's shadow. She was so frightened that she knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "My lord, I was blind and offended you. Please let me off this time." Because there were many people on the platform, they had not been in front and had only seen Jiao Yun from afar, so they did not know what she looked like. When the others saw the ordinary-looking woman kneeling on the ground, they felt quite confused. After finding out who Jiao Yun was, they were so scared that they knelt on the ground and begged, "My lord, we were wrong. Please don't kill us." Now, they understood that they had been seeking death. The woman in front of them had defeated a core god image, which was enough to prove how terrifying her power was. Jiao Yun smiled and hugged Zhao Fu as she asked, "My lord, how do you want to deal with them?" Hearing this, the people kneeling on the ground felt quite shocked. That woman was so terrifying, yet she was the subordinate of that person next to her. Just how powerful was that cloaked person? The fierce-looking youth was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly said to Zhao Fu, "Sir, please give us a chance. There won't be a next time." Zhao Fu glanced at the 5 of them and said calmly, "Hand over your divine powers and scram." The others looked incredibly delighted. Zhao Fu did not want their items, nor did he want them to concede to gain points. He only wanted their divine power, which was not harmful to them at all. As such, they smiled and hurriedly agreed. As for Zhao Fu, their strength was too weak. Zhao Fu did not care about the things they had on them, and the points they had were also very few. According to the original plan, Zhao Fu didn't want to waste his energy to defeat these weaklings. Instead, he wanted to choose some slightly stronger people. They would have a lot of points on them, so Zhao Fu could directly choose to attack them. Their points were naturally obtained by defeating people who were weaker than them, so Zhao Fu had saved himself a bit. Now that the secret realm was filled with godly spirits, this satisfied Zhao Fu's needs. Zhao Fu's 10,000 godly power still needed to fuse with many godly spirits' powers in order to become more powerful. The few people quickly condensed their divine power orbs and raised their hands, causing them to automatically fly in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu waved his hand and put them into his spatial ring. At that moment, the fierce-looking man smiled and said, "My lord, we also received news that a core god's legacy land has appeared. We've also received news that a chief god's land of inheritance has appeared up ahead. Many people are rushing over now. We originally wanted to go as well, but we met the 2 sirs." Zhao Fu felt quite startled and gave a trace of a smile as he asked, "Where is it?" There were 24 Lord God's legacy lands in the secret realm, and they were not fixed in one place. Instead, they appeared randomly, and each time they appeared in a different place. What was even more exciting was that the Lord God's legacy lands could not only give legacy power to one person, but also to many people. In other words, the chances of obtaining legacy power were much higher. After the Lord God's legacy lands were given legacy power, they would disappear for a period of time. However, after a period of time, they would appear again. They did not disappear after giving legacy power, but continuously giving legacy power. It had to be said that the secret realm had cultivated a large number of experts for the God realm. The 24 Lord Gods and that Lord God were very far-sighted, leaving such a secret realm to help the God realm. However, it was also possible that they had done everything possible to continue to nurture countless experts, wanting to start a second war against the God realm. This was because they had lost the first war to a large extent. The God realm was still giving off vast divine might, threatening the entire God realm. After so many years, the God realm had indeed developed very well and was very prosperous. However, it was still very difficult to defeat the Pantheon mirror. Moreover, no one in the God realm wanted to start a second war against the God realm, so they were quite satisfied with their current lives. The Lord God's legacy lands were also one of Xiao Fu's goals, so Xiao Fu would definitely bring people there. When the fierce-looking young man saw that Xiao Fu was going back, he was also delighted. Xiao Fu's strength was so terrifying, and if he could curry favor with him, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the secret realm. The benefits were unimaginable. The fierce-looking young man immediately smiled as he said, "Sir, since you're going, why don't we take you there?" Xiao Fu thought about it and nodded in agreement. Following this, Xiao Fu and Jiao Yun followed the 5 people and quickly flew towards the horizon before disappearing. 3 hours later, the group arrived at a mountain peak. This peak was not very tall, and there was nothing special about it. However, there was a huge ball floating at the top. It was 1,000 meters wide and was green in color. It emitted intense green light and a powerful wind. The surroundings were already filled with people. Pairs of eyes stared at the green ball, but no one else did anything. This was because the Lord God's legacy lands had not truly opened yet. If they went forward now, not only would they not be able to enter the legacy lands, but their lives might also be in danger. As Xiao Fu's group arrived, they immediately attracted many people's attention. However, they were not looking at Xiao Fu, but at Jiao Yun, who was beside Xiao Fu. When Jiao Yun had defeated the last Lord God's shadow in one move, many people had remembered Jiao Yun's appearance, which was why they had attracted so many people's attention. At the same time, they felt a wave of pressure. With such a powerful person coming to them, their chances of obtaining the Lord God's legacy would definitely be much lower. As for the people around Jiao Yun, including Xiao Fu, no one cared about them. They felt that they were just a group of followers. After Xiao Fu's group arrived, they waited at the side and did nothing else. More and more people gathered here, as this was the legacy land of the ancient core god. Even though it was not the only legacy power, it was still of great help to them and could allow them to become peerless experts. After hearing this, countless people would definitely hurry over. There was not a single person who did not want to become an expert. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the massive azure orb gave off a piercing azure light, exploding out with an intense gale that spread out in all directions. Rocks were blown away and trees were uprooted, and everyone put up defensive barriers to defend. However, even though some people put up defensive barriers to defend, they were still unable to defend against the berserk wind and were blown away. However, within this berserk wind, those with wind attribute godly spirits had a great advantage. Their bodies had a certain resistance to the wind and they could create wind to minimize the effects on themselves. By now, the core god's legacy land had already been opened, and they only needed to enter the orb to enter. Some wind gods braved the massive gale and flew towards the orb, but they were very slow as the berserk wind was incredibly strong. Some of the stronger people, even though they were not wind attribute, relied on their powerful strength to block the berserk wind and fly towards the azure orb. They were also very slow. Xiao Fu stood where he was and did not move as he looked at the azure orb. This azure orb had such massive wind power, it most likely belonged to the wind core god's legacy land, and wind attribute godly power had a great advantage. After thinking for a while, a wind attribute power flowed out from Xiao Fu's body, and waves of black wind spread out from his body. Jiao Yun, the fierce-looking man, and the others looked quite confused. They had not sensed that Zhao Fu was a wind god, but now, the aura and power that Zhao Fu gave off were like that of a wind god. They did not know that Zhao Fu had temporarily turned 10,000 godly power into wind attribute. 10,000 godly power was a type of power formed from many types of godly power, and Zhao Fu could temporarily change one of the types of godly power that had been fused. Zhao Fu looked at Jiao Yun and asked, "Do you want to go in?" Jiao Yun smiled and nodded, "Yes." The ferocious-looking man and the others understood that Zhao Fu would be able to easily enter, and they asked with anticipation, "Can that lord take us in as well? We definitely won't give you any trouble." Boom, Zhao Fu looked at them and did not reply, but a massive black wind covered everyone and shot towards the green orb like a black ray of light. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that someone would enter so quickly. Moreover, even though the woman in the red dress was so powerful, it seemed like that man was her master. It was as if she was his woman. What status did he have for such a powerful woman in the red dress to listen to him? Some people in the audience started to pay attention to Zhao Fu. Although Zhao Fu could block his own image, he could not block the image of others. Therefore, everyone could still see Zhao Fu. Now that the inheritance ground of the Wind Master God had appeared, it naturally attracted the attention of the masses. They were naturally curious about Zhao Fu, the first person to enter the inheritance ground of the Wind Master God. Not only that, the woman beside him was the one who had defeated the final Master God's illusory figure. After Zhao Fu and the others entered the orb, they arrived at another space. The place where Zhao Fu had appeared was beneath a mountain. The sky was green and there were lush greenery everywhere. Birds flew and butterflies danced. They were all of the wind element and were also green in color. There was a gigantic stone statue on the mountain. The stone statue was 10,000 meters tall and was carved in the form of a young man. He was handsome and wore a smile. He wore a long robe and held a fan in his hand. He gave off an extremely powerful wind element aura and a powerful might. Zhao Fu said, "You guys go around and see if there are any fortuitous encounters. I'm going to obtain the ancient Master God's legacy power." The ferocious-looking man and the others did not have any intentions towards the Master God's legacy power. With their strength, they did not even have the ability to enter this place, so there was no way they could obtain the legacy power. Moreover, the Wind Master God's legacy land was extremely big and there were treasures of the wind element everywhere. Their goal was to obtain these items, and this was a great opportunity for them. As such, the ferocious-looking man and the others said respectfully and gratefully, "Thank you, sir, for bringing us in. We will definitely remember the help you have given us, sir." Zhao Fu did not care about these people as he turned into a black gust of wind and flew towards the stone statue. Jiao Yun smiled and flew up into the sky to follow Zhao Fu. To her, those treasures were not as interesting as seeing how Zhao Fu was going to obtain the Master God's legacy power. The ferocious-looking man and the others spread out in all directions excitedly to search for other treasures. Zhao Fu's speed was extremely fast and he was about to reach the gigantic stone statue. This was the stone statue of the Wind Master God back then. If he wanted to obtain the Master God's legacy power, he had to come here. Boom, as Zhao Fu flew closer, the gigantic stone statue gave off a tremendous aura. Its body shone with an endless green light, causing the sky to change and the clouds to rumble. The stone statue, which had seemed like a dead object, seemed to have come to life. It lowered its head slightly and its eyes landed on Zhao Fu's body. Immediately, Zhao Fu felt a formidable pressure as though his body was being pulled into darkness. He could not help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. As an ancient existence, the Wind Master God was extremely terrifying. His strength might even be stronger than ordinary immortals. However, Zhao Fu suppressed that sense of fear and exuded an even stronger black gust of wind from his body as he flew towards the stone statue. If he were to be afraid right now, there was no way he could obtain the Master God's legacy power. Initially, Jiao Yun, who had wanted to follow along, felt this tremendous aura. Her face turned grim as she could not help but stop. Boom, a loud explosion rang out as the gigantic stone statue gave off a green glow that turned into countless green wind blades that filled the entire sky. With a formidable power, all of them bolted out towards Zhao Fu, as though they were going to slice through everything. Zhao Fu's heart skipped a beat as he burst forth with all of his strength. A tremendous black gust of wind burst forth from Zhao Fu's body as Zhao Fu's clothes fluttered rapidly, giving off clattering sounds. The gigantic black gust of wind began to spin, turning into a gigantic black tornado as a destructive power spread out. Bang, bang. Bang, a series of loud booms rang out as the green wind blades slashed against the black tornado. The green wind blades were minced apart, turning into countless green auras that were sucked into the black tornado, giving off a series of loud booms. Boom, the stone statue stretched out a hand towards Xiao Fu as a gigantic green tornado surged out from its palm and shot out towards Xiao Fu ferociously. It pierced through the gigantic black tornado and sent Xiao Fu flying, causing the tornado to dissipate. End of chapter 2058. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.